On the border of the land of fire, the stench of death hung like a rotting swamp, thick and suffocating. Lin Chen's consciousness sank and drifted in the darkness like a solitary boat on the verge of capsizing. Hunger seared like a branding iron in his stomach, repeatedly burning away the last shred of strength. He curled up beneath the gnarled tree roots, his tiny frame nearly fused with the mud. Only the faintest, most precarious breath proved he was still alive. He had been transmigrated into the body of a toddler several days ago. No food, no water. Only endless forest and the terror of death. He did not know where he was, nor why he was here. The moment he opened his eyes, he had become a 3- or 4-year-old, but now he felt he was on the verge of starving to death in this forest. Just as his consciousness was about to fade entirely, a tremendous surge of energy exploded in the distance like thunder rolling across the earth. In the days of crawling through this forest, this was the first sound Lin Chen had heard beyond insects and birds, and such a violent explosion at that. At that moment, Lin Chen's survival instinct overwhelmed everything like an invisible thread tugging his broken body forward. He used his last strength, crawling forward on all fours. His nails curled back in the mud, leaving shallow trails of blood. His vision had long blurred, the world was only shifting light and color patches. Finally, he crawled out of the dense forest. A ravaged battlefield entered his fading view, broken kunai, scorched earth, and several bodies already cold. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood, smoke, and mud. That survival instinct drained his last shred of energy. Lin Chen's vision went black. He lost consciousness completely. His tiny body collapsed limply into the grass at the battlefield's edge, his life force as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. The mission's finally over. Those IWA guys are as stubborn and foul as rocks in a latrine. A bold male voice shattered the battlefield's dead silence. Jiraiya flicked his white hair, hands clasped behind his head, wearing a careless demeanor. Lord Jiraiya, please mind your language. Shizen, following behind, reminded him softly with a helpless look. The blonde woman walking in the lead paid no attention to their banter. Tsunade frowned, her amber eyes sweeping across the brutal battlefield. Her brows were knit with an unshakable irritation and sorrow. Every time she saw such a scene, the faces of her younger brother Nawaki and her lover Dan would uncontrollably surface before her eyes. Her heart felt clenched by an invisible hand suffocatingly tight. Her chakra became chaotic as well, like a tangled skein. Let's go. I need a drink back at the village. Tsunade urged impatiently, wanting only to leave this suffocating place. Tsunade had decided to stop all missions after returning to the village, and even leave Konoha altogether, escaping war and duty forever. Yet just as she turned, her steps halted. As a top-tier medical ninja, her perception of life force far exceeded ordinary people. On this land shrouded in death, she caught a wisp of extremely faint, yet utterly pure spark of life right there in the grass not far away, as if it would go out any second. What's wrong, Tsunade? Jiraiya noticed her anomaly. Tsunade did not answer. She walked straight toward the direction she sensed. She parted the waist-high weeds, and a tiny curled figure came into view. It was a child no more than 4 or 5 years old. His black hair was matted with mud and grass, his face dirty, lips cracked, and pale, wearing tattered clothes, and so thin he was nothing but skin and bones. He lay there like an abandoned kitten, so silent that if not for the barely perceptible rise and fall of his chest, he could be mistaken for a corpse. Lady Tsunade, it's a child. Shizen cried out, and ran over, her eyes full of concern. Jiraiya also dropped his flippant expression, his face turning serious. The appearance of an unknown child on a battlefield was anything but ordinary. He scanned the surroundings, vigilantly sensing for any possible ambush. But Tsunade had already knelt down. A healer's instinct made her reach out and press her fingers against the boy's neck. The pulse was barely there. He can still be saved. After a great inner struggle, she finally let her hands glow with green light and gently placed them on the boy's thin chest. Mystical palm technique. Pure and surging medical chakra carrying the immense life force innate to the Senju clan poured into Lin Chen's failing body like a warm torrent. In the endless darkness, Lin Chen's consciousness was awakened by this warm current. So warm. So comfortable. Like soaking in amniotic fluid, every dried-up cell greedily drank in this life energy. At that moment, an icy, emotionless mechanical voice rumbled deep within his mind. Detecting a compatible energy source. Divine Steel System passively activated. Analyzing target. Analysis complete. Detectable target Senju Tsunade. Stealable abilities A. Talent B. Medical Ninjutsu Mastery C. Latent would release bloodline legacy of the first Hokage. The cold characters arrayed themselves in Lin Chen's mind. Even in his haze, he instantly understood what Golden Finger, a transmigrator's standard issue, steel abilities, and the target is Tsunade. Tsunade would release. This is Naruto. I've transmigrated into the Naruto world. In an instant, the will to survive blazed like wildfire, consuming all his thoughts. No time to hesitate, no energy to consider consequences. Would release. That is the power that the first Hokage used to pacify the world, a divine force surpassing tailed beasts. The third one would release bloodline. He roared out the command in his heart with all his might. Command confirmed. Beginning theft of latent would release bloodline. In the next instant, a life source force, homologous to Tsunade's medical chakra, yet more ancient, gentler, and more vast, flowed silently upstream along the green light, pouring into Lin Chen's limbs and bones. It was not plundering, but more like a return, as if this power had always belonged to him, now merely coming home. Every cell in his body cheered, devouring and merging with this force. No rejection, no pain, only a sense of rebirth-like relief. A dry riverbed welcomed sweet rain, a withered tree sprouted new buds. Tsunade, who was concentrating on the treatment, suddenly frowned. She felt something was wrong. Her chakra was flowing out too fast, like a floodgate, opening uncontrollably, surging into this child's body. And the child's body was like a bottomless vortex, greedily absorbing everything. Hey Tsunade, this kid. Jiraiya also noticed something off. The rate of chakra consumption was nothing like treating an ordinary child. Yet something even more wondrous happened. The moment the theft completed, a mysterious connection was established between Lin Chen and Tsunade. In his perception, the world before him was no longer blurred light and shadow. He saw the vast chakra within Tsunade entangled with countless gray-black negative emotions, sorrow, self-blame, regret. Deep in that ocean of emotion, he saw a young figure wearing a forehead protector with a radiant smile. That was Nawaki. It was these parasitic emotions that made her powerful chakra so chaotic and hid a shattered heart beneath her strong exterior. So, she was suffering so deeply inside. Almost instinctively, Lin Chen mobilized the newly acquired power within him. That vibrant would release chakra. A barely perceptible breath, like a tender sprout breaking through soil, in early spring emanated from it. This breath was not aggressive, not invasive. It was like the gentlest spring breeze, like the freshest fragrance of grass after rain, softly and tenderly brushing against Tsunade's chaotic chakra. Tsunade's entire body trembled violently, her amber pupils suddenly contracting. That immense grief that had settled in her heart for years, making her sleepless, drowning her in alcohol, causing her to tremble uncontrollably at the sight of blood. At this moment, it was as if a warm hand had gently smoothed it away. Her chakra, which had been rampaging due to emotion, miraculously calmed down under the soothing touch of this aura, becoming docile and smooth once more. It was an unprecedented peace. This is... Tsunade's voice trembled. She stared in disbelief at the unconscious boy beneath her palm, her eyes filled with shock and confusion that overturned everything she knew. This is definitely not medical ninjutsu. Lord Jiraiya, have you sensed it? This child, so young, already has chakra flowing within him. Shizun also felt that serene aura and looked at Jiraiya in astonishment. Jiraiya's face was more solemn than ever. Of course he sensed it. That chakra aura, that weak, yet vibrant life force. Though faint, its essence was exactly like that of the first Hokage, known as the God of Shinobi, in his memory, would release. This absurd thought flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Impossible, after the first Hokage would release had long vanished. Konoha conducted countless experiments, and all failed. How could it appear on a child of unknown origin? But how to explain this inexplicable scene? Tsunade's hand trembled more violently. She slowly raised it, gently brushed Lin Chen's forehead, and pushed aside his messy black hair. Touched by that familiar, yet strange life, force, the boy's dirty little face and her eyes slowly overlapped with the memory of the young boy always following behind her, calling, "Big sister, big sister." Nawaki. Is it Nawaki? No, it's not. But this feeling, this close kinship of the Senju clan, this power that soothes her soul. Tsunade's eyes instantly reddened. A drop of scalding tears fell, without warning, landing on Lin Chen's cheek. She wasn't crying for the boy's plight, but for her own long-dead heart, which today felt a trace of warmth. This is hope, the last hope of the Senju clan. After her father and younger brother's deaths, Tsunade calmed down. Jiraiya said sternly, "This child's origin is too bizarre. And this chakra aura of his. We must investigate." "Shut up." Tsunade suddenly turned back, her fragility in her eyes replaced by an unquestionable domineering spirit, a maddened desire to protect a precious treasure she had found again. Taking him back to Konoha, she carefully lifted Lin Chen, her movements as gentle as handling a rare treasure. The boy's body was light as a feather. Leaning against her, the soothing aura became even clearer. "I said, Tsunade, you can't be so impulsive. Bringing him back to the village will cause a huge storm. Have you thought about that? If Danzo and his men find out?" "I don't care." Tsunade interrupted him harshly, holding the child in her arms tightly, as if embracing the whole world. "He is a member of my Senju clan." The last two words were spoken softly, yet with unwavering determination. Jiraiya looked at her, opened his mouth, but finally swallowed his words of persuasion. He understood that this 45-year-old child reminded Tsunade of the deceased Nawaki Senju. He knew Tsunade too well, and no one could persuade her in such a state. He could only turn his gaze back to the unconscious child, his eyes filled with inquiry and wariness. Who is this child exactly? Why is he here? And that power resembling would release. What exactly is it? Would Tsunade's insistence on bringing him back to Konoha bring an unpredictable variable to this already turbulent village? Tsunade turned and walked away with the thin little boy in her arms, Jiraiya and Shizune immediately following. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the three figures long, Tsunade holding her newborn hope with an unprecedented firmness in her eyes. Konohagakure Underground. Cold and damp were the eternal themes here. The air was mixed with the smell of disinfectant and earth. Icy stone walls oozed fine water droplets sliding down the walls and forming small puddles on the ground. This was the base of Root, the village's roots where sunlight never reached. Firelight flickered, illuminating the bandaged profile on the main seat. Shimura Danzo sat half-hidden in shadow, his exposed right eye sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing the Root ninja kneeling below. How is the experiment on the first Hokage cells progressing? His voice was hoarse and low, betraying no emotional fluctuation. The man below tensed even more, his head almost touching the ground. Reporting to Lord Danzo, most of the latest batch of test subjects have collapsed and died due to the inability to withstand cell erosion. Currently, only 5 subjects survive, but their physical data is extremely unstable, and compatibility with the first Hokage cells is still immeasurable. Danzo's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, making a tap-tap sound exceptionally clear in this dead silence. Our stock of first Hokage cells is already running low. The ninja heard this, and a faint, imperceptible tremor ran through his body. He hesitated for a moment before daring to suggest, Lord Danzo, could we obtain some cell samples from Lady Tsunade? After all, Lady Tsunade is the direct granddaughter of the first Hokage. Her cell activity far surpasses those collateral branches or test subjects. Foolish. Danzo's voice abruptly turned cold like a knife frozen in ice. The kneeling ninja was so terrified, he almost lost his soul and quickly cowed out. Tsunade is one of the Sannin, the last visible bloodline of the Senju clan. Neither Sarutobi nor the elders in the village would allow us to touch her. Touching her would shake the very foundation of Konoha. That's Sarutobi's bottom line. A dark, unreadable light flickered in Danzo's single eye. That woman of the Senju clan has a fierce temper. Push her too far and she'll do anything. Don't provoke her until we have absolute certainty. Yes, I was wrong. Continue the experiments. Danzo waved his hand, saying no more. At any cost, I must see results. Konoha needs this power. Understood. The ninja, as if granted amnesty, vanished in an instant into the darkness. In the empty stone chamber, only Danzo remained. He slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind appeared the towering figure of that man and the power of wood release that had created a new era in the ninja world. For Konoha, this power must be mastered by me. At the same time, in the Hokage building, warm sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, falling on the desk of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He held his beloved pipe, but did not light it, simply letting the scent of the tobacco linger at his nose. The mountain of documents on his desk, he couldn't read a single one. His gaze fell outside the window across the bustling streets to the Hokage rock in the distance. The resolute face of the first Hokage appeared especially solemn under the sunlight. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed heavily. Tsunade, that girl who had followed him since childhood like a little princess, had now become the heaviest worry in his heart. Ever since Nawaki and Dan died one after another in battle, the once bright and confident amber eyes of hers were shrouded in thick gloom. The hemophobia was getting worse, so severe that she couldn't even perform basic medical treatments. Sending her to the border this time was originally meant to let her change her environment, but the battle reports sent back still made his heart ache. When she comes back this time, he must have a serious talk with her. He couldn't let her continue like this. The Senju clan had only her left. She was not just a medical ninja, she was also one of the symbols of Konoha's spirit. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe, finally lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a spiral of smoke, but his worries did not dissipate in the slightest. He did not know that the Tsunade he was worried about was at this very moment carrying a variable that could overturn the entire structure of Konoha, embarking on the road back home. The dappled light and shadow in the forest flickered and shifted, rushing past as the group moved swiftly. Lin Chen's consciousness fully awakened amidst a slight jolt. He did not open his eyes immediately, but instead exerted all his effort to sense his surroundings. His body felt light, cradled in someone's arms. At the tip of his nose lingered a pleasant feminine scent mingled with herbs and a faint aroma of sake. This embrace was warm and safe, a stark contrast to the despair of waiting for death beneath the tree roots, as if it were a lifetime ago. The chakra within him, that life force originating from the essence of would release, though faint, flowed like a gentle stream through his desiccated meridians, slowly repairing the body's deficiencies. He could clearly sense the vast ocean-like chakra within the woman holding him, and deep within that chakra a crack of sorrow that had been soothed by his power, yet still remained. It was Tsunade. Lin Chen slowly lifted his eyelids, his long lashes trembling, revealing eyes that were clear and piercing, black and white distinct. He raised his head slightly, his gaze falling upon Tsunade's elegantly contoured jaw and tightly pressed lips. Her expression remained taut, but the heavy irritation that had clouded her brow had largely dissipated. So soft. As expected, 2D doesn't deceive. Tsunade's figure is truly explosive. Feeling the pressure against his body, Lin Chen thought droolingly to himself. As if sensing the movement in her arms, Tsunade lowered her head. In the instant their eyes met, her amber pupils overflowed with indescribable tenderness and pity. Awake! Her voice was barely a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the treasure in her arms. Lin Chen's eyes held a hint of dazed confusion along with timidity toward the unfamiliar surroundings. He blinked, his lips parting to utter the first coherent words he had spoken since arriving in this world. Biggs, these two words struck the softest part of Tsunade's heart like a precise spell. Her body stiffened abruptly, her breath halting for a beat. Nawaki. When he was little, this was exactly how he would call her, big sister, every time he woke up, with that same dependent, soft and sticky voice. Tsunade's eyes reddened again. She hugged the boy tighter, her voice trembling with emotion. Big sister, do you remember anything? Lin Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He knew he had to play this role well. He gazed at Tsunade with those clear, innocent eyes, his expression revealing just the right amount of distress and pain. A lot of people were fighting with Dad, and Mom took me and ran. Later Mom told me to hide alone. I hid for several days, and I was so hungry that I came out to find food. As he spoke, he instinctively squeezed deeper into Tsunade's warm embrace, as if embarrassed or like a young beast seeking shelter. This gesture once again melted Tsunade's heart completely. She freed one hand and gently stroked the boy's disheveled black hair, her movements impossibly tender. Big sister, can you take me to find my parents? Lin Chen seized the moment while being patted on the head to say this, the most appropriate and expected words for a child who had lost his parents. As veterans of countless wars, Tsunade and Jiraiya instantly understood. Lin Chen's parents had been pursued by ninjas. To allow his wife and child to escape, his father had chosen to hold the rear, and later his mother had gone alone to lure away the enemies for Lin Chen's sake. Big sister will take you to find your parents right now. I also want to know who dares to touch our Senju clan. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Tsunade's heart twisted into a knot of pain, and a surge of anger rose within her. Suddenly Jiraiya also felt a pang of guilt toward this child, that he had actually suspected a poor orphan who might have just lost his parents. Tsunade, take the child back to the village. He'll go look for his parents. After all, so many days have passed. Jiraiya took the initiative and said to Tsunade. Tsunade immediately understood Jiraiya's implication. Indeed, so many days had passed. If the child's parents were still alive, they would have come back to find him long ago and wouldn't have let the child starve and come out searching for food on his own. Tsunade looked down at the child, who was trembling slightly from tension. One of this child's parents must be from the Senju clan, and finding them was crucial. But bringing this child back to Konoha was equally important. If something happened to them during the search, Tsunade would never forgive herself. Alright, you go look for the child's parents. They'll take this child back to the village. At the same time, she looked down at Lin Chen with concern and said, don't worry, with big sister here, no one can hurt you anymore. Ya little one, don't worry. They'll go find your parents right now, and when I do, they'll bring them to see you. Jiraiya gave Lin Chen a grin that he thought was friendly. After speaking, he vanished on the spot with a body flicker technique. Hearing what was said earlier, Shizun's maternal instincts also surged. Little brother, don't worry. Lord Jiraiya is very strong, he will definitely find your parents, Shizun comforted him. Little brother, what's your name? Chun. And how old are you? I'm 4. Where is your home? After that, Lin Chen pretended to be tired in order to fend off the overly curious Shizun. It wasn't that chatting with Sister Shizun was unpleasant. Lin Chen would never admit that he was simply reluctant to leave Tsunade's embrace. However, the first hurdle was finally overcome. Lying on Tsunade's shoulder, Lin Chen now had time to check his system cheat, the Divine Theft System. Through this system, he could steal any extraordinary things from others, including, but not limited to, bloodline limits, ninja techniques, talents, special abilities, etc. But at one time, he could only steal one ability from one person, and it had to be when the target was in a highly emotional state. Currently, there were 4 theft slots. Apart from the already stolen would release, there were 3 empty slots. If the slots were full, and he wanted to steal a new skill, he could replace one of the existing abilities. It's just like having 4 extra skill slots in a game, Lin Chen thought. Although there was the prerequisite of emotional agitation, being able to have 4 extra abilities that could be used directly upon theft was no big deal. Only 4 skill slots. That feels a bit insufficient, Lin Chen said inwardly to the system. The system suddenly prompted if he changed the world lines of other characters in the Naruto world. Depending on the magnitude of change, the host could obtain lottery draws, or even upgrade the system to increase theft slots. Hearing the prompt, Lin Chen's heart soared. So the slots could be increased. He already had would release. If he could also steal the Sharingan, he would possess both of the 2 supreme bloodline limits in Naruto, all by himself. Or he could directly steal the Rinnegan, and also Sage Body Flying Raging 8 Gates Dust Release, and so on. Just thinking about it, Lin Chen felt his future path in Naruto was bright. He wondered if he could steal Tailed Beast power. If later he had more slots and stole the power of All in Eye. The setting sun dyed the clouds on the horizon into a brilliant orange-red. Ahead of the group, the tall and majestic gate of Konoha village was already visible in the distance. Lin Chen leaned against Tsunade's shoulder, quietly gazing at the gate at the conspicuous emblem on it that looked like a flame whirlpool. Konoha, I've arrived. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the statues of successive Hokage, carved into the Hokage rock in a warm golden hue, as if silently narrating the village's glory and peace. Lin Chen leaned against Tsunade's soft shoulder, his clear eyes quietly gazing at this village that was both familiar and unfamiliar. The towering gate, the bustling streets, the lanterns hanging under eaves, and the aroma of grilled meat and miso soup drifting through the air. Everything seemed so peaceful and serene. Yet beneath this tranquility, Lin Chen knew better than anyone what turbulent undercurrents and sharp fangs lurked. He understood that from the moment he stepped through this gate, his life had become a play that could not afford a single mistake. The audience, the most elite, cunning, and powerful ninjas of this world. And he, a reincarnator trapped in the body of a 4-year-old, had to perform the most flawless innocence and dependence to earn himself a place to survive in this village. Lady Tsunade, you're back. When the 2 Chunin on guard recognized the approaching figure, surprise flickered across their faces, but they immediately straightened their postures and saluted respectfully. Their gazes inevitably fell upon the child in Tsunade's arms, filled with curiosity and doubt. Tsunade merely nodded faintly, her steps never faltering, as she strode directly toward the center of the village holding Lin Chen. She now only wished to reach the Hokage building as soon as possible, find her teacher Sarutobi, and use the name of the Senju clan to legitimize this child, granting him a rightful identity. Yet the news that one of the legendary Sanin Tsunade had brought back a child of unknown origin spread like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring countless invisible ripples beneath the surface. On both sides of the street, some villagers and ninjas cast curious glances and whispered among themselves. Look, Lady Tsunade brought back a child. Could it be her illegitimate son? Nonsense. Lady Tsunade is the purest. Don't you dare insult Lady Tsunade. I challenge you to a duel. Probably a war orphan. These times are too chaotic. Thank goodness we live in Konoha. Exactly, Konoha is safe, all thanks to the Hokage. Right, the Hokage is the strongest. Lin Chen took in all of this, yet his tiny face only burrowed deeper into Tsunade's embrace, as if terrified of the outside world. His hand clutched tightly at Tsunade's garment, playing the role of a frightened child to perfection. Just as they turned a corner and were about to step onto the main road leading to the Hokage building, Tsunade's footsteps abruptly halted. The lively clamor around them seemed to be severed by an invisible hand. In an instant, the air turned icy and stagnant. 3 figures like phantoms seeping out of the shadows emerged silently before them, blocking the way. They wore identical black combat suits, gray-white cloaks, and cat-faced masks that revealed only their eyes. They carried not a trace of emotional fluctuation, their chakras suppressed like dead water, yet the bone-deep chill and ominous aura radiating from them was more oppressive than any killing intent. Root ninjas. Lin Chen's heart sank sharply, but his face remained blank and innocent. Here they come. So soon. Shimura Danzo, the darkness of Konoha, had indeed dispatched his minions as swiftly as a shark scent. Shizune nervously stepped forward, shielding Lin Chen, and Tsunade behind her, her face full of vigilance. Who are you? How dare you block Lady Tsunade's path? The leading root ninja paid no heed to Shizune's challenge. His eyes hidden behind the mask fixed like 2 icy scalpels straight onto the child in Tsunade's arms. Lady Tsunade, his voice rang out dry, flat, devoid of any human intonation. This child's origin is unknown, his aura abnormal. According to Konoha security regulations, he must be immediately handed over to Root for examination and protection. Examination and protection. Tsunade laughed, but there was no warmth in it. Only a bone-chilling, icy frost. Her amber pupils contracted into dangerous needles in an instant, and a chakra far more terrifying and violent than anything she had displayed on the battlefield erupted like an awakened volcano. Boom! With her at the center, the stone pavement instantly cracked into a spiderweb spreading outward at visible speed. The powerful shockwave toppled nearby stalls, sent civilians screaming backward, forming a wide ring around them. "You rats hiding in the gutter dare talk to me about examination." Every word she spat out was gritted through her teeth, dripping with undisguised murderous intent and contempt. "Get lost." The single word, "get lost," exploded like thunder, its terrible pressure causing the ground beneath the three root ninjas to sink by half an inch. Yet they stood like lifeless stone statues, unmoving. The leading ninja continued in his monotone, "This is Lord Danzo's order. For the safety of Konoha, please cooperate. Any attempt to harbor suspicious individuals will be regarded as a potential threat to the village." "Danzo." Tsunade's sneer grew sharper. "Tell him to come and say that to me himself. You people, you're not worthy." Before her words faded, she tightened her arm holding Lin Chen and clenched her other hand into a fist, gathering terrifying chakra at her knuckles until the surrounding air warped. She truly intended to kill. To her, this was no longer a simple procedural issue. It was Danzo stretching his filthy hands toward her last treasure. This was a capital crime of touching a forbidden scale. Yet in that critical moment, a soft little hand, trembling slightly, gently tugged at the sleeve of her arm. "Big sister." A childish voice, tearful and filled with fear and dependence, sounded in Tsunade's ear. Tsunade shuddered violently. That surge of killing intent and fury seemed doused by a bucket of ice water, freezing instantly. She looked down sharply and met Lin Chen's large black and white eyes brimming with tears. The little body trembled in her arms, his face pale, lips quivering as he mustered all his strength to squeeze out a few words. "Big sister. I'm scared." Inside, Lin Chen gave himself a mental thumbs up for his acting. He was not afraid at all. From the moment those root ninjas appeared, his mind had been racing. Fight. No. Fighting root here, win or lose, would thrust him into the spotlight. If he won, Tsunade would be accused of harboring an unknown person and openly opposing Konoha's ANBU. If he lost, no need to think further, he'd be dragged into that sunless base and become the next experiment. What he needed was not for Tsunade to clear a path with her fists. What he needed was for her to shield him under her wings, using the identity of Big Sister in the name of the Senju clan, making it impossible for anyone, including the Hokage, to take him away from her. His cry of "Big Sister" and his words, "I'm scared," were arrows aimed at the softest part of Tsunade's heart. They reminded her that the child in her arms was not a suspicious individual needing examination, but a little brother who had just suffered immense trauma, who saw her as his only support, who could feel fear and cry. Sure enough, seeing Lin Chen like this, Tsunade's heart, on the verge of losing control from rage, felt as if gripped by a hand wrenching with pain that made her gasp. Yes, she had forgotten. The child in her arms was only 4 years old, barely pulled back from the brink of death. How could she let him witness such a bloody, terrifying scene? Her own demeanor just now must have scared him. Endless self-reproach and tenderness overwhelmed her towering fury. The earth-shattering aura around Tsunade receded like a tide. She took a deep breath, carefully pressed Lin Chen's head to her chest, freed one hand to gently pat his back, and comforted him in the softest voice she had ever used. "Chen, don't be afraid. Big Sister is here. It's all right. Big Sister won't let anyone hurt you." Her movements were so gentle, her gaze so tender, a complete contrast to the murderous female Ashura moments ago. Although he knew he should not be thinking nonsense at a time like this, Lin Chen couldn't help but silently note the word soft. Tsunade lifted her head and looked again at the three root ninjas. The killing intent in her eyes had faded, replaced by a colder, more resolute, unshakable ice. "No one will take him away from me today," she said, her voice low, yet clear throughout the entire street corner. "If you want him, step over my corpse. You can relay that to Danzo word for word." The atmosphere froze to an extreme at that moment. Root ninjas did not move, Tsunade did not move. On one side stood the unyielding command of the darkness of Konoha, on the other the vow of a legendary Sannin, staking her life and honor. A storm capable of shaking the entire high echelons of Konoha had already taken shape. The air at the street corner seemed to have frozen into solid ice. Every bystander breathed with caution, fearing that the slightest sound might detonate the bomb hanging over their heads. Three root ninjas stood silent like three lifeless tombstones, their masks revealing no expression, yet their absolute obedience to orders was itself the most uncompromising attitude. They were the embodiment of Danzo's will, tendrils stretching out from the darkness, relentless until their goal was. Though Tsunade's aura was subdued for the child in her arms, those amber eyes held a resolve far more terrifying than rage. She was like a lioness guarding her cub, all her sharpness concealed beneath her claws and fangs, ready to deliver a fatal strike to any foe who dared approach. Shizun's palms were drenched with sweat. She stared intently at the opponents, having refined her chakra to its limit, ready to fight alongside Lady Tsunade at any moment. At the center of this vortex, Lin Chen buried his face in Tsunade's warm and soft chest. Through the fabric, he could clearly hear her heart pounding fiercely with anger and protectiveness. Thump, thump, thump. That sound was his most solid shield at this moment. This ends here. The voice was not loud, but carried an unquestionable authority, as if infused with some peculiar power instantly stirring the frozen air. Hiruzen Sarutobi, pipe in mouth and clad in the Hokage robe embroidered with the character Fire, walked slowly under the escort of a squad of Umbu. His gaze swept the scene, pausing briefly on the three root ninjas with a barely perceptible frown, then settling on Tsunade and Lin Chen in her arms. The leading root ninja stiffened, then knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Lord Hokage. Since when do Danzo's men have the authority to openly intercept a distinguished jonin on the village's main street? Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was calm, revealing no emotion, but the note of interrogation made the kneeling root ninja tense further. Reporting to Lord Hokage, we are carrying out Lord Danzo's orders to conduct routine checks on suspicious individuals of unknown origin to ensure the village's safety. Suspicious individuals, eh? Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze finally fully focused on Lin Chen. Lin Chen timely raised his head, his just cried, still moist, crystal clear, eyes timidly glancing at Hiruzen Sarutobi, before quickly burying his face back in Tsunade's chest, his little hands gripping tighter, perfectly portraying a terrified child. Feeling the child's trembling in her arms, Tsunade's heart ached beyond measure. She lifted her head, stubbornly meeting her teacher's gaze, her eyes still reddened. Old man, he's not some suspicious person. He is a member of the Senju clan. A member of the Senju clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils sharply contracted. He took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of white smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke, his expression grew complex and unreadable. He knew Tsunade too well. Since the deaths of Nawaki Senju and Dan Kato, she had never again uttered the word clan. His gaze fell on Lin Chen once more, this time scrutinizing him more carefully. That child indeed radiated an aura of life that felt immensely familiar to him. Though faint, that sense of affinity and vastness was exactly like the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, whom he knew so well. This thought made Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart also skip a beat. Tsunade, come with me to the Hokage building to discuss this in detail. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not make a public judgment. He turned to the root ninja, his tone leaving no room for argument. You withdraw. Tell Danzo that I will handle this matter personally. Konoha does not need him to maintain so-called security in this way. Yes. The root ninja hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to obey. Three figures turned into afterimages, silently merging into the shadows and vanishing. A disturbance with the Hokage's intervention temporarily subsided. Leaning on Tsunade's shoulder, Lin Chen listened to the conversation between the Hokage and Tsunade, while rapidly analyzing the situation in his mind. It worked. The first step, the most crucial one, had succeeded. He had exploited Tsunade's emotional vulnerability, her obsession with the concept of little brother, and successfully bound himself to the name Senju clan. Then, through this confrontation, he had forced out the Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. With the Hokage's promise of personal handling, Danzo, at least on the surface, could no longer use the excuse of checking suspicious individuals to target him. However, this by no means meant safety. Anyone familiar with the Hokage knew that Danzo, that old dog, was pathologically greedy for power. A child suspected to be a Senju descendant, who might also possess the first Hokage's would release power, was to Danzo no less than a piece of peerless fat meat placed right before him. Behind the scenes, those eyes hidden beneath the bandages had definitely fixed their gaze on him. The methods of Root were impossible to guard against. Power. I need even greater power. Right now I am too weak. This body is severely depleted. I have the wood release bloodline, but nothing else. Let alone fighting, even self-preservation is a problem. Lin Chen's gaze swept the surroundings imperceptibly. Tsunade, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Shizune, and the Umbu in the distance. Every person here was a walking treasure trove. Tsunade's monstrous strength, seal medical ninjutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi's title as the strongest Hokage, with his 5 nature transformations. The rule of the divine theft system was that it could only steal when the target was experiencing intense emotional fluctuation. Just now, when Tsunade was furious, it was a perfect opportunity, but unfortunately all his concentration had been devoted to acting and strategizing. But it didn't matter, there were plenty of opportunities. He needed a perfect plan to steal enough power to establish himself, and even counterattack without exposing himself. In the dark, damp underground base. Thud. The root ninja who had just withdrawn knelt on one knee before Shimura Danzo, reporting everything that had just happened. A member of the Senju clan. A glint of intense interest and greed flickered in Danzo's single eye. His bandaged fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, producing a rhythmic oppressive sound. Yes, Tsunade publicly declared so. Moreover, The third Hokage personally intervened and protected the child. Sarutobi. Danzo snorted coldly, his voice full of disdain. He is still so naive, always believing in those illusory will and emotions. That woman Tsunade suddenly returned to the village for a child of unknown origin, daring to confront Root, Hiden, even alerting Sarutobi. This itself was highly unusual. The Senju clan aside from Tsunade had long been wiped out. This was a fact known throughout the ninja world. Now suddenly a so-called clan member appeared and was so cherished by Tsunade. What is special about that child? Danzo asked. Your subordinate is incompetent. From a distance I could not perceive precisely. But to make Tsunade lose her composure like this, I'm afraid. He is no ordinary child. Heh. Danzo's lips curled into a cold arc. Interesting. To be treasured by Tsunade. Senju, could it be? A mad thought emerged in his mind. Issue the order. Danzo's voice suddenly turned icy. Classify the child Tsunade brought back as the highest level surveillance target. I want to know his every move, every word, who he contacts, what he says. Even how many bowls of rice he eats each day must be recorded for me. Yes. Remember, only surveillance, no contact. Do not alert the target before we understand everything. Since Sarutobi has protected him, he will definitely keep a close watch. Danzo's single eye glinted like a poisonous snake. If it is true, then this final treasure left by the first Hokage must be grasped in the hands of Root. For the sake of Konoha. After a not-so-complicated negotiation, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade finally succeeded in taking Lin Chen away. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched her retreating figure, ultimately said nothing more, and merely let out a long sigh. He provided Lin Chen with a temporary identification with the file stating, Shun War Orphan adopted by Tsunade. This was already the greatest protection he could offer within the rules. Tsunade did not return to her own long-vacant apartment. Instead, carrying Lin Chen, she crossed the bustling streets and arrived at a vast, yet eerily quiet area. This was the former site of the Senju clan. Towering walls, an imposing gate, and above the lintel the emblem representing the Senju clan, though covered in dust, still bore the traces of its former glory. Tsunade pushed open the heavy, dust-laden door, which creaked as if unlocking a sealed history. What met her eyes was a spacious courtyard overrun with weeds, and a main residence that, though grand, was steeped in age and decay. The air was thick with the scent of dust and decaying wood. This place had been uninhabited for far too long. From today onward, this will be your home. Tsunade's voice was somewhat hoarse. She gazed at everything before her, her eyes complex. This place held all the joys of her childhood, yet also buried all her loved ones. Sister, what about my parents? Lin Chen was really going all out to play the role of a child who had lost his family. The act of acting cute all the way almost made him sick, though Tsunade's embrace was an exception. When your parents come, they can live here too. To avoid upsetting Lin Chen, Tsunade had no choice but to tell a lie, though she knew in her heart that Lin Chen's parents were most likely no longer in this world. She gently set Lin Chen down, then began as an ordinary housewife would, clumsily rolling up her sleeves to try to clean a room. She used a seal to blow away the dust, but ended up with a face full of grime. She tried to make the bed, only to find the bedding damp and moldy. The one among the legendary Sannin who was so majestic on the battlefield now seemed somewhat at a loss. Lin Chen stood by quietly watching. He watched Tsunade's face, smudged with dust, watched her scratch her hair in frustration. When she couldn't find a clean cloth, watched her finally give up and plop down on the porch, her face showing a mixture of nostalgia, sorrow, and a hint of bewilderment. Then he moved his little legs, walked over to her, and reached out his dirty little hand, gently and clumsily wiping a streak of dust from her cheek. Tsunade shuddered, lowered her head, and met Lin Chen's eyes, which were so clean they seemed untouched by any dust. Sister, don't be sad. The boy's voice was soft, carrying a heart-soothing power. Tsunade's eyes reddened once again without warning. She reached out and held the boy tightly, as if she wanted to press him into her very bones. Lin Chen let himself be held, his little face pressed against her chest, the deep calm and calculation beyond his age perfectly hidden at this moment. The second step was accomplished. From today onward, I am not only your little brother, but also your only family, the deepest bond you have in this world. I will become your hardest armor, yet at the same time I must also be your softest weakness. Of being held so tight, I can barely breathe. The old Senju clan estate, after all, with the efforts of Tsunade and Shizune, was barely cleaned up enough to have a place to rest. It was less a cleaning and more a temporary brushing aside of the dust of history, revealing a corner to catch one's breath. Night had deepened, moonlight streamed through the broken window lattices, casting dappled shadows on the worn tatami. Tsunade woke from another nightmare, her forehead covered in cold sweat. In the dream she saw Nawaki and Dan lying in pools of blood, her hands stained with blood that she could not reach out. That sense of powerlessness and despair, like a bone-deep affliction, had haunted her for many years. She gasped for breath, instinctively looking to her side. A small figure curled up in the bedding, sleeping soundly. Lin Chen seemed to sense her movement. He turned over in his sleep, and his little hand unconsciously reached out, gently resting on her arm. A faint yet incredibly pure life force silently flowed through that little hand. That force was like the clearest stream in a mountain brook, gently flowing through her restless meridians agitated by the nightmare, smoothing the creases deep in her soul. The familiar suffocating panic in her chest was gradually washed away, soothed until it calmed. So now she looked down at that sleeping face, so serene in the moonlight. The storm within her heart melted completely under this silent comfort, leaving only a heart full of tenderness and pity. She carefully lay back down, holding the boy's little hand in her palm, feeling the power that could soothe her soul, and the moisture at the corners of her eyes could no longer be held back. She felt that this child was her redemption, and she was even willing to believe that this child was the reincarnation of Nawaki, that Nawaki had seen her pain and longing from heaven, and had specifically reincarnated into this child to continue being by her side. But what Tsunade did not know was that the boy sleeping beside her was actually wide awake at this moment. Lin Chen, with his eyes closed, controlled his wood-release chakra to a thread-like fineness, using the gentlest and most imperceptible method to soothe this woman who had been tormented by the past. Although it was his first day in this home, he had already fully grasped the essence of the little brother role. He would tiptoe to hand her a cup of hot tea that Shizen had brewed when Tsunade was cleaning. He would wrap his arms around her legs from behind and look up at her with the most innocent eyes when she was staring blankly at the empty house. He used everything a 4-year-old child could do to fill the void in Tsunade's heart, named Nawaki, and the effect was astonishingly good. Tsunade's long-frozen heart was thawing at a visible speed. The look in her eyes toward him evolved from initial pity and hope to a pure, unadulterated affection and dependence. This feeling of being cherished and protected was unfamiliar to Lin Chen, who had been an orphan in his past life, and he treasured it. But Lin Chen himself knew that this tranquility was merely an illusion before the storm. To protect this tranquility, he still needed to face greater trials and obtain stronger power. The pebble that was suddenly cast into the pond of Konoha, the ripples it stirred were about to spread to the center of the water surface. The morning sunlight filtering through the wildly overgrown branches and leaves in the courtyard of the Senju mansion cast fragmented warm patches of light beneath the eaves. The air no longer carried only the stale scent of dust, but was mingled with the smell of burnt rice. "Oh, burn again." Tsunade's exasperated cry rang out from the kitchen, followed by a clattering clang of pots and pans. Lin Chen, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea that Shizen had just made, toddled on his short legs and carefully approached the kitchen doorway. There stood the legendary one of the Sannin, scowling at a pitch-black iron pot. Her pretty face was smudged with a few streaks of black ash, her golden hair disheveled, making her look like a ruffled cat. "Sister, have some tea." Lin Chen handed the cup to her, gazing up at Tsunade with his clear, innocent eyes. At the sight of him, all her irritation instantly dissipated. Somewhat embarrassed, she took the cup and drained it in one gulp. Then, crouching down, she used a finger free of ash to gently tap Lin Chen's small nose, her tone filled with helplessness and affection. "I'm even trying to make you a simple breakfast. Is this hard? I guess I really don't have a knack for it. What sister makes Chen likes." Lin Chen's reply was flawless, sweet enough to melt anyone's heart. Tsunade's heart melted instantly. Just as she was about to pull him into a hug, a figure appeared in the courtyard without any warning. The newcomer wore an umbu uniform and a white porcelain mask. He knelt on one knee, his voice flat and emotionless. "Lady Tsunade, the Hokage requests your presence. Please proceed to the Hokage's office immediately along with Chen." "So it's here." Lin Chen's heart remained as calm as still water, yet his face displayed just the right amount of timidity. His small hand instinctively grabbed hold of Tsunade's clothes. Tsunade's expression instantly darkened, and the warm atmosphere in the air vanished without a trace. She shielded Lin Chen behind her, her amber eyes coldly fixed on the umbu. "Understood. You may withdraw." "Yes." The umbu vanished in a puff of smoke. "Chen, don't be afraid." Tsunade picked him up, rubbing her chin against his forehead, her voice softening again. "Big sister is here. No one will dare bully you. Let's go see that old man and get your identity officially settled." Lin Chen obediently nodded, took Tsunade's outstretched hand, while deep inside his mind was perfectly clear. He knew this was far from a simple meeting. It was a feast of intrigue, a tribunal, a pivotal battle for whether he could transform from a protected person into a legitimate citizen in this land of Konoha. After his identity as a member of the Senju clan was revealed to Konoha's top brass, Shimura Danzo, the viper lurking in the deepest shadows of Konoha must already be growing impatient. At the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat, lightly tapping his signature pipe on the table, producing a dull, monotonous sound. On either side of him sat the two elder advisors of Konoha, Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes sharp like two stone statues scrutinizing a sacrificial offering. The news of an illegitimate child of the Senju clan had sent a tremendous shock through their hearts. Currently, only Tsunade remained as the little princess of the Senju. Yet that very title alone was enough to deter other ninja villages from reckless action, for the first Hokage, the founder of this village, was known as the god of shinobi. The first and second had conquered the entire shinobi world. And in the recently concluded Second Great Ninja War, this little princess and her comrades had been hailed as the Sannin by the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, all testifying to the talent and might of the Senju bloodline. Thus, this child Tsunade had brought back, claiming to be of Senju lineage, demanded the utmost caution from all. Besides the elders and high-ranking officials, the one who made everyone most uneasy was Shimura Danzo, standing in the shadows to one side. He was still in his usual bandage-swaddled appearance, only one emotionless eye exposed like a block of millennia-old ice, exuding a bone-chilling, desolate aura. When Tsunade entered the office carrying Lin Chen, 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously fell upon them. It was not the gaze one would give a child, it was scrutiny, evaluation, probing, bearing an undisguised oppressive weight. Lin Chen immediately played his role to perfection. He shrank back, burrowing deeper into Tsunade's arms, revealing only a pair of large black and white eyes that looked around in terror. All the actors are here. The show is about to begin. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. He could feel Tsunade's body tensing with anger, could even hear her accelerating heartbeat. Seeing almost all of Konoha's top brass assembled, Sarutobi Sensei, what is the meaning of this? Tsunade broke the silence, first her voice barely containing her fury. Tsunade calmed down. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, his gaze briefly lingering on Lin Chen, his expression complex. I have called you here today to formally confirm Chen's identity. This concerns the continuation of the Senju clan and the village's regulations. It must be handled with caution. Caution. Tsunade sneered, about to explode. The Hokage-sama is correct. Caution is indeed necessary. A cold, hoarse voice cut in. Shimura Danzo stepped out of the shadows, his single eye locked onto Lin Chen like a hawk's. A child of unknown origin. You, Tsunade, take him as a Senju clan member based solely on your word, even going so far as to confront Root in the streets for him. This itself is rife with doubt. He paused, his voice turning even more ominous. The ninja world is in turmoil now. Spies from other nations infiltrate everywhere. Who can guarantee that this child is not a weapon sent by an enemy nation disguised through special means? For the safety of Konoha, I believe this child must be handed over to Root for the most thorough and rigorous bloodline testing and ability evaluation. Bullshit. Boom. Tsunade could no longer contain her rage. She slammed her palm onto the desk with tremendous force. The solid wooden surface centered at her hand instantly cracked like a spiderweb. Danzo, I warn you, take back your filthy thoughts. Chun is my brother blood of the Senju clan. If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over my dead body. Outbursts of violent chakra erupted from her, blowing scrolls in the room into a noisy flutter. The atmosphere in the office instantly became tense and bristling. Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura furrowed their brows, clearly displeased with Tsunade's explosive temper. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned extremely grim. He was about to reprimand her. But then, just at that moment, a small hand, trembling slightly, gently tugged at Tsunade's arm, which was bulging with veins from anger. Sister. A childish voice, trembling with unshed tears, yet striving to remain composed, rang out. Everyone's movements came to a halt. Tsunade's towering rage seemed to be forcibly subdued by a powerful dose of tranquilizer. She looked down to see Lin Chen staring up at her with a pale little face. His large eyes brimmed with tears, but he stubbornly refused to let them fall. Lin Chen let go of Tsunade's arm. He stepped out from behind her. His tiny figure appeared so fragile in the spacious office, yet he straightened his spine and turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen on the main seat. Please don't argue, Grandpa, he said, his voice soft but clear enough for everyone to hear. I am willing to undergo the test. Tsunade's entire body trembled violently. She cried out, Chun. No. Lin Chen turned back and gave her a smile that was more pitiful than a cry, tears finally streaming down his cheeks. Sister, I don't want to cause you trouble. This calmness, understanding, and sorrow that far exceeded his age struck like a heavy hammer, pounding on the hearts of everyone present. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the child, and the authority and scrutiny in his gaze unconsciously transformed into a trace of approval and pity. The ever-stoic faces of Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura also showed a flicker of emotion. Even Shimura Danzo's single eye flashed with a momentary surprise. He had anticipated how Tsunade would throw a tantrum, how Sarutobi would try to smooth things over, but he had never expected that this 4-year-old child, whom he regarded as a mere pawn, would voluntarily step off the chessboard and checkmate him in such a way. He had intended to use Tsunade's outburst to emphasize his own concern for the village. But now Lin Chen's act of retreating in order to advance made Danzo look like an unscrupulous villain bullying a helpless child. Old dog trying to use me to attack Tsunade and pressure the Hokage. You're not good enough yet. Lin Chen's mind was perfectly calm. Public opinion and sympathy are sometimes more effective than fists. Now the initiative is on my side. Good child. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh, casting a glance of dissatisfaction at Danzo. Danzo, did you hear that? The child himself is willing to cooperate. There's no need for Root's investigation. We'll conduct the test right here using the most standard method. The corner of Danzo's mouth twitched, but eventually he forced out a single word from his throat. Yes. He knew he had lost the best opportunity to take the child away. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to the Umbu behind him. Soon a special test paper for detecting chakra nature was placed before Lin Chen. The air within the Hokage's office was frozen to its utmost tension by that small piece of chakra test paper. Under the gaze of everyone present, Lin Chen's tiny fingers gently pinched that special sheet. The paper was thin with a slight coolness to the touch, carrying the faint fragrance of plants. Child, slowly infuse your chakra into it, that's all you need to do. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice had softened considerably, tinged with an almost imperceptible guidance and comfort. Tsunade's heart rose to her throat, her clenched fists whitening at the knuckles, her amber eyes filled with tension. She desired nothing more than for Lin Chen to be a member of the Senju clan, but she also understood that bloodline was not something decided by wishful thinking. If the test result proved otherwise, she knew not how she would face Danzo's smug expression, nor how she would protect this brother she had already come to treasure so dearly. Danzo's single eye narrowed, a cold certainty deep within its depths. He did not believe in coincidences. The Senju clan had withered to this extent. How could a pure-blooded descendant suddenly appear out of thin air? This was most likely an emotional fallacy born from Tsunade's excessive longing for her kin. Once the test results were revealed, this child would become his greatest leverage to pressure Hiruzen and weaken Tsunade's influence. Lin Chen kept his head low, his long lashes concealing every trace of emotion in his eyes. Within his heart, however, lay a serene, undisturbed lake. A test. This was no test at all. It was a coronation ceremony he had meticulously prepared for himself, performed before the entire upper echelon of Konoha. He controlled a strand of wood-release chakra purified to the extreme and finer than a strand of hair, carefully infusing it into the paper in his hand, like the thawing stream of early spring. Not too fast, not too fierce. It had to be just right. The image of a prodigious child ignorant of his own power, unconsciously awakening his bloodline under tension and fear. Shinsho Chun knew that there was no chakra within his body. If he tested with bare hands, nothing would show. At this moment, he could only rely on the system. Acting must be etched into the marrow. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds passed. The leaf showed no change. Tsunade's breath nearly stopped the color draining from her face. Danzo's lips had already begun to curl upward uncontrollably. Kohor Uchiha and Hashirama Mitokado exchanged glances, the suspicion in their eyes growing heavier. Yet in the next breath, a sudden anomaly occurred. The unremarkable chakra test paper pinched between Lin Chen's fingers did not become wet, wrinkled, burned, or sliced as expected. It sprouted a tender green shoot from its center at a visible pace. That hint of green was so vivid, so pure, as if it had condensed the life essence of an entire forest. Then that green bud broke through the paper barrier, transforming into a slender emerald green sprout that unfurled 2 tiny downy leaves under the office light. A surge of life force, vast, profound, gentle yet majestic, erupted from that tiny sprout and swept across the entire room. This aura caused the potted plants in the corner to grow at a maddening rate, purified the very dust in the air, and made every person present feel each of their cells rejoicing. This was no longer a bloodline test. It was the recurrence of a miracle, the unique legend belonging only to the god of shinobi. With a clatter, Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe fell from his lips onto the desk, scattering hot ash, yet he remained oblivious. He muttered in a dazed whisper, his voice trembling like a dream. This aura, there's no mistake. It's Lord Hashirama, the man who founded this village, the first Hokage who smiled and said, "Wherever leaves flutter, fire will burn." Senju Hashirama. Impossible. A suppressed exclamation squeezed out of Shimura Danzo's throat. His ever unchanged, icy face cracked for the first time. That exposed single eye was bulging like a brass bell, no longer filled with scrutiny and calculation, but with a disbelief and a raging flame of greed that threatened to erupt. First Hokage cells. The power he had spent half his life sacrificing countless lives to research and transplant, yet never perfectly mastered. Today, in a 4-year-old child, it had reappeared in such perfect pure form. Kohor Uchiha and Hashirama Mitokado, the 2 advisors, also stepped forward in shock and awe. The way they looked at Lin Chen had completely changed. If before it was like inspecting an object, now it was like gazing upon a treasure that could reshape the entire shinobi world. Chun. Tsunade looked at the sprout at Lin Chen's pale little face from exhausting his strength, and finally her tears broke free. They were not tears of sorrow but of wild joy, pride, and the pent-up grievance and longing of years finally finding an outlet. She pulled Lin Chen tightly into her arms, as if to merge this lost and found treasure into her very bones. Little brother. My little brother. She sobbed uncontrollably, yet could not help but laugh aloud, her laughter filled with cathartic exhilaration and vindication. She raised her teary yet smiling face, sweeping the room with a gaze as sharp as a blade, finally fixing it on Danzo's contorted expression. Danzo, do you have anything to say now? Tsunade's voice rang through the office, full of unshakable authority and dominance. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. My brother is the blood of my Senju clan. Danzo's Adam's apple bobbed, and for once he was at a loss for words. The facts were before everyone, rendering any rebuttal feeble. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally recovered from the immense shock. He took a deep breath, straightened himself once more, and gazed at Lin Chen with unprecedented gentleness and affection. He picked up the Hokage seal and pressed it heavily onto a brand new file. From this day forth, this child is officially registered in Konoha's records. Bearer of the Senju name, full name, Senju Chun. He is a descendant of the first Hokage, a hero of Konoha's lineage, entitled to the highest level of protection and treatment. The Council of Elders also spoke up at this moment. Indeed, this child must receive the highest protection. Henceforth, any malicious speculation or harm directed at him shall be regarded as a public provocation against Konoha. It was done. Leaning against Tsunade's warm, fragrant embrace, Lin Chen listened to everything around him, his heart calm as ever. This most crucial step had concluded perfectly. He had not only obtained the official identity of Senju Chun, but more importantly, he had revealed the biggest secret, would release, in the most reasonable and shocking manner before everyone. From now on he was a walking miracle, the undisputed crown prince of Konoha. Tsunade's protection and the Hokage's shelter would become his most solid armor. Meanwhile, in Root's underground base, Danzo returned to his cold stone seat and slammed his fist onto the armrest, shattering the hard rock with a crack. Senju Chun would release. He chewed on the name repeatedly, his single eye churning with storm-like jealousy and fanaticism. To obtain this power, he had subjected himself to inhumane experiments, endured immense pain and rejection reactions, yet the power he gained was nothing but a defective imitation of the first Hokage's. And that brat, that 4-year-old brat, he was born with it. So pure, so perfect. This is heaven's injustice to me. A Root shinobi knelt silently before him. Lord Danzo, the stock of first Hokage cells is insufficient, and most of the latest test subjects have also failed due to rejection reactions. Only one has survived. Failure. Failure again. Danzo's voice was hoarse and terrifying. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He panted heavily, his chest heaving, the madness in his eyes gradually replaced by a deeper, more chilling calm. Since he couldn't obtain it through experiments, then taking it directly from the source would be fine, wouldn't it? A living vessel with a perfect would release bloodline limit. If he could get it under his control and apply proper guidance and education, it would become the sharpest blade in his hand, the ultimate trump card to unify the shinobi world and realize his peace. Issue the order. Danzo's voice returned to its usual coldness, but beneath that cold lay a desire frigid enough to freeze the soul. Raise the surveillance level on Senju Chun to Oracle. I want to know every rhythm change in his breathing, every frequency fluctuation in his heartbeat. Hiruzen. Tsunade, do you think you can protect him like this? You don't understand. True treasures can only be eternal when placed in the strongest box. And I am the craftsman capable of forging the strongest box. For the sake of Konoha. His voice echoed faintly in the dark base. The suffocating atmosphere of the Hokage's office was completely sealed off behind them the moment Tsunade led Lin Chen out the door. On the way back to the Senju mansion, Tsunade remained silent, but her grip on Chen's hand grew steadily tighter, as if she feared the precious treasure she had just recovered would vanish like a wisp of smoke. Her steps were light, and even the silhouette of her entire being exuded an unprecedented vigor. Only after pushing open the heavy gate engraved with the Senju clan crest, shutting out the clamor of the outside world, did Tsunade let out a long, long sigh of relief. That sigh released over a decade of pent-up melancholy and sorrow. She led Lin Chen to the corridor, then crouched down, fixing her amber eyes, now astonishingly bright, on him without blinking. After gazing for a long while, she reached out and gently caressed Lin Chen's cheek with her fingertips, her voice tinged with a tremor and lingering fear. She herself had not noticed. Chen, it's all over. From now on, no one will dare question your identity or bully you again. Lin Chen leaned into her embrace, rubbing his small face against her, and replied in a soft, tender voice, I trust you, sister. Of course he knew this was far from the end. It was merely a beginning. A storm that would sweep through all of Konoha, and even the entire ninja world was just unfolding. And he was the eye of that storm. That old dog Danzo must be tearing his own base apart in rage by now. Yet the more frantic he becomes, the more fervent his greed burns. A living perfect heir to the wood-release bloodline is more tempting to him than any forbidden scroll of techniques. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, but his face remained the picture of innocent dependence. And the Uchiha, Senju and Uchiha. These two names have been entangled since the Warring States period. Now that the Senju clan suddenly has a crown prince, what will the proud Uchiha clan leader think? Fear, overtures, or hostility? Names and factions flashed through his mind, eventually weaving into an intricate, treacherous web. And he stood at the center of that web. To avoid being strangled by it, to protect the hard-won warmth in his arms, he must possess the power to overturn the chessboard. The wood-release bloodline was his entry ticket and his talisman, but certainly not his destination. The system was his greatest trump card. Sister, I'm a little tired. I want to sleep. Lin Chen yawned and rubbed his eyes with his small hands, portraying a mentally exhausted child with perfect realism. All right. Sister will take you to bed. Tsunade's heart melted instantly. She lifted him and hurried toward the bedroom that Shizune had already cleaned thoroughly. She settled him and tucked in the covers and gently placed a kiss on his forehead before reluctantly withdrawing. The room fell silent. Lin Chen's closed eyes slowly opened. In those eyes there was no trace of childish drowsiness or innocence. Only a calmness and sharpness as profound as the night sky. Step 1: Chakra Refinement. In the Hokage's office, he had managed to sprout a seed only because the system had directly stimulated the wood-release bloodline. It was not his own power. Now he was like a wealthy man who had no idea where the key to his treasure trove was. Lin Chen, oh no, from now on he was Senju Chen, began to contemplate his future path. For now he had initially secured a foothold in Konoha. With the Senju clan's identity, as long as he didn't actively court disaster, he could coast through life without worrying about food or shelter. But since fate had brought him here, he had to make his mark, otherwise his transmigration and system would be wasted. Acquiring power and becoming strong was what he needed to do next. Anyone who had watched Naruto knew that later on villages and even countries would be destroyed at the drop of a hat. Without strength, survival was impossible. Only great power could ensure survival, protect Tsunade, and safeguard this hard-won bond. For now he had only the wood-release bloodline, but its application required further development. Since he was in the Senju clan compound, he should examine what his nominal grandfather and granduncle, the first and second Hokage, had left behind. He certainly needed to learn the first Hokage's wood-release techniques, and the second, known as the Master of Forbidden Techniques, had many jutsu he coveted. However, one must take things step by step. Refining chakra was the first and most fundamental step to becoming a ninja. Tomorrow he had to find a way to get Tsunade to teach him the method of chakra refinement. He couldn't wait until the Ninja Academy to learn. The principle of getting a head start was something he understood well. As Lin Chen had predicted, the news of a new Senju clan member swept through every corner of Konoha like a Category 12 hurricane in just half a day. On the streets and tea houses beside training grounds, everywhere there were villagers and ninjas whispering. Did you hear? The child that Lady Tsunade brought back is a genuine Senju. More than that, they say he used wood release right in front of the Hokage and made a piece of paper sprout. Heavens! Wood release. That was the first Hokage's power. Our Konoha is about to rise again. Is that child really Lady Tsunade's illegitimate son? Nonsense. Lady Tsunade is the purest. It's you again. I won't allow you to insult Lady Tsunade. I challenge you to a duel. Excitement, exhilaration, and a sense of shared honor spread among ordinary villagers. To them, the first Hokage was a legend, a guardian deity. The reappearance of his power meant the continuation of peace and stability. However, among the truly powerful clans of Konoha, this wind stirred vastly different waves. At the Hyuga clan's main mansion, the atmosphere was solemn. Hyuga Hayashi sat in the main seat, his expression as calm and unmoved as ever. But several branch family elders below wore looks of shock and were discussing animatedly. Clan leader, this matter is no triviality. The power of the Senju clan should not reappear at this time. Indeed, the very existence of a child with wood release will shatter the existing balance within the village. Hyuga Hayashi raised his hand, silencing the elders' discussion. He turned his pure white eyes as if capable of seeing through everything toward the direction of the Hokage monument, and said in a calm, yet resolute voice, "Issue, in order the Hyuga clan will wait and see. Until the Hokage gives new instructions, no one is to contact Senju Chen privately or show any hostility." He paused, then added, "Also have someone keep a close watch on the Uchiha's movements. For the Hyuga, a controllable miracle was far safer than an uncontrollable Uchiha." Meanwhile, in another part of Konoha within the Uchiha clan's compound, the atmosphere was as stifling as the moment before a storm. Clan leader Uchiha Fugaku sat at the head of the dimly lit meeting room, his face ashen. Before him were the core high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan, each bearing expressions of gloom and resentment. Senju would release. Fugaku's fingers dug deep furrows into the tatami beneath him. Well played, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Well played, Tsunade. Are they trying to intimidate us? A radical elder slammed the table and roared, clan leader. This is clearly Sarutobi's conspiracy. Seeing that he can no longer suppress us Uchiha, he conjures up a so-called Senju descendant out of thin air, using the first Hokage's name to put us down. What would release? It's probably just some trick. Silence. Fugaku snapped. In the Hokage's office before the Hokage and two advisor elders who would be fooled by such a trick. That child is likely genuine. Precisely because it was genuine, it sent a chilling dread down their spines. The Uchiha clan possessed the Sharingan and were founders of Konoha, yet now they were pushed out of the core of power, relegated to the police force. While the Senju, already in decline, were once again thrust into the spotlight and received everyone's adoration and reverence, all because of a 4-year-old child and a tenuous bloodline. On what grounds? Our Uchiha clan is not afraid of a 4 or 5-year-old kid. Clan leader, but that is the first Hokage's would release, said an elder with a hint of fear, one who had lived through the era of the first and second Hokage. At the mention of the first Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku's tough stance also wavered. He turned and reluctantly ordered his subordinates, have the clan investigate this child, especially to confirm whether the wood release is real. But absolutely no extreme actions. The entire village is watching him now. Yes, clan leader. The morning at the Senju mansion always carried a tranquil stillness, as if washed clean of all worldly splendor. Sunlight filtered through the ancient latticed windows, casting dappled shadows on the tatami mats, while the fragrance of grass and foliage from the courtyard permeated the air. This serenity had been utterly shattered over the past 2 days by a soft, coaxing voice. Sister, please teach me. I want to become a strong ninja just like you. Senju Chen clung to Tsunade's arm like a clingy kitten, gazing up at her, with his limpid, utterly pure eyes rubbing his little face against her as he had perfected the art of begging. Tsunade leaned against a pillar holding a flask of sake, her expression a mix of helplessness and affection. She had originally wanted Chun to enjoy a carefree childhood far from the bloody storms of the ninja world. But over the past 2 days the little one had pestered her with every trick in the books, softening her heart, made so tender by her brother's return, until it could no longer stay firm. You're only 4 years old. Refining chakra is too early, it's a burden on your body. She tried to reason with him. But I want to protect you, sister. Chin's voice dropped, his long eyelashes lowering to veil the glint that flashed in his eyes. They say you're incredibly strong, one of the legendary Sannin. But even the strongest sometimes need protection. Just like you protect me, I want to protect you too. Those words struck like a hammer, hitting the most vulnerable spot in Tsunade's heart. Protection. She had failed to protect Nawaki, failed to protect Dan. That was a pain she could never let go of. And now this brother found again after being lost, this child who carried all her hopes was saying in his most innocent voice that he wanted to protect her. Tsunade let out a long sigh, set down her flask, and pulled Chun into her arms, rubbing her chin against his soft hair. Her voice was filled with irresistible tenderness. I just can't say no to you. Fine, I'll teach you. But promise me you can only practice for a little, while each day, no overexerting yourself, got it? And you must promise your sister. Absolutely never go into battle, you hear me? They'll listen to you, sister. Chun nodded vigorously in Tsunade's embrace, a radiant smile blooming on his face. Deep inside he calmly assessed, it worked. Using protect sister as a reason is perfectly reasonable. It satisfies my need to learn while deepening our emotional bond. 2 birds with 1 stone. Tsunade taught with great care, breaking down the theory into simple terms and personally demonstrating how to extract energy from the body and spirit. For Senju-chan the process was effortless. With a perfectly awakened, would-release bloodline boosted by the system, his body had a natural affinity for chakra. But he couldn't show it. He squeezed his eyes shut, his little face flushed red, a fine sheen of sweat on his forehead, his brows knitted tightly. A flawless performance of a beginner's clumsiness and struggle. No, I can't feel it. Sister, I'm so tired. He failed again and again, yet each time under Tsunade's encouraging gaze he stubbornly tried anew. Finally, after an entire morning, when Tsunade had begun to worry about his health, a wisp of blue energy finer than a hair and barely visible trembled forth from Chen's fingertip. I did it. Sister, look. I did it. As if drained of all strength, Chun collapsed into Tsunade's arms, his face brimming with pure, immense joy. Good boy, my Chun is the best. Tsunade held him tight, her heart overflowing with pride and joy. That familiar suffocating embrace. A few days later, a white-haired, boisterous figure returned to Konoha, travel-worn. At the Hokage's office, Jiraiya's expression was unusually grave, devoid of his usual levity. Elder Sarutobi, I searched the forest thoroughly 3 times in the direction the child indicated. No signs of battle, no bloodstains, not even a trace of adult chakra residue. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed deeper. Nothing at all. No, there was something, Jiraiya said. I found a small, cleverly constructed shelter, and some traps for small animals. All evidence points to one conclusion, that child named Senju Chen seemed to have lived alone in the forest for several days. The air in the office grew heavy. A 4-year-old surviving alone in a perilous forest. That was nothing short of fantasy. Our adversary is highly skilled. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice low. To silently abduct or kill a pair of Senju clan members and erase all traces, leaving only a child as a diversion. The hidden enemy has grand designs. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The Senju clan was the foundation of Konoha. Any plot against them was an affront to the entire village. He'll go see Tsunade and also take a look at that child, Jiraiya said. Maybe I can get something out of him. When Jiraiya swaggered into the Senju mansion, he saw the tender scene of Tsunade gently wiping Chen's face. He whistled and teased. Yo Tsunade, I never thought you the violent woman could be so domestic. Get lost. Tsunade shot back without looking, but her tone lacked real anger. Jiraiya chuckled, crouched down, and looked at Senju Chun with what he thought was a friendly smile. You must be little Chun. Am Jiraiya your sisters? Good friend. Uncle, I remember you. Did you find my mom and dad? Chun blinked, showing a shy yet curious expression, and spoke in a soft voice. Not yet, but I'm working hard on it. I believe you'll see them soon, Jiraiya comforted him. Thank you, uncle. Hearing that his parents were not found, Chen's eyes dimmed. Not found? Tsunade asked. No trace at all. The enemy's methods are very sophisticated, Jiraiya said gravely. Then he cleared his throat and got to the point. Little Chun, I want to ask you a few questions. About your parents. Do you remember them? Tsunade immediately shielded Chun in her arms, glaring at Jiraiya warily. Jiraiya, don't scare him. I just want to find some clues, Tsunade, Jiraiya said helplessly. No news is good news. Maybe your parents were just delayed and are still alive. He spoke to Chun in the gentlest tone possible. Senju Chen peeked out from Tsunade's arms, seemingly drawn by the words, still alive. Jiraiya pressed on. Do you remember your father's name? Chun tilted his head, thought hard for a moment, then shook his head blankly. Dad. Is just Dad. Jiraiya choked, feeling like he had punched cotton. The answer was utterly unassailable. Then, was there anything special about them? Like their appearance, or what color clothes they liked to wear? This time Chen's eyes lit up as if lost in a sweet memory. In a voice full of childlike adoration, he whispered, Mom. Mom had very beautiful eyes, bright like stars in the sky. They were red with strange black tomos spinning inside. This was something Chun had planned long ago. The Sharingan would definitely need to be stolen later, but those eyes were too conspicuous to hide. A bloodline inheritance was the most acceptable explanation. A union of Senju and Uchiha. How could they not be afraid? Before he could finish, Tsunade and Jiraiya's expressions changed simultaneously. Jiraiya even stood up, abruptly, stunned. Red eyes. Black tomo. Wasn't that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? The thought exploded in Jiraiya's mind like a thunderbolt, but he immediately dismissed it. A Senju-Uchiha marriage. How could that be possible? Since the Warring States period ended, the two clans had become strangers, especially with the Uchiha being marginalized. Seeing their shocked expressions, Chun feigned fear at having said something wrong. He lowered his head and sobbed softly. Did I say something wrong? Sister, I miss Mom so much. No, Chun didn't say anything wrong. Tsunade's heart clenched. She forgot all about the Sharingan, only feeling that her brother was heartbroken from missing his parents. She held him tightly in her arms, using her warmth to soothe him, her chin resting on his head as she gently comforted him. It's okay, don't cry. From now on I am your family. I will always be with you. Because of the embrace, Tsunade's ample bosom was pressed and distorted, her breathtaking curves perfectly displayed before Jiraiya's eyes. A stream of blood uncontrollably spurted from Jiraiya's nostrils. He froze completely, his shock and confusion about the Uchiha instantly replaced by a more primal, more fervent emotion. And at that moment the cold system notification rang in Senju Chen's mind. Ding. Detected target. Jiraiya experiencing intense emotional fluctuations qualifying for theft. List of stealable abilities: A summoning technique, Toad contract summon. B advanced chakra refinement technique, talent C ninja, art needle Jizo, a ranked defensive technique. Nestled in Tsunade's warm, fragrant embrace, feeling his sister's heartbeat and warmth, Chen suddenly heard the system prompt. While this is Jiraiya's skill list, summoning was too early, needle Jizo too conspicuous. Only option B was what he needed most. The foundation, the key to turning the treasure trove of his would-release bloodline into his own power. Choose B. He commanded without hesitation. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent advanced chakra refinement technique. A warm current surged through his body as if every cell had been reactivated. Senju Chun could clearly feel that his perception and control of chakra had instantly improved by more than one level. If before he was a toddler learning to walk, now he was a youth who could run and jump. However, a new problem arose. I've got the talent, but how do I explain this improvement, he thought calmly. A 4-year-old with chakra refinement efficiency surpassing a jonin. That's not a genius. That's a complete monster. Tsunade might believe me out of love, but what about Hiruzen Sarutobi? Especially that old dog Danzo. He would definitely dissect me like a lab rat. He needed an opportunity, a chance to reasonably explode with astonishing growth in a short time. An opportunity that would make everyone recognize him as a genius. In the deepest, coldest underground, Shimura Danzo stood up paced to a row of containers filled with green nutrient fluid and looked at the twisted failed experiments inside. His voice came as if from the abyss. Flowers raised in a greenhouse never bloom with the strongest power. True gems must be tempered with blood and fire. He turned and issued orders to the root ninja kneeling before him. Initiate the cleansing plan. Create a minor disturbance outside the village to divert some attention. Then arrange an accident. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Danzo's mouth. I want to see with my own eyes what brilliance the blood of the first Hokage can unleash when faced with true despair. Go bring our crown prince back. As our guest, a conspiracy aimed at Konoha's crown prince quietly spread like a spider's web. And Senju Chun at the very center of the web had just been agonizing over how to display his power, little knowing that the opportunity he awaited was rushing toward him in the most deadly form. Upon arriving at the Senju clan's compound, Chun not only implored Tsunade to teach him chakra refinement techniques, but also used the pretext of accompanying her to pay respects to their ancestors, to thoroughly explore the entire clan grounds, especially the Senju clan's library. At the secluded library within the clan territory, Chun finally understood the true profundity of a great clan's legacy. Scrolls and notebooks of rank, and even strength jutsu were piled high like mountains, discarded as if worthless, let alone the countless ordinary techniques. Of course, the greatest contributor to this collection was the second Hokage. His legacy was the most abundant, truly earning him the title of the Master of Forbidden Techniques. Many techniques classified as forbidden by Konoha were selected and transcribed from here. During this time, Chun also took the opportunity to borrow several books under the pretense of learning to read. The most important among them was the journal left by the first Hokage detailing numerous wood-release techniques and their applications. Because of Chun's wood-release lineage, Tsunade specifically retrieved it for him. To outsiders, these were legendary secret manuals, but to the Senju clan, they were merely heirlooms left by their ancestors. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire Konoha village was their family's domain, and even the current ninja world's order was planned and established by their elders. Seeing Tsunade's indifference toward everything except the first Hokage's notes, which she handed over with a solemn expression, Chun began to realize just how precious the Senju clan identity was to him, and how noble his status was within Konoha. However, the first Hokage's literary style was truly atrocious. Reading his notes, Chun felt as if he were perusing a lengthy chronicle of self-aggrandizement. From start to finish, it was less a guide to ninjutsu and more a personal boasting history. Passages like, I was gifted since childhood, unmatched among my peers. My splendor left Uchiha Madara far behind, he repeatedly lost, and yet pleaded to become my underling, and I brought the light of peace to the ninja world, filled the pages. Chun simply treated it as a novel. After all, if one's own ancestor wrote self-praise, what was wrong with that? Perfectly acceptable. But setting aside this self-congratulatory drivel, the insights and applications concerning wood release within were gems of wisdom, treasures that could drive the entire ninja world wild with desire. Wood release is not a technique, it is the extension of the heart and the manifestation of will. Where the heart directs, all things can become a weapon. True wood release requires no elaborate hand seals. One must merely transform oneself into a part of nature, breathing in unison with heaven and earth. These enigmatic descriptions turned into the clearest instincts within Chun's body, which had been systemically enhanced and possessed the perfect wood release lineage. Subsequently, he focused primarily on the wood release teachings. The book described 4 main categories of wood release techniques: offensive advent of a world of trees, true, several thousand hands, the great Buddha at the summit, wood golem technique, wood thrust technique, defensive, wood locking wall, polar barrier technique, control ceiling technique, the encirclement of the enlightened bright divine gate, wood dragon technique, reconnaissance support, wood clone technique. Other applications were minor variations for specific scenarios. Owing to the wood release lineage stolen by the system, Chun had a natural affinity for it. He chose to learn the wood thrust technique first, as it was theoretically the only technique he could currently release, given his limited chakra, though each practice session drained him completely. Thereafter, he trained the skill daily, quickly replenishing his chakra, using Jiraiya's advanced chakra refinement technique, then continued practicing in a cycle. From initially summoning only a small sprout, to producing one wooden thorn then two. With repeated attempts, he found his chakra reserves growing steadily, and he became increasingly adept at the wood thrust technique. The commercial street of Konoha village was as bustling as ever. The warm afternoon sunlight poured down, gilding the myriad shops with a golden edge. The hawkers' cries, children's laughter, and the faint clatter of ninja equipment intertwined into a symphony of prosperity unique to peacetime. Sister Shizen, I want that tricolor dango. Chen pointed toward a nearby confectionery, his upturned face brimming with a child's craving for sweets. He wore a brand new softly textured kimono that accentuated his delicate features, making him appear as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Many passing female villagers and young kunoichi couldn't help but glance at him with maternal warmth. All right, I'll buy it for you. Shizune's face beamed with affectionate indulgence as she tightened her grip on his hand. With Lady Tsunade occupied by official duties, she had entrusted Chen's care entirely to Shizune. This both honored and overwhelmed Shizune. She stuck to him like glue, careful not to let him stumble or bump into anything. These 2 days finally allowed Chen to eat some normal food. Prior to this, Tsunade's culinary disasters had nearly driven him to starvation. Could you imagine facing a dish where the ingredients were utterly unrecognizable and still having to sweetly express gratitude with a "thank you, big sister" expression? Only one skewer, okay? Lady Tsunade will be upset if she finds out you ate too many sweets, Shizune cautioned as she pulled out her wallet. Chen is the most obedient. He nodded in an innocent manner, his clear eyes curving into yet in that moment when he lowered his head, the periphery of his gaze, like the most precise radar, covertly swept over the rooftop at the corner, the second floor of the tea house across the street, and a seemingly idle peddler in the crowd. 8 subtle gazes. Like stubborn shadows, they had tracked him from the moment he stepped out of the scene. They bore no killing intent, but carried a mechanical coldness and scrutiny. His first Hokage would release lineage granted him an extraordinary affinity for plants, and these trees in turn provided him with extensive feedback and sensory information. Chun sneered inwardly, but his face remained that of an innocent child. He took the dango Shizune handed him, nibbling in small bites. The sweet glutinous texture melted on his tongue, while his thoughts spread like a vast web encompassing everything around him. Unable to hold back anymore. Danzos Root, the Uchiha police force, or foreign spy ninjas. Any of these could make a move against him at this stage. Which faction would strike first? Over the past few days, by using the advanced chakra refinement technique, stolen from Jiraiya, his chakra reserves had grown significantly. This was the perfect stage to showcase his talent to the entire Konoha village. Just as Chun swallowed the last dango ball. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted without warning at the far end of the street. The blazing fire and thick smoke erupted, scattering splinters of wood and shards of tiles everywhere. The once lively and peaceful street was instantly drowned in screams and panic. The crowd scattered like a disturbed beehive. Chaos ensued. Enemy attack. It's the rogue ninja. Several ninjas wearing foreign headbands charged out of the smoke, wielding kunai, slashing at anyone in sight, and creating even greater disorder. Xiaochen, don't be afraid. Jingyin reacted swiftly. Almost in the instant the explosion occurred, pulling Chun behind her for protection. The gentleness usually present on her face vanished, replaced by the vigilance and sharpness of a chunin. The little piglet in her arms also squealed sharply in fright. Stay behind me, don't run around. Jingyin urged softly, her gaze fixed intently on the approaching rogue ninjas. Her task was to protect Chun, and she must not allow him to be harmed in any way. The chaos served as the perfect cover. Just as Jingyin was engaged with a rogue ninja force to split her focus to deal with its fierce attacks, a shadow like a serpent lying in wait silently emerged behind her. It was a ninja wearing a white mask devoid of any emotional fluctuations, resembling a precise killing machine. From the very beginning, his target was not the rogue ninjas creating chaos nor Jingyin, but the 4-year-old child being protected behind her. Chen sensed it. That icy pure killing intent had already locked onto him. He did not resist, not even a trace of chakra fluctuation revealed itself. He merely tilted his head slightly, using his innocent eyes to gaze at the approaching shadow. Here it comes. The shadow's hand was as swift as lightning, covering Chen's mouth, while the other hand gripped his body like an iron claw. The entire process was seamless, not a sound was made. Jingyin kicked the rogue ninja in front of her, feeling a surge of alarm in her heart, and quickly turned around. Behind her all was empty. The child she had sworn to protect with her life, who had just been begging her for candy, had vanished right before her eyes. Xiaochen. A wave of icy fear surged from her feet to the crown of her head, as if her blood had frozen. She let out a piercing scream, her voice filled with endless panic and despair. With Jinjian's scream, 4 members of the Umbu suddenly appeared around her. One of them looked towards the place where Qianshou-chun had disappeared, then turned to the remaining ninjas and said, "Pursue him. Ensure Qianshou-chun's safety." In an instant, the 4 ninjas chased after the direction where Qianshou-chun had been taken, while Jingyin also reacted quickly and followed suit. The wind howled past her ears. Qianshou-chun was tucked under the arm of this ninja, speeding through the rooftops and dense forests of Konoha. He closed his eyes, feeling the rhythm of the ninja's movements and the flow of chakra, memorizing the route firmly in his heart. Soon the ninja stopped. They were in a remote training forest on the outskirts of Konoha, where towering trees blocked out the sun and the ground was covered with thick fallen leaves. The ninja who had kidnapped him casually tossed him to the ground. Thud! Qianshou-chun's small body landed on the leaves, producing a soft sound. He could feel the icy gaze of the ninja like a tangible blade bearing down on him. Qianshou-chun got up and looked around. The ancient trees sliced the sky into fragmented pieces, and sunlight struggled to filter through the gaps, casting mottled shadows on the thick layer of leaves. The air was thick with a damp smell, a mixture of earth and decaying organic matter. This place is quite good, Qianshou-chun thought to himself. Quiet, no one to disturb, indeed a good place for killing and burying bodies. However, rather than feeling threatened by this environment, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if returning to his home ground. The chakra within him resonated wonderfully with the natural energy around. Every tree, every blade of grass, seemed to become his eyes and ears, clearly presenting the veins of this forest within his perception. He could even see a squirrel gnawing on a pine cone in a nearby tree hole, and hear the subtle sounds of roots spreading deep beneath the ground. This was the power of the original bloodline and innate affinity with nature. He was no longer the weakling who had just crossed over easily at the mercy of others. The man slowly stepped forward, looking down at him from a high position. His voice was devoid of emotion, like the metallic scrape from beneath the mask. "Little brat, don't blame me if you die. Konoha village should not and cannot have another god of ninjas, so if you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck." As the words fell, the innocent expression on Qianshou-chun's face, filled with timidness and confusion, gradually faded away. His once clear eyes, like water, seemed to be tainted with thick ink, becoming deep and cold, devoid of any childlike emotion. In its place was a disquieting calm and indifference, as if he had seen through life and death and toyed with all things in the world. He smiled gently, a hint of mischief and mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you a ninja from the root or a spy from another country?" His voice was soft and delicate, still carrying a hint of childishness. But these light words struck like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of this battle-hardened ninja, hard, sending an involuntary chill up his spine. That gaze, that tone, this was certainly not something a 4-year-old child should possess. In an instant there was no more talk. The figure lunged at Qianshou-chun. His first move was the most lethal killing strike. The man wielded a kunai, aiming straight for Qianshou-chun's. Though this ninja belonged to the root, his true identity was that of an undercover from the land of earth concealed within Konoha. His mission this time was to kill the rumored child with the original bloodline. After completing this task, he would immediately withdraw and leave Konoha. Then he would shift all the blame for this incident onto Danzo, making it appear to the outside world that this was merely an internal conflict among Konoha's higher-ups. As for accidentally killing this little prince of the Qianshou clan, that would just be an accident. The orders he received were to test the limits. To test the mean's mindset and temperament displayed by Qianshou-chun when his life was threatened, and then bring him back to the root base. Through the earlier conversation, he had already essentially completed his task. Now he just needed to bring the child back. But now he was preparing to truly kill him. Facing the ninja suddenly charging at him, Qianshou-chun stood in place motionless. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. He knew full well that his chakra was only sufficient for one use of ninjutsu, and his only opportunity lay in exploiting the ninja's underestimation of his small body. This performance must be convincing enough, shocking enough. I want everyone to believe that Qianshou-chun unleashed the power of the Qianshou clan's bloodline in a desperate situation. So let's start with you. Wood release cutting technique. In the forest, the IWA spy, disguised as a root, had already transformed into a blur. Under the dim light of the woods, his kunai traced a lethal icy arc straight for Senju-chun's throat. Facing this fatal strike, Senju-chun remained rooted to the spot, not even blinking. His body was small, his strength feeble, yet he possessed a trump card that no one else in this world could ever imagine. From the moment he was abducted, his mind had been racing, countless plans being simulated, filtered, and ultimately finalized. Just as the lethal kunai was about to graze the skin of his neck, Senju-chun pretended to be frightened and fell backward, pressing his tender little hand onto the soft leaf-strewn ground beneath him. No hand seals, no violent surge of chakra. Not even a trace of killing intent. He simply pressed, swish, 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 swish. The next moment, the surrounding earth and trees seemed to come alive. What? The IWA spy's pupils contracted to the extreme. In that split second of stiffness caused by shock and evasion, thud. Several of the thickest, most grotesque wooden spikes, like demonic claws reaching out from the abyss, burst forth from the shadow, beneath his feet, piercing through his leg's abdomen, and the still fiercely beating heart, with precision and ruthlessness. Ugh! The spy ninja lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the wooden spikes, piercing his chest, as blood gushed from his mouth, his life force rapidly draining away. The last image he saw was the 4-year-old child slowly raising his head. A splash of warm blood shot high into the air, splattering across Senju Chen's youthful cheek, forming the most eerie and chilling contrast with his cold, deep eyes. Ding! Detected a valid kill. A small amount of chakra and combat experience has been siphoned. The system prompt flashed through his mind. Suddenly Senju Chen's mind was flooded with techniques and experiences of combat, assassination, and stealth that he had never undergone before. At the same time, the chakra drained by the wood release wood spike technique began to recover and increase, but Senju Chen had no time to pay attention. He immediately stood up, and as the ninja's body fell, the coldness and indifference of one who had seen through life and death receded like a tide from his eyes. Suppressing the nausea caused by his first kill, he reached out with his other hand, picked up a broken wooden spike stained with the enemy's blood, and without hesitation slashed a deep wound on his own fair arm. A sharp pain shot through him, and blood instantly gushed out. Good, that's realistic enough. After doing this, he withdrew all his strength as if he had exhausted his last ounce of energy and plopped down on the ground. His deep eyes were once again filled with a child's terror and confusion. Wah! A loud, terrified, and aggrieved cry echoed through the silent forest. Holding his bleeding arm, his body trembling, tears streaming down like broken beads, he had become a pitiful child, completely terrified. The very next second after he finished his disguise, swoosh, 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 several figures emerged from the forest shadows. It was the frantic Shizune and several ANBU of Konoha. They rushed into the clearing and were all stunned by the scene before them. The body of a root ninja was pinned to the ground by countless grotesque wooden spikes, a gruesome death. Not far from the corpse, the child they had been desperately searching for sat on the ground, bleeding from his arm, his small face covered in tears and blood, trembling like a leaf in the wind, his eyes vacant, as if he might faint at any moment. Xiaochen! Shizune let out a piercing cry and rushed over recklessly. Several ANBU hardened by life and death were also shaken to the core. They looked at the root ninja's corpse, then at the wooden spikes clearly born of wood release, and an unbelievable thought surfaced in everyone's mind. Did this 4-year-old child do all this? A single strike, a seasoned technique. If this scene had been caused by a ninja of their own level, they could believe it. But a 4-year-old, and the jutsu that caused the enemy's death, would release. Could the rumor in the village be true? Staring at the gruesome corpse, these ANBU quickly formed a defensive formation, enclosing Senju Chen and Shizune in the center. Just then, 2 faster, stronger figures descended from the sky with overwhelming force. Tsunade. When Tsunade's eyes fell on the small, blood-soaked figure sitting on the ground, crying heartbreakingly, her entire world crumbled. The color drained from her beautiful face, replaced by a pallor cold enough to freeze the soul. In an instant, Tsunade's mind flashed with the blood-stained faces of Nawaki and Dan, only to be replaced by the bloodied Senju Chen before her. Chun, are you okay? Are you hurt? Don't be afraid, big sister is here. In a flash, she appeared before Senju Chen, pulling him tightly into her arms as if to fuse him into her own flesh and blood, terrified that if she let go, her regained brother would vanish again. Her voice was as light as a feather, yet as heavy as a mountain. Looking at her bleeding, tear-streaked, and blood-smeared little brother. The next second, a violent, raging fury erupted from her. Reason was instantly consumed. Feeling the weak, trembling breath in her arms and the glaring wound, Tsunade's reason was devoured. She raised her head, her amber eyes now bloodshot. Her gaze passing over the child in her arms, fixed on the body of the root ninja, every word squeezed through clenched teeth, filled with icy, piercing, killing intent. Danzo. Unlike Tsunade, who was consumed by rage and grief, Jiraiya's eyes were immediately locked on the root ninja's corpse. As one of the Sannin, his combat experience was immense, and he instantly recognized the nature of the fatal wounds. That was no ordinary wood. Each wooden spike contained immense life energy, its concentration, angle, and timing of penetration were textbook-level assassination. A cold, absurd, yet uncontrollable thought began to grow wildly in Jiraiya's mind. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze shifting from the grotesque corpse to the 4-year-old child sobbing and trembling in Tsunade's arms. How could it be? A 4-year-old child using the first Hokage's would release to such a terrifying degree. This was even more unbelievable than hearing that Tsunade had quit gambling. In that instant, a long-buried memory exploded in his mind like a thunderbolt. The cryptic prophecy of the great toad sage at Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya's breath caught, his pupils constricted to the limit. Could it be? Mount Myaboku, the smoke-filled toad hall, the great toad sage's wrinkled face, and that mysterious prophecy all thundered in his mind. My prophecies never miss. You will become the teacher of one who will bring about change. That child will bring unprecedented upheaval to the ninja world. For this ethereal prophecy, he had traveled the world alone searching for the so-called agent of change. Over the years he had taken a few disciples. He recalled the 3 children struggling for survival in the war-torn Amigate cure. Especially Nagato, that child who possessed the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths. Those eyes held the power of creation and destruction. He had once believed that Nagato was the prophesied agent of change. He taught them everything, imparting ninjutsu survival skills, and hoping they could use those eyes to find a path. But in the end he chose to leave, entrusting the future to them. Then there was Minato, his golden-haired disciple, as radiant as the sun. Exceptional talent, pure heart, a genius Konoha had not seen in a century, and in his eyes the perfect Hokage successor. Minato could also be the child of prophecy. Jiraiya had once wavered between these 2 answers. But now, Jiraiya's gaze was fixed on the sniffling little brat in Tsunade's arms. The Rinnegan was impressive. Minato Namikaze was a genius. But compared to this little one, they all seemed a 4-year-old child. Without any ninjutsu training, he had killed an elite root ninja in direct combat, and he had used the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's signature technique, would release. This could no longer be explained by the word genius. Jiraiya suddenly felt his throat go dry. He even wanted to slap himself to see if he was dreaming. Was that old man, the great Toad Sage, messing with him? First the Rinnegan, now would release. The screening criteria for the child of prophecy were getting more and more absurd. Each of these individuals had the talent and potential to be the child of prophecy. He looked at the little one in Tsunade's arms, crying so hard that snot bubbles nearly formed his face, a mess of blood and tears pitiful beyond words. Yet this appearance formed a hilariously absurd contrast with the image of the root ninja's corpse riddled with wooden spikes. Could this child be the savior the Toad Sage spoke of? At this moment the Konoha High Command was also shaken by the news they had just received. Because of this incident, a massive storm was brewing silently in Konoha village. The Hokage's office. The air was so heavy it felt as if it could drip with moisture. The fine tobacco in the pipe flickered, and the face of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was marked by deep crevices even more pronounced than usual. He silently smoked. The curling smoke could not obscure the weight of gravity and exhaustion in his eyes. A few individuals stood at the pinnacle of the power pyramid of Konohagakure. Jiraiya, unusually devoid of his usual playful demeanor, leaned against the corner, arms crossed, the shadow of his cloak obscuring most of his face, leaving only his sharp eyes darting between Tsunade Danzo and the child tightly cradled in Tsunade's arms. Danzo stood in the center of the office like a lifeless statue, leaning on his cane. His bandaged face betrayed no emotion, yet the one exposed eye resembled a bottomless cold abyss emanating a chilling aura. Tsunade, on the other hand, resembled a mother lion on the verge of a rampage. She held Senju Chiharu tightly in her embrace, her usually charming or languid amber eyes now radiated a cold, unmasked, killing intent, fixed unyieldingly on Danzo. At the center of the storm was Senju Chiharu. His small body was wrapped in a clean blanket, thick bandages wrapped around his arms, and his pale little face bore no trace of color, with unshed tears still lingering at the corners of his eyes. His body twitched occasionally as if lost in a profound fear. However, beneath his drooping eyelids, those seemingly vacant eyes contained clarity and calm. Hokage, the 2 Sannin, the root of Umbu, the elders of Konoha. The audience for this play is sufficiently weighty. Senju Chiharu calmly assessed the situation in his mind. Tsunade's fury was even more intense than anticipated, which was excellent. Anger would render her the sharpest of spears. As for Danzo, he could sense that beneath the surface calm of that old man lay a fury akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Being outsmarted by a 4-year-old child, and suffering a silent loss, he must surely wish to kill me now. Senju Chiharu scoffed inwardly, though his body trembled even more violently, shrinking further into Tsunade's arms, emitting a suppressed, beast-like whimper. That whimper pierced the taut silence of the office like a needle. Danzo, Tsunade finally spoke, her voice as icy as tempered steel. Do you have nothing to say? I have nothing to say, Danzo replied, his voice hoarse and flat, devoid of any ripples. Though that ninja wore the Root's uniform, he is not one of my subordinates. This matter is fraught with suspicion, likely a setup by foreign spies intending to incite internal strife within Konoha. A setup? Tsunade laughed in fury, her laughter brimming with menace. Are you implying that my brother is lying? Or are you saying that Konoha's Umbu cannot distinguish whether a ninja is one of your men? Tsunade, calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally set aside his pipe, speaking in a weary, irrefutable tone. He turned his gaze to Senju Chiharu, attempting to make his voice sound gentle and kind. Little Chiharu, don't be afraid. Tell Grandpa Hiruzen what happened. All eyes were suddenly fixated on the 4-year-old child. Senju Chiharu raised his head, his big watery eyes filled with fear and confusion. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then timidly at the expressionless Danzo, his body trembling violently again as he buried his head deeper into Tsunade's embrace. Whoa, sister. I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Chiharu. Your sister is here and no one can hurt you. Tsunade gently patted his back, softly comforting him, though her gaze towards Danzo grew increasingly frigid. Under Tsunade's soothing words, Senju Chiharu seemed to muster his courage, beginning his carefully prepared performance with a choppy, tearful child's voice. Sister Shizune bought me dango. Then, boom. What a loud noise. Many people ran. Many people shouted. Then a bad uncle with a mask grabbed me. So fast. His narrative was utterly illogical, entirely the recollection of a frightened child desperately trying to remember a terrifying experience. He took me to the woods. He said, Konoha cannot have the god of shinobi. He said, let me die. Upon hearing the words god of shinobi, everyone stood straighter, their faces changing. He pulled out a very bright knife. To cut my neck. I was so scared. I don't want to die. Senju Chiharu's tears surged again, his voice rising to a desperate wail. I stepped back and fell. My hand pressed on the ground. I just thought to make those small wooden sticks grow. To hit him. Then, many wooden spikes shot out. That bad uncle. He fell down. So much blood. He extended his uninjured little hand, trembling as he pointed at Danzo, crying out, that bad uncle. I don't know. Whoa, sister. I'm so scared. After saying that, it was as if he had exhausted all his strength and courage, completely breaking down, weeping loudly in Tsunade's arms. Perfectly seamless. A 4-year-old child at the brink of life and death triggered his bloodline limit in panic, accidentally killing his assailant. The entire process was logical and coherent, leaving no room for criticism. Danzo's single eye fixed intensely on Senju Chiharu, his gaze dark enough to devour. He had been played. He was unsure which part went wrong, but he could be certain that he had been ensnared in a vast... Was it possible that his root ninja disobeyed orders and took it upon themselves to kill? Or was all of this orchestrated by this 4-year-old brat? Impossible. How could a 4-year-old child possess such deep, scheming, and terrifying power? A storm surged within Danzo's heart, but he knew that any justification now would be futile. He could only cling to one reason. This must be a scheme by another country that learned of Senju Chiharu's existence, not wanting to see our Konoha continue to grow stronger, thus orchestrating this assassination incident. Danzo's voice remained cold. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it truly was one of my root's men, I will provide an explanation to Lord Hokage and the Senju clan. He was unaware that this excuse, by a twist of fate, had inadvertently hit upon part of the truth. But Tsunade had no intention of listening to any more nonsense. An explanation? She let out a cold laugh and slowly stood up, holding Senju Chiharu. The next moment, boom! A surge of violent chakra erupted from Tsunade like a giant beast. The entire Hokage office shook violently under this force. She didn't even make any extra movements, merely concentrated her killing intent into a single point and swung her fist fiercely. The wind from her punch did not strike anyone, but swept past Danzo, crashing heavily into the wall behind him. The sturdy wall, built from special materials, crumbled like tofu under her monstrous strength. A massive hole was smashed through, debris mingled with dust exploded outward, and the bright sunlight mixed with cold wind flooded in, illuminating every face in the office. Tsunade, holding her brother with one hand, maintained her punching stance with the other. She turned her head, her blood-red eyes resembling a Shura returning from hell, pointing directly at the pale-faced Danzo. Danzo, don't forget who left you in this position. I don't care who he belongs to, but he wore your root uniform and harmed my only brother. Listen well. If anything happens to my brother from now on, I, Tsunade, swear that even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that you and your band of rats will leave no trace in Konoha. The chilling aura of killing intent turned tangible, plunging the temperature of the entire room to freezing point. Danzo's body, supported by his cane, stood straight. He could feel that Tsunade was not threatening if she truly would do so. Words of grievance were left unspoken. This was how he felt, clearly the victim, yet forced to bear the blame. He cast a deep glance at the child in Tsunade's embrace, who was still trembling, silently committing this account to memory. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pressing his temples in pain, finally stepped in to mediate. Tsunade, enough. I will definitely provide you and Chiharu with a satisfactory answer. Tsunade snorted coldly, no longer looking at anyone, turning to leave with Senju Chiharu in her arms. Tsunade and Mido Gate Inazuma also spoke up at this moment. Sarutobi, we mentioned last time that Senju Chiharu must be protected at all costs. You bear undeniable responsibility for this incident. Indeed, and this child has already activated his true would release bloodline, releasing would release ninjutsu. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Nothing must happen before this child matures as it concerns the future of Konoha. After finishing Tsunade and Mito Gate, Inazuma also left the Hokage office. Only the third Hokage and Danzo remained. The wind blew through the hole, stirring the documents on the floor, making a rustling sound, as if mocking them. The massive hole blasted through the Hokage's office resembled a gaping mocking mouth. Cold wind rushed in, causing the fabric of clothing to flap loudly, and dispersing the searing, killing intent left by Tsunade's departure. Senju-chun was tightly held in Tsunade's embrace, wrapped in a soft blanket that shielded him from the external cold, yet it could not isolate his rapidly beating adult-like heart. He buried his face in Tsunade's warm neck, greedily inhaling the reassuring scent that mingled the faint aroma of medicine with the fragrance of a woman. His body continued to tremble slightly, with tears adorning the corners of his eyes, perfectly embodying the image of an overly frightened child. "It's done." Senju-chun calmly uttered these two words in his heart. This grand drama with himself as bait and the high-ranking officials of Konohagakure as the audience had come to an end, and he, a 4-year-old child, was the sole victor. He could distinctly feel the strength with which Tsunade held his arm, a preciousness born from a regained connection, a determination to protect at all costs. From this day forward, these arms would be his most solid shield. He could also recall Jiraiya's complex gaze, which was a mixture of shocked doubt and perhaps even a hint of, "Oh." It seems the script of the Child of Prophecy has already been mentally rewritten by this lecherous sage. This is excellent. A mysterious ally with a powerful background is far more beneficial for his growth than a simple elder. As for Danzo, Senju-chun could almost envision the twisted and furious face beneath those bandages. Being used as a stepping stone by a 4-year-old child, and bearing such a colossal blame, this darkness of the shinobi must surely be seething with internal injuries at this moment. Senju-chun let out a silent scoff in his heart. "Old man, you've lost your chance. I am a man you will never." He tightly grasped Tsunade's collar with his uninjured little hand, letting out a dependent murmur tinged with tears. "Sister." This soft call instantly slowed Tsunade's hurried steps. She looked down at her pale eyelids closed brother, and all her anger and killing intent melted away into tenderness and heartache. "Don't be afraid, Chin, your sister is here. I will never let you suffer any harm again." She spoke softly, tightening her embrace. Hokage's office. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently refilled his pipe, taking a deep breath as the smoke circles swirled and dissipated in the chaotic office. His wrinkled face appeared older than ever. He did not look at Danzo, but directed his gaze towards the window, focusing on the cliff carved with the likenesses of the first and second Hokage. "Danzo." After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse and weary. "As for today's incident, this is where it ends." Danzo's hand, leaning on his cane, twitched with veins bulging. He stood still like a statue, on the verge of weathering away the malice in his lone eye almost materializing. "Do you believe that little brat's one-sided words? Can't you see how bizarre this whole affair is? How can a 4-year-old child turn the tables on an experienced ninja with wood release? This is a joke. He's not a genius, he's a monster." His voice was suppressed like a beast trapped in a cage. He was played for a fool by his own subordinates, and a wet behind Thier's little brat. This is more humiliating than any physical injury. "Enough." Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly turned his head, his usually gentle eyes now bursting forth with the authority and sharpness of the Hokage. "All I know is he is the grandson of my teacher, the brother of Tsunade, and one of the few bloodlines of the Senju clan. And your root has appeared where it should not, doing what should not be done. That is not my man. Danzo, that outfit belongs to your root." Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, his voice stern. "There's no evidence to contradict. Now Tsunade has confirmed it's you. Tell me, how can I explain this to her? How can I address it to the entire upper echelons of Konohagakure? Do you want to force Tsunade to leave the village completely, even become an enemy of Konohagakure?" A series of questionings struck Danzo's heart like heavy hammers. He fell silent. He could disregard Tsunade, and he could disregard the third, but he could not disregard the attitude of the entire Konohagakure. The Senju clan is the symbol and spiritual pillar of Konohagakure. If Tsunade were to turn against them, it might not be her leaving, but himself being forced to leave. Hiruzen was right, someone was dead, and the evidence pointed to him, making any defense seem pale and powerless. "What do you want me to do?" Danzo's voice regained its icy tone as he knew he had to compromise. "Remove all surveillance on Senju-chun. From now on he will be entirely under Tsunade's responsibility, and Root shall not intervene for any reason." Hiruzen's tone left no room for doubt. "Additionally, prepare a generous gift, and personally visit the Senju clan to apologize to Tsunade and Senju-chun." "You want me to bow to a little brat?" Fury surged in Danzo's lone eye. "This is an order, Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, looking down at him. "For the stability of the village, you must do this." Your dark methods can be used against enemies, but should not be used against the heroes of Konohagakure and its future. Have you truly forgotten how you came to hold your current position? After all, the first leader of Root was the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. After the second became Hokage, it was passed down to Tsunade's father. The early Root ninjas were originally a self-defense team of the Senju clan. Root is the foundation of the tree, a place where sunlight cannot reach. Thus, throughout history, Root has been responsible for some dirty work in Konohagakure that is not usually visible. It was only after Tsunade's father passed away that Danzo took over as the head of Root for the sake of balancing power in the village. Danzo listened to the third's words. His expression froze. Finally, he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Fine. I understand. He turned and, leaning on his cane, walked step by step out of the office, where he faced great humiliation. As his figure disappeared into the shadows, a resentment colder than the Siberian cold flashed in his lone eye. Senju Chun. This name was etched deep in his heart. That afternoon, a piece of news spread rapidly among the high-ranking officials of Konohagakure and various clans. Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo personally visited Princess Tsunade to apologize for the lax discipline of his subordinates, offering a substantial compensation. Immediately following, an order from the Hokage was conveyed to all relevant departments. Effective immediately, all surveillance and investigations on Senju Chun are to be lifted, and his security level is to be elevated to the highest, jointly managed by the Hokage's direct Umbu and Tsunade. The prying eyes that hovered over the Senju residence vanished without a trace overnight. Whether it was the Uchiha guard, the Hyugas, Byakugan, or spies from other clans, they all tacitly withdrew their reach. It's no joke, even the leader of Root, Danzo, has stumbled in this matter. Who would dare to touch this misfortune again? From now on, no one would dare to conduct any tests on that child openly. The storm stirred up by the assassination attempt eventually, under the Hokage's forceful intervention, transformed into an unspoken undercurrent among the high-ranking officials, gradually subsiding. The prying gazes that had circled like vultures over the Senju mansion vanished overnight without a trace. The stifling air dissipated, replaced by a tranquility that bordered on serene contentment. For Senju Chun, this was the golden period of development he had been dreaming of. He no longer needed to constantly play the role of a frightened child, at least in his own room. He could shed all his disguises. The night was deep as water. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a silver frost across Senju Chun's room. On the bed, the small figure breathed steadily, seemingly already deep in slumber. Yet in the darkness, a pair of eyes abruptly snapped open. Those eyes gleamed startlingly bright in the moonlight, devoid of any childish innocence or drowsiness, only a deep, age-incongruent calm and clarity. Senju Chun slowly sat up, glanced at the bandages wrapped around his arm, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It worked. Through a meticulously orchestrated performance, he had deeply etched the image of a genius, fragile, sensitive, yet capable of unleashing immense power in desperate situations, into the minds of all Konoha's high-ranking officials. Tsunade's protection was henceforth impregnable. Danzo's threat was temporarily neutralized. Those annoying flies had also vanished without a trace. He had finally secured for himself the most precious and essential thing, a safe, undisturbed environment. Then next, his consciousness sank into his mind, gazing at the system panel visible only to him. Host Senju Chun. Lin Chen's stolen abilities 1. Hidden bloodline of the first Hokages would release Source Tsunade 2. Advanced chakra refining technique, Source Jiraiya 3. Empty steel slot 4. Empty steel slot would release the power of the gods, was also a chakra-devouring behemoth. With his current chakra reserves, a single would release cutting technique nearly drained him dry, let alone jutsus like deep forest emergence or the hand of the thousand-armed Buddha that could annihilate heaven and earth. Jiraiya's advanced chakra refining technique allowed him to rapidly increase and recover chakra, but it was a long-term endeavor. He recalled that when he killed that Umbu ninja in the forest, the system had given him a prompt. Ding. Detected effective kill, stolen a small amount of chakra and combat experience. At the time, this system notification flashed through his mind, but since there were other matters to attend to, he hadn't immediately checked it. Now, thinking back after killing that ninja, some techniques and experiences he had never learned, ninja combat, assassination, and stealth skills, suddenly appeared in his mind. Moreover, the chakra that had been drained by would release cutting technique had also recovered and increased to a certain extent. Senju Chun sensed the newfound combat experience in his mind and the chakra within his body. This ability of the system ensured his combat endurance in the future. That is, as long as he kept killing continuously, he could replenish his chakra and rapidly stack combat experience, skills, and chakra. This system ability could save him a great deal of time for learning and training, allowing him to rapidly advance toward high-level, even cage-level strength in a short period. As for reasonable killing, Senju Chun recalled the timeline of the Third Great Ninja War, which had earned Minato Namikaze the resounding title of Yellow Flash. He wondered if he could earn some notable title by then. It should be about 5 years from now. He had already imagined himself unleashing deep forest emergence to annihilate a sea of ninjas in one go, and when others thought he was out of chakra, he would wave his hand and unleash another vast deep forest emergence at the charging ninjas, the battlefield of Forestation Chun. He. But for now he still needed to rapidly improve himself. 5 years would pass in the blink of an eye. He didn't want to end up on the battlefield and get wiped out before even eliminating the enemy. War showed no mercy. He had to become stronger quickly. With that thought, Senju Chun looked at his 2 empty skill slots. He urgently needed a new skill to accelerate Sharingan. This thought flashed by, but was immediately dismissed. As powerful as the Sharingan was, the Uchiha clan watched it too closely on one hand, and on the other, revealing the Sharingan too early would attract enemies far more troublesome than Danzo. Moreover, the Sharingan was more suited for combat, not for his current needs. Rinnegan, dismissed as well. Nagato was in the land of rain too far away. His sister and Jiraiya couldn't possibly take him there now. The third Hokage Senma. He truly wanted that. A summon that could both fight and transform into a staff that could shrink and enlarge. Which man wouldn't want it? Just taking it out to play with would be nice. Just thinking about it, Senju Chun nearly drooled. He quickly shook his head to banish the thought. At his current age of 4, even if he had that skill, he wouldn't dare use it, and it wouldn't help him much right now. But there might be a chance later. He firmly decided that he would find a way to obtain the Inma clan summoning scroll from the third Hokage in the future. Suddenly, inspiration struck Senju Chun. He thought of the most suitable person for his current needs. His gaze pierced through the night, as if looking toward another part of the village. There a woman with long red hair, the Uzumaki clan. The legendary clan renowned for their immense vitality and vast chakra reserves. To unleash the full power of would release the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is the perfect piece of the puzzle. With the Uzumaki bloodline, he might even be able to recreate the first Hokage's divine might. A single Senju Buddha that could beat the Nine Tails into submission. Who would dare to oppose him? Senju Chin's goal became instantly crystal clear. He needed to steal the bloodline talent of the Uzumaki, and in Konoha village the Uzumaki clan member with the purest bloodline was undoubtedly the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, future mother of Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina. But this is far more difficult than stealing from Tsunade or Jiraiya. Senju Chin's brow furrowed slightly. Kushina was the highest priority protected asset of Konoha, always guarded by Umbu. As a 4-year-old child, he had no legitimate reason to approach her. Forcing contact would only expose himself. He had to wait for an opportunity that would allow him to have effective contact with Uzumaki Kushina without anyone noticing. The system also said that if he changed the world lines of other characters in the Naruto world, depending on the extent of change, he could earn draws, upgrade the system, or even increase steal slots. But right now he still had 2 empty skill slots, so there was no rush. However, based on his memory and the current story progress, he understood there was one person he wanted to try to save. If he succeeded, it would be a tremendous asset for him in the future. Senju Chin lay back on the bed and closed his eyes again. Under the moonlight, his delicate cherubic face appeared utterly serene and harmless. The afternoon sunlight filtered through ancient wooden window lattices, casting dappled shadows on the floor. The air was filled with a faint scent of herbs and old scrolls. Chinsho Chun sat cross-legged on the tatami, eyes closed, hands forming seals. Strands of chakra flowed gently through his meridians like obedient streams. Ever since he had stolen Zillai's advanced chakra refinement technique, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. The chakra, once a trickling stream, now seemed to have widened its channel, becoming more torrential and refined. Each refinement felt like tempering a piece of fine steel. Impurities were removed, leaving only the purest power. This made his thirst for power burn even hotter. However, the peaceful days did not last long before a new trouble came uninvited. Gangsho, I'm back. I've collected amazing materials in the land of hot springs, this time guaranteed to write a groundbreaking masterpiece. Wahaha. The voice arrived before the person. Zillai's signature hearty laughter crashed into the afternoon tranquility of the Chinsho mansion, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. His visits were alarmingly frequent. Almost every 2 or 3 days this white-haired man would show up on time. Supposedly he came to discuss important village matters with the Hokage and incidentally reconnect with old teammates. Chinsho Chun, however, saw through it all. That man's eyes always glanced at him, deliberately or not. Beneath those eyes that seemed drained by wine and women lay a hint of scrutiny and inquiry, as if trying to forcibly find the label of child of prophecy on him. In response, Chinsho Chin's reaction was textbook perfect. He would immediately hide behind Gansho, revealing only a pair of timid eyes with 3 parts fear and 7 parts curiosity, observing this oddly behaved white-haired man just right. Gongsho, sensing his nervousness, would instinctively shield him tighter, occasionally casting an impatient glare. Keep your voice down. You're scaring the kid, you idiot. Ha ha ha, boys need to be brave. Zilai laughed it off, but his gaze lingered on Chinsho-chun for 2 extra seconds. At first, Zilai would earnestly teach him a few chakra control techniques. Chinsho-chun naturally played a getting hands-on experience and teaching guidance from a legendary Sannin for free was a rare blessing. In the courtyard, Chinsho-chun extended his tender little hand, a green leaf adhering to the back of his hand with chakra. The leaf trembled violently on his hand, as if it would be blown away by a gale at any moment. No. Zilai crouched beside him, shaking his head repeatedly with a pained expression. Your output is too unstable. Little Chun, you need to feel it. Let the chakra flow steadily like a stream, not like a flash flood. As he spoke, he extended a finger, and a leaf adhered steadily to his fingertip, slowly rotating according to his will, as gracefully as if dancing. Old fox, not bad. He, panically, adjusted his chakra, causing the leaf on his hand to tremble even more violently, and with a slap, it fell to the ground. Chinsho-chun's face turned pale as if struck by a huge blow, and he drooped his head in discouragement. Lord Zilai. I can't do it. Don't lose heart, it's just the beginning. Zilai comforted with a smile, but the hint of inquiry in his eyes quietly deepened by half a degree. This kid's chakra amount seems stronger than last time. Though his control is a mess, the chakra ripple leaking out at that moment is not something an ordinary child could have. So this is the constitution of the Chinsho clan. Zilai picked up the leaf from the ground and handed it to Chinsho-chun with a kind smile. Try again. This time concentrate and let go of all distracting thoughts. Chinsho-chun nodded obediently and attached the leaf to the back of his hand again. This time he controlled it with even more effort, to the point that fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and his face flushed red. The leaf trembled, holding on for a full 10 seconds before finally fluttering down. However, the moment the leaf left his hand, Zilai's gaze suddenly sharpened. He reached out like lightning, not to catch the falling leaf, but to grab Chinsho-chun's wrist. Lord Zilai. Is this correct? He lifted his little face, looking at Zilai with clear, slightly timid eyes, his voice soft and childish, perfectly portraying the innocence and unease of a 4-year-old child. Right. That's it. Zilai took the bait. He crouched down almost at eye level with Chinsho-chun, wearing a grin so exaggerated it was almost comical. Little Chen, focus and feel the flow of chakra, like using glue to stick it to your hand. Glue. Chinsho-chun rolled his eyes inwardly. Such a childish analogy could only fool a true naive simpleton. Yet on the surface he wore a timely expression of sudden realization, and the leaf on his hand seemed to stabilize a bit. Zilai. Under the porch, Gang's house voice carried a hint of post-drink laziness and obvious impatience. She rested her chin on one hand while playing with a sake cup in the other. If you have nothing better to do, go help the old 3rd Hokage with paperwork instead of hanging around here and scaring my brother. Hey, this is what I call caring for the younger generation. Zilai, completely unfazed by Gang's house coldness, winked at her instead, then leaned close to Chinsho-chun and lowered his voice, saying in what he thought was a secretive tone, Gongsho, about the prophecy of the great toad sage. Shut up. Gang's house voice suddenly turned frigid. She slammed her sake cup heavily onto the table. Dong! The crisp sound seemed to freeze the air in the courtyard. Don't mention the nonsense of that old toad in front of me. In the moment of their verbal clash, Chinsho-chun's heart, he had been acting for too long and his mind was somewhat fatigued. Startled by Gang's house outburst, his chakra output instantly went out of control. The spinning leaf, deprived of chakra support, drifted lightly to the ground. Sister. Chinsho-chun's eyes instantly reddened. He pursed his lips, wearing an expression of both grievance and fear, and began to sob softly. Please. Stop fighting. This tearful accusation had an immediate effect. Gangsho instantly fixed a murderous glare on Zilai. Look what you've done. Zilai opened his mouth, completely stunned. He looked at Gongsho, who was bristling with anger and ready to flip the table and fight, then at the fallen leaf on the ground and Chinsho-chun's aggrieved face. Only awkwardness and helplessness remained on his face. What a mess. Ahem, well. I suddenly remembered, I still have a material gathering mission to finish. Yes, material gathering. Zilai snapped to attention, finding the perfect excuse. I'm off. Before his words faded, the legendary Sannin disappeared through the mansion gate at a speed close to flight. His back panicked, as if chased by dogs. Phew. Chinsho-chun breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, he had seen off that troublesome figure. These past few days he had to endure Gang's house, affectionate cooking, that could be considered a biological weapon, while also acting cute and innocent in front of Zilai. It was utterly exhausting, both body and mind. If this continued, he suspected he would have a mental breakdown before any enemy could get him. This life was. Chinsho-chun's gaze sharpened. He had to come up with a permanent solution to make this #1 fan of the child of prophecy completely lose interest in him. You must understand that dealing with Jiraiya and dealing with Tsunade are two entirely different matters. Before Tsunade, he could act spoiled and show weakness without restraint because he knew her love was defenseless pure. Even if he said the wrong things or made mistakes, Tsunade would simply dismiss them as a child's innocent babble. But Jiraiya was different. Senju could clearly sense that this legendary Sannin always maintained a certain wariness towards him. Beneath that expectation born from the great Toad Sage's prophecy lay the deep-seated suspicion unique to a shinobi. Once Jiraiya detected any clue that did not match a 4-year-old child, his painstakingly crafted situation would likely collapse in an instant. This old fellow was like a sticky piece of taffy, hard to shake off yet required careful handling. That afternoon Jiraiya came again. He was enthusiastically boasting to Tsunade about the thrilling experience he had while gathering material outside the women's bathhouse, spittle flying everywhere. You have no idea, Tsunade, the security there was absolutely impenetrable. I stake my honor as a shinobi. Ahem, just to gather a bit of inspiration. Tsunade's forehead bulged with veins, her fingers creaking around the teacup, clearly on the verge of eruption. Senju, who had been eavesdropping from behind the door, felt the moment had come. He leisurely walked out of the room, his bare little feet stepping on the cold floor, and like a frightened kitten scurried to Tsunade's side and hugged her arm tightly. Then he lifted his innocent cherubic little face, blinked his big watery eyes, and asked in a crisp, milky voice, so soft it could melt, "Uncle Jiraiya, do you like my big sister?" One sentence plunged the lively living room into instant silence. Jiraiya's boastful expression froze on his face. The fist Tsunade was about to throw also stopped midair. As if unaware of the frozen awkwardness in the air, Senju tilted his head, tapped his lips with a finger, and continued in that same naive tone, "Uncle, last time I heard you say that if a boy keeps staring at a girl with pervy eyes and always finds excuses to come to her house, it means he likes her." Boom. It wasn't a ninjutsu, but the sound of Tsunade's sanity completely snapping. Her face flushed crimson from the roots of her ears down to her neck, a sign of utter mortification and fury. Right. Yeah. A lioness roar shook the dust from the ceiling. Without even looking at Jiraiya, Tsunade swung a fist back and slammed it heavily onto the solid wooden low table beside her. Crack, bang. That exquisite well-crafted table didn't even let out a whimper under the monstrous strength. It simply exploded into a cloud of flying wood chips. "You bastard. How dare you corrupt my little brother?" Meanwhile, Jiraiya was already petrified on the spot. He stood like a toad statue struck by lightning, mouth half open, eyes bulging wide. This sudden child's innocent words critical hit was more powerful than any rank ninjutsu, striking precisely the most vulnerable and embarrassing spot in his personality. His face, which had seen much of the world, visibly turned from white to red, and then from red to a liverish purple. He wanted to retort, but looking at Senju's pure and innocent eyes, any excuse seemed utterly lewd. He wanted to explode, but Tsunade's fists, blazing with fury and creaking as she clenched them, were aimed at him. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I suddenly remembered I have urgent business. I'm leaving now. Before Tsunade's devastating killing intent could lock onto him, Jiraiya burst forth, with speed rivaling a body flicker technique, scrambling and tumbling out of the Senju mansion. The pitiful sight of his fleeing back formed a hilariously stark contrast to his arrogant demeanor upon arrival. Watching Jiraiya's fleeing back, Senju nestled in Tsunade's arms, shook his shoulders as if frightened by her, but inside, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Pervy Sage didn't expect this day would come, did you? He knew that against a tough old fox like Jiraiya, any logic or reasoning was a waste of words. Only with the most irrefutable innocence could he precisely manipulate him. This technique was called fight fire with fire. The effect was immediate. In the following days, Jiraiya indeed did not show up again. The entire Senju mansion returned to its usual peace. Until a week later. That day, Tsunade was patiently teaching Senju to identify various medicinal herbs in the courtyard. The sun was just right, the breeze gentle. From the main gate came a familiar, slightly hesitant voice. Tsunade, are you there?" It was Jiraiya. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, snorted coldly, and ignored him. Senju looked up, also wearing a curious expression. He actually dared to come again. Only you, pervy sage, could be so audacious. The charm of his elder sister was truly formidable. Jiraiya scratched his head, awkwardly poked half his body out from behind the door, and only when he saw that Tsunade didn't immediately attack did he muster the courage to come in. But this time he wasn't alone. Behind him followed a young man. That person had a head of golden short hair as dazzling as the sun, azure eyes clearer than the sky, and a gentle sunny smile that made one feel like a spring breeze. He wore the standard Konoha Jonin vest with a tall and upright posture and a clean aura, forming a stark contrast with the lecherous aura of Jiraiya beside him. "Tsunade, forgive the intrusion." The golden-haired youth bowed slightly, his manners impeccable, his voice warm and magnetic. Minato. Tsunade's frosty expression softened a little when she saw the visitor. Why are you with him? My teacher said he had some important mission matters to discuss with you, so I came along. Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash, explained with a smile deftly covering for his teacher. Jiraiya chuckled. Clearly this was a shield he had deliberately brought to avoid another awkward situation. However, he didn't know that his clever move brought a huge surprise to someone. Senju Chen stood by Tsunade's leg looking up quietly, observing this legendary figure. Minato Namikaze, the future fourth Hokage, Jiraiya's most prized disciple, and the beloved of Kushina Uzumaki. A barely noticeable glint flashed in Senju Chen's eyes. He had been troubled about how to reasonably approach Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, without arousing suspicion. Now the answer had delivered itself. Looking at the golden-haired youth with his gentle smile and sunny demeanor, a perfect plan was already taking shape in his mind. The bridge to Kushina Uzumaki has arrived. In his past life, he had seen netizens' comments about Bo Feng Shui men online, such as using the fastest speed to pick the hottest girl, becoming the youngest Hokage, sealing the strongest tailed beast, and having the fiercest son while getting the earliest lunchbox. But what Qinsho Chun admired most was that he, from being a person with no bloodline limit, no clan secret technique, and no tailed beast, cultivated all the way to become the fastest in the ninja world and the Hokage of the strongest ninja village. An ordinary man who even dyed the red hair of the Xuanhua clan into yellow. It could only be said that this man was terrifyingly formidable. Bo Feng Shui men truly achieved everything without using any cheats, relying purely on talent and strength. Even Min Chong with his Rinnegan was probably not a match for Bo Feng Shui men in his eyes. He could even split and seal the Nine Tails with his mortal body. The last person to separate a tailed beast was the Six-Path Sage. Later, with only half of the Nine Tails inside him, he dared to face off against Obito with Six-Path's powers. And he was only 24 years old when he died, already possessing the godlike Flying Thunder God technique and self-developed Rasengan without hand seals. If Shui Min hadn't died during the Nine Tails attack with the mark he left on Obito's back, Obito would probably have to be wary even when going to the bathroom. The Nine Tails incident would occur in about 7 or 8 years. If he had enough power by then, perhaps he could try to save this fourth Hokage, who died young. The appearance of Bo Feng Shui men like a ray of warm sunlight dispelled the awkwardness and gloom brought by Zilai Yi. This man was a walking charisma magnet. His arrival even softened Sister Gangsho's expression. Unlike Zilai Yi's frivolousness or other ninjas' scrutinizing gazes, he merely smiled gently, his azure eyes as clean as the sky after rain, without a trace of impurity. With Qinsho Chen's deliberate assistance, this genius ninja, known as the Yellow Flash, became a new regular at the Qinsho mansion. Sometimes he was dragged along by Zilai Yi as a shield. Other times he took the initiative to bring novel little trinkets to visit Gangsho and this young master of the Senju clan. For Gangsho, Shui Min was one of the few juniors she found agreeable and genuinely admired. His visits helped ease her tense nerves, and even her drinking frequency decreased considerably. And for Qinsho Chun, this was simply a godsend opportunity. Recently, Qinsho Chun had been studying and copying the numerous sealing technique scrolls left by the clan. Not aiming for absolute precision, just drawing them to look similar. Through this period of practice, he could now replicate basic sealing techniques with flawless accuracy. And every time Bo Feng Shui Min came, he would shed the wariness and timidity he showed toward Zilai Yi, instead displaying unreserved admiration and closeness like a fan toward a star in his past life. Shui Min Jage, did you go to the Wind Country for your last mission? Is the sand there hot enough to fry an egg? One afternoon, Qinsho Chun was holding the corner of Shui Min's Jonin vest with his little hand, looking up, his eyes sparkling with pure yearning and curiosity for the unknown world. His body was soft and warm, carrying a faint scent of milk, easily touching the softest part of the battle-hardened Bo Feng Shui Min's heart. Yes, the sand is very hot. Shui Min's voice was gentle as Jade, patiently answering the little one's endless questions. But ninjas have special shoes, so walking on it won't burn them. Then, Shui Min Jage, when you carry out missions, have you ever met very, very bad people? Do you use a powerful jutsu and whoosh send them flying? Qinsho Chun said, making an exaggerated gesture with his little hand, making Shui Min and Yin Jing, who was serving tea, laugh. Gangsho leaned against a pillar, holding a cup of tea, watching the heartwarming scene with unprecedented softness in her eyes. That her little brother could emerge from the shadows of the past and become so lively and cheerful was all thanks to Shui Min. Only Zilai Yi, sitting aside and forced to listen, was muttering inwardly. This kid feels like a different person. Just a few days ago he was terrified of me, and now he's so close to Shui Min. Do I naturally look like a villain? Zilai Yi stroked the stubble on his chin, utterly perplexed. Qinsho Chun took in everyone's reactions. He knew the time was ripening. The closeness and admiration he displayed were like boiling a frog slowly gradually dismantling Shui Min's defenses and drawing him into the carefully woven net. During another conversation, Shui Min was explaining the principle of the Flying Thunder God technique to Qinshu Chen, of course, using a fairy tale version a 4-year-old could understand. Like this, I first leave a special mark somewhere, then no matter where I am, as long as I want, I can whoosh back next. Qinshu Chen listened entranced. He picked up paper and brush from the low table and began doodling, muttering to himself, "Mark, is it like drawing?" He drew some shapeless lines, crooked and messy, just like a child's random scribbles. As he drew, he suddenly stopped, furrowed his tiny brow in frustration, and pouted. First and second Hokage Grandpa's notes also have many complex patterns 100 times more complicated than Shui Min's mark. I can't understand them. This sentence successfully caught everyone's attention. Gang Shou smiled gently. "Little Chun, those aren't patterns. They are the sealing formulas left by grandfather among the most powerful techniques in the world." Sealing techniques. Qinshu Chen's eyes instantly lit up. He dropped the brush, ran over to Shui Min in a few steps, pulled his hand, and looked at him with longing eyes. "Shui Min, can you draw those powerful talismans? The kind that can lock up bad guys and make them immobile?" His innocent yet excited tone was impossible to. Shui Min was amused by his earnest look. He affectionately ruffled Qinshu Chen's soft hair and chuckled. "All right, I'll draw the simplest one for you to see." With that, he picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and with a flick of his wrist, a simple and smooth rune appeared on the paper. It was the most basic binding, sealing formula and entry-level knowledge taught at the Ninja Academy. "See, it's like this, just channel chakra." Shui Min's words were cut short as he paused. Because the Qinshu Chen opposite him, after just a focused glance at the technique he had drawn, silently picked up, everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on that small fair hand still with a bit of baby fat. That tiny hand, holding a brush vastly disproportionate to its size, was astonishingly steady. Without a hint of hesitation, not a trace of delay. One stroke, one line. Beginning, transition, turning. A binding technique exactly identical to the one Shui Min had drawn appeared on another sheet of paper in near replica perfection. The thickness of lines, the shade of ink, and even the key nodes representing chakra flow in the technique structure were marked with flawless accuracy. The living room fell deathly silent. The smile on Gang Shou's face froze. Zilai's hand, just lifting a teacup, paused midair, his mouth slightly agape. As for Bofeng Shui Min, the yellow flash, renowned for his calmness and speed, the gentle smile on his face froze and cracked inch by inch. A 4-year-old child. Photographic memory. No, this was beyond photographic memory. This perfect understanding and replication of technique structure was almost like an innate instinct. However, something even more jaw-dropping for Shui Min was yet to come. Shui Min, is this correct? A 4-year-old child. He not only understood, but also replicated. This could no longer be summed up by the word talent. The teacup fell from Zilai's hand with a crash, shattering, yet he was completely oblivious. He stared intently at Qinshu Chen, tumultuous waves rising in his murky eyes. The child of prophecy. The great Toad Sage's prophecy. Could it truly be? This thought, like wildly growing weeds, could no longer be contained. Gang Shou was the only one who didn't think that far. She snapped out of her initial shock, replaced by unparalleled pride and arrogance. As expected of the Senju bloodline. As expected of my little brother. She stepped forward, pulled Qinshu Chen into her arms, and planted a big kiss on his rosy cheek. Little Chun is a genius. In her embrace, Qinshu Chen obediently nuzzled Gang Shou's cheek, his face showing shyness and joy at being praised. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Bofeng Shui Min's gaze toward him had completely changed. In it were shock, admiration, disbelief, and most of all a fondness and importance, like discovering a pure. Sure enough, Shui Min took a deep breath to calm the turmoil inside, walked up to Qinshu Chen, and said, "Little Chen, you truly are a genius in sealing techniques." He paused, revealing a smile of unprecedented warmth on his face. "Speaking of which, a friend of mine is a true master in the art of sealing. Next time I must introduce you. Anyone who has watched Naruto knows that the Xuanhua clan sealing techniques are famous worldwide. 80% of sealing techniques in the ninja world originate from the Xuanhua clan. And Bofeng Shui Min's friend he." Qinshu Chen looked up, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, nodded vigorously, and said in a clear voice, "Great. Thank you, Shui Min." The surprise brought by Minato Namikaze proved far more enduring than Senju Chun had anticipated. Since that day, in Tsunade's eyes, the image of Senju Chun had been adorned with a new layer of brilliance, a Ancient Millennium prodigy of sealing techniques, in addition to the familiar, obedient, and sensible little brother. Jiraiya, on the other hand, had fallen into a deep spiral of self-doubt and inner conflict. His gaze toward Senju Chen grew increasingly complex. A fervor of discovering a treasure mingled with a subtle melancholy that whispered, Why would the child of prophecy be so close to Minato and ignore me? Senju-chun accepted all of this with grace and reveled in it. He continued his daily routine, refining chakra and studying would release in the morning, then pestering Tsunade or Minato in the afternoon, flawlessly portraying a child brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and extraordinary talent. He knew that the more perfect his act, the smoother his future plans would unfold. The puzzle piece named Kushina Uzumaki was already within reach. Yet, just as he was eagerly anticipating the meeting with the red-hot pepper, an unexpected, yet logical visitor shattered the prolonged tranquility of the Senju mansion. It was a gloomy afternoon, heavy leaden clouds blanketing the sky, rendering even the garden flowers listless and dejected. Tsunade was lounging by the veranda sipping sake, while Senju-chan sat beside her idly drawing incomplete ceiling formulas on the ground with a twig. Suddenly, a heavy oppressive aura emanated from the mansion's entrance. Tsunade's hand holding the sake cup came to an abrupt halt. Her beautiful brown eyes narrowed instantly, the former languor vanishing like a mirage replaced by the sharp edge of a drawn blade. Who is it? Senju-chan also looked up, feeling the nauseating, sickly sweet mixture of disinfectant and shadow in the air. This scent was one he would never forget. From outside the gate came the old, gentle voice of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Tsunade, it's me." The frost on Tsunade's face did not thaw. She spoke coldly. "Old man, did you have to bring someone else when you came to see me?" Before the words had faded, the third Hokage appeared in the courtyard entrance. He wore the Hokage's ceremonial haori, a bitter smile of helplessness and weariness etched on his face. Behind him followed a man entirely shrouded in shadows. His right eye and right arm were wrapped in thick bandages, and the only visible left eye was like a bottomless ancient well, utterly devoid of emotion, a void of dead silence. He leaned on a cane, each step deliberate and oppressive, as if the stones beneath his feet were not slabs, but the bones of countless souls. Danzo Shimura. Senju-chan's heart skipped a beat the moment he saw this man. Not from fear, but from a visceral, soul-deep revulsion. Instinctively, he sprang up from the ground like a startled fawn, dashed behind Tsunade, and clutched her clothing, desperately peeking out, with half his head, his eyes wide with terror, fixed on the bandaged man. His body trembled slightly, a perfect portrayal of the post-traumatic stress of a child who had faced assassination and death. Tsunade felt the trembling behind her, and her fury erupted in an instant. She pulled Senju-chun into her protective embrace, her gaze cutting like a blade into Danzo. "Danzo, how dare you show your face here?" Tsunade's roar, infused with chakra, made the air vibrate. "Get out of my house." Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and stepped forward, placing himself between them. Tsunade calmed down. "I brought Danzo today to give you and little Chun a proper explanation for what happened before." "Explanation?" Tsunade sneered, her laughter dripping with scorn. "What explanation? To tell me that the one who sent someone to kill my little brother was this Hokage advisor beside you, the darkness of Konoha? I could have guessed that with my little toe." In the face of Tsunade's rage, Danzo's expression remained utterly unchanged. He was like a lifeless stone statue, cold hard. He stepped forward slowly, his cane striking the stone with a dull thud. "Senju Tsunade." His voice, hoarse as sandpaper scraping against stone, carried no emotion. "Regarding the attack on your brother, this old man has already investigated. It was orchestrated and executed by a spy from the land of Earth's Iwagakure. I have failed in my supervision and was unable to uncover this person in time. I am not without blame." He bowed his head slightly, assuming a posture of apology. "Hereby I offer my apologies to you and the orphan of the Senju clan." These words were meticulously crafted, placing all blame on the spy, while accepting only the responsibility of lax oversight. The gesture was less an apology and more a condescending decree. Hidden behind Tsunade, Senju-chun sneered inwardly. What a convenient lax oversight, what a convenient not without blame. He lifted his eyes, observing the man through the gap between Tsunade's arm and body. This was Danzo Shimura, a radical egoist who used for the sake of the village as a veil for every heinous act. In his eyes there was no right or wrong, only gain. Under Hiruzen's pressure, he could bow his head now. But the murderous intent and ambition lurking in his shadowed eyes burned even more intensely than before. He was the man who would later attempt to assassinate the third Hokage for his own benefit, and whose forbidden experiments with Orochimaru would ultimately lead to the latter's defection. This so-called apology today was merely a political compromise, a temporary hibernation. Given the chance, this venomous serpent would not hesitate to bare its fangs again. And Hiruzen Sarutobi, the strongest Hokage who excelled at smoothing things over, was playing the role of a whitewasher, papering over the cracks. Tsunade Danzo has admitted his fault. Hiruzen tried to mediate. Let this matter rest. Konoha needs stability now, or we cannot afford further internal strife. Let it rest. Tsunade trembled with rage. Old man. He tried to kill my only brother. The bloodline of the Senju clan. You want me to pretend nothing happened? Tsunade. Hiruzen's voice turned stern, carrying the irrefutable authority of the Hokage. That is an order. The air froze. Tsunade glared at Hiruzen, her chest heaving violently. She knew that when he issued an order as the Hokage, there was no room for negotiation. She could defy Danzo, but not the Hokage. A deep sense of powerlessness washed over her. Just then the little one in her arms tugged gently at her clothes. Tsunade looked down to see Senju Chun. His clear eyes no longer held the previous terror, but instead a serenity that belied his age. Sister. His voice was soft, carrying a faint tremor, yet exceptionally clear. I am fine. Please, don't argue with the Hokage, Grandpa, because of me. Do not fight with the Hokage, Grandpa, because of me. As he spoke, he timidly glanced at Tuan Song, then quickly buried his head in Gang Shou's arms, as if looking any longer would be torture. This heart-wrenchingly well-behaved behavior struck Gang Shou's heart like a heavy hammer. Her fury was instantly replaced by boundless pity and self-blame. Yes, what could her anger change here? It would only make Chainer more afraid. This child had already endured too much. Gang Shou took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her surging killing intent. She held Qian Shouchun tightly, raised her head, and swept her icy gaze over Yuan Fei Rijan and Tuan Song. Fine. I can let this matter go. A relieved smile appeared on Yuan Fei Rijan's face. But Gang Shou's next words made his smile freeze. But I have one condition. Gang Shou said word by word. From today onward, my brother's safety is entirely my responsibility. Any Umbu, including your root, Tuan Song, must not approach within 100 meters of the Qian Shou mansion without my permission. Otherwise, don't blame me for twisting off your heads one by one. And you, Tuan Song. Her gaze pierced into Tuan Song like two icicles. Remember what you said today. If there is a next time, I don't care about the Hokage or the village. I will make you and your root disappear completely from this world. These words were filled with bloody threats, leaving no room for compromise. Tuan Song's eyelid twitched almost imperceptibly. Yuan Fei Rijan's expression also turned somewhat ugly, but looking at Gang Shou's resolute eyes, he knew this was already her greatest concession. Alright, I agree. Yuan Fei Rijan finally nodded. Having obtained the promise, Gang Shou didn't spare them another glance. Holding Qian Shouchun, she turned and walked into the house, slamming the door with a bang, shutting out the two unwelcome guests. In the courtyard, only Yuan Fei's sigh and Tuan Song's abyss-like silence remained. Inside the room, Gang Shou gently placed Qian Shouchun on the tatami, crouched down, cupped his little face, and her eyes were full of heartache. Chen, don't be afraid. Big sister is here. No one will ever be able to hurt you again. Qian Shouchun obediently nodded, stretched out his small hands to hug Gang Shou's neck, buried his face in the crook of her neck, and said in a muffled voice, I trust you, big sister. However, on his unseen face, all the innocence and timidity had faded away. In their place was a cold calm, like 10th of sandy-year-old ice. Third Hokage Shimura, Tuan Song. He silently recited these two names in his heart. Today he took the initiative to break the deadlock, giving these two Konoha higher-ups a way to save face. This favor, when he later makes requests of them, considering today, they will find it hard to refuse. As the victim, he would definitely make good use of these two favors. He raised his head, and his face once again assumed that endearing expression, showing a faint dependent smile toward Gang Shou. Big sister, I'm hungry. Alright, big sister, will have Jing-in make you something delicious. After Gang Shou's initial whim that nearly caused Qian Shouchun to starve for a day, she completely gave up on cooking. The household meals were ultimately entrusted to Jing-in. Watching Gang Shou's retreating figure, Qian Shouchun's gaze turned deep again. He had won the political game, but he also realized more deeply that without absolute power, so-called safety was merely a castle built on sand, ready to be shattered by a single wave. He needed power, more and stronger power. Brother Shu, amen. You'd better quickly take me to meet that friend of yours. He was already getting a little impatient. The shadow cast by Tuan Song did not linger over the Qian Shou mansion for long. Or rather, it was forcibly dispelled by Gang Shou in a nearly tyrannical manner. From that day on, any unfamiliar face attempting to approach within 100 meters of the Qian Shou mansion would immediately feel a terrifying killing intent soaring into the sky. The killing intent was almost tangible, like an ancient ferocious beast poised to strike, hovering over the mansion, coldly watching every potential threat. A couple of days ago, a newly appointed unlucky postman tried to take a shortcut. The moment he stepped into the warning zone, he was so terrified by the murderous aura that he fled in panic, scrambling away. It was said he had nightmares for 3 days afterward. Since then, the Qian Shou clan compound became an unwritten restricted area in Konoha. And the instigator of it all, Qian Shouchun, was enjoying this extreme protection with a clear conscience. He understood better than anyone that his sister's assertiveness was built on the third Hokage's compromise. This seemingly impregnable safety was merely a temporary balance on the political scale. Once the scale tipped, all promises would turn to nothing. Jing had secretly told him that big sister hadn't been to the casino in a long time, and outsiders thought she had quit gambling. But he knew it was because Gang Shou was protecting him, so she hadn't stepped out of the clan grounds even once. Now even her official business was handled within the compound. Therefore he craved power more than ever. Days quietly flowed by in peace. Bofeng Shuimin was still a frequent visitor to the Qianshou mansion. But now in his gaze toward Qianshou Chun, besides the usual warmth and appreciation, there was more scrutiny and expectation, like an experienced jade craftsman examining a rare uncut gem, pondering where to make the first cut. Finally, on a sunny afternoon after Shui Min finished his routine report to Gang Shou about the village's recent situation, he walked over to Qianshou Chun, who was practicing chakra control in the courtyard. Little Chun. Shui Min's voice was gentle, carrying his unique sunny aura. Qianshou Chun stopped his movements, and the leaf that had been stuck to his forehead by chakra gently fell as he looked up. He lifted his little face, and his eyes appropriately shone with the purest expectation and excitement a child should have. He nodded vigorously, Brother Shui Min. Shui Min looked at him, and the smile on his face grew even brighter. He crouched down to meet Qianshou Chen's eyes. Are you ready? He winked mysteriously. Today I'll take you to meet my friend who is skilled in sealing techniques. Qianshou Chen's heart leaped. It's here. He could barely contain the surging excitement inside him, but his face remained that innocent look, even with a hint of just the right amount of nervousness and curiosity. Really? Right now? Right now? Shui Min smiled and ruffled his hair. But to meet a formidable teacher, we can't go empty-handed. As he spoke, he produced a delicate lunchbox from behind, as if by magic. I know that person's taste. I specially bought these at the dumpling shop, 3-color dumplings and red bean soup. They're her favorites. Qianshou Chun looked at the lunchbox, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Xian Wujio Xian Nai. Of course he knew who Shui Min was taking him to see. He just didn't expect that the future 4th Hokage's methods of courting his wife would be so down-to-earth. Shui Min took Qianshou Chen's small hand, his palm warm and strong. Qianshou Chen obediently followed, but his heart was already churning with waves. Xian Wujio Xian Nai. Konoha's Ninetales, Jinchuriki princess of the Xianhua clan. The home of Uzumaki Kushina was somewhat different from what Senju Chen had imagined. It lacked the imposing grandeur of the Senju residence and the standardized design of the ninja apartments. It was a small and cozy wooden house surrounded by a few unnamed flowers and plants in the yard, thriving with a wild, untamed vitality. As Minato knocked on the door, a flurry of slightly panicked footsteps could be heard from inside, accompanied by a crisp, somewhat impatient female voice. Coming. Who is it? Don't you know this young lady is tidying up the house? The door creaked open. A head of fiery, cascading red hair burst into Senju Chen's view first. Following that was a fair and vibrant face full of life. Her violet eyes sparkled like they contained stars, wide with a hint of startled innocence due to her owner. Dressed in simple home attire with her sleeves rolled up, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, clearly having just endured a battle. Minato, why are you here, huh? Kushina's gaze shifted from Namikaze Minato to the small figure beside. It was a small boy, chubby and delicate, looking to be only 4 or 5 years old. He wore a neatly fitting plain kimono, and his jet-black soft hair contrasted beautifully with his snow-white skin. At this moment, he was hiding behind Minato, peeking out with half of his small head visible, his clear, bright eyes filled with shyness as he looked at her. His gaze was clean and pure, tinged with a bit of timidity towards strangers, yet mixed with a hint of uncontainable curiosity. Senju Chen silently praised his own acting skills. She's even more vibrant in real life than in the anime. That fiery figure, that exuberant life force. His gaze quickly swept over Kushina's impressive curves internally, whistling, while maintaining an innocent demeanor. He knew that excessive enthusiasm would make a cheerful and straightforward woman like her wary. Showing weakness was the best weapon. Kushina, this is the brother of Tsunade-sama. I told you about Senju-chan. Minato gently introduced, nudging Senju-chan forward. Little Chun, this is your sister, Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, hello sister. Senju-chan's voice was soft and sweet, tinged with just the right amount of shyness, and he shrank back behind Minato again after speaking. Wow, so cute. Kushina's eyes sparkled, her earlier irritation forgotten, completely dissipated by the sight of this exquisitely doll-like little boy. She pushed past Minato, crouched down to meet Senju-chan's gaze, and beamed a radiant smile like the sun. So your little Chun. Hello. Don't be afraid, sister isn't a bad person. Her voice was infectious, warm, and lively enough to melt ice and snow. Senju-chan was forced to step out from behind Minato, head down, his small hands nervously clutching his clothing, looking utterly at a loss. This appearance completely struck a chord in Kushina's heart. She almost couldn't wait to pull Senju-chan into the house, leaving Minato behind. The interior of the house was simple, yet exuded a vibrant atmosphere of life. Kushina enthusiastically brought out various snacks and juices, placing them before Senju-chun, like feeding little animals fussing over him, afraid of neglecting this little guest. Senju-chun portrayed obedience and understanding to the utmost. He nibbled on the snacks, occasionally glancing up at Kushina with admiration in his eyes, then at Minato, who was smiling at them. The timing was ripening quietly. As Minato went to help wash cups in the kitchen and Kushina animatedly shared stories about the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Senju-chun set down his snack. He leaned closer to Kushina, speaking softly in a tone only the two could hear, filled with sheer innocence and curiosity, asking, "Sister, do you like Minato?" At that moment the air seemed to freeze. Kushina's endless chatter halted abruptly. Her smile was frozen at the corners of her mouth, as if paused. Senju-chun could even clearly see a lovely blush spreading visibly from her long neck up to her cheeks, finally reaching her ears, now an enticing shade of pink. Her bright violet eyes contracted sharply, filled with shock, shyness, panic, and a hint of annoyance at having her secret exposed. She looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on, fur bristling in surprise. Ding! Detected significant emotional fluctuations in target Uzumaki, Kushina meeting theft conditions. The cold system notification echoed in Senju-chun's mind promptly. The list of stealable abilities is as follows: A. Diamond sealing, strength sealing technique; B. Barrier techniques and contract sealing talent; C. High purity Uzumaki, physique, nine tails, Jinchuriki bloodline. Warning: the sealing power within the target is highly coupled with life energy, making direct theft impossible. Force theft will trigger unpredictable risks. Steel plan adjustment. Activate permeation differentiation mode. Multiple prolonged effective contact with the target is required to gradually analyze and differentiate the bloodline talent through life energy resonance. Senju-chun's heart tightened. Indeed, the power of the Jinchuriki isn't easy to obtain. He had long anticipated that directly stealing the bloodline of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could come with significant risks. This permeation differentiation mode, though it sounded troublesome, was precisely what he needed. He required a long-term, reasonable reason to maintain contact with Kushina. Now was the best opportunity to create that reason. His mind raced as a look of flustered terror, as if he had misspoken, washed over his face. "Sister, did I say something wrong?" He timidly tugged at Kushina's sleeve, his eyes glistening with tears, looking utterly aggrieved. I heard Uncle Jiraiya say. He said if someone always secretly stares at another person and blushes when they meet their gaze, it means they like them. Jiraiya. Kushina almost spat the name through clenched teeth, her face flushed and filled with both embarrassment and fury, nearly exploding on the spot. She never expected that her well-hidden feelings would be so easily exposed by a 4-year-old child. Moreover, the source was that lecherous sage. "What's wrong? Kushina, did I hear you say the teacher's name?" Just then Minato emerged from the kitchen with freshly cleaned teacups. Seeing Kushina's face nearly smoking with embarrassment, he paused and asked with concern, Nothing." Kushina sprang up like she had been shocked by electricity, waving her hands frantically at Minato. Nothing." At that moment her heart was in chaos. Watching Minato's face, which was approaching, yet still gentle and handsome, filled with a sense of innocence and confusion, she felt an inexplicable fire rising within her. Even a child noticed. "And you, this woodhead, know nothing." Bang! A dull thud sounded as Kushina, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, punched Minato, sending him flying out of the living room, where he rolled several times before stopping, stars circling around his head. Senju-chun stared dumbfounded at the flying Namikaze Minato and the gaping hole in the door, utterly shocked. He hadn't expected his words to carry such weight. It could only be said that Uzumaki Kushina, known as the blood-red chili pepper, truly lived up to her name. "This legendary yellow flash was just sent flying by you. My current small frame can't withstand such a blow. If I leave now, will it still be too late? After all, the Uzumaki clan's physique isn't that important, right?" After everything was done, Kushina finally realized what she had done. Her face reddened even more. Kushina looked at Senju-chun, who was left dumbfounded, to cover her embarrassment and to change the subject. She took a deep breath, forced a smile, and crouched down again. "Well, little Chen, I heard from Minato that you're very interested in sealing techniques." Senju-chun's heart trembled, resisting the urge to look at the still-flying Minato, and hurriedly nodded, his eyes rekindling with a thirst for knowledge. Yes. "Sister, I think those runes are amazing, so mystical." His attitude was as obedient as it could be. Finding a way out, Kushina instantly perked up. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, sealing techniques were a pride ingrained in her bones. She puffed out her chest, clapped her hands vigorously, and said proudly, "Of course. Our Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are the best in the ninja world. With your talent, you must not waste it." She looked at Senju-chun with increasing fondness, waving her hand decisively. "How about this? From now on, you can come to Sister's place often. I'll personally teach you. I guarantee I'll make you the greatest sealing master." In Senju Chen's eyes a light of fulfillment sparkled. He looked up at Kushina with an incredibly radiant and dependent smile, his voice clear and bright. All right. Thank you, Sister Kushina. A perfect reason for long-term, reasonable, and effective contact was thus born. In the yard, Namikaze Minato, just getting up from the ground and rubbing his head, looked at the two harmoniously interacting inside with a smile of contentment. He had no idea that he had just been treated as a tool, conveniently building a bridge for a scheming little rascal to a treasure trove. Ever since he had dropped a bombshell at Kushina's house that day, Senju Chen's daily routine, aside from his usual training, had gained an additional path, learning sealing techniques from Uzumaki Kushina. Tsunade was pleased with this arrangement. In her eyes, it was the best thing possible for her younger brother to find something he truly loved and to be guided by a senior with such a cheerful personality and formidable strength as Kushina. It would not only cultivate his ability to protect himself, but also help him completely shake off the shadows of the past and gain a trustworthy friend. To this end, she even personally prepared an extremely generous apprenticeship gift, solemnly handing it to Minato Namikaze to pass on to Kushina. The manner in which she presented the gift was as if he were going to marry the girl rather than learn from her. Thus, Senju Chen's sealing technique classroom officially commenced in an atmosphere that delighted everyone. No, Xiaochen, look here. Kushina's voice was full of vitality. She leaned down, her warm fingertips lightly tapping the sealing formula he had just drawn. The corner of this rune needs to be rounder. When the chakra flows here, it should glide as smoothly as a stream, not crash against a rock, which would cause unnecessary energy loss. She was very close. A few strands of her iconic crimson hair mischievously fell, brushing against Senju Chen's cheek, tickling him, and carrying a fresh scent of sunshine mixed with shampoo. Is that so? Senju Chen raised his small face, a hint of innocence in his eyes. Obediently, he picked up the pen and, following Kushina's guidance, carefully modified the corner. A rounded corner reduces chakra conflict at the node, thereby improving the stability and activation speed of the technique. Lord Tobarama's notes mention that an even higher level skill involves constructing a miniature energy buffer structure at the corner of the rune, which not only prevents loss, but can even produce an amplification effect. These pieces of knowledge he had already studied countless times in the scrolls left by the first and second Hokages, which were practically sealing technique bibles. After filling in the gaps with Uzumaki Kushina, his learning progress soared. Ding. Effective contact detected, resonating life energy. Infiltration differentiation progress 2. Current total progress 17. The system prompt echoing in his mind was his true objective. Yes, that's it. Wow. Xiaochen, you're such a genius. Kushina didn't hesitate to praise his revised work, excitedly reaching out to ruffle his soft black hair. You learn way faster than that blockhead Minato did back then. Not far away, Minato Namikaze, who was trimming the flowers and plants, heard this and smiled helplessly, his eyes full of adoration. Senju Chen, for his part, wore a perfect expression, shy yet proud at being praised, while inwardly keeping a cool calculation. Physical contact gives the highest progress boost, followed by close-range chakra perception. Looks like I'll need to find more ways to create handsome teaching opportunities. The days of the sealing technique classroom continued in a warm and highly efficient rhythm. Senju Chen's displayed talent grew more astonishing by the day. From the most basic binding technique to the slightly more complex storage seal, and then to the basic barrier technique that required delicate chakra control, he grasped everything at a glance and learned it all in one go. Sometimes after Kushina's explanation, he would even ask questions that seemed naive but struck at the core of the matter. Sister Kushina, if we swap the positions of this stability rune and that amplification rune, wouldn't we be able to seal heavier objects with less chakra? This question left Kushina, who was just getting excited and about to demonstrate a simplified version of the Uzumaki 4-symbol seal, frozen on the spot. She looked down at the diagram and followed Senju Chen's line of reasoning. A flicker of disbelief and shock passed through her violet eyes. In theory, it was feasible. Although it would sacrifice some of the seal's durability under certain specific circumstances, this was undoubtedly a highly creative optimization idea. How did you come up with that? Kushina stared at Senju Chen as if looking at a prodigy. I don't know. Senju Chen scratched his head, putting on an innocent expression of just talking off the top of my head. I just saw in Grandpa First's notes that he seemed to have drawn two unrelated techniques together, so I thought I'd try. He skillfully attributed his genius to being nurtured by exposure to his ancestors' legacy. The reasoning was impeccable. The first Hokage's notes. Upon hearing this, Kushina immediately felt a surge of respect, and her gaze towards Senju Chen shifted from simple fondness to include a recognition and expectation of bloodline inheritance. As expected of the descendant of the first Hokage, such an innate intuition was something others could own. The fire in her eyes when she looked at Senju Chen grew more intense, and her teaching enthusiasm skyrocketed, as if she wanted to impart everything she knew without reservation. And Senju Chen, basking in this fiery affection, reveled in the thrill of his system's progress bar, soaring rapidly. Time flew by and a month passed. During this month, Senju Chen became something of a minor celebrity within Konoha's high-level circles. Everyone knew that Lady Tsunade's precious younger brother was not only a wood-release prodigy, but also a once-in-a-lifetime sealing technique genius, now taken as a disciple by the Uzumaki clan's red-hot pepper and doted on like no other. As a result, Minato Namikaze's visits to the Senju mansion also decreased, because most of the time he and Senju Chen could be found together at Kushina's home. The trio scene was so heartwarming that many ninjas watching in secret couldn't help but smile fondly. One afternoon the sun was perfect. In the courtyard, Kushina was teaching Senju Chen a rather complex barrier technique. The introductory application of the four symbols seal the four directions barrier. Remember, the chakra output at the four-corner formula points must be absolutely synchronized. Like this, extend your perception outward and imagine them as your limbs. Kushina demonstrated as she spoke. Senju Chen sat cross-legged in the center, eyes tightly shut, his fair little face full of concentration. Following Kushina's guidance, he split his chakra into four streams and precisely infused them into the four preset rune nodes on the ground. Buzz! With a faint resonance, a pale, golden, translucent square barrier instantly rose from the ground, enveloping Senju Chen. The barrier's glow was steady and soft with no flickering. "SUC succeeded," Kushina exclaimed in surprise. She could feel that the barrier's stability was even more perfect than her first attempt. She quickly stepped forward, and the moment the barrier vanished, she scooped Senju Chen into her arms and spun him around happily a few times. "Xiao Chen, you were born for sealing techniques. Amazing." The girl's scent and joyful aura enveloped Senju Chen completely. And at that very moment, the voice he had been waiting for finally exploded in his mind. Ding! Life energy resonance has reached the threshold. Infiltration differentiation complete. Progress 100. Target Uzumaki Kushina. Acquisition plan completed. It's here. Senju Chen's heart pounded violently, but he kept his innocent, cheerful smile as Kushina set him down. Acquirable options generated. Please choose. The cold system panel unfolded in his consciousness, displaying two options radiating lethal temptation. Option A: Uzumaki Bloodline High Purity. After acquisition, you will gain vitality and chakra comparable to the target's level, fully inherit the Uzumaki clan's bloodline talent for sealing techniques, and have a very high probability of awakening adamantine sealing chains. Option B: Ninetails Power Root Origin. After acquisition, a brand new Ninetails chakra will be generated within the host. Warning: this option will directly touch the core of the Jinchuriki seal. During the acquisition, the seal may become unbalanced. Extremely dangerous. Senju Chen's breath caught for a moment. It was actually possible to steel-tailed beast power. He stared at the two options before him, his mind racing. Option A was the royal path, the foundation. Acquiring the Uzumaki bloodline would, as he grew older, bring a qualitative leap in his chakra reserves and stamina. Combined with his Senju physique, and would release, his future achievements would be limitless. This was the safest, most secure choice with the most long-term benefits. And Option B, directly stealing the Ninetails power. What an insane idea. It meant he could possess destructive power comparable to a Kage at the age of 4. Xiao Chen, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Kushina, noticing that he had suddenly become dazed, shook his shoulder with concern. Senju Chen snapped back to reality, looked up at Kushina's face full of sunshine and concern, and for the first time felt a violent turmoil in his heart. When Qinsho Chen saw Option B, his heart skipped a beat. Ninetails power. These four words, like demonic flames, blazed wildly in the depths of his consciousness, stirring the most primal longing within his soul. A shortcut to heaven. Possessing destructive power on par with cage-level shinobi. What a lethal temptation. He could even imagine the earth-shattering force surging within his small body. At that moment, who in the entire ninja world would dare to underestimate this 4-year-old child? But the warning that followed hung like the sword of Damocles over his head. Triggering the seal. Extremely. He could almost imagine that once he made this choice, the Ninetails within Jixinai would instantly go berserk, and he himself might be utterly devoured by that boundless hatred and malice. His gaze shifted away from the illusory system panel and fell back into reality. Jixinai tilted her head, her bright violet eyes filled with pure concern and confusion. She shook his shoulder, the warmth of her palm conveying a reassuring comfort. "Little Chin, what's wrong? Did I spin you too fast and make you dizzy?" Her smile was still radiant, without a trace of gloom, like those flowers in the yard that grew wild under the sun. That warmth was real. And on the system panel, the scarlet warning, extremely dangerous, was also real. Qinsho Chun was no gambler. At least without enough chips, he would not bet his life. The power of the Ninetails was both fine wine and poison. For now he was far from qualified to taste it. Foundation was everything. His eyes, after a moment of wavering, became clear and resolute once more. System: I choose a Whirlpool bloodline. The moment this thought settled in his mind, Qinsho-chun felt an indescribable warmth, a silent, gentle current seeping into his body from Juxune's arms through their touching skin. It was not the flow of chakra, but a more primal, deeper resonance and fusion of life energy. His limbs and bones felt as if soaked in warm spring water, every cell rejoicing. The majestic river-like vitality of the Senju clan now seemed to have found a long-lost tributary, becoming more complete and vast. It worked. Delight surged in Qinsho-chun's heart, but his face still wore that innocent smile as he prepared to respond to Juxune's concern. Yet suddenly a change occurred. Oh! A pained groan escaped Juxune's throat. Her smile froze, instantly replaced by extreme agony and distortion. She abruptly released her hold on Qinsho-chun, staggered back 2 steps, and pressed her hands tightly over her lower abdomen. Juxune? Wolfeng Shuaman, who had been trimming the flowers, sensed something wrong at once. He dropped his shears and appeared beside Juxune in a flash, reaching out to support her. But the moment his hand was about to touch her, roar. A beastly roar, utterly inhuman, filled with violence, hatred, and evil, will exploded from deep within Juxune's throat. Boom. Violent, solid-like crimson chakra burst forth from her body as a fierce shockwave. Wolfeng Shuaman's pupils contracted. He was blasted away, crashing heavily into the courtyard wall. How is this possible? He chose the safest option. Didn't the system say only option B would trigger the Ninetales rampage? Qinsho-chun thought in disbelief, watching Juxune on the verge of losing control. In the courtyard, the once warm and sunny light seemed veiled by a blood-red shadow. Juxune knelt in agony, her waterfall of crimson hair dancing wildly, without wind strands standing on end, forming 9 sinister foxtail phantoms. The fabric over her abdomen was torn, revealing the complex 4 symbols seal, now glowing with an ominous dark red light, like a cage about to burst. Surrounding tables, snacks, and even the sealing technique blueprints Qinsho-chun had just drawn were torn to shreds by the evil shockwave. Ninetales rampage. Secure the scene. Swoosh. Swoosh. 4 figures emerged from the shadows, the Anbu tasked with guarding the Jinchuriki. They stared at the horrifying scene before them, expressions grim to the extreme. All eyes involuntarily locked onto the only figure standing unscathed at the center of the storm, the small child. Was it this child? Did he trigger the Ninetales rampage? Quick! Take Qinsho-chun away. One Anbu made a snap decision and dashed toward Qinsho-chun. In their view, regardless of the cause, protecting the bloodline of the first Hokage was the top priority. Qinsho-chun's mind flashed back to the past month. The girl before him had poured her passion and pride unreservedly into him. She would cheer and leap for joy at his smallest progress, gasp in admiration at his genius ideas, and clumsily, yet sincerely care for his daily needs like an older sister. Now, watching Juxune on the verge of becoming a full Ninetales, Qinsho-chun made a move that stunned. His tiny body did not retreat, but advanced like a pebble swimming against the current, breaking through the violent chakra waves and stumbling to Juxune, who was screaming in pain. Little Chun. Danger. Wolfeng Shuaman, who had just steadied himself, watched in heart-stopping terror. The Anbu were also shocked. They never expected a 4-year-old child facing the pressure of a tailed beast that could make even Jonin tremble to charge forward without fear. Qinsho-chun ignored the exclamations. His eyes held no fear, only unprecedented calm. He guessed that this accident was caused by his theft of bloodline, which disrupted the balance between the seal and the Ninetales. He had to clean up this mess himself. Otherwise, he would face endless scrutiny from Konoha's upper echelons, or even be confined as a dangerous element. Watching Juxune writhing in agony, her consciousness about to be consumed, a sentence from the first Hokage's notes echoed clearly in his mind. Wood release is not a technique. It is an extension of the heart, a manifestation of will. He extended his small fair hand, ignoring the evil chakra that could almost scorch his skin, and gently, but firmly pressed it against the 4-symbol seal on Juxune's abdomen, now glowing with ominous red. He closed his eyes. He used no offensive jutsu, nor did he summon the newly fused whirlpool power. He simply immersed his mind deep into the innate bloodline within him. That purest, most magnificent, and gentlest life energy originating from the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. He imagined it not as a weapon, but as a cradle. He imagined it not as a torrent, but as a clear spring. A vast, yet gentle life energy, like a trickling stream, silently poured from Qinsho-chun's palm into the frenzied seal. Inside Juxune's spiritual world, the Ninetales, which had been violently assaulting the seal's cage, abruptly halted. Its colossal consciousness was startled by this sudden intervention. This was not the 4 symbols power Shueimon used to reinforce the seal, nor the adamantine sealing chain of the Uzumaki clan. It was a power that felt familiar from the depths of its soul, that made it tremble, that was etched into its very being. This power was gentle, encompassing, brimming with life, as if it could soothe all wounds and hatred. But beneath this gentleness lay an absolute dominion that it could not resist or question. Huh, this chakra, this feeling is the aura of Senju Hashirama. Wait, how is he still alive? The Nine-Tails' massive fox face displayed an extremely human expression of astonishment. Its memory instantly flashed back to decades ago, those happy times. One day, while it was frolicking freely in the forest, a man named Madara appeared and subdued it without. Then that man put magnificent armor on it and rode it to fight a man named Senju Hashirama. Well, they lost. That man Senju Hashirama casually tore apart its splendid armor, then pinned it down like a kitten, bound it with wood like a rice dumpling, and brutally stuffed it into someone else's body. From that day on, it began a life of endless confinement. Farewell, my lost youth. Senju Hashirama, do you know how I've endured all these years? Do you know that pets need to be walked? That was what the Nine-Tails had most wanted to say to that man over the years. However, the fear born from bloodline suppression instantly drowned its towering rage, clearing the Nine-Tails' violent gaze considerably. Ah, forget it. Can't win, can't win. Might as well go back to sleep. The moment it sensed that aura, the Nine-Tails backed down, even reducing its own presence. But before retreating, it still hurled a stream of curses at that aura. Meanwhile, before the stunned eyes of Shuemin and Tu Enbu, a miracle unfolded. The crimson chakra that had been erupting from Tsunade's body, seemingly about to destroy heaven and earth, was forcibly pressed back by an invisible hand. It retreated visibly, swiftly, and docilely into the seal on her abdomen. The ominous red glow on the seal gradually faded. Tsunade's bristling red hair fell limp. Her agonized roars ceased, her tense body went limp, and she completely lost consciousness. The entire courtyard was in ruins, dead silent. Wufeng Shuemin and the two Anbu stared blankly at the scene. They watched that tiny figure still pressing his hand on Tsunade's abdomen, having single-handedly calmed the rampaging Nine-Tails. Their minds went blank. This child, Shinsho-chun, what exactly had he done? Consciousness slowly surfaced from a warm, enveloping darkness. Senju-chen's eyelashes trembled faintly. He didn't open his eyes immediately. Instead, he used his senses to sketch the environment around him. The air carried a unique blend of aged paper and premium tobacco, the unmistakable scent of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Beneath him was a soft sofa, and a blanket faintly scented with medicinal herbs covered him. The surroundings were quiet, but he could sense several breathing sounds, each as steady as a mountain, each representing the pinnacle of power in Konoha. After calming the Nine-Tails, he had just right exhausted all his strength, conveniently fainting before Minato Namikaze and the Anbu could rush in. A crisis that could have toppled Konoha was ignited by his own hand, and then quelled by him. Now it was time to reap the rewards. He slowly opened his eyes. Those black and white pupils, now filled with the confusion and fragility of one just waking, resembled a fawn that had lost its way after being startled. Xiao-chun, you're awake. A voice thick with concern and joy sounded. Tsunade instantly appeared beside him, carefully helping him up, as if afraid of shattering a priceless treasure. Senju-chun leaned into his sister's warm embrace, casting his gaze around. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was solemn and oppressive. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, pipe in mouth, but unlit. His usually murky eyes were now as sharp as a hawk's, fixed unblinkingly on him. To his left was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, who had shed all his frivolity, arms crossed with an unprecedented gravity on his face. To his right stood Minato Namikaze, straight as a ramrod, his golden hair still dazzling in the light streaming through the window. But his expression held not only relief and gratitude, but also an indescribable shock. In the shadows stood the two advisor elders, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado. Their eyes gleamed with greed and excitement, as if they had discovered a legendary weapon. Except for Danzo, the entire top echelon of Konoha was gathered here, and he, a 4-year-old child, had once again become the absolute center of this meeting. Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi cleared his throat, breaking the silence. He took a deep drag from his unlit pipe, and slowly exhaled, as if to expel the shock within him. What happened today is hereby classified as Konoha's highest level strength secret. No one present is to utter a single word outside. Violators will be charged with treason. His voice was low and forceful, carrying an unyielding resolve. Especially regarding Xiao-chen's ability, he emphasized, his gaze finally settling on Senju-chun. His wood release has the power to calm tailed beasts. This is the ultimate trump card that could shake the entire shinobi world. Koharu Uchiha adjusted her glasses. After the first Hokage, the village finally possesses this power again. This is Konoha's blessing. An immediate top-level protection plan must be established. Senju-chen's safety is above all else. Xiao-chun is still very young. If he were to be manipulated, the consequences would be unthinkable. I suggest forming a dedicated ANBU guard unit, providing 24-hour protection and restricting his contact with unnecessary personnel. Surveillance. Protection. Are you trying to lock up my brother like a second Kushina, treating him as a weapon without feelings? He's only 4. He just risked his life to save Kushina, to save your precious Jinchuriki. Is this how you treat Konoha's hero? Tsunade instantly flew into a rage. Tsunade, calm down. Jiraiya placed a hand on her shoulder. The elders mean well, they're thinking of the village. Exactly, Tsunade. We're also looking out for Xiao Chun. His bloodline talent is unparalleled. We believe he should be personally protected and guided by us to prevent him from going astray. You want to take my brother away? Tsunade exploded, her furious aura flooding the room. In the midst of this tension, Senju Chun at just the right moment clutched Tsunade's clothes, his small body trembling, and spoke timidly, "Sister, did I do something wrong? Are they going to lock me up?" His voice was low, laced with tears, yet it struck like a heavy hammer against everyone's heart. Tsunade's rage instantly turned into boundless tenderness. She hugged her brother tightly, soothing him. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Chun. As long as your sister is here, no one dares to touch a hair on your head." Minato Namikaze immediately stepped forward, bowing deeply to the 2 elders. "Advisors, Lord Hokage, please allow me to speak frankly. I was there. I saw with my own eyes that Shinkuin, at the most critical moment, disregarding his own safety, rushed forward to calm Kushina. His heart is for protection, no different from the first Hokage." Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze lingered on that innocent little face of Senju Chun for a long time. Finally, he spoke his words, decisive: "Enough. This matter ends here." He stood up, walked over to Senju Chun, his tall figure casting a shadow. He crouched down, trying to meet the child's eyes, his voice softening. "Xiao Chun, can you tell Grandpa how you did it?" Inside, Senju Chun was overjoyed. It worked. Tsunade's fury, Minato's support combined with his perfect victim act had completely turned the tide. The elder's proposal of surveillance now seemed utterly heartless and utterly isolated. He looked up, his clear and utterly guileless eyes meeting Hiruzen Sarutobi's, his face showing a mix of lingering fear and childlike bewilderment. I don't know." He constructed the most seamless explanation. "I just saw Sister Kushina in so much pain. Inside her there seemed to be a very angry, very sad flame burning. I wanted to help her. The first Hokage's notes said that what releases power comes from life. I thought the power of life could soothe pain. So I just put my hand on her." This speech, half truth and half fiction, perfectly attributed everything to bloodline instinct and a pure heart. What ill intentions could a 4-year-old child have? He just wanted to help a suffering friend. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. He looked at the boy before him, as if seeing the man decades ago who always spoke of peace and used would release to pacify the chaotic world. The same bloodline, the same power, the same heart born for protection. After a long moment, a genuine, deeply relieved smile spread across his weathered face. He extended his rough hand gently and reverently, placing it on Senju Chen's head. "Good child, you did very well. You did nothing wrong. You are Konoha's hero." This sentence declared a qualitative and earth-shattering change in Senju Chen's status in Konoha. He was no longer merely the Senju orphan needing protection, but had become an existence as important as the Jinchuriki, even more strategically valuable. Konoha's ultimate ace for handling tailed beast issues. This gamble had paid off. Not only had he acquired the coveted Uzumaki bloodline unscathed, but he had also solidified his transcendent position in Konoha. From today onward, he could go anywhere he pleased. He could feel the vast life force of the Uzumaki clan newly fused within him, perfectly blending with the Senju bloodline, surging like an unending river. With every breath, he enjoyed the pleasure of growing power. And the catalyst for all this, the Minato Namikaze he had treated as a tool, was now looking at him with immense gratitude, as if he were a savior. Senju Chun chuckled inwardly, yet on his face remained that obedient, understanding expression. He poked his head out from Tsunade's embrace and flashed a bright, trusting smile at everyone. "Thank you, Lord Hokage, Grandpa. Thank you, everyone." The meeting in the Hokage's office was like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring up endless ripples in the upper echelons of Konohagakure. The first to sense this coldness was Shimura Danzo. This leader of the Root had been unusually quiet in recent days. In his office, deep underground where sunlight had long been absent, the chilly air seemed to have solidified. He no longer mentioned any arrangements regarding the Senju orphan to Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if that name had become a taboo. He understood that the child named Senju Chun was no longer a pawn he could manipulate at will. The ability to tame tailed beasts with wood release held strategic value that surpassed even that of a Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade had built an insurmountable wall around this child. Any attempts to intervene would be mercilessly severed by the forces of righteousness and bloodline. The darkness of Root seemed to shrink back into the shadows as if pricked by sunlight. Meanwhile, the heads of various ninja clans in Konoha had through their channels more or less caught wind of the events of that day. At the Nara clan's residence, the afternoon breeze carried a hint of laziness. Nara Shikako lay on the porch chewing on a blade of grass, gazing at the clouds drifting lazily in the sky, his whole demeanor relaxed, as if he might melt into the wooden floor. Yet in his half-closed eyes there hid a bottomless shadow. Taming the Nine Tails. The first Hokage would release. TSK. Seriously, what a hassle. A 4-year-old child possessing power sufficient to suppress a tailed beast could no longer be described as an ordinary genius. This was a walking artifact, a living nuclear weapon. The third Hokage and Tsunade had protected him meticulously, and that in itself was a statement. Balance. Balance. Shikako muttered, his fingers unconsciously tapping at his side. Danzo has been dealt a blow. The Uchiha will surely be dissatisfied. The third Hokage now holds this trump card. Is it to intimidate internally or to guard against external threats? He chuckled softly to himself. No, only a child would make such choices. But this water has become murkier. Murky water is best for fishing. This trump card, if used wisely, might be able to push the ever-expanding ambition of the Uchiha back into its box. At the Akimichi clan's residence, the aroma of grilled meat almost spilled out into the streets. Akimichi Chozo, with hands like fans, grabbed a handful of grilled meat and stuffed his mouth, mumbling indistinctly to Yamenka Ino. Beside him, Ino, have you heard? Tsunade's brother. Wow, he's something else. Yamenka Ino held a teacup, but furrowed his brow slightly. It's more than just something else. He set down his teacup, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. Chozo, this power could become the stabilizer for Konoha for decades to come. Reassess. Haven't we always been on good terms with the Senju? Chozo asked, somewhat confused. We used to be, but that was in relation to a fallen and pitiable ally. Ino sighed. Now it's in relation to a ruler poised to rise again, one who wields great power. The nuances in this situation are vastly different. Chozo paused, his chewing a rare contemplative expression crossing his chubby face. Are you suggesting we should pay him a visit? What does Shikaka say? Ino countered. That guy? He's probably up there watching the clouds, mumbling about how troublesome it is. Chozo laughed heartily. Ino shook his head, but did not smile. He knew that the more troublesome Shikaku claimed something was, the faster his mind was actually turning. This matter, he likely had already thought of the 5th step, even the 10th step. Unlike the respectful or friendly atmosphere of the outside world, the air around the Uchiha compound was so oppressive it felt as if it could squeeze out water. Uchiha Fugaku sat in the main seat, his expression dark, listening to the heated debates of the elders below him, remaining silent. Would release. It's simply absurd. The Senju are long gone. Oh, where could this bloodline limit come from? An elder stood up, excitedly spitting as he spoke. I believe this is the third Hokage's conspiracy. Exactly. Another immediately chimed in. On the day the Nine Tails rampaged, our people were all kept outside the blockade. They say the Nine Tails was calmed, but who did it, and how, remains a mystery. Now they claim it was that Senju orphan. What a farce. However, a more senior elder, Uchiha Shana, tapped his cane softly, his voice hoarse. The intelligence from the guards indicates that there was indeed an abnormal chakra fluctuation nearby that day, immense in size, yet gentle in nature, reminiscent of the first Hokage's records. Moreover, the Nine Tails was indeed calmed, that is a fact. This statement caused the agitated crowd to quiet down slightly. Facts are the hardest to dispute. Even if that chakra was real, who can prove it was released by a 4-year-old brat? The first elder to speak remained unconvinced. It could very well be Tsunade employing some secret technique, or perhaps it was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina doing it herself, and then attributing the credit to that little brat to elevate the Senju and suppress us Uchiha. This speculation resonated with many in the crowd. Uchiha Fugaku, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, slowly opened them. His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced all noise. The intelligence is contradictory. He gazed at the crowd and spoke slowly. Our people on the outskirts did not see any giant trees or vines. This is completely inconsistent with the world-destroying would-release techniques of the first Hokage. Furthermore, the blockade was too swift. The root and umbu cleared away all traces almost instantaneously, as if they were covering something up. A 4-year-old child awakening would release and calming the Nine Tails. This sounds more like a fairy tale told to the villagers. He paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. But whether it's a fairy tale or a conspiracy, we cannot sit idly by. Send out orders. Uchiha Fugaku stood up, looking down at all his clansmen. Mobilize all the forces we can in the umbu and root to investigate. I want to know what truly happened that day. I want to know whether that child named Senju-chun is a god or a demon. The internal power dynamics of Konoha had quietly shifted due to Senju-chun alone. And at the center of this storm, Senju-chun himself was currently enjoying unprecedented privileges. Cum-chun opened wide. Ah, Tsunade scooped a spoonful of carefully concocted medicinal meal rich in life energy, blew on it gently to cool it, and brought it to Senju-chun's lips. The gesture resembled that of feeding a rare and precious creature. Sister, I can do it myself. Senju Chun wore a helpless, yet happy smile as he obediently opened his mouth. Since that day, Tsunade had almost never left his side, fearing he might encounter any mishap. Today was the routine physical examination. When Tsunade pressed her warm, faintly glowing green hand against Senju Chin's back, her smile gradually froze. How is this possible? Her beautiful eyes widened slightly in shock. In her perception, the amount of chakra within Senju Chin's small body had already far surpassed what a 4-year-old child should possess, even exceeding that of many freshly graduated genin. What astonished her even more was the quality of that life force. If the previous Senju Chin's life force resembled a clear stream, now that stream had merged into a raging river, becoming magnificent and vast, filled with boundless resilience and vitality. This was simply not the life intensity expected of a 4-year-old child. Could it be? After that incident, the bloodline of the Senju clan has been fully activated. Tsunade could only attribute all of this to the only reasonable explanation. She looked at her younger brother, perfectly sculpted and innocently gazing at her. A surge of indescribable pride and excitement welled up in her heart. No wonder he is of Senju blood. No wonder he is my brother. She hugged Senju Chin tightly, ruffling his hair, and laughed heartily. Great. Wonderful. Our Senju clan is finally going to rise again. Tsunade's perception was not wrong. When the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan truly merged with the Senju bloodline within him, the changes it brought were earth-shattering. If the vitality of the Senju was like the vast, thick earth that nurtured all things, then the Uzumaki bloodline was like a surging river that carved through the land, never ceasing. Their union was no mere addition. Within his body, it constructed a complete world brimming with life. His chakra was no longer energy painstakingly extracted from cells. His chakra recovery rate was extremely fast, and his total reserves far exceeded those of his peers. However, high intensity would release still caused immense consumption and physical burden. Lying on his bed, Senju Chin slowly raised his right hand, and with a thought, a verdant wooden branch brimming with vitality grew silently from the center of his palm, gently swaying under the moonlight. Wood release cutting technique. A technique that once drained nearly all his bodhis energy now felt as simple as lifting a hand. A technique that once drained nearly all his bodhis energy now felt as simple as lifting a hand. He even felt he could release it 2 or 3 times in succession, only feeling slightly fatigued. However, high intensity wood release still caused immense consumption and physical burden. But this was only the beginning. As he grew older and his body developed, this power would increase at a terrifying rate, multiplying exponentially. The Uzumaki bloodline is in hand, and Konoha's Getudo death-free card is also mine. The corner of Senju Chin's mouth curled into a slightly playful arc that belied his age. Danzo has been put in his place. The elders are wary, and the entire Konoha High Command sees me as the hope of the future. This layer of invincible protection shell will be enough for me to develop safely for a long time. He opened his eyes and gazed at the moonlight outside the window. Next, it's about solidifying the foundation, and then he recalled a sentence that Tsunade had casually mentioned earlier that day. In 4 months, you'll be attending the Ninja Academy, Little Chun. Then you'll get to make lots of new friends. New friends? In Senju Chin's mind, a series of familiar, yet unfamiliar figures emerged. The genius ninja Kakashi, who always had troublesome on his lips, the ever-enthusiastic Beast, Might Guy, the Uchiha Obito, who bore his hatred and single-handedly triggered the 4th Great Ninja War. And of course those gentle, lively, or aloof young ladies. The Ninja Academy. That's indeed a place teeming with talent. He still had a skill slot empty. For months passed like sand slipping through fingers, quietly gone. The training ground of the Senju clan compound had become Senju Chin's exclusive territory during these months. So the core of sealing techniques is to use chakra to construct rules and fix unstable power. See, like this. Uzumaki Kushina crouched on the ground, her bright red hair blazing like fire under the sunlight. She dipped her finger in special ink and deftly drew a complex sealing formula on the scroll, patiently explaining to Senju Chin as she worked. Senju Chin sat beside her, his young face full of earnestness, nodding frequently. But in an angle, Kushina couldn't see several tiny yet condensed chakra chains, hard as diamonds, silently spiraled and extended in his left palm. The exquisite control had already surpassed that of Kushina herself, who was currently teaching adamantine sealing chains. When the Uzumaki bloodline and Senju bloodline had fully merged, this supreme sealing talent from the Uzumaki clan awakened within him like an instinct. These 4 months, nominally, he was learning the basics of sealing techniques from Kushina, but in reality, he was using her explanations to reverse engineer the more ancient and powerful bloodline power within himself. Now, whether basic sealing techniques or advanced formulas like the 4-symbol seal, there were no secrets left for him. Little Chun is truly a genius. Kushina looked at Senju Chun, who had also completed the formula, clapped her hands, and turned to ruffle his hair, her fiery red eyes full of admiration and appreciation. When I was your age, I was still playing in the mud at the village entrance. I knew nothing about sealing techniques. Senju Chun revealed a properly shy smile, letting that large hand mess up his hair, and obediently replied, "It's all because Sister Kushina taught me well." Ever since he calmed the Ninetales rampage last time, he could feel that Kushina treated him completely like her own younger brother. She would come to his home to cook and buy him things, and later simply came to the Senju clan compound to teach him, so he wouldn't have to travel back and forth. She was extremely patient with him. If not for her special status, she would almost have moved in. He could feel that Kushina truly regarded him as a nephew and family. The genuine joy Kushina felt when she was with him warmed his heart. Actually, regarding the calming of the Ninetales rampage last time, he wasn't entirely sure if it was really his doing, though the outcome was good. But later he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward when he looked at Kushina, mainly because the Ninetales had cursed so terribly at that time, leaving him completely stunned. Recalling the Ninetales cursing, he couldn't help but ask Kushina, "Sister Kushina, do you ever let the big fox inside you come out for some fresh air?" "Of course not. That's very dangerous. Last time we were lucky to have you, little Chun. By the way, little Chun, you mustn't tell anyone about the monster sealed inside me. It's a secret," Kushina said to him seriously. "Mum, don't worry, Sister Kushina. By the way, little Chun," Kushina, as if not wanting to dwell on that topic, immediately changed the subject. "I heard from Minato that you're going to the Ninja Academy tomorrow." Senju Chun nodded and looked up at her with childlike curiosity. "Yes. Sister Kushina, what is the school? Will it be fun?" Though he had watched the Naruto anime in his past life, Senju Chun was still full of curiosity about the Ninja Academy. "Fun. Of course." Kushina's interest was immediately piqued, and she began to chatter. "The school teaches lots of useful ninjutsu, and you can make tons of friends. But of course there might also be annoying jerks you can't stand. If anyone dares to bully you, just say you're my Uzumaki, Kushina's disciple. Who would dare to touch you? Also, skipping class is a must. A school life without skipping is incomplete. If you want to improve your relationship with classmates, treat them to a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. I tell you that ramen is delicious." "Ha ha." She laughed suddenly halfway through her speech and waved her hand. "Forget it. With your skills you'll probably be the one bullying others. But don't copy me from back, then beating up classmates at the slightest provocation. You won't make friends that way." Her words carried a hint of pride and warning from someone who had been through it, but soon her expression softened. Her gaze drifted into the distance, and she whispered softly, "But it was at school that I met Minato." Thousand Hand Shin sat cross-legged in his room, the moonlight filtering through the wooden lattice window, casting a serene glow on the tatami mat. He closed his eyes, sensing the tremendous power within him. Unlike the newly born river of chakra from 4 months ago, the energy within him had now gathered countless tributaries from the Thousand Hand and Whirlpool bloodlines, transforming into a vast and profound ocean quietly lying in wait. This bloodline fusion not only granted him an immense amount of chakra, but also endowed him with perception abilities far beyond the ordinary. Within a radius of several hundred meters, every rustle of the wind, every chirp of insects, and every falling leaf vividly echoed in his mind. He slowly extended his right hand palm facing up. A flicker of green light appeared out of thin air, followed by the light quickly stretching, branching, and intertwining. No hand seals were needed, nor any extraneous actions. In the blink of an eye, a lifelike wooden sparrow formed in his palm, with the intricate feather patterns on its wings distinctly visible. This was one of the most fundamental applications of wood release. With a thought, the wooden sparrow flapped its wings and gracefully hopped onto his fingertip, tilting its small head as it looked at him with wooden eyes. So vivid was it, almost as if it were real, and at the same time the sparrow's view synchronized with his own. His left eye seeing from his perspective, while his right eye experienced the world through the sparrow's eyes, allowing him to watch himself. At first, this multi-perspective view felt quite disorienting, but with extensive practice, he gradually adapted to this new sensation. Among all his techniques, he found the wood release wood clone technique to be the most useful. This was a jutsu that rivaled, if not surpassed, the shadow clone technique, known to be difficult even for the Sharingan to discern. During this period, he practiced using wood clones, one training with shuriken in the training ground, while another practiced sealing techniques in his room. Now, techniques like wood wall and wood clone technique were as easy for him as breathing, capable of being triggered instantaneously. If he mobilized all his chakra, he could even manifest a small wooden dragon several meters long. While not as destructive as the first Hokage, it was enough to draw the attention of any jonin. This power in the hands of a nearly 5-year-old child could only be described as astonishing. As for the three-body technique taught at the Ninja Academy, it was laughably simple for him. Bang! Thousand Hand Shin formed hand seals, and his small body emitted a puff of white smoke, instantly transforming into a serious-looking old man with a pipe. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. He mimicked Hiruzen Sarutobi, cleared his throat, and spoke in a childish voice ahem, "You must attend the Ninja Academy properly and not act mischievously." After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh, dispelling the transformation technique. The advice from his elder sister Kushina still echoed in his ears. No bullying classmates. A life without skipping classes is imperfect. Ichiraku ramen is a social tool. He recalled the proud yet nostalgic expression on Kushina's face as she said these words and couldn't help but chuckle again. Skipping classes, fighting, making friends with Ichiraku ramen. These suggestions, filled with youthful folly coming from the mouth of a Jinchuriki and the future fourth Hokage's wife, created a wonderfully ironic contrast. Thousand Hand Chun could even imagine the young Kushina, her fiery red hair flamboyant in the streets of Konoha, and how she must have pummeled those classmates who dared to mock her. But he knew that this flame would ultimately extinguish on that fateful night years later, when she would sacrifice her last bit of light and warmth to protect the village and her child. Thinking of that predetermined fate, Thousand Hand Chun felt a heaviness in his chest. It was a sense of helplessness stemming from the perspective of an observer who knew the future. What did his current power mean against the already written script? It was like a drop of water attempting to shake the torrential tide of the era. He recalled Tsunade. His older sister, who numbed herself with heavy drinking and gambling, inherited the powerful vitality of the first Hokage, but spent her life in loss. The important men in her life showed eye, and Dan left one after another, leaving her to lick her wounds alone. If it weren't for his arrival, she would have likely left the village by now, wandering the world in search of something. And the once illustrious Thousand Hand clan now consisted of just the two of them. This thought pricked at Thousand Hand Chin's heart like a thorn. He had once casually asked Tsunade about it. It was one afternoon, a rare moment, when Tsunade didn't go to the gambling hall, but leaned against the corridor, drinking alone. The setting sun stretched her shadow long, illuminating the loneliness on her face. Sister Tsunade. 4-year-old Thousand Hand Chun moved a small stool and sat beside her with a serious demeanor. Tsunade with bleary eyes glanced at him, pinching his cheek. Little Chin, what is it now? Why are there only the two of us left in the Thousand Hand clan? Tsunade paused her pouring action. Thousand Hand Chun looked up and asked the sharpest question in the most innocent tone I heard from Sister Shizen, that Konoha was founded together by the Thousand Hand and Uchiha clans. Now the Uchiha clan still had so many members. But where did our clansmen go? He remembered how in his previous life he had seen the founding of Konoha, where the Thousand Hand and Uchiha clans were at their peak. Yet now the Uchiha remained Konoha's largest clan, while the Thousand Hand was on the verge of being erased. Tsunade's drunkenness faded significantly as she remained silent for a long time, the air seeming. Finally, she simply extended her finger and flicked Thousand Hand Chin's forehead hard. Little brat, don't concern yourself with adult matters. She feigned impatience, changing the subject, but her tone carried a barely perceptible tremor. Wanna know? When you can beat me at arm wrestling, I'll tell you. With that, she stood up and returned to her carefree demeanor, swaying as she left, leaving Thousand Hand Chun with a solitary figure. From that day on, Thousand Hand Chun never asked again. He knew it wasn't that Tsunade didn't want to talk, but rather that she was afraid and unwilling to touch that bloody wound again. Behind it, there must be a huge secret, a secret so profound that even the granddaughter of the first Hokage shied away from. Phew. Thousand Hand Chun exhaled deeply, feeling a bit of the pent-up frustration in his chest escape. He slowly opened his palm, looking at the clear lifeline in his palm. A sense of powerlessness. Perhaps. Sigh. How did the Thousand Hand clan truly disappear? And could Kushina's future truly not be changed? He spread his palm, feeling the vast ocean of chakra within him. Gaining this power came far earlier and more powerfully than he had imagined. Perhaps this was the meaning of his arrival in this world. The regrets of Konoha, the regrets of the Thousand Hand clan, the regrets of the Whirlpool clan. There were simply too many unresolved matters in this world. Thousand Hand Chin's gaze gradually grew resolute. Since I am here, I must do something worthwhile with this journey. His gaze turned towards the distant twinkling lights of Konoha. The Ninja Academy, huh? There should be quite a few surnames he recognized, as well as those so-called geniuses. Uchiha Hyuga Nara Akimichi Yamanaka. The Ninja Academy, I hope it brings me some surprises. Today marks the opening day of the Ninja Academy. At this moment, the entrance of the school is filled with the lively chatter and anticipation of new students. The voices of parents giving advice and the lively sounds of children blend into a scene of peace and tranquility. Shincho Chin, dressed in a brand new deep blue outfit, stands among the crowd, looking particularly small. Kagura Tsunade fussed over him, wishing she could tuck him away in her pocket to take him inside. But ultimately, he convinced her with, "Sister, I'm already 5 years old, I'm grown up now." He raised his head and scanned the surrounding youthful faces. In the depths of his clear black eyes, however, there flickered a glint of sharpness that was incongruous with his age. A Ninja Academy. His gaze precisely searched through the noisy crowd for the future key figures. In the corner, a white-haired boy wearing a mask stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of aloofness. This must be Hitaki Kakashi. Known by the nickname 50-50, this man fought alongside the protagonist against the ultimate boss Kagaya Otsutsuki, managing to survive until the end and becoming the 6th Hokage. However, due to personally killing his teammate Rin, who had feelings for him, he ended up alone. Not far away, a boy with a watermelon head dressed in a green skin-tight suit was punching the air, his thick eyebrows framing eyes that burned with fierce enthusiasm. Might Guy, the ultimate beast of physical techniques, nearly kicking off the conclusion of the story, the 8th Gate of Death. I must find a way to obtain that in the future. However, the side effects of this technique are too great. I wonder if my physique can handle it. But this guy is simple-minded, overly passionate, and easier to manipulate. Among the crowd, a black-haired boy wearing goggles, looking somewhat foolish, was animatedly boasting about something to his companions, his face unable to hide its cheerful and foolish expression. Uchiha Obito. Shinsho Chen's gaze lingered the longest on him, filled with playful intrigue. The core pivot of the entire Naruto storyline. He turned dark after witnessing Kakashi kill Rin, becoming one of the future ultimate bosses, a tragic figure indeed. Yet now he is merely a foolish child, craving recognition. However, to be fair, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which can manipulate space, if I could comprehend its secrets. Standing beside Obito is another Uchiha. That boy, handsome and sunny, always sporting a gentle smile, easily winning the affection of others. Uchiha Shisui. A tragic figure willing to die for his family, unfortunately dying too early. The Mangekyo Ninjutsu Kodo Amatsukami, known as the strongest illusion, is indeed a fantastic skill. Shinsho Chun was almost drooling. Of course, there are also those future beauties like Yutaka Akane, who is sharing dango with friends, laughing like a little wildcat. And then there's the quiet girl standing to the side with beautiful black hair and crimson eyes, Yui Kurenai. Shinsho Chun licked his lips, feeling the desire named collection stirring within him. These people represent Bloodline's secret techniques and key roles in the future plot. They are all treasures. My skill bar still has one slot empty. With so much good material, I really don't know how to choose. This is what they call the trouble of happiness. Just as he was pondering, an unpleasant voice rang out in front of him. Hey, are you that little brat from the Shinsho clan? Shinsho Chun looked up to see a proud-looking boy glaring down. The boy wore clothes emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem, flanked by 2 similarly arrogant followers. Seeing that iconic emblem, this is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. In Shinsho Chen's mind, that name quickly surfaced. Is this trouble? Uchiha Dado is the grandson of an elder in the clan, spoiled in the clan's territory. Since childhood, his ears filled with the rhetoric of the Uchiha are the strongest. He has long been dissatisfied with the Hokage faction, especially with the fact that they support the orphan of the Shinsho clan, who is at odds with his grandfather. Rather than familial hatred, it is more like a spoiled brat who, upon hearing some rumors, desperately wants to find a target to prove that he is the strongest. Childish, but fitting for his age. I heard you can use wood release. Uchiha Dado raised his chin high, his nostrils nearly facing Shinsho Chun. His tone was laced with undisguised disdain, as if he were hearing an enormous joke. If you can really brag. The Shinsho clan has long since perished. This is just a story fabricated by Lord Hokage to scare people, right? Dado is the strongest in our generation. The 2 followers chimed in immediately. It's definitely the old man Hokage being biased, crediting a little brat with the achievements. If you have the ability, show us a wood release right now. Yeah. If you can't do it, you're just a fraud. Some surrounding new students and parents were drawn in by the commotion, casting curious glances. Faced with the trio's aggressive questioning, Shinsho Chun didn't even raise an eyelid. He even found it somewhat amusing. He had just been contemplating how to recruit future powerhouses like Obito and Shisui, and now in the blink of an eye he was blocked by a few insignificant characters. He slowly raised his head, his black eyes calm and unruffled, quietly observing Dado. Would release. Shinsho Chun spoke, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear here. He looked around, pointed to the grand entrance of the Ninja Academy, then to the nearby classroom building, and with a serious expression asked, do you want me to grow a forest here, or do you want me to tear down the school with tree roots? Uchiha Dado's expression froze instantly. He had merely wanted to insult this so-called Shinsho genius, and had never considered this question. Seeing that he couldn't respond, Shinsho Chun stepped forward, leaning in closer, and adding in a voice only they could hear, I've heard the Uchiha clan is quite wealthy. If the school is torn down, your family can afford the compensation, right? You. Dado's face instantly flushed a deep red, both from anger and embarrassment. As a 5 or 6-year-old child, he had never thought about the issue of compensation. He only knew that if he nodded, his grandfather would definitely break his legs. Shinsho Chun, however, ignored his embarrassment, shaking his head and sighing, looking at him as if he were a fool. Alas, it seems it won't work. His expression of regret seemed to genuinely consider the Uchiha clan's finances. This time the impact was minimal, but the insult was profound. In the crowd someone couldn't help but chuckle. Daido's face turned even redder. He angrily shouted, "Don't be so pleased with yourself. Not daring to use it means you can't use it. Oh, why make so many excuses? You're just a fraud." "Oh," Shinsho-chun replied dismissively. Then he walked past Daido, as if he were just a stone in the way. Throughout he displayed no anger or anxiety. That complete disregard was more infuriating than any vicious words. Is this how you Uchiha treat a 5-year-old child? Too much. Exactly, the Uchiha clan is truly arrogant. Although Shinsho-chun did not respond to them, murmurs erupted around, and all the focus quickly shifted toward Uchiha Daido. Uchiha Daido's expression turned grim. He did not expect this little brat to ignore him. The surrounding discussions made him feel somewhat cornered, but his inherent arrogance wouldn't allow him to back down. He glared menacingly at Shinsho-chun. "Whether it's true or not, you'll find out." Saying this, he truly gathered chakra and rushed forward, reaching out to grab Shinsho-chun's collar. "Stop!" A teacher's reprimand rang out from a distance, but it was too late. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Uchiha Daido's hand was about to touch that helpless child. Here it comes. At the moment Daido's hand was about to touch the collar, Shinsho-chun's body seemed weightless as he floated back half a step. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, he silently created distance, the entire process flowing like water, leaving only a fading shadow. The next second, Shinsho-chun had already appeared several meters away, looking back at him with a faint smile. In the corner, Hitaki Kakashi, who had been watching with his hands in his pockets, had a flash of surprise in the eye that was exposed. What incredible speed! Just as he retreated, he slid one hand behind his back, releasing a small amount of chakra toward the ground. A green resilient root no thicker than a thumb unexpectedly shot up from the crack in the tiles beneath Uchiha Daido's feet, accurately wrapping around his ankle. What? Uchiha Daido, charging forward at full speed, completely did not anticipate such a turn of events. He instantly lost his balance, and with a yelp of dismay fell to the ground in front of Shinsho-chun, landing face first in the dirt. The entire scene fell silent in an instant. All eyes were frozen. They stared in shock at the disheveled Uchiha Daido on the ground, and finally their gazes converged on the 5-year-old boy, who had stepped back in fright, his face bewildered, as if he had no idea what had just happened. Shinsho-chun slowly lowered his head and looked at the Uchiha Daido sprawled in front of him. "Big brother, are you okay? Is there something interesting on the ground? Why did you suddenly fall down? Big brother, are you okay? Is there something fun on the ground? Why did you suddenly fall flat on your face?" Shinsho-chun's youthful voice, carrying just the right amount of panic and confusion, dropped like a drop of clear oil into boiling water, instantly breaking the deathly stillness of the scene. On the ground, Uchiha Inabi felt his mind buzz as all the blood rushed to his head. He heard the stifled snickers around him, the whispered remarks that pierced his pride like needles. I. He wanted to get up, roar, and tell everyone that the brat had tricked him, but the eerie grip around his ankle had vanished, leaving not even a blade of grass on the ground. He had no evidence at all. In everyone's eyes, he was just a fool who charged at a 5-year-old child, tripped over his own feet, and fell flat on his face. "It's you. You did it." Inabi jerked his head up, his dust-smudged face flushed with shame and rage as he glared at Shinsho-chun. Shinsho-chun, frightened by his twisted expression, took another step back, his small face full of innocence and grievance. He whispered to the teacher, "Teacher, I didn't do anything. This big brother just ran over and fell." "Enough." Uchiha Inabi, the arriving middle-aged teacher, looking exasperated, barked to stop Inabi's tantrum. "Creating trouble at the school gate on the very first day? What a disgrace. Get up this instant." The whispers grew louder. "That Uchiha kid is too domineering." Exactly, he fell, and then tried to shift the blame. "This is the greatest clan of Konoha. How shameful." Each word landed like a stinging slap on Inabi and his 2 lackeys. In a corner, Hitaki Kakashi's hand, buried in his pocket, moved slightly. His eyes, visible above his mask, clearly captured everything. Shinsho-chun's retreating steps were as light as a feather, not at all like a child's. Inabi's fall was too perfectly timed, as if choreographed in a play. It wasn't an accident, Kakashi concluded inwardly. That brat named Shinsho-chun is no ordinary kid. On the other side, Uchiha Obito looked sympathetic. He scratched his head and muttered, "Inabi is so pathetic, tripping while walking. But that little brother looks so pitiful." As the standoff lingered, a gentle voice interjected, "I sincerely apologize for the trouble." The crowd parted, and Uchiha Shursui stepped forward. He bowed deeply to the teacher and the surrounding parents, then walked over to Inabi and helped him up. His tone was gentle yet firm. Inabi apologized to this classmate. "Shisuni, I. Inabi, frustrated and angry, tried to argue. "Apologize." Shizui's smile didn't change, but his eyes darkened. Inabi met his gaze, and for some reason shivered. All his words stuck in his throat. Reluctantly, he muttered something vaguely in Shinsho-chun's direction. Sorry. After that, Uchiha Shursui walked over to Chincho-chun and crouched down to meet his eyes. His face wore a warm spring-like smile, his voice as soft as honey. Hello, my name is Uchiha Shursui. Inabi didn't mean it. I apologize on his behalf. Did he scare you? Chincho-chun looked at the handsome face before him and admired inwardly. As expected of Uchiha Shursui, his demeanor is 100 times better than that idiot's. Such maturity at a young age. His mind raced, but his face remained timid. He cautiously examined Shursui, as if confirming he. After a few seconds he whispered, "My name is Chincho-chun. It's okay. I'm fine." His well-behaved, innocent look paired with clear, guileless eyes was devastatingly effective. Shizui's smile deepened. He couldn't resist reaching out to pinch Chincho-chun's cheek like Tsunade would, but stopped halfway thinking it might be too forward. Instead he said gently, "That's good. If anyone bullies you at school, you can come to me." A perfect gesture of goodwill, showing the Uchiha clan's grace, diffusing the awkwardness, and earning a favor. Bitten the hook, Chincho-chun chuckled inwardly, but on the surface he nodded vigorously, eyes sparkling. "Thank you, Shisunii." The farce came to an end. The opening ceremony was long and boring. The third Hokage spoke passionately about the will of fire and the sacrifices made by predecessors for the village's peace and prosperity. Most children below the stage were drowsy. Only a few like Mike Guy listened with burning excitement, fists clenched. Chincho-chun stood at the back, watching the third Hokage ramble. The will of fire. For a transmigrator who knew everything, those words carried too much weight. There was light and glory, but more blood, conspiracies, and cold calculations. It could make ninjas burn their lives to protect comrades, or become a grand excuse for sending low-level ninjas to die as cannon fodder. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was the spokesman of the will of fire, but he was also the politician who tacitly allowed Danzo to purge dissenters and tolerated the Uchiha clan's marginalization and surveillance. What an ironic philosophy! Chincho-chun's lips curled into an unnoticed smile. His gaze swept slowly across the crowd. Hatake Kakashi stood alone in a corner, a cold sculpture. Uchiha Obito was secretly flicking paper balls at a girl in front of him, then frantically pretended to admire the view when caught. That girl must be Rin. Uchiha Shursui sat upright, listening attentively to the principal's speech, the perfect student in every teacher's eyes. And Yuhi Kurenai Mitarashi Anko. These future elite jonin were still just innocent children. Their faces brimmed with hope for the future, unaware of the cruel shinobi world awaiting them. Chincho-chun's gaze lingered on Yuhi Kurenai's beautiful black hair and Anko's wild smile. Good seeds, but still too green, like unripe apples. A thought utterly disproportionate to his 5-year-old form flickered through his mind, then he turned back to business. I hope all students can inherit the will of fire and become excellent shinobi protecting Konoha. The third's concluding words drew sparse applause. The homeroom teacher led them into the classroom for self-introductions and an explanation of school rules. Chincho-chun board flipped open a brand new textbook. It showed shuriken throwing methods, basic hand seals. Child's play for him. His eyelids grew heavy. For someone with a mental age of over 20 and possessing the absurd power of would release the academy curriculum was the perfect sedative. Just as he was about to doze off, he sensed a sharp gaze. He lifted his eyes and followed the feeling. It was Hatake Kakashi. The white-haired boy had turned around, his black eyes fixed on him without blinking. There was no childish curiosity in those eyes, only scrutiny and investigation. Obviously the scene at the gate hadn't fooled the future copy ninja. Two gazes met in the air. One belonged to a transmigrator disguised as a child, his eyes holding the calm and amusement of one who knows everything. The other was a genius boy with an alertness and sharpness beyond his years. Chincho-chun didn't look away. Instead, he gave Kakashi a bright, harmless smile, like an ordinary child who had found a new friend. Kakashi frowned slightly, then slowly turned back. Interesting. Chincho-chun's smile deepened. Hatake Kakashi is indeed sharp. And Kakashi was also Chincho-chun's next target. Beneath the city of Muyi. This was the base of Gen, a place where the air was cold and damp, permeated by a strange odor of disinfectant mingled with soil. Torches burning eternally on the stone walls cast a dim yellow light, twisting human shadows into clawing monsters. Zamura Tawanzang sat in the seat of honor. His right eye and half his face were tightly wrapped in thick bandages, and his sole exposed left eye was sinister and deep, like a venomous scorpion lurking in the dark. Deshiwan, I appreciate your hard work on this mission, he said in a hoarse voice that echoed through the empty stone chamber, betraying no warmth of gratitude. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. He had sickly pale skin, golden snake-like pupils, and purple eyeshadow extending from the corners of his eyes, making him appear eerie yet handsome. This was none other than one of the Sannin, the genius hailed as a Onsina generation talent, Deshiwan. He extended a long tongue, licked his lips, and let out a sibilant chuckle. Lord Tawanzang, it was merely dealing with some disobedient insects at the border. Hardly deserves mention. Rather you summon me back so urgently. Has something interesting happened in the village again? Deshiwan had no interest in the so-called mission. His true obsession lay in the mysteries of life and ninjutsu. A glint of sharp light flickered in Tuanzang's murky left eye. He knew the fish was about to take the bait. An interesting matter. Tuanzang drew out his words. Indeed, there is one that might shed new light on your stagnant research. Deshiwan's golden snake pupils suddenly contracted. His recent research naturally referred to the transplantation and cultivation of the cells of the first Hokage, Qianshou Zhujian. That was the ultimate life force, the source of would release the key to his path toward immortality. But this research was fraught with difficulties. The dominance of the first Hokage cells exceeded imagination, and every test subject without exception collapsed and died from inability to bear their power. Oh, Deshiwan's voice carried a hint of barely suppressed excitement. I would love to hear the details. An orphan has appeared in the Qianshou clan. Tuanzang spoke slowly, each word like a pebble dropped into a deep pool. Gangshou's younger brother, a child of 5. Qianshou. Deshiwan's interest waned slightly. Just a descendant with diluted bloodlines, meaningless to my research. What if this child has awakened true would release? Tuanzang cast the real bait. The lazy smile on Deshiwan's face instantly froze. His golden pupils burst with a terrifying light, and the temperature of the entire stone chamber seemed to drop by several degrees. Impossible, he denied categorically. The bloodline limit of the first Hokage could not possibly reappear after so many years in a descendant with such diluted blood. It defies reason. But that is the truth. Tuanzang pushed a piece of intelligence across the table. His name is Qianshou Chun. Just a few days ago in front of many people he used would release. Though it was only the most rudimentary application, the aura of life force was unmistakable. Deshiwan snatched up the report and scanned it rapidly. When he read the description of Qianshou Chun tripping Uchiha Daohor with a slender wooden root at the school gate, his breathing became rapid. An amateur watches for show, but a professional understands the technique. That seemingly insignificant move represented an inconceivably exquisite control over chakra nature and the activation of life force. A living perfect vessel that could flawlessly integrate the first Hokage cells and even awaken would release on its own. This was 1,000,000,000 times more precious than those cold tissue samples. Where is he? Deshiwan's voice was hoarse, filled with a thirst for unknown truth. At the Ninja Academy. Tuanzang had achieved his goal. He leaned back in his chair, relaxed and composed. However, I must warn you. Rinnegan and Gangshou are very protective of this child, especially Gangshou. She is practically glued to him. I have already been warned by Rinnegan not to make a move against him. His words, seemingly a warning, were actually fuel to the fire. He couldn't act, but that didn't mean Deshiwan couldn't. Deshiwan smiled a smile of profound malevolence. He was naturally aware that Tuanzang was setting a trap, wanting him to test the waters or even seize the prize. But so what? Compared to the secrets of immortality and the truth of would release, a little political risk meant nothing. Hee. Lord Tuanzang, Gangshou and I have been close comrades in arms. How could I harm her clan member? Deshiwan placed the report on the table and turned to vanish into the shadows. Watching Deshiwan's retreating figure, a cold, smug arc curled at the corner of Tuanzang's lips. For Qianshou Chun, the curriculum at the Ninja Academy was as tedious as repeatedly watching a black-and-white film he had already memorized. Thanks to his handsome face inherited from the fine genes of the Qianshou and Xianhua clans and his harmless, obedient appearance, he quickly became the center of attention in the class, especially among the girls. During breaks, Yu Rihong would blush and offer him a candy, while Yusho Shihongdo would casually slap his shoulder and ask if he wanted to go eat dumplings together. Such treatment naturally stirred jealousy and resentment among the clan kids, led by Uchiha Daohua. In their eyes, the so-called genius Qianshou Chun was merely riding on the favor of the Hokage and the last pathetic remnants of the Qianshou clan's reputation. That incident at the school gate must have been sheer luck. "Humph, a pretty boy who hides behind women," Uchiha Daohua would mutter sourly from a distance more than once. Qianshou Chun paid no attention to such childish provocations. He was far too busy observing every minute movement of Kakashi out of the corner of his eye, analyzing his detachment and maturity beyond his years, busy bumping into Uchiha Jishui, and using innocent questions to extract information about the Uchiha clan, even busy mentally rating the girls in his class, calculating whose potential was greater. His disguise was flawless. Until today's taijutsu sparring lesson. Next we will practice in pairs. Remember, begin with the seal of reconciliation and end with it. Strike only until the point of contact. No sooner had the teacher finished speaking than Uchiha Daohua stepped forward, pointing his chin at Qianshou Chun in the crowd, and declared loudly, "Teacher, I request to be paired with Qianshou Chun." All eyes in the class instantly focused on Qianshou Chun. Here it comes. A faint smile crossed his heart, but his face showed a hint of discomfort and nervousness. Seeing his expression, Dao Hua grew even more triumphant. He would trample this fraud underfoot in front of everyone and avenge his earlier humiliation. All right. The teacher glanced at Qian Shou-chun, then at the battle-hungry Dao Hua, and nodded. He too wanted to see how much substance this legendary Qian Shou orphan truly possessed. The two stepped into the center of the arena. Please guide me. Qian Shou-chun bowed slightly, his etiquette impeccable, looking like a gentle lamb. Humph. Dao Hua merely snorted through his nose, eagerly forming the seal of reconciliation. The moment the seal broke, he launched himself like a cannonball, charging straight at Qian Shou-chun. He would use the taijutsu the Uchiha clan prided itself on, absolute speed and power, to crush his opponent in an instant. Too slow, too wide, full of openings. In Qian Shou-chun's mind, Dao Hua's movements were broken down into slow-motion frames. His perception, far beyond ordinary, made every muscle contraction and shift in center of gravity vividly clear to his consciousness. To the onlookers, Dao Hua's fist was like lightning aimed straight at Qian Shou-chun's face. And Qian Shou-chun seemed frozen in fright, immobile. Just as the wind from the punch was about to touch his nose, he jerked his head to the right like a startled rabbit. Whoosh! Dao Hua's fist whizzed past his hair, missing entirely. Undeterred by the miss, Dao Hua used his forward momentum to execute a swift sweeping kick that carried a gust of wind. Qian Shou-chun lightly tapped his feet, drifting backward, barely evading the kick. His movements were devoid of any superfluity, minimal to the extreme. Each dodge seemed dangerously close, as if purely by luck. Are you just going to dodge? You coward! Frustrated by the prolonged attack, Dao Hua's face grew hot, and his assault became fiercer. Punches, elbows, knees, kicks. For a moment the field was filled with Dao Hua's relentless offensive, while Qian Shou-chun was like a fragile boat in a storm, rocking left and right, seemingly about to capsize at any moment, yet always managing to evade the deadly blows at the last instant with minimal effort. In the corner, Kakashi's brow furrowed deeper. It's not luck. He saw clearly each of Qian Shou-chun's evasions precisely coincided with the moment Dao Hua's strength waned or struck at the blind spots of his attacks. This was no coincidence. It was absolute control, rooted in terrifying insight and anticipation. This guy is playing. Aya! Dao Hua lost all patience. With a roar, he unleashed his most proud technique. A wide, powerful downward stomp aimed directly at the top of Qian Shou-chun's head with overwhelming force. Now, a glint of cold light unseen by anyone flickered in Qian Shou-chun's eyes. Facing this ferocious strike, he did not evade again. Instead, just as Dao Hua's leg was about to descend, he stepped forward half a pace, closing the distance. Then he extended a tiny palm. Not to block, but to gently push against the ankle of Dao Hua's supporting leg. A push so light and casual. In the midst of his full-force downward stomp, Uchiha Dao Hua felt a subtle force disrupt his pivot point. All the strength in his body suddenly lost its foundation. Before the disbelieving eyes of everyone, the ferocious Uchiha Dao Hua crashed to the ground in a posture even more embarrassing and comical than his fall at the school gate. Thud! Dust flew. The entire field fell into dead silence once more. Qian Shou-chun stood still, looking at the fallen Dao Hua with a perfectly blended expression of surprise and confusion, as if he himself didn't know what had happened. Sorry, he said, extending a hand, as if to help, his voice full of apology. I didn't mean to. You were too forceful. Puffed. This time someone finally couldn't hold back a laugh. Then snickering spread like a plague. Wow, he fell again. How does he do it? It's always so creative. Uchiha Dao Hua lay on the ground, listening to the mockery around him, feeling the world spin. He choked, nearly fainting on the spot. Outside the training ground, in the shadow of a large tree, Shiwan's golden snake pupils were fixed unblinkingly on the innocent-looking 5-year-old in the arena. The earlier fanaticism on his face was gone, replaced by a deeper, more complex expression mingled with excitement and wariness. Interesting. He extended his tongue, licking his dry lips. Such supreme control over timing and force. Truly a perfect work of art. Qian Shou-chun. I am becoming more and more interested in you. I'm sorry. Qian Shou-chun extended his hand, as if to help the other person, his tone full of apology. I didn't mean to. You were too forceful. This sentence, almost identical to the one he said at the school gate last time, now sounded different to everyone's ears. Yuzhibo Dao Hua lay on the ground, hearing those familiar words, feeling the world spinning and his vision dark. He wanted to retort, to roar, but every joint in his body ached from that bizarre loss of balance. More importantly, he had no idea how he had fallen. That feeling. It was like throwing a full power punch at a wad of cotton. All his strength was instantly drained, and then an invisible force gently nudged him, turning the world upside down. Enough. The instructor finally snapped out of his shock. He dashed into the arena in 2 or 3 strides, first glanced at Dao Hua, who was nearly unconscious on the ground, then turned to Qian Shou-chun with an extremely complicated gaze. As a Jonin instructor, his insight far surpassed that of the students. He had seen it clearly. At the moment Daohuo's powerful downward kick descended, Chen did not block or dodge. He simply stepped forward, reached out, and gave a light push on Daohuo's supporting ankle. The timing, angle, and force were all exquisitely precise. That was not a reaction a 5-year-old could make, nor even a genin could make. That was the instinctive battle intuition possessed only by battle-hardened taijutsu masters. No, it even surpassed intuition. It was more like combat precognition. Chen, well done. The teacher took a deep breath to suppress his shock, forcing an appreciative expression. Your grasp of timing is outstanding. That is the essence of taijutsu. Then he turned to the whole class, his voice suddenly stern. Did you all see that? This is taijutsu. Taijutsu is not about who has more strength or whose fists are harder. It is about control over one's own power and judgment of the battlefield. Yuzhibo Daohua, you rely too much on brute force. Your movements are wide and full of openings. This sparring match, Chen has taught all of you a lesson. Get up now and thank your classmate. These words not only provided a plausible explanation of genius instinct for Chen's miraculous performance, but also preserved the teacher's authority. Daohua was helped up by his companions, his face pale and lips trembling. Finally, under the teacher's stern gaze, he lowered his head and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Thank you for the instruction. Chen quickly waved his hands, his face showing just the right amount of panic. No need to thank me. I don't know what happened either. This act only deepened the appreciation in the teacher's eyes. What an uncut gem. In the corner, Chimu Kakaxi's hand, which had been in his pocket, had at some point clenched into a tight fist. His single eye exposed outside his mask stared unblinkingly at Chen in the arena, gaze sharp as a blade. Not instinct and certainly not luck. Kakaxi's insight was even more penetrating than the teacher's. That was not exploiting weaknesses, it was creating weaknesses. All of Chen's previous dodges, though seemingly clumsy, were actually subtly guiding Daohuo's attack rhythm, wearing down his patience and forcing him to unleash such reckless offensive moves full of openings. From the very beginning, the outcome had been written. That fellow named Chen was like a puppet master, and Yuzhibo Daohua was the ridiculous puppet in his hands. He wasn't fighting, he was playing. This guy is a monster. In Kakaxi's mind, for the first time, an image appeared that was not his father Chimushomao. That control over the battlefield, that effortless demeanor actually made him feel a familiar fear. The taijutsu class ended, and the crowd dispersed. After today, no one dared to look at Chen as an ordinary child. The girls who had previously chattered around him now only watched from a distance with a hint of awe in their eyes. Yuzhibo Daohua and his followers even went out of their way to avoid him, as if dodging a plague. Chen paid no attention to this. He packed his things, swept his gaze across the crowd, and walked straight toward the white-haired figure who was about to leave alone. His target from the very beginning was not a small fry like Yuzhibo Daohua. Commusin. Chen's voice came from behind, soft and tender as typical for his age, but it froze Kakaxi's. His back stiffened for a moment. Kakaxi slowly turned around. That single black eye exposed outside his mask was like a bottomless dry well, devouring all surrounding light. He simply stared at Chen in silence, like a solitary sculpture frozen by time. The laughter and chatter of surrounding students seemed to be walled off by an invisible barrier. In this small space, only the silent confrontation of the two remained. Chen paid no heed to that cold scrutiny. He raised his head, and the perfectly timed bewilderment and innocence on his face had silently faded away. In its place was a pure curiosity, a look of studying prey utterly incompatible with his 5-year-old. He took half a step forward, leaned slightly, and lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. You saw everything. It was not a question. It was a statement. This was an announcement that tore through all pretense and struck the core, precisely cutting through Kakaxi's guard. Kakaxi's gaze suddenly sharpened, that calm look instantly condensing into a tangible blade locking onto Chen. He had guessed the other was not simple, but he hadn't expected the other to be so direct, so arrogant. He remained silent, but the hand in his pocket clenched into a fist, the fabric taut over the clear outline of knuckles. The aura emanating from him had shifted from wariness to extreme danger. Don't be so tense. Chen smiled a smile, so pure it was terrifying, like the first snow of early winter. Clean yet carrying a chilling cold. He scratched his head, and in a blink he was back to being that innocent, harmless child, as if the sharp he'd won moments ago had been just an illusion of Kakaxi's. My sister once told me that a ninja's path needs companions. He spoke softly in the tone of telling a bedtime story, as if to himself. She said no matter how powerful one person is, their vision is only so narrow, they can only see the path beneath their own feet. But with a companion you can see an additional path. When two paths merge, walking together takes you farther than walking alone. He lifted his head, his bright black eyes clearly reflecting Kakaxi's slightly startled, solitary figure, his tone filled with undisguised childlike longing. I want to walk a very, very broad path. Shinsho-chun stepped forward again, this time with an earnestness and anticipation in his tone that left no room for refusal. Kim, using your taijutsu gives me the feeling that it could carve out a brand new path. So, can we practice together? He extended his hand, his small palm open in front of Kakashi, his face showing flawless expectation. Take the bait, future copy ninja, Chimu Kakashi. The loneliness of genius is the best bait in this world. No one can refuse the approach of another kindred spirit. In Shinsho-chun's heart, there was nothing but anticipation. A long while. So long that the air grew viscous. The lips hidden under Kakashi's mask finally moved. Your path is too broad for me. His voice was cold and harsh like two stones grinding together. My path I walk alone. Refusal. Decisive and unyielding. I can't believe he actually rejected me. It shouldn't be like this. Wasn't it said that geniuses attract each other? In an instant, Shinsho-chun's smile froze on his face. He looked up at Hatake Kakashi's calm eyes, and the eagerness and anticipation on his face seemed to be frozen by the cold wind, gradually retracting little by little. He lowered his eyelids, long eyelashes casting small shadows beneath his eyes. That look of disappointment was enough to evoke sympathy from any tender-hearted adult. Is that so? His voice was soft, carrying the unique grievance and dejection of a child turned down. I'm sorry, I was too presumptuous. He retracted his outstretched hand, clenched it, then bowed to Kakashi, turned around, and with small steps disappeared into the flow of students after school, without looking back. That small figure looked lonely and desolate. Kakashi stood still, unmoving. He watched the silhouette vanish around the corner, his hand in his pocket, the tightly clenched fist slowly relaxing. The inexplicable irritation in his heart did not dissipate with the other's departure, instead it grew more intense. He did not understand. That guy named Shinsho-chun was full of contradictions. Clearly possessing terrifying insight that could see through everything, yet he chose to hide it behind the most naive and innocent expression. Clearly able to toy with Uchiha Inoho effortlessly, yet he pretended to be utterly helpless. Those words just now, the comments about companions and paths, were as straightforward as a sharp knife precisely slicing through the walls of indifference he had built. But now he had given up so easily. Like a child who, after being denied their favorite toy, throws a tantrum and then obediently walks away. Is it just my illusion? Kakashi frowned tightly. Or is this yet another of his disguises? He couldn't comprehend. This feeling of being out of control made him very uncomfortable. However, Kakashi soon realized that he had been thinking too simply. Shinsho-chun indeed did not take the initiative to speak to him again. But he was like air, omnipresent. The next day, Kakashi came alone to the third training ground to practice shurikens. After throwing a couple of rounds, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a figure awkwardly imitating his movements at the other end of the training ground. It was Shinsho-chun. He did not look over. He was wholly focused on his target, throwing kunai again and again. Out of 10 throws, 8 missed the target, and the remaining 2 barely hung on the edge, looking ridiculous and laughable. Kakashi snorted coldly, ignoring him and refocusing on his own training. But for some reason, the chaotic sound of thud, thud, thud from behind him was like a rhythmic drumbeat striking at his heart, making it difficult for him to fully concentrate. On the third day, Kakashi practiced the body flicker technique. Hand seals, instant movement. When he appeared on the trunk of a large tree, he looked up and saw Shinsho-chun sitting on a higher branch, swinging his little legs, holding a skewer of dango, devouring them one by one. Upon seeing Kakashi, he friendly waved his hand and mumbled, "Ah, Hatake classmate, what a coincidence." Kakashi. He expressionlessly jumped down from the tree and moved to another spot. On the fourth day, the fifth day, no matter where Kakashi went, he could always bump into that guy. While practicing water stepping by the river, Shinsho-chun would be downstream fishing. While setting traps in the woods, Shinsho-chun would be gathering herbs not far away. He never approached, never spoke, but appeared in Kakashi's field of vision in a harmless and self-evident manner. He was like a piece of taffy, impossible to shake off or tear apart. Kakashi's patience was gradually being worn down by this method of slowly boiling a frog. He even began to have an absurd illusion. Was it only the two of them in the entire Konoha who were so diligent? Interesting. Shinsho-chun had a hint of mischievous delight. Is this the loneliness of a genius? He was well aware that a genius of Kakashi's caliber was extremely solitary and sensitive. His father was a hero renowned in the ninja world, and he was a standout among his peers. In his world, there were no companions. This loneliness was both his armor and his most fatal weakness. Forcibly intruding would only result in being wounded by his cold blade. But if one simply stayed quietly on the edge of his lonely world, allowing him to get used to your presence, just like Mike Guy did later by continuously challenging him, one must let him realize that there is indeed another person in this world like him who leaves home before dawn and only returns when the night is deep. Then this armor called loneliness would unknowingly corrode a small gap. Hatake Sakumo. Konoha White Fang. Shinsho Chen's gaze pierced through Kakashi's lonely figure, as if seeing something further away. A tragic figure who should have become a hero but was driven to death by the village's public opinion. In his past life, while watching the anime, he felt deep regret for this character's fate. A ninja who sacrificed his mission for his companions should never have met such an end. And this regret at this moment transformed into the coldest of calculations. Saving Itachi Tsukumo would not only change Kakashi's fate, but also allow me to utilize Konoha White Fang's top combat power. This favor is enough to make the future copy ninja my most solid ally. So Kakashi. Shinsho-chun looked at the increasingly irritated white-haired youth in the distance due to his harassment, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible arc. Don't rush, the show has only just begun. Finally one evening, Kakashi finished a day of training and was preparing to go home. He passed by an open space, but his footsteps suddenly halted. In the clearing, Shinsho-chun was holding a wooden short knife imitating some kind of sword technique starting posture. His movements were very juvenile, even somewhat distorted, but Kakashi recognized it at a glance. That was the stance of the Hatake sword technique. Although it was just the most basic move, the essence and intent of generating power from the core of the waist and abdomen could not be mistaken. How could he? A storm surged in Kakashi's heart. The Hatake sword technique was a family secret, and it could not possibly be taught to anyone else aside from his father. He must have learned it by accident. A surge of anger rushed to Kakashi's head, and he could no longer remain silent. He flashed in front of Shinsho-chun, his voice cold enough to freeze. What are you doing? Shinsho-chun was startled by the sudden reprimand, causing the wooden knife in his hand to clatter to the ground. He looked up to see Kakashi's eyes filled with rage, confusion, and a hint of grievance appearing on his face. I'm practicing. Who taught you? Kakashi stepped closer, his aura frightening. No, Shinsho-chun shrank his neck like a frightened little animal. I just saw you practicing every day and thought it looked cool, so I learned a bit. Learned by stealing? Kakashi's gaze grew sharper. No. Shinsho-chun hurriedly waved his hands, his eyes reddening in urgency. I just thought that your grip on the knife seems uncomfortable for your wrist. Kakashi was taken aback. Shinsho-chun mustered his courage, picked up the wooden knife from the ground, and awkwardly demonstrated Kakashi's grip posture. You see, every time you exert force, you use the strength of your arms and wrist. It's fast, but it feels like the power cuts off here. He pointed at his own wrist. Then he switched to a different posture, slightly sinking his body, twisting his waist, and the wooden knife traced a completely different trajectory. My sister said that true power should be like a whip, rooted from the feet, whipped from the waist, and finally transmitted to the hands. So, wouldn't that be smoother? He looked up, his bright black eyes filled with pure inquiry and confusion, as if he was genuinely asking a question that had troubled him for a long time. Boom. In Kakashi's mind it was as if thunder had exploded. Whip. Power whipped from the waist. These words were exactly what his father Hatake Tsukumo had told him when he first started learning swordsmanship. But at that time, he was too young to comprehend the deeper meaning, thinking that using arm strength was more direct and swift. Over time, his father also stopped insisting, allowing him to develop according to his own habits. But now this principle was articulated by a 5-year-old orphan of the Chinsho clan who had never undergone systematic sword training. Moreover, it was pointed out from an observer's perspective, precisely identifying the most fundamental issue in his swordsmanship that even his father had chosen to overlook. This was not learning by stealing. Learning by stealing could only grasp the form, not the essence, and certainly could not uncover the core techniques of exerting power. This was a kind of talent. A terrifying talent that transcended effort and practice, almost akin to intuition. His previous victory over Uchiha Inoue was not mere manipulation or prediction, but rather he was naturally capable of seeing through the flow of power, seeing the essence of every technique. Kakashi stood there frozen, as if all the blood in his body had solidified. He looked at the innocent child before him, and for the first time felt a chilling tremor deep within his soul. That was a genius experiencing instinctive shock and turmoil upon encountering another genius. One even more monstrous than himself. Hatake classmate. Shinsho-chun looked at the stunned Kakashi, cautiously speaking. Did I say something wrong? Kakashi remained silent for a long time. He deeply looked at Shinsho-chun, then bent down, picked up the wooden knife that had fallen on the ground, and handed it over. Your path. He spoke, his voice no longer cold as before, but carrying a complex hoarse tone that even he himself had not noticed. Perhaps I could take a look. Kakashi's voice was very light, yet like a stone cast into a deep pond it stirred the anticipated ripples in Shinsho-chun's heart lake. Done. The perfectly measured surprise and confusion on Shinsho-chun's face quietly vanished the moment Kakashi lowered his gaze. He looked up at the white-haired boy who was only half a head taller than him, and in his bright black pupils was reflected the lonely silhouette of the other picking up a wooden sword. Perhaps your path could be shown to me. This sentence was neither a compromise nor an acknowledgement. It was a tentative invitation from a lonely genius who, upon discovering a kindred spirit, lowered his guard. It was a signal of, I cannot understand you, but I want to try to understand. For Chen, that was enough. The child who had been wronged just a moment ago broke into a brilliant smile, so dazzling that it seemed the earlier tearful appearance had been Kakaxi's illusion. He unceremoniously took the wooden sword from Kakaxi's hand, clutching it tightly, as if it were his most beloved toy. Then let's start right now. Chen proposed enthusiastically. Kakaxi. He looked at the other's presumptuous demeanor, and that inexplicable irritation surged up again. Had he just made a wrong decision? However, Chen gave him no chance to back out. You see, when I imitated your movement just now, I felt the power get stuck right here at the shoulder. Chen resumed the starting stance of the Kaima-style swordsmanship. His movements were still immature, but the question hit the core. Is it because my body is still too small? He didn't bring up that whip theory again, but cleverly attributed the problem to himself. This satisfied the child's curiosity and gave Kakaxi an irrefutable guiding step as a senior. Kakaxi's gaze involuntarily fell on Chen's shoulder and wrist. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his voice still cold, but with a bit less ice that kept others at a distance. It's not a problem of body size. It's your center of gravity. Your feet aren't rooted, so the power is floating. The foundation of Kaima-style swordsmanship lies in the footwork. As he spoke, he strangely reached out and adjusted Chen's stance. The moment his calloused fingers touched Chen's shoulder, both of them paused slightly. Oh! Chen obediently stood still, sensing the change in his body's center of gravity, and a look of epiphany appeared on his face. So that's it. You're so amazing, Kimuzan. This heartfelt praise caused a suspicious blush to spread across Kakaxi's earlobes. He quickly withdrew his hand, stuffed it back into his pocket, and covered his discomfort with a cold snort. Just call me Kakaxi. Okay, Kakaxi. The setting sun stretched the two small figures long and long. One was earnestly explaining the basics of swordsmanship, the other was like a greedy sponge, frantically absorbing knowledge, occasionally asking naive questions that hit the core and made even the teacher ponder. In the shadow of the big tree, Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils gleamed with ever-intensifying light. The kid from the Chimu clan. The orphan of the Senju clan. This is getting more and more interesting. He silently melted into the deeper darkness. I'm home, Sister Tsunade. Chen pushed open the door, greeted by the aroma of food and warm light. Welcome back, little Chun. Go wash your hands, dinner's almost ready. Okay. At the dinner table, while eating heartily, Chen excitedly shared his harvest of the day with Tsunade and Shizune. Sister, I made a friend today. Oh. Tsunade put a piece of vegetable in his bowl and raised an eyebrow with interest. Our little Chen finally has a friend. Which family's child is it? His name is Chimu Kakaxi. Chen's tone was full of pride. Tsunade's hand holding chopsticks paused for a moment. Chimu. She repeated the surname, her expression growing complicated. Is he the child of Konoha? Why, yes. He's amazing. His swordsmanship is superb. Of course. Tsunade poured herself a cup of sake, took a sip, and her gaze became distant. His father Chimu Sakomo is a man even we Sannin respect deeply. On the battlefield, just hearing the name Konoha White Fang would make many enemies abandon their missions, and at this point Tsunade's tone carried a hint of advice. Little Chun, since you've made friends with him, get along while you— I know, sister. Chun nodded obediently, but in his mind, he was calculating rapidly. Even Sister Tsunade says this. Chimu Sakomo, right now you are Konoha's hero, your son's pride. But I know that before long this pride will become the last straw that breaks you. Tasks versus comrades. This ridiculous choice. The people in the village will drown you with their spittle. Kakaxi. The glory you now inherit will all turn into blades stabbing at your heart in the future. However, since I am here. Chun pushed the rice in his bowl, a determination in his eyes far beyond his age. This tragedy, I will rewrite it with my own hands. In the days that followed, the Ninja Academy gained a peculiar sight. The always solitary white-haired genius now had a little tag-along. When Kakaxi practiced shuriken in the training ground, Chun would practice nearby, and then openly ask for advice with him. Too weak, how can I throw more accurately? When Kakaxi practiced the three basic jutsu, Chun would clumsily form hand seals nearby, and then use the excuse, Kakaxi, your hand seals are so fast, can you teach me slowly, to legitimately steal techniques. Kakaxi went from initial cold indifference to later impatience, and finally to numb habit. He found that he simply couldn't refuse, because every question Chun asked was purely childlike, without any ulterior motive. And his terrifying talent allowed him to instantly draw inferences after one explanation, even propose deeper insights. The secret pleasure from this intellectual collision made the aloof Kakaxi somewhat addicted. He felt he wasn't babysitting a burden, but polishing another piece of peerless jade. Until one day a bowl-cut boy in a green tight-fitting suit with thick eyebrows rushed before them like a whirl. Burn. Youth. I can feel the intense aura radiating from you too. Mike Kai struck a signature muscle pose pointing at both of them with his fingers, his voice loud as a bell. I'm Mike Kai. Challenge you. Kakashi couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids, and simply ignored him. Shinsho-chun however stopped his movements, and looked at Mike Kai with interest. The future Kai Emperor, the man who kicked the Six Paths Madara into half-cripple condition. He remembered very clearly that Kai's father, the great, eternal Genin, Might Dai, had already sacrificed himself by opening the 8 gates to protect his son and comrades. Another hero worthy of respect had left this world. A trace of regret rose in Shinsho-chun's heart, which only strengthened his resolve to save Chin. All right. Shinsho-chun stepped forward, a harmless smile on his face. I accept your challenge. Oh. Kai's gaze instantly locked onto Shinsho-chun, his fighting spirit high. Excellent. Let's use a passionate duel to sweat out our youth. Kakashi frowned and finally spoke. Don't mess around, you're not his match. This sentence, rather than warning Kai, was a statement of fact. You never know until you try it. Kai's enthusiasm didn't diminish in the slightest. Come on, Shinsho-chun. Shinsho-chun walked to the center of the field and bowed slightly to Kai. At the start of the battle, Kai rushed straight forward like a fierce tiger. His taijutsu was bold and powerful, full of explosive strength, each punch and kick accompanied by a whistling sound. However, in Shinsho-chun's eyes, everything was too clear. Kai's movements were full of power, but also full. He didn't block, he didn't. Instead, like a leaf drifting in the wind, he dodged and weaved with minimal movement amid Kai's storm-like attacks. You're only dodging. After failing to land a hit for a long time, Kai's attacks became even fiercer. Your strength is great, Shinsho-chun said, while dodging, his voice as calm as if he weren't in a fight. But it's too scattered. When Kai swept in with a powerful leaf whirlwind, Shinsho-chun advanced, instead of retreating, sliding into Kai's embrace at an incredible angle, and with one finger lightly tapped the back of Kai's kicking leg's knee. The timing was exquisitely precise. Kai only felt a numbness in his knee, as if all the strength was drained instantly. The huge forward inertia lost support, and he tumbled into a heap. Bang! Another cloud of dust rose. The whole field fell silent. Kakashi was already used to it. Kai lay on the ground, but unlike Uchiha Inabi, who was mortified, he scrambled up. His eyes held no anger, only a fiercer flame burning. So amazing. I didn't even see how you did it. He looked at Shinsho-chun, his face full of admiration. You are worthy of being my lifelong rival. Shinsho-chun didn't know how to respond for a moment. He stepped forward, extended his hand, and pulled Kai to his feet, his smile much more sincere. Your taijutsu has great potential, it just lacks proper guidance, Shinsho-chun said. If you don't mind, you can train with us from now on. He knew exactly how strong the future Mike Kai would be. He wouldn't miss this chance to build a good relationship. Hearing this, Kai was stunned at first, then moved to tears. Whoa, you're such a nice guy. Shinsho-chun. Kakashi. From today on, we are eternal rivals and comrades. Kakashi silently stepped back 2 paces, as if wanting to distance himself from this overly enthusiastic guy. Shinsho-chun looked at this scene, feeling a surreal sense of anime coming to life. On his left was the future 6th Hokage, the genius ninja of Konoha, Chimu Kakashi. On his right was the blue beast of Konoha, who had honed taijutsu to the extreme and almost kicked the story to its grand finale, Mike Kai. He felt that his future in the Naruto world was infinitely bright. Since the unexpected delight of Mike Guy's addition, Senju, Chen's training squad, had grown increasingly. Guy's passion was like a flame that would never die, every day shouting about youth and hot blood with his booming voice, trying to ignite everything around him. Kakashi, as usual, responded with cold indifference and neglect, but Senju-chun could sense that his taut, repelling aura had subtly loosened under Guy's indiscriminate barrage of enthusiasm. At least now, faced with Guy's challenges, Kakashi had gone from complete disregard to an impatient frown, occasionally squeezing out a single word of boring from between his teeth. To Senju-chun, this was a leap forward. As for himself, he delighted in maneuvering between these 2 prodigies of wholly different temperaments. He would seriously discuss with Guy how to sweat more efficiently in the name of youth, then turn around to lure Kakashi into speaking with topics like Kakashi. That move of Guy's was somewhat interesting, but the openings were too obvious, don't you think? In this peculiar atmosphere, their relationship was skillfully maintained and drawn closer by him. It was a weekend with no classes at the Ninja Academy. Early in the morning, Senju-chun changed into comfortable short clothes for activity, greeted Tsunade and Shizune, and then walked familiarly in a certain direction in Konoha. Today he did not go to the training grounds. His destination was the Hitachi clan's residence, a place on the map of Konoha that was not even specially marked. Unlike the ostentatious Uchiha compound or the dignified Hyuga main house, the Hitachi manor sat quietly in a rather secluded corner of the village. The courtyard wall was low, built of plain bluestone, and a simple wooden door sat ajar. Standing at the threshold, Senju-chun could even smell the faint fragrance of soap berries drifting from the yard, along with a cold metallic scent, the kind that came from carefully maintained blades. He straightened his collar, and the thoughtful expression on his face instantly faded, replaced by the shy politeness characteristic of a child. He raised his small hand and knocked lightly on the wooden door 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was especially clear in the quiet alley. After a moment, a steady, unhurried footstep approached from inside. Creak. The wooden door was pulled open from within. The one who opened it was not Kakashi. It was an adult man. He wore a simple gray home kimono, his tall and straight figure topped with silver-white hair identical to Kakashi's, though with traces of time woven through the strands. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were utterly unlike Kakashi's sharpness. They were gentle and calm, like a deep sea that had fallen into silence after enduring a storm. Yet beneath that calm, Senju-chun sensed a sharpness capable of cutting through anything, a keenness perfectly sheathed in a scabbard called gentleness, but not dulled in the slightest. Konoha's white Fong Hatake Tsukumo. The name detonated in Senju-chun's mind. The man before him was entirely different from the legend he had imagined, the one that shook the ninja world and made enemies tremble in fear. He bore no murderous aura, he looked more like a gentle neighborly father. Yet this man alone upheld Konoha's prestige after the Second Great Ninja War. And this same man in the near future would be driven to his death by the village he had protected with his life, through rumors and slander, over a single foolish mission. Senju-chun looked up at the Hatake Tsukumo before him, a whirlwind of emotions churning within him. There was excitement at meeting a legend, pity for his tragic future, but above all a calculation cold to the core. This man, the eternal pain in Kakashi's heart, the shackle he could never escape. If I save him, I'll gain a new skill slot. And the gratitude of Konoha's white Fong, a top-tier combat force. The return on this investment is astonishingly high. Despite the storm raging inside Senju-chun, his face showed just the right amount of awkwardness and nervousness at meeting an unfamiliar adult. Uncle, hello. He bowed slightly, his voice soft. I am looking for Kakashi. We agreed to train together. Hatake Tsukumo's gaze fell on the small figure before him. The orphan of the Senju clan, Tsunade's young. From Kakashi's scarce words, he had already pieced together a general idea about this child. A peer who had made his genius son mention someone for the first time. You must be Chinkuen Tsukumo, said, his voice gentle, carrying a reassuring power. He stepped aside to clear the doorway. Kakashi is in the back garden. Come in. Thank you, uncle. Senju-chun thanked him politely and stepped into the yard with small strides. The yard was small but meticulously maintained. A patch of sand and gravel was carefully raked into patterns, a sturdy pine grew in the corner, a string of simple wind chimes hung under the eaves. The entire courtyard exuded a beauty that was simple, stark, and martial, a samurai aesthetic. Kakashi, Tsukumo called toward the back. Your friend is here. Soon Kakashi appeared from around the corner of the house. When he saw Senju-chun standing in the yard, a flash of surprise and barely concealed panic flickered in the eye exposed above his mask. How did you find this place? Kakashi strode over quickly, his tone accusatory, like a small beast whose territory had been invaded. I asked the teachers at school. Senju-chun blinked his innocent big eyes and replied without hesitation. Didn't we agree to train today? I waited for you at the training ground. Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. He really hadn't planned to go on weekends, he preferred to. Hatake Tsukumo watched the interaction between the two children, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Kakashi, be more polite to your friend, he said. Since Chinkuen came all the way, you should entertain him properly. Yes, father. Kakashi was unusually obedient in front of his father. He muttered a reply, then reluctantly said to Senju-chun, come in. Senju-chun, having achieved his goal, followed Kakashi docilely into the house. The interior furnishings were equally simple. Neat tatami mats, a calligraphy scroll on the wall bearing the character Nin, and most notably a sword rack standing against the wall. On the sword rack lay a short blade horizontally. Its scabbard was plain white, its hilt wrapped in dark cloth with no superfluous decoration. But Senju-chun's gaze was drawn to that blade as if by a magnet. White Fang. That legendary chakra short sword that had shone brilliantly on battlefields, bringing countless powerful foes to their end. Now it lay there silently like a beast that had sheathed all its claws and fangs, sleeping. Don't stare, Kakashi warned coldly, noticing his attention. Oh. Senju-chun withdrew his gaze, but inwardly he chuckled. What a twisted kid. Just then Hatake Tsukumo entered carrying 2 cups of hot tea and placed one on the low table in front of Senju-chun. Drink, but still a bit chilly. Thank you, uncle. Senju-chun lifted the cup and took small sips, his posture as docile as a cat's. Tsukumo sat down beside Kakashi and looked at Senju-chun with a gentle gaze, asking casually, I hear from Kakashi that you have some very unique insights into taijutsu and kenjutsu. Kakashi's body stiffened instantly. Senju-chun's heart skipped a beat, but his face wore an expression of perfect bewilderment. No. I just think Kakashi is amazing and want to learn from him. As he spoke, he looked at Kakashi with a seeking crystal-clear gaze as if to say, when did I ever say that? Kakashi. Of course he hadn't said that. But how did father know? Is that so? Tsukumo smiled, his eyes that saw through the world, as if able to pierce any pretense. Kakashi is a withdrawn child. This is the first time I've heard him mention a friend's name. Shinko and I'll have to trouble you to get along with him from now on. These words were both a charge to Senju-chun and a subtle admonition to Kakashi. I will. Senju-chun nodded emphatically, his face radiant with a bright smile. Kakashi may seem cold, but he's actually a really good person. He's taught me a lot. These words caused Kakashi's ears to redden once more. He stood up abruptly. Enough talk. Let's go. Train. With that, he strode toward the door, without looking back, his steps a little hurried. Senju-chun quickly set down his teacup and bowed to Tsukumo. Uncle, we'll be going now. Go ahead. Tsukumo nodded with a smile. As the two small figures disappeared through the doorway, Tsukumo's smile slowly faded. He picked up Kakashi's untouched tea, took a light sip, and his gaze once again fell on the direction of the entrance, his eyes becoming deep and long. The bloodline of the Senju clan, truly remarkable. That child from the moment he entered had shown not as his speech and actions perfectly matched a 5-year-old's demeanor. But those eyes. When he had seen the white fang short blade, the flash in his eyes was not a child's curiosity or awe, but something like scrutiny, evaluation, and even fervor. That gaze was nothing like a 5-year-old's. Tsunade's younger brother, the orphan of the Senju clan, is still for someone of Kakashi's character to finally make a friend. Tsukumo cast a scrutinizing gaze toward the back garden, yet the corner of his mouth curled up involuntarily. On a weekend morning, the sunlight was just right, filtering through the leaves to cast dappled spots on the ground. I refuse. Kakashi's voice was as cold and indifferent as ever, like a stone that could not be struck. His gaze passed over Senju-chun and landed on the watermelon-headed boy behind him, who was doing high-knee warm-ups on the spot, his whole body exuding steaming heat. That inexplicable enthusiasm made him feel as if the corners of his eyes were twitching. Why? Senju-chun looked up, his face full of innocent confusion. Kaiken also really wants to see the Haddock-style swordsmanship. And isn't it more lively to practice with more people, My sister says that friends need to spend time together often for feelings to grow. As he spoke, he subtly winked at Might Kai beside him. Kai immediately caught on. In a single bound, he dashed in front of Kakashi, clasped his hands together, his eyes burning with fierce flames, and his voice loud enough to shake leaves off trees. Kakashi, my eternal rival, let us deepen our bonds in the sweat of youth. I heard from Chun that your father is the legendary hero, the White Fang of Konoha. To be able to visit the home of a hero is an honor for me, Might Kai. Kakashi. He looked at the twisted, enthusiastic face before him, then at that innocent expression that seemed to say, I'm doing this for your own good. His temples throbbed. He had a premonition that his peaceful weekend had already been declared over. In the end, under Senju-chun's twisted reasoning of many hands make light work and Might Kai's physical entanglement of youth waits for no one, Kakashi, with a darkened face, led the two tagalongs toward home. Along the way, Might Kai was like a bird just released from its cage, finding everything novel and constantly exclaiming oh and awe, while Kakashi wished he could bury his entire face in his mask and distance himself from his comic figure. Senju-chun walked between them, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Kakashi's nature was far too solitary, like a blade yet to be sharpened, keen yet also fragile. Tsukumo Hataki's tragedy stemmed largely from the fact that he had no one by his side to speak for him, or if I want to save him, I can't rely on myself alone. I need to make Kakashi learn ahead of time what it means to have the strength of comrades. And Might Kai, that boy of pure extreme passion, was undoubtedly the best person to melt the iceberg that was Kakashi. Sorry to intrude. When Tsukumo Hataki opened the door and saw the two distinctly different little ones behind his son, even with his vast experience, a flicker of novelty crossed his eyes. One was Senju-chun, whom he had seen just last week. The other. Greetings. You must be the legendary White Fang of Konoha, Lord Tsukumo Hataki. I am Might Kai, the lifelong rival of Kakashi. Kai bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, his voice so loud that the wind chimes in the yard trembled. Tsukumo was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a smile. His gentle gaze swept over the three children and finally settled on his son's stiff expression that screamed, I don't know him. The amusement in his eyes deepened. Hello, Kaiken. Welcome. All of you please come in. In the backyard, still that patch of sand and gravel raked into patterns, still that sturdy pine tree. Tsukumo Hataki did not go inside. Instead, he casually took down 3 wooden swords of varying sizes from the weapon rack under the eaves. He handed 2 of them to Kakashi and Senju-chun, and then the final one, the longest, to the ecstatic Might Kai. Since you're here to practice, it won't do to just talk and not act. A warm smile lingered on Tsukumo's face. Let me offer you some guidance. Excellent. Kai responded first, gripping the wooden sword with both hands and assuming a wide aggressive stance. Lord Tsukumo, please instruct me. Kakashi silently grasped his wooden sword, his gaze growing focused. Opportunities to receive direct guidance from his father were rare. Senju Chin curiously examined the wooden sword in his hand, his young face full of anticipation, while inwardly his heart burned with excitement. Here it comes. The main course has finally arrived. Tsukumo Hataki's swordsmanship, Konoha's most elite assassination technique. Today he could watch it to his heart's content for free. Kai, can you go first? Tsukumo said with a smile, not even taking a weapon himself. He simply stood there casually, his whole demeanor betraying no trace of a master's aura. Yes. Kai let out a loud shout, pushed off the ground with his feet, and shot forward like a cannonball. The long wooden sword in his hand sliced through the air and came crashing down overhead. This strike was the embodiment of all his strength, filled with the passion of youth and an indomitable spirit. Yet facing this fierce blow, Tsukumo merely shifted half a step to the left at the instant the blade was about to land. Just that half step. Kai's powerful strike cut through nothing but air. The immense inertia caused him to stumble, leaving him wide open. Tsukumo extended his hand index and middle fingers together and lightly tapped on Kai's wrist that held the sword. Doke! A soft sound. Kai felt a numbness in his wrist as a clever force traveled through. He could no longer hold the wooden sword. It flew out of his hand, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before landing with a thwack into the dirt some distance away. In less than a second, the battle was over. Kai stared blankly at his empty hands, then at Tsukumo, whose face still bore a gentle smile. First confusion flickered in his eyes, then erupted into a light 100 times more intense than before. So amazing. Is this the legendary power? I didn't see it at all. How thrilling. Tsukumo smiled and turned to his son. Kakashi, your turn. Kakashi took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening to extreme focus. Unlike Kai's reckless charge, he lowered his center of gravity, slid close to the ground at incredible speed, and thrust his wooden sword like a venomous snake toward Tsukumo's chest. Fast, precise, ruthless. This was the essence of the Hataki-style swordsmanship. Not bad. A hint of approval flashed in Tsukumo's eyes. Still, he did not dodge. Just as Kakashi's blade tip was about to touch his garment, he extended his left hand and gently brushed the side of his palm along the wooden sword's body. Whong! Kakashi felt a strange vibration travel along the blade into his arm, dissipating all the unstoppable force completely. Then Tsukumo's body smoothly pivoted and his elbow had already lightly pressed against Kakashi's throat. The icy sensation made Kakashi freeze. Another instant defeat. Your speed is sufficient, but your ferocity is too heavy and your blade too straight. Tsukumo withdrew his elbow and commented gently. The sword is an extension of the arm, not an iron rod. Your strength is not yet alive enough. Kakashi nodded silently and stepped aside, the look of contemplation in his eyes far more pronounced than the frustration of defeat. Finally, Tsukumo's gaze fell on the only figure still standing, the smallest one. Shinkuin, your turn. Senju Chin blinked, holding a wooden sword barely longer than his arm, and said with some distress, Uncle Tsukumo, I've only just started learning, am certainly no match for you. That's fine. Tsukumo's smile remained gentle. Just do your best. All right, Uncle Tsukumo, here I come. Senju Chin then put on a determined, serious expression. He did not attack. Instead, imitating Kakashi, he assumed a starting stance of the Hataki style. Tsukumo's eyes narrowed slightly. The next moment, Senju Chin moved. He charged at Tsukumo, his movements childish and his speed slow. The wooden sword swung in a completely haphazard manner. To anyone watching, it was an attack no better than child's play. But Tsukumo's smile for the first time slowly faded as Senju Chin rushed to within 3 steps of him. He noticed something incredibly bizarre. Every step Senju Chin took, every swing of his sword was full of openings. Yet whenever he prepared to seize one of those openings to end the fight, just as he had with Kai and Kakashi, that opening would transform into another in the very next instant. It was as if he was fighting a phantom. Tsukumo stepped forward ready to grab his wrist, but Senju Chin seemed to trip over a pebble, dodging the grab by accident. Tsukumo turned and tried to slap away his wooden sword, but Senju Chin, as if he had put too much force into his swing, lost balance early and once again narrowly avoided it. He had no desire to win, nor even the intent to attack. He was like a slippery loach, using the most clumsy, ridiculous, yet most effective way to constantly evade within the net Tsukumo had cast. He was not seeking victory. He was observing. Those bright black eyes fixed unblinkingly on every movement, every breath, and every shift of Tsukumo's center of gravity. It was not the curiosity of a child, but rather that of a master craftsman deconstructing a delicate work of art, analyzing each component and every joint. This sensation gave Tsukumo an unprecedented feeling of novelty. Thud. Eventually, Senju Chin ran out of stamina and tripped himself, landing on the ground with his wooden sword rolling aside. Huff. Huff. He gasped for breath, his small face covered in sweat, looking completely exhausted. Kakashi and Kai both sighed in relief. To them it was a miracle that Senju Chun had lasted so long. Only Tsukumo Hatake stood still gazing at Senju Chun sitting on the ground for a long time without speaking. After the sparring ended, Tsukumo sent Kakashi and Kai inside for water and rest, but kept Senju Chun behind. Shinkoin, Tsukumo crouched down to look Senju Chun in the eye. His voice was still gentle, but deep in his calm eyes there was a newfound, indescribable complexity. It seems you're more interested in the essence of power than in how to use it. Here it comes. The alarm bells rang in Senju Chun's mind, but his face twisted into a confused, childish expression of total incomprehension. He tilted his head, his bright black eyes reflecting Tsukumo's serious face. "Uncle, what is the essence of power?" he asked in a soft, sticky voice. "I don't understand." He paused as if struggling to organize his words, then spoke in the tone of someone discovering a new toy. "I just think. When you wield your sword, it's different from Kakashi. Kakashi's power is like a stone, very hard, and he throws it fast. But your power, uncle." Senju Chun extended his little finger and drew a smooth arc in the air. "Is like water. Sometimes it's here, and sometimes it flows over there. Can't catch it, can't block it. So amazing." Boom. This metaphor struck Tsukumo Hatake's mind like a thunderbolt. Water. That was the highest realm of the Hatake-style swordsmanship he had spent half his life realizing through countless life-and-death battles, shapeless like water prevailing everywhere. This truth he had never even mentioned to Kakashi, knowing that without corresponding experience and mentality, it could not be understood. Yet now this 5-year-old child, having gone through only a single practice bout full of flaws, had used the most innocent language to pinpoint its very core. Tsukumo stared into Senju Chun's clear, pure eyes, which held only genuine confusion and curiosity. For a long time, he slowly straightened up. The previous scrutiny had vanished, replaced by a complex emotion mixed with shock and a hint of consolation. He reached out like an ordinary neighborly uncle and ruffled Senju Chun's hair. A very interesting. Keep practicing well." Tsukumo Hatake smiled. He felt that perhaps he had truly witnessed the birth of an extraordinary genius. This child might one day surpass him, and maybe even everyone else. Since the day Kiwood Tsukumo personally stepped in to guide him, Senju Chun became a frequent visitor to the Kiwood residence. Life seemed to have been infused with a new, vibrant rhythm. Every weekend, Senju Chun would first complete the basic training tailored for him by Tsunade in his own yard, then set off, with Might Guy appearing punctually at the Kiwood family's doorstep. Kakashi, who initially resisted, later accepted it, and now occasionally waited at the door in advance. His eternally dull fish eyes upon seeing the figures of Senju Chun and Guy seemed less cold than before, infused with a hint of familiarity. This change was subtle, yet it did not escape Senju Chun's keen observation. He knew that the iceberg was beginning. Might Guy, an unquenchable flame along with his seemingly harmless catalyst, was gradually prying open Kakashi's proud heart. Sometimes Tsukumo would take a keen interest in watching the 3 children practice in the yard. He no longer intervened easily, but sat like an ordinary elder under the eaves, a warm smile gracing his face. But Senju Chun could feel that those calm eyes often rested upon him. It was a gaze filled with appreciation, inquiry, and a hint of pressure that made even him feel uneasy. Senju Chun relished this. He showcased his talent to the fullest, occasionally mimicking Kakashi's sword techniques, then clumsily learning Guy's martial arts, vividly portraying an image of a super genius filled with curiosity about everything and capable of drawing connections. He wanted Kiwood Tsukumo to become accustomed to his extraordinary nature and the novelty it brought. Such peaceful and fulfilling days lasted for nearly a month. Until that day, a scroll bearing the Hokage's seal shattered this tranquility. After training that day, a masked Umbu appeared silently at the Kiwood residence and handed the mission scroll to Kiwood Tsukumo. Senju Chun and Guy were just about to take their leave when they happened to witness this scene. Tsukumo unfurled the scroll, glancing at it. The warm smile on his face instantly vanished, and a blade-like sharpness flashed in his calm eyes. The air in the entire yard seemed to freeze at that moment. And Shrank's secret mission. Senju Chun's heart raced, yet he managed to display a child's curiosity and awe, saying, "Uncle Tsukumo is amazing." Might Guy was even more pumped, exclaiming, "No wonder he is the legendary hero. This is the youth that protects the village." Kiwood Tsukumo put away the scroll, and the overwhelming aura dissipated as he reverted to the gentle. He patted Kakashi's head, his voice as gentle as ever. "I need to leave for a while, Kakashi. Make sure to practice well, and remember to get along with Shinkoin and Gaikon." "Yes, father." Kakashi lowered his head, his voice barely audible. Senju Chun watched this scene, his heart tightening. It has come. The damned mission that would determine the fate of Konoha's White Fang had finally arrived. After Kiwood Tsukumo left, Kakashi became even more silent than before. He no longer waited at the door, and during training his mind was elsewhere, often staring blankly at the spot where his father usually sat. Senju Chun could sense an emotion named unease wrapping around this young genius like a vine. Senju Chun did not say much more. He just began to pull Guy over to him more frequently, using all sorts of nonsensical topics and challenges to forcibly occupy his time and thoughts. Days passed, until half a month later Kiwude Tsukumo returned. He came back at dusk without any triumphant welcome, not even alerting anyone, quietly returning home. When Senju Chun visited the next day with Kakashi's favorite grilled fish, the sight of Tsukumo opening the door made his heart sink. The man before him still wore the same gray home kimono, still stood tall. However, something about him had the sharpness that was once sheathed within his gentle demeanor. The tranquility that followed the storm had vanished. In its place was a profound, inescapable fatigue and self-doubt. His gaze was dim like a gem covered in dust, having lost all its brilliance. Shinkuin has come. He forced a smile, yet that smile was more painful than tears, turning to enter the house immediately after opening the door. From that day onward, Kiwude Tsukumo locked himself away. In the village, some rumors began to sprout quietly like moss in a gutter. Senju Chun began to consciously frequent places where ninjas gathered. Whether it was a dumpling shop or a barbecue restaurant, he would use buying things for Tsunade as an excuse, keeping his ears open to capture the malicious information wafting through the air. Have you heard? Lord White Fang's mission failed. Not just a failure. It is said that in order to save 2 underperforming subordinates, he abandoned crucial intelligence related to national strategy. Tisk, truly foolish. A ninja lives for missions. Is the life of a comrade worth less than the safety of the village? When a ninja goes to battle, they must be prepared to die. He is no longer that decisive White Fang. He has dulled his blade with so-called feelings. These words, like poison needles, were spat out by ninjas who were either jealous or narrow-minded, weaving an invisible net as if to strangle the once hero alive. Senju Chun expressionlessly paid for his food, turning to leave with the 3-colored dumplings in hand. He lowered his head, his long bangs obscuring the emotions in his eyes. Action must begin. Upon returning home, Tsunade was drinking with Jiraiya in the living room. Jiraiya remained his usual carefree self, drinking while animatedly boasting about his experiences, gathering information, eliciting disdainful glances from Tsunade from time to time. The atmosphere in the room was warm and harmonious. Senju Chun changed his shoes, placed the dumplings on the table, and then like a little cat snuggled up to Tsunade, hugging her arm. Sister. His voice was small, tinged with a hint of grievance and confusion. What's wrong, little Chun? Tsunade set down her cup and affectionately ruffled his hair, unable to resist this look from her brother. Jiraiya also halted his boasting, looking over with curiosity. Senju Chun looked up, and in his distinctly blackened white eyes, there was a well of innocent bewilderment. He gazed at Tsunade, asking in the most naive tone, Sister, I heard outside today. A ninja uncle said that a ninja who abandons a mission to save comrades is a disgrace to the village, is garbage. He paused, seemingly struggling to comprehend this complex statement, and then his confusion deepened. But didn't you also teach me that comrades are family more important than one's own life? Sister, whose words are true. Boom. This statement pierced deeply into Tsunade's heart, like a burning iron rod stabbing into the raw, unhealed wound. The brilliant smile of Rope Tree before his departure. The gentle gaze of Kato Dan as he handed her a necklace. Their faces flashed through Tsunade's mind in an instant, then shattered into a bloody haze. Comrades are garbage. To fight for comrades is disgraceful. Crack. The cup in Tsunade's hand shattered into pieces. The wine and blood mingled, dripping through her fingers onto the tatami mat. A terrifying chakra erupted violently from her. The air in the entire room instantly became thick and oppressive. Who said that? Tsunade abruptly stood up. She did not look at the wound on her hand. Her golden eyes burned with an unprecedented rage that threatened to incinerate everything. I want to ask, in their eyes, is a comrade's life really worth so little? Jiraiya's smile had long faded. He grasped Tsunade's shoulders with a serious expression. Tsunade, calm down, calm down. Tsunade violently shook off his hand, her voice hoarse and piercing. How can you ask me to calm down? My brother, my lover, they all died for the village, for their comrades. Now someone tells me their beliefs are garbage. Let me tell you, Jiraiya, anyone who dares to say this in front of me today, I will dismantle their bones one by one. He stood beside the furious Tsunade, looking up with just the right amount of fear and helplessness on his face. Sorry, sister. Senju Chun thought with guilt. However, to extinguish the wildfire of rumors, a more intense storm was needed. And the legendary Sannin Tsunade's fury was the best catalyst for this storm. Tsunade's fury, like flames drenched in oil, instantly engulfed the entire Senju mansion. Jiraiya's face, usually adorned with a mischievous grin, was now etched with gravity. He pressed firmly on Tsunade's shoulders, employing a subtle strength, and growled in a low voice, Tsunade, what can you accomplish by charging out now? Who are you going to confront? Will you fight those gossiping genin? That will only make things worse. Worse. Tsunade's golden hair stirred without wind, her eyes blazing with a murderous intent so palpable it even made Jiraiya's tremble. Is there anything worse than this? My brother, my lover. They traded their lives for the word comrade, and now it's become trash in others' mouths. Jiraiya, let go of me. I'm going to ask the third Hokage today. Is this the village he protects? Are these the ninjas he has nurtured? Senju Chin stood nearby, his small body trembling slightly from fear. He looked up at his enraged sister and the anxious Jiraiya. His helpless, yet stubborn demeanor only fanned the flames of Tsunade's wrath, deepening her hatred for those spreading the rumors. Sister. Senju Chin's voice carried a sob as he gently tugged at Tsunade's sleeve. Did I say something wrong? Please don't be angry. That single sister shattered Tsunade's frayed composure. She abruptly shook off Jiraiya's hand with such force that he staggered half a step. But instead of storming out, she turned and pulled Senju Chin tightly into her arms. No, Xiao Chin didn't say anything wrong. Tsunade's voice was hoarse, trembling with barely contained emotion. What's wrong is this village, those ungrateful bastards. What's wrong is me. I'm useless. I can't protect any of you. Warm droplets fell onto Senju Chin's neck. He knew they were Tsunade's tears. Jiraiya watched the embracing siblings, heaved a weighty sigh, and cast a complex glance at Senju Chin held protectively in Tsunade's arms. This child, something about him felt off, yet looking into his pure, innocent eyes, Jiraiya suppressed the flicker of doubt. Perhaps it was just the Senju bloodline, naturally more sensitive. That night Tsunade didn't go gambling as she drank herself into a stupor in her room. Jiraiya helplessly settled her down, glanced at the seemingly asleep Senju Chin, and quietly left. The night deepened. Konoha village fell into slumber with only patrolling ninjas and a few ever-burning lights testifying to the village's vitality. In Senju Chin's room silence reigned. He lay under the futon, eyes shut, breathing steady, like an ordinary child in deep sleep. Yet his consciousness was unprecedentedly alert. Done. The first step was complete. Tsunade's wrath was the first boulder hurled into this stagnant pond. Given her status and temperament, she would never let it rest. Tomorrow, or perhaps tonight, the debate over comrades versus missions would ignite a storm among Konoha's high-ranking officials. The pressure on Hatake Sakomo would be diluted and diverted by this greater wave. But this might not be enough. The root of the rumors lies in people's hearts. As long as Hatake Sakomo lived, as long as the stain of that mission remained, he could never escape the invisible net. Thus he needed a more thorough solution, one that would silence everyone. Just as Senju Chin's thoughts raced, the air in the room, without warning, turned chilling and viscous. As if an ethereal serpent had silently slithered into the space, bringing an aura of death and ill omen. Senju Chin's body tensed instantly, every muscle on high alert. But he didn't move, maintaining the guise of deep slumber, not even altering his breathing rhythm. A slender, pallid figure seeped out from the shadow in the corner like a specter. He made no sound, his movements fluid as liquid. The newcomer wore ninja attire, long black hair, cascading, accentuating his bloodless face. What drew the most attention were his eyes. Golden vertical snake pupils. They brimmed with chilling scrutiny, undisguised desire, and a hint of amusement. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin future Shrank rogue ninja of Konoha. Senju Chin's heart pounded wildly in his chest. Damn it, Snake Aunt. No, still Snake Uncle at this time. Why is he in my room? Senju Chin dared not move a muscle. Snake Uncle was a major boss in the early days of Naruto, though he reformed later, but at this period. Orochimaru stood silently by the bed, looking down at him, his golden snake pupils emitting a faint glow in the darkness. Time seemed frozen. In a fraction of a second, 100 thoughts flashed through Senju Chin's mind. Exposed. Why is he here? For the Senju bloodline. Or something else? Is pretending to sleep still useful now? As his inner turmoil raged, a hoarse magnetic voice with a serpentine hiss echoed in the silent room. Senju Chin, you are far more intriguing than I imagined. How does it feel to stir the winds and clouds of Konoha? In an instant, all of Senju Chin's pretense lost meaning. He slowly opened his eyes, not sitting up immediately, but calmly gazing at the dangerous man before him. He showed no panic, instead playing the part of a 5-year-old child roused from sleep, bewildered and perplexed, to perfection. Uncle. His voice carried a soft, drowsy huskiness. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Are you my sister's? Orochimaru stared into those clear black eyes that reflected his own figure, a cold arc curling at the corner of his lips. He extended his crimson slender tongue and slowly licked his lips, a gesture brimming with sinister allure. He. Stop pretending. His laughter was soft, but pierced through Senju Chin's carefully maintained facade like a poisoned needle. Your acting might fool that simple-minded woman Tsunade, and even Jiraiya, but not me. Orochimaru leaned down slightly, his golden snake pupils nearly pressing against Senju Chin's face, their icy gaze seemingly penetrating his very soul. I've been observing you since you approached the Hatake family. Your deconstruction of Hitachi Sakomo's swordsmanship, your guidance of Kakashi and Might Guy, and tonight your triggering of Tsunade's emotions. If I hadn't followed you for days. Hehehe. Kid, you're even more of a genius than I thought. Orochimaru straightened up, slowly pacing to the window as moonlight spilled across his pallid face. You want to save the Konoha white fang who's stuck in the mire, don't you? At that moment, Senju Chen's heart sank to the depths, then was swiftly replaced by a surge of fierce exhilaration. He knew pretense was futile. The true negotiation had begun. He slowly sat up from the futon, the childlike bewilderment and innocence receding like a tide. Those bright black eyes no longer held any disguise. Only a fathomless calm and scrutiny utterly at odds with his age. Uncle Hitachi Sakomo did nothing wrong. He didn't answer Orochimaru's question, but stated it flatly. Does right or wrong matter? Orochimaru turned, studying him with interest. In the face of rules, he is wrong. And you want to break those rules. A strange glint flickered in his golden snake pupils. I can help you. Help you save Hitachi Sakomo. Senju Chen's heart skipped a beat. He fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, waiting for the condition. But I need your cooperation. Orochimaru's voice dripped with temptation. How do you need me to cooperate? He enunciated each word, his voice brimming with yearning and obsession for the power of the first Hokage. Give me your blood, and I will save Hitachi Sakomo. Just as I thought. Senju Chen fell silent. He lowered his head, the long bangs covering his eyes, making his expression unreadable. The room once again fell into a dead silence, broken only by the sound of Orochimaru's restrained Originally, he planned to use his sister's reputation as one of the Sannin and the prestige of the Senju clan to gradually overturn the gossip among Konoha's high-ranking officials and villagers. After all, a top-tier combat power like Hitachi Sakomo should be someone the village wouldn't want to lose. The high-ranking official's actions were merely meant to suppress him. He never expected Hitachi Sakomo to ultimately commit suicide. Senju Chen believed that as long as public opinion wasn't completely one-sided, as long as someone still spoke for Hitachi Sakomo, and if he regularly counseled him and had Kakashi chat with his father, then he wouldn't reach the point of suicide. That was his entire plan, to save Hitachi Sakomo. But Orochimaru's appearance gave him another avenue to save Hitachi Sakomo. After a moment's thought, Senju Chen raised his head. A smile appeared on his face, one so wildly audacious that even Orochimaru was taken aback. You may have my blood. This answer was within Orochimaru's expectations. But the next words caused this legendary Sannin to display genuine astonishment before a mere child for the first time. However, you not only have to help me save him, Senju Chen said, his voice low, but resonating clearly through every corner of the room. You also have to help me hide him. Orochimaru's golden pupils contracted sharply. Senju Chen's eyes suddenly blazed with startling intensity. A living Hitachi Sakomo disgraced is a permanent thorn for many. But what if he died? He looked at Orochimaru's shocked face, his smile deepening with a hint of malice that toyed with the human heart. A hero who protected his comrades, but was ultimately driven to death by the village. A Konoha white fang who died a glorious death. Wouldn't that be far more useful to certain people than a living failure? The third Hokage is indecisive, he can't do it. But in the village there is always someone who enjoys handling these unsavory matters in the shadows, and who would be happy to see the Hokage's faction weakened. Senju Chen paused and uttered the name that made the very air freeze. For instance, our Lord Danzo. Orochimaru's mind went blank. He stared intently at Senju Chen. On that childish face flickered the very light he knew best and found most fascinating. A blend of wisdom, ambition, madness, and an extreme insight into the human heart. This brat not only wanted to rescue someone, he intended to deceive everyone, completely erase Hitachi Sakomo, the sharpest blade, from Konoha's chessboard and turn him into his own asset. He even wanted to exploit Danzo's ambition to pull off this astonishing ruse. After a long silence, a twisted, fanatical smile slowly bloomed on Orochimaru's pale face. Heh, hee, ha ha. He laughed, his voice filled with unprecedented excitement and joy. Interesting. Most interesting. He looked at Senju Chen as if he were the most perfect work of art in the world. They'll take your blood. They'll also take you, this person. Kid, become my disciple, Orochimaru's. Orochimaru gazed at Senju Chen, excitement and madness evident on his face. His golden serpentine pupils blazed with the fervor and possessiveness of one who had discovered a rare treasure. Become his disciple. The invitation sounded more like an undeniable command. Senju Chen's heart pounded like a drum inside his chest, yet the unnaturally calm and crazy expression on his face never faded. Meeting Orochimaru's gaze that seemed intent on devouring him, the curve of his mouth subtly shifted, carrying a hint of childlike cunning and hesitation. Uncle Orochimaru, he began, his voice reverting to that soft, sticky texture, as if the wise schemer who had just danced with a snake and manipulated hearts was nothing but an illusion. My big sister. She wouldn't agree. He neatly shrunk his neck, a trace of lingering fear gleaming in his dark, bright eyes. You know my sister's temper. If she found out you met me in secret, and even wanted to get your hands on our Senju clan's blood. The fanatical smile on Orochimaru's face froze as if someone had pressed the pause button. Tsunade. The name rolled off Senju Chin's tongue, without any emotion, yet it struck Orochimaru's nerves like a solid punch. For the first time, an expression akin to dread appeared on his face, which was otherwise indifferent to all rules. He couldn't care less about the Third's admonitions, Danzo's schemes, or even Konoha's laws. But Tsunade. An image uncontrollably flashed through Orochimaru's mind. On the battlefield of the Rain Country, amidst mud and blood, that blonde woman cracked the earth with a single kick, punched a summoned giant beast into a spray of brains, and gore half its body, turning into a bloody mist. That unreasonable, devastating power went far beyond the scope of ninjutsu and science. It was more like a pure, violent natural disaster. Orochimaru's pale cheek twitched involuntarily. If that woman ever found out he was not only scheming against her only brother, but also coveting the flesh and blood cells of the Senju clan. Well, our Orochimaru, the science maniac, suddenly felt a chill run down his neck. Senju Chin quietly observed him, taking in every micro-expression, a fleeting flash of mischievous satisfaction passing through his own heart. Indeed, in this world, there is always something that counters another. No matter how insidious a snake, it cannot resist an unreasonable iron fist. His sister's brutal aesthetics were sometimes more effective than any strength jutsu. Heh! A dry laugh broke the silence. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his lips, forcibly suppressing that moment of discomposure. Becoming my disciple is just a formality. I'm not interested in that kind of playhouse. He refocused his gaze on Senju Chun, his golden vertical pupils mingling exploration and interest. What truly interests me is you and our cooperation. That look seemed to say, don't try any tricks, you can't escape my grasp. Pleasure cooperating. Senju Chin smoothly switched back to a child's innocent expression. He extended his small fair hand, but only raised his pinky, wagging it at Orochimaru. Pinky promise. Orochimaru stared at that tiny pinky finger, utterly stunned. A little monster, who had just schemed with him against the Hokage, against the root, and orchestrated an astonishing deception that could overturn Konoha's structure, was now using the most childish and ridiculous method to seal their pact. This extreme contrast left Orochimaru's mind briefly blank. Then a hoarse, uncontrollable laughter surged from the depths of his throat. Heh, heh heh, ha ha, too interesting. This brat was more fascinating than any forbidden jutsu he had ever studied. He extended his pale, slender hand, and with cold fingers gently hooked around that warm little pinky. Big and small, cold and warm, they locked together. It's a deal. Orochimaru's voice carried a strange note of satisfaction. He released his finger, his golden pupils flickering with the excitement of executing the plan. So step 1. To make a man die flawlessly, first we need a corpse that can pass as real. His gaze passed beyond Senju Chun, as if penetrating the walls, toward some shadowy corner of Konoha. And I know where to find the most suitable materials. A few days later, the storm arrived as predicted. The news of Tsukumo Hataki's return from the mission spread through Konoha like a splash of cold water into boiling oil, igniting an uproar. At first, the information circulated only among the higher ranks, but soon through some unknown channel the details were leaked with exaggerated embellishments. Have you heard? Master White Fang almost obtained the most critical strategic deployment map of Tsunade during this mission. Yes, but to save 2 subordinates who were surrounded, he gave it up. He watched as the intelligence was destroyed by the enemy. Oh my god! That was intelligence that could have influenced the entire course of the war. How many ninjas have fought and died on the front lines just to create such an opportunity? How could he? Konoha's White Fang. I call it misplaced mercy. When did a ninja ever value a comrade's life more than the mission? Once on the battlefield, shouldn't one be prepared to die? In the barbecue restaurant of Konoha Village, several chunin just off duty drank and spoke loudly, their words brimming with contempt and disdain. What struck deeper came from a faint voice in the corner. Don't you know? The 2 who were saved are ninjas from the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans. After returning, they admitted it was their own recklessness and impatience that led them into an ambush. They said they would rather die on the battlefield than become a stain on White Fang's failed mission. At those words, the entire barbecue restaurant fell silent. Even the rescued comrades turned against him. With that, Tsukumo Hataki's crime seemed utterly nailed to the pillar of shame. He was no longer a debatable hero who abandoned the mission for his comrades, but a sinner who, to satisfy his own ridiculous sentiments, disregarded his companion's resolve and harmed the village's interests. Rumors turned into the most venomous blades, slashing piece by piece at the Hataki clan's reputation. The first to feel this chill was Kakashi Hataki. On the training ground of the Ninja Academy, the sun shone brightly and children's shouts rose and fell. Yet all this liveliness had nothing to do with the silver-haired figure at the edge. Kakashi sat alone in the shade, hugging his knees, burying his face deep in his arms. The surrounding gazes pierced his back like needles. Those classmates who had once admired and envied him now looked at him with only scorn and alienation. The son of a sinner. Should keep it down, don't let him hear. What's there to fear? After what his father did, does he still have the face to come to school? A few children gathered, whispering among themselves, their voices neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach Kakashi's ears. Minato Uchiha, the youth who always lost to Kakashi and harbored jealousy and fear toward him, now straightened his back and strode grandly before Kakashi with a few followers. He looked down at Kakashi, his face bearing undisguised mockery. Well, if it isn't our genius Kakashi had. Minato Uchiha's tone dripped with exaggerated malice. Why are you sitting alone? Didn't your heroic father teach you to fit in? Oh, I forgot. He's no hero now, he's Konoha's disgrace. Son of a sinner, chanted his lackeys immediately. Kakashi's body trembled violently. He lifted his head, and for the first time his dark eyes showed undisguised anger and humiliation. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, yet he remained silent. Father, it's not like that. He wanted to retort, to shout, but the words filling the entire village pressed upon his heart like a mountain suffocating. Even the rescued uncles said so. Could it be that father really did wrong? This wavering robbed him of all strength to fight back. Just as Minaho's smugness grew and he prepared to speak even more harshly, a crisp voice rang out like a thunderclap across the noisy training ground. My sister is Tsunade of the Sannin. Everyone froze and turned to look. Senju Shin had somehow already placed himself in front of Kakashi. His small frame stood like an insurmountable mountain, blocking all malice behind him. He looked up, staring straight at Minato Uchiha, who was a full head taller. His clear black and white eyes held no childish timidity, only a chilling, heart-stopping purity. My sister said that comrades are the most important. There is nothing that cannot be given up for them. The entire training ground fell into dead silence. Tsunade, Senju. These surnames carried absolute weight in Konoha village. Senju Shin paid no attention to the shocked gazes around him. His eyes swept over Minato Uchiha, then over his cowering lackeys, and finally over every stunned child present. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear clearly. Uncle Hokage gave up the mission to save his. He saved 2 wives from losing their husbands, 2 children from losing their fathers. He is a hero. He extended a finger pointing straight at Minato Uchiha, his tone suddenly sharp. Those who call him a sinner are the trash of Konoha. Boom. That sentence detonated the entire scene. This word, spoken by a 5-year-old orphan of the Senju clan cherished by Princess Tsunade, carried far more weight than any adult argument. This was no longer a children's quarrel. It was the will of the Senju clan, the conviction of the legendary Sannin, launching a frontal challenge against the entire village's public opinion. Minato Uchiha's face turned the color of pig liver. He wanted to retort, but facing Senju Shin's icy eyes, and seeing Kakashi Hatake behind him slowly lift his head with renewed light in his gaze, he opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Kakashi stared dazedly at the small back shielding him. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled specks on the figure, warm, yet carrying an unyielding strength. The words, Uncle Hatake is a hero, surged through him like a warm current, instantly breaking the dam built by doubt and humiliation in his heart. His eyes without warning grew sore. Senju Shin did not look back. He still held his head high like a young beast guarding its treasure, assuming the toughest stance with the most innocent posture. Well said. A vigorous shout shattered the stagnant air once more. Before anyone could react, a green figure charged in like a cannonball, kicking up a gust of wind, and stopped steadily beside Senju Shin. The newcomer wore the iconic green spandex suit, sported a comical bowl cut, and had 2 thick eyebrows brimming with peculiar energy. He struck a classic bodybuilding pose, flashed a bright smile with gleaming teeth, and gave a bold thumbs up. How can one who protects the lives of comrades not be a hero? That is the noblest form of youth. Mato Guy declared with 2 teardrops at the corners of his eyes, his voice impassioned. And the burning youth never lies. The bystanders, now aware of the situation, stirred with Mato Guy's arrival. Everyone began to wonder, was the White Fang of Konoha who protected his comrades really a sinner? Senju Shin observed the crowd's reaction. He needed something to draw everyone's attention, and the debate over comrades versus mission could captivate the entire village. Only then would he have the space and time to execute his plan of feigning one thing while doing another and succeed in saving Tsukumo Hatake. The training ground of the ninja school fell into a strange silence after the fierce clash of shouts of hero. Uchiha and Nahuo's face, swollen to a liver-colored hue, became the most ludicrous sight in the entire. He wanted to utter a few harsh words, but facing Senju Shin's icy gaze, which did not resemble that of a child, and catching a glimpse of Kakashi, who had already risen with a rekindled fire in his eyes alongside Might Guy, who might burst with youthful fervor. At any moment the words in his throat felt as if they were blocked by something, and he couldn't utter a single word. He could only run away with his tail between his legs. At this moment the wind seemed to subtly shift direction. The previously one-sided scorn and disdain were brutally torn open by Senju Chun in the most domineering and unreasonable way. The surname Senju combined with the title Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, felt like an incredibly heavy mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. The children may not understand the political implications, but they instinctively recognized that it represented an authority they absolutely could not provoke. The previously whispering children all fell silent at this moment, looking at the small figure standing protectively in front of Kakashi with a mixture of awe, confusion, and curiosity. Protecting one's comrades. Is that what it means to be a hero? This viewpoint, scorned by the adult world when voiced by a 5-year-old orphan of the Senju clan, unexpectedly produced a subversive magic, planting seeds in the hearts of these children who had not yet been completely molded by societal rules. Kakashi stood there in a daze, watching the figure of Senju Chun standing in front of him. My guy, with tears in his eyes, shouted, "This is the bond of youth." For the first time he felt that he might not be so alone after all. The turmoil that erupted in the ninja school took flight, like it had grown wings, spreading throughout the streets and alleys of Konoha in less than half a day. When Tsunade heard from Shizune about her younger brother debating with eloquence against the Uchiha brat at the ninja school over the matter of the Hitachi clan, she crushed her cup of sake into powder with a resounding bang. Good, very good. Tsunade's anger was not ignited but exploded. Her original fury was directed at the nameless individuals spreading rumors. Now this anger had a clearer target. Those who allowed the rumors to fester, even pushing them from behind, trying to use public opinion to crush a hero within the village's upper echelons. Even her 5-year-old brother understood this principle. How could those old folks who had lived for decades not know? It's not that they don't understand, it's that they are doing it on purpose. Jiraiya, come with me. Tsunade vanished in an instant and reappeared beside Jiraiya, who was peeking into the women's bathhouse, not giving him any time to react. She transformed into a golden blur, rushing towards the Hokage building. Jiraiya barely had time to let out a cry before he was dragged across the rooftop, flying while shouting loud. When Tsunade kicked open the door of the Hokage's office, the atmosphere inside was as oppressive as the ocean before a storm. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat in the main seat frowning as he smoked his pipe. Below him were the expressionless elders Nara Shikaku and Mito Kasen, as well as the man who exuded a chilling aura, half of his face hidden in shadows, Shimura Danzo. Most unexpectedly there stood a person who should not have been here. Orochimaru. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, with a hint of playful amusement in his golden snake-like eyes, as if he were enjoying a splendid drama. Tsunade, what are you doing? Mito Kasen scolded with a frown. Tsunade completely ignored him, her golden eyes fixed intensely on Sarutobi Hiruzen in the main seat, the anger in her gaze almost igniting the entire office. Old man, tell me what in the world is wrong with this village. Her voice trembled slightly from extreme anger. A ninja who abandoned a mission to save his comrades is now being vilified by the entire village. Even the children at the ninja school are calling him a sinner. Is this the Konoha you govern? Is this the village that Grandpa established? Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily, tapping his pipe on the table. Tsunade, calm down. The matter regarding Sakomo is currently being discussed in the village. There is no conclusion yet. Conclusion? What more conclusion is needed? Tsunade slammed her fist on the nearby table, the sturdy wood instantly splintering. My brother, a 5-year-old child, knows that Uncle Kakashi is a hero. Are you old folks sitting in the office even inferior to a 5-year-old child? This statement struck like a resounding slap across the faces of all the higher-ups. Nara Shikaku's expression instantly turned ugly. Tsunade, watch your words. You are questioning the decisions of the Hokage and the Elder Council. Sakomo Hatake ignored the mission and placed personal feelings above the village's interests. That's a fact. Rules are rules. If everyone were like him, the ninja system of Konoha would collapse. Rules. Tsunade sneered, a derisive laugh escaping her. All I know is that the most important rule left by the first Hokage is to protect. To protect one's comrades, even one's life, can be sacrificed. What is a mere mission? Such a narrow-minded view. The previously silent Danzo finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and cold like the tongue of a viper. Ninjas are the weapons of the village. Completing missions is the ninja's duty. To save 2 subordinates who should have been prepared for sacrifice while abandoning intelligence that could affect the battle situation is a betrayal to the many comrades who sacrificed on the front lines. His actions are not heroic. They are foolish. They are selfish. Danzo's gaze swept over Tsunade and Jiraiya like a knife before finally landing on Orochimaru in the corner. Tsunade, you are blinded by emotion. Jiraiya, you always seek compromise. Orochimaru. Danzo's tone took on a subtle tone of soliciting. I'm sure you can understand that for the sake of the village some ruthless decisions are necessary. Everyone's gaze was focused on Orochimaru. Jiraiya's heart tightened. He knew Orochimaru's character. He never believed in emotions or bonds, only in power and interests. What would he say? Orochimaru slowly straightened up, licking his lips with his crimson tongue, issuing a hissing chuckle. Hee. Lord Danzo, you exaggerate. His voice was magnetic, yet it sent chills down one's spine. I simply find this matter very interesting. His golden snake-like eyes surveyed the room before finally settling on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Teacher, do you see? Isn't this a classic paradox? The rules demand we abandon our comrades while the will of fire teaches us to cherish them. The incident with Tsukumo Hatake merely brought this long-existing yet deliberately ignored contradiction to the forefront. He did not support either side but dissected the sharpest core of the issue with clarity. He continued, a successful system must be ruthlessly cold. From this perspective, Lord Danzo is not wrong. Tsukumo Hatake broke the rules. He was wrong. A village that can make heroes bleed and weep, a village that turns the will of fire into a joke. Is such a village's rules really right? This statement plunged the entire office into silence. Tsunade was stunned. She never expected Orochimaru to say such things. Jiraiya's expression was complex. He felt that Orochimaru was somewhat different today. Danzo's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed that Orochimaru was shifting concepts, but could not refute. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became increasingly grim. Orochimaru's words pierced like a knife, striking at the weakest, most contradictory part of him as Hokage. He wanted to uphold the ironclad laws of the ninja village while also passing on his teacher's will of fire. He sought to balance all sides, resulting in offending both, pleasing none. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, a surge of ninja hero spirit erupting from him. I will personally handle the matter regarding Tsukumo. The rumors must be quelled immediately. However, his merits and demerits need time to evaluate. Now all of you disperse. This was the only decision he could make as Hokage. Delay. Tsunade wanted to say something more, but Jiraiya held her tightly. She knew it would be meaningless to continue. She cast a disappointed glance at her teacher, the light in her eyes dimming. A fierce debate ultimately ended in the Hokage's muddled resolution. In the Senju residence, Senju Chen sat in the courtyard's corridor holding a small kunai and carving wood with a rhythmic motion. He did not eavesdrop, nor did he need to. Tsunade's fury was a clarion call for charge. Jiraiya's mediation was the lubricating gear. And there was the stubbornness of Konoha's higher-ups. Everything that happened in the Hokage's office had long been rehearsed in his mind countless times. And Orochimaru was the most exquisite piece he had cast. Senju Chen knew that Orochimaru's statement, while seemingly neutral, was actually adding fuel to the fire. He elevated the issue from the right or wrong of Tsukumo Hatake to the right or wrong of Konoha's rules, and which would make the third Hokage more hesitant, afraid to easily draw conclusions. At the same time, he subtly acknowledged the rationality of Danzo's viewpoint, which would make Danzo even more steadfast in his beliefs, never relenting in suppressing Tsukumo Hatake. A hesitant Hokage, an aggressive root leader, a group of increasingly agitated villagers. A perfect web named public opinion was slowly tightening. A cold smile, incompatible with his age, curled at the corners of Senju Chen's mouth. Very well. The hero was being pushed step by step towards the cliff. Only when everyone believed he deserved to die, when everyone thought he was guilty, when he was abandoned by the whole world, would his death become the most valuable. His disappearance would then become perfectly reasonable. Senju Chen lowered his head, looking at the wooden figure he had carved, which was beginning to take shape, its features unmistakably resembling Tsukumo Hatake. Uncle Tsukumo, just wait a little longer. He whispered in a voice only he could hear. When they prepare the guillotine for you, that will be when I offer you a new life. The night was cool as water. The public opinion in Mu Yi after days of fermentation and clash had not subsided, but instead evolved into a storm sweeping through the entire village. The heated debate in the Hua-Ing office that ended in discord was like a signal, making everyone realize that the higher-ups were divided on this matter. Thus, two diametrically opposed voices clashed fiercely in every corner of the village. Beginning with Qinsho Chen's words at the Ninja Academy, the arguments supporting Chi Mu Shimao began to gain a foothold. Gang Shisama is right. Kaianshis Chinsama said so too. For the sake of comrades, nothing is too precious to give up. Yes, that's a living human life. In the eyes of the village higher-ups, is a human life less important than a piece of intelligence? Bayasama is a hero. He protected his comrades, he protected the will of fire. Yet another voice pushed by certain individuals with ulterior motives became sharper and more piercing. A hero who caused the village such enormous losses. Don't forget the two people who were saved both said they would rather die. It was Chi Mu Shuomo's mercy that insulted their resolve as ninja. If everyone follows his example, how can missions be carried out? The iron rule of Mu Yi is about to be destroyed by him alone. Hero, sinner. Two extreme opposites chewed over by countless people ultimately turned into heavy mountains pressing down relentlessly on the small courtyard of the Chimu residence. Chimu Shomao had not left the house for days. He simply sat quietly on the veranda polishing the white Fang short sword that had once struck fear into countless enemies. The blade was still sharp, its cold light piercing, but the hand holding it exuded a sense of death. His eyes were hollow, the fierce spirit that once resembled a lion had been worn away by the endless curses and attacks. He listened to the faint murmurs outside the door, the voices of those who once revered him, now condemning and What pained him most was Kakashi. His son, who always wore a stern face and masked his inner self with a maturity beyond his years, had recently been hiding in corners watching him, with eyes full of confusion, pain, and a trace of wavering. Even he himself had not noticed. Kyantius boy and Maite's child had indeed helped Kakashi a lot, ensuring he was no longer isolated. But this instead drove a deeper thorn into Chimu Shuomo's heart. Even children knew to stand up for their comrades, yet he had made his son bear the humiliation that should not have been his because of his own mistake. Had I really done wrong? This question like a venomous snake gnawed at his soul day and night. Until nightfall, an unexpected figure appeared before him like a specter. Deshiwan. He brought another answer, a mad, twisted yet fatally alluring solution. That night there was no moon. Thick clouds obscured the sky, and the entire Muyi village was shrouded in oppressive darkness. Chimu Shomao lit the lamp in his study. He unrolled a sheet of white paper, ground the ink, and picked up his brush. His hand at this moment was steadier than ever. He no longer looked at the darkness outside the window, nor listened to the irritating voices. Only Da Shiwan's hoarse yet magnetic voice remained in his mind. A living sinner will only make your son bear eternal shame. But a tragic hero who died for the village and then took his own life because he could not bear the disgrace will allow him to grow up surrounded by everyone's sympathy and respect. Chimu Shomao, you have already died once. This time die for your son, for the village. The brush tip fell. The ink spread on the paper, forming lines of words filled with remorse and pathos. I have betrayed the village's trust, placing personal emotions above the mission. This is a great sin. The rumors and slander are the punishment I deserve. Yet I am ashamed before the Hoi Yingsama's guidance, before the sacrifices of my comrades, and before the honor of the Chimu clan. Only death can atone for my sins. Kakashi, my son, do not learn from your failed father. Remember, the rules of a ninja are above all else. Each word was like a knife slicing apart his past glory and belief stroke by stroke. After finishing, he set down the brush, neatly folded the suicide note, and placed it in the most conspicuous spot on the desk. Then he rose and walked toward Kakashi's room. In the room, a faint, almost imperceptible exotic fragrance lingered. Kakashi slept heavily, his small brows furrowed, even in sleep, as if struggling against something. Chimu Shomao knew it was the drug provided by Da Shiwan, capable of inducing deep sleep undisturbed by any noise. He slowly knelt by his son's bedside, reaching out to stroke the silver-white hair, but his hand halted midair. He feared that his hands, stained with sin and lies, would defile his son's dreams. He simply gazed at it. He looked at his son's tender face, at the tightly shut eyes that refused to compromise with the world. Pain, reluctance, regret, resolve. Countless emotions churned within his chest, finally condensing into a single scalding tear, silently falling onto the tatami. Kakashi, forgive me. Father will use his own death to pave the way for your future. He unbuckled the white Fang short sword from his waist sheath, and gently placed it by Kakashi's pillow. This short sword, symbolizing the glory of Mu Ye's white Fang, would no longer belong to him. He took one last deep look at his son, as if to etch that face into his soul forever. Then he stood up, and with unwavering determination turned and left. The door slid open softly and closed without a sound. Chimu Shuomo's figure vanished completely from the room, from the home he had guarded with his life. At the Chinsho residence, in the same deep night, Chinsho-chun lay in his futon, breathing steadily like a child already deep in dreams. Yet his consciousness was utterly clear, like a deity suspended above the 9 heavens, coldly overlooking the drama he had orchestrated. He could imagine the inner struggle of Chimu Shomao as he wrote the suicide note. He could imagine the father's heart-wrenching agony when bidding farewell to his sleeping son. He could even see Chimu Shomao leaving the house, meeting the cold snake-like figure in the agreed dark corner, and then disappearing together into the night of Mu Yi. It was done. From now on there would be no more White Fang of Mu Yi in the world. Only a bounty hunter with the code name Fang. And a tragic hero driven to death by public opinion held far greater value than a living controversial figure. It would become an eternal thorn in the heart of the third Hoa, in deepening his doubts and guilt over the balance between rules and humanity. It would become a mirror forcing all Muyi ninja to re-examine the choice between mission and comrades. More importantly, it would become a seed planting the conviction that comrades are above all else in the hearts of Kaka, Shimaite Kai, and more of the younger generation. And all of this would become the most solid lever for him to pry open the world in the future. Shinsho Chun stared quietly at the ceiling. Uncle Shomao, your death will be the first ray of light to illuminate Mu Yi. The next day, early morning, when the first ray of sunlight pierced the clouds and illuminated Mu Yi village, a shrill scream shattered the tranquility of the Chimu residents. Shimuo-sama. Shimuo-sama. He has taken his own life. The news, like a magnitude 10 earthquake, instantly detonated the entire village. The villagers who had just been arguing over hero and sinner were completely stunned. Those who had loudly cursed him gaped, their faces etched with disbelief. Those who had defended him were filled with grief and indignation. In the barbecue shop, the tavern, the training ground, all discussions ceased abruptly at that moment. The entire Mu Yi fell into a dead silence. Then a colossal wave of emotion, a mix of shock, regret, guilt, and anger, swept over every heart like a tsunami. He was dead. The white fang of Mu Yi, who once shook the ninja world with his own strength, did not fall on the brutal battlefield nor under an enemy's blade, but died within his own village under the tongues of the very people he had protected with his life. An era of heroes came to an end in the most tragic, humiliating, and suffocating way. The sky was so overcast it seemed about to collapse, and cold, slanting raindrops wove an endless net that shrouded the entire Mai. Before the whiling Steely, a dense crowd stood like a silent forest drenched by the rain. There was no funeral dirge, only the monotonous, oppressive patter of raindrops against oil paper umbrellas mingled with faint, elusive sobs carried by the wind. A hero's burial should have been glorious and tragic, but Chimu Shuomo's funeral was steeped in suffocating embarrassment and guilt. Yuanfei Risen stood at the forefront, removing his Hokage hat and letting the cold rain wash over his face, etched with exhaustion and remorse. His clouded eyes fixed on the small black and white portrait before the stele, his lips twitched as if to speak, but he found every eulogy pale and hollow. A hero driven to death by the village itself. How could he as Hokage offer a tribute? In the end, he uttered only a few words in his aged hoarse voice. Mai has lost a great ninja. This dry assessment dropped like a pebble into stagnant water, stirring not a ripple. Among the crowd, those villagers and ninjas who had once hurled the most venomous words at the Mai White Fang now kept their heads lowered, afraid to look at the portrait or at the small figure standing before it. Chimu Kakashi. He wore an ill-fitting black morning suit, his tiny body standing straight in the cold rain like a sapling on the verge of breaking. He did not weep nor showed any expression. His eyes, once brimming with vitality, were now two fathomless pools of dead water, hollowly reflecting this gray world. He clutched his father's portrait tightly in both hands, his knuckles white from the strain, as if it were his only connection to this world. His soul seemed to have been drained away. Shinsho Chun stood beside him holding an umbrella. Rainwater cascaded along the umbrella's edge, forming a small, isolated curtain around him and Kakashi. He could sense from the boy beside him not sorrow but a state of nothingness, a void left by the complete stripping of life force. He extended his warm little hand and gently placed it on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi's body trembled almost imperceptibly, the hollow gaze finally focused as he slowly turned his head toward Shinsho Chun. Shinsho Chun said nothing, merely gazing at him with eyes clear and devoid of any impurity. Then with a slight squeeze he conveyed his message. It was a silent promise and a silent declaration. I am still here. Gangzhou stood behind the two children, her broad hand resting gently on Shinsho Chun's shoulder. Her face was tearless, but her golden eyes blazed with suppressed fury. Her gaze sliced across the crowd like a knife scraping against Yuanfei Risen, Zhuanqin Xiaochun, and Shuomen Yan. If looks could kill, those my elders would have been hacked to pieces. Zilai stood at her side, all his jocularity gone, his face dark as lead. He watched the two small figures huddled together, a storm of emotion churning within him, guilt, helplessness, and a trace of confusion toward this village he loved so deeply. The funeral proceeded in an eerie silence and ended in that same silence. The crowd began to disperse in twos and threes. Many before leaving cast complex glances, a mix of sympathy and guilt, at the child clutching the portrait. Those gazes were like fine needles pricking Kakashi's skin. Sister, I need to use the restroom. Shinsho Chun looked up and said to Gangzhou in a child's urgent tone. Gangzhou, on the verge of exploding with rage, snapped back to reality at her brother's voice. Her eyes softened instantly. Go ahead. Be quick and don't get soaked. Shinsho Chun nodded, released his grip on Kakashi's shoulder, and plunged into the quiet grove behind the whiling stele. Away from the crowd's gaze, with only the rustle of rain on leaves around him, Shinsho Chun leaned against a thick tree trunk and checked his system panel. At that moment, the long-awaited voice rang in his mind. Ding. Detected change in key plot node. Successfully altered the fate trajectory of the key character Chimu Shimao. diverting him from the death ending onto the rebirth path. Due to the change in Chimu Shuomo's world line, rewards are being issued. Reward 1, permanent skill, slot 1. Your current available skill slots 5. Reward 2, unlock Fate's gift card draw. In Qinshu Chen's consciousness space, several cards with intricate silver patterns on their backs materialized and slowly rotated. Qinshu Chen's intent lightly touched one of them. The chosen card halted abruptly, flipped face up, and burst into dazzling white light. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unique skill card Chimu Style Blade Art Mastery Passive. Skill description: you have mastered the essence of the blade arts that my white fan Chimu Shomao honed over his entire life. Boom. A torrent of unimaginable information mingled with countless fragmented bloodstained images flooded into his mind. It was the life of Chimu Shomao. The clumsiness of his first grip on a blade, the tension of his first mission, the trembling and vomiting after his first kill. On the battlefield, how to dodge fatal kunai with the simplest moves amid the glint of steel, how to seize the gap in an enemy's breath, how to channel chakra onto the blade to sever iron, how to merge killing intent with the sword-daunted enemy before the fight began. Countless swings, countless life and death battles, countless bloody fights. A man who grew from a green youth into the fearsome white fang of the entire ninja world. All his experience, technique, insight, even muscle memory, were now by the system's overbearing logic completely infused into Qinshu Chen's soul and body. Qinshu Chen's body trembled slightly against the tree trunk. His small hand instinctively formed a grip as if holding a blade. He could even smell the rust and blood that lingered on the short sword named White Fang. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. Deep within those clear pupils, a fierce gleam of blade light flashed and vanished. He straightened the rain-wet hem of his clothes, and his expression returned to that of an innocent 5-year-old child. He walked out of the woods, returned to Kakaxi's side, and naturally raised the umbrella for him. Kakaxi remained in his dazed state, as if unaware of anything. Qinshu Chen looked at the portrait of Chimu Shomao in the boy's arms, then at this boy who had lost his entire world overnight. In his heart, he whispered in a voice only he could hear, "I'm sorry, Kakaxi. I can't tell you the truth yet. This heavy identity of the hero's son betrayed by the world is your fate, and it will be the catalyst for your growth." His gaze was calm and profound. "Still consider this gift as the interest I've prepaid. From your father. Rest assured, one day, I'll make sure you and your father reunite openly under everyone's gaze. Until then, let me use this blade to cut open this decaying world. For you and for me." After the funeral of Chimu Shomao, the skies over my cleared, but the clouds shrouding the Chimu residence grew ever denser. The courtyard that once echoed with clear laughter and the sound of blades slicing through the air was now left in utter silence. Chimu Kakaxi changed. Apart from Qinshu Chun and Maite Kai, he no longer communicated with anyone. Every day before dawn, he would appear before the training posts in the yard and begin a maddening, almost self-torturing training regimen. Swinging the blade, forming hand seals, throwing kunai. Again and again, until every muscle in his body cried out in agony, until sweat soaked through his clothes. Only then would he stop like a stone statue, staring vacantly into the sky. In those eyes no emotion could be seen anymore, only a hollow numbness. His father's suicide note, like an unhealing brand, was etched deep into his soul. A ninja's rules are above all else. He wanted to become stronger than anyone. Strong enough to uphold the rules, strong enough never to commit his father's mistake. During these days, Qinshu Chun came almost every day. He would not say much, only bringing the meals prepared by Sister Jingyin, quietly placing them under the porch, and then sitting not far from Kakaxi watching him train. He was like a patient hunter observing his prey. He watched as the look in Kakaxi's eyes gradually transformed from initial emptiness into a flame of obsession, watched as he turned all his grief and pain into an extreme thirst for power. Meanwhile, inside Qinshu Chen's body, earth-shattering changes were taking place. The vast sword technique memories belonging to Mui's White Fang were undergoing a painful yet efficient fusion with his 5-year-old body. His mind knew how to swing the blade, but his muscles could not keep up. Often in the dead of night, he would close his eyes in his room and simulate those lethal trajectories over and over in his mind. With each simulation, he could feel his body becoming a bit more aligned with that memory. It felt as if he were forcing a legendary soul into the shell of a child. That afternoon, Maite Kai burst in with his usual fiery energy. "Kakaxi, let us wash away our sorrow with the sweat of youth." He struck a signature pose, flashing a row of gleaming white teeth. Kakaxi ignored him, his wooden sword drawing a sharp arc as it slammed heavily into the stake, producing a muffled thump. Ignored, Maite Kai showed no discouragement. His gaze shifted to Qinshu Chun, who was sitting on the side in a daze. "Chun, since Kakaxi hasn't ignited, let us light the flames of youth." Qinshu Chun, absorbed in his enlightenment of swordsmanship, was startled back to reality by Kai's shout. Looking at Kai's vibrant face, a thought suddenly stirred in his heart. Perhaps this was an opportunity. A chance to test the degree of his Boda's fusion and at the same time, to add another spark to Kakashi. Alright Kai. Chen stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and revealed a pure and harmless smile. This is the clash of youth. Kai excitedly picked up a wooden sword and assumed a stance. In the corner of the yard, Kakashi's chopping motion paused almost imperceptibly, then resumed, as if he were utterly indifferent to what was happening. Chen also picked up a smaller wooden sword, holding it casually in his hand. Incoming Chun. Maite Kai bellowed, his feet propelling him like a cannonball shot from a barrel, charging straight ahead with a wave of heat. The wooden sword in his hand swung wide and fierce, filled with raw power. Chun did not meet it heat. His body was small, his strength weak, a direct clash would be humiliating. His feet moved with strange, shuffling steps, his body displaying an agility that belied his age. Amid Kai's storm-like assault, he was like a drifting leaf, always barely dodging the attacks. This was the battlefield footwork that Chimu Shomao had distilled from countless times of being surrounded. Kai grew more and more astonished. He found that no matter how much he accelerated, his blade always fell just short of touching his opponent. Chun was like a slippery eel, always predicting his attack patterns. Amazing. Chun. Again. Kai's blood was thoroughly ignited and his assaults grew even fiercer. Just then Kai fainted, suddenly lowering his body and swinging his wooden sword from below in a tricky angle, aiming at Chun's lower body. This move was unexpected. Chun's mind hadn't even had time to react. But his body moved. It was an instinct honed by countless trials, long ingrained into his very bones. Facing this sudden strike, Chun's body did not retreat. Instead, it took a slight half-step forward. This movement made Kai's pupils suddenly contract. Immediately after, Chun twisted his wrist. The wooden sword in his hand did not block or chop, but instead descended with a light cut along an incredible trajectory. The motion was small, even somewhat casual. But with that one move, it precisely cut into the point of force on. Kai felt his wrist go numb as a subtle force was transmitted. The wooden sword he tightly held flew uncontrollably from his hand, clattering to the ground with a clang. Meanwhile, the tip of Chun's small wooden sword had silently stopped just before Kai's throat. A single move subdued the enemy. Clean, crisp, and even carrying a chilling elegance. The entire yard fell into a deathly silence. The wind stopped. Maite Kai remained frozen in his attack posture, fine beads of cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He stared at the wooden sword stopped before his throat, sensing the faint, icy, killing intent emanating from it, his mind a complete blank. A sharp clatter sounded. It was Kakashi. He had stopped training at some unknown moment, turned around, and was staring intently at them. The wooden sword in his hand slipped from his slack fingers and fell to the ground. His numb eyes were now violently contracting, seething with turbulent waves. Shock, confusion, pain, and a trace of nostalgia. That move just now. The half-step forward, the angle of the wrist twist, the lethal trajectory that cut toward the enemy's wrist. He was too familiar with it. That was the essence of the Chimu school's swordsmanship, one of its core techniques, Fang Breaker, that his father Chimu Shomao had demonstrated countless times while teaching him. With the smallest motion, it dismantles the enemy's offense and delivers a fatal blow. His father once said that this technique was a killing art he had realized from countless brushes with life and death on the battlefield, and its essence was the hardest to master. But now this technique had been perfectly recreated by a 5-year-old child. That casual ease, that precision, that innate calm. It even resembled the shadow of his father more than the countless imitations he himself had practiced. How could this be? You. Kakashi's voice was hoarse like sandpaper, scraping every word squeezed from his throat. How do you know? My father's swordsmanship. Senju seemed to snap awake from that strange state as well. He gazed at his hand gripping the blade, then at the frozen Kai, his face displaying a perfectly measured blend of bewilderment and innocence. He scratched his head, his limpid eyes brimming with childlike confusion. I don't know either. He tilted his head, looking at Kakashi, his tone laced with uncertainty. It's just, when I watched Uncle Shomao teach you before, and when you practiced, it seemed, after seeing it so many times, my body just remembered it on its own. This explanation was absurd to the extreme. Seeing it enough, and you'd learn. Then would there be any mediocrity in this world? Yet looking at Senju-chen's innocent face and those eyes devoid of any impurity, Kakashi found himself momentarily unable to refute. Indeed, Senju-chen, this companion, who had defied all logic since his very appearance. At 5, he possessed chakra far beyond the ordinary. At 5, he could debate with eloquence at the Ninja Academy. At 5, he could articulate truths that even adults could not counter. And now, merely by watching, he had mastered the essence of the Hokage clan's secret sword technique. Was this still human? Kakashi felt his worldview shatter completely in that moment. His father's death had burdened him with the shackles of being a sinner's son, driving him madly to prove himself through adherence to rules. Yet this monstrous genius before him with the most irrational of methods told him that so-called effort and talent might be nothing but a joke in his presence. An immense, indescribable sense of powerlessness and self-doubt flooded over Kakashi like a tide. He staggered back a step, picked up the wooden sword from the ground, and without another glance at Senju-chun turned and stumbled back into the house, slamming the door shut. Senju-chun stared at the closed door, lowering his eyelids to conceal the cold smile deep in his eyes. Good. The identity of a sinner's son alone is not enough to make you grow. Then let it be the despair of being utterly crushed by an incomprehensible genius. Hate your own weakness, envy my talent, and then exhaust every effort to catch up to me. The future sixth Hokage Itachi Kakashi. In the courtyard the air seemed to solidify. Mike Kai remained frozen in the posture of having a wooden sword against his throat. For the first time his face, always ablaze with passion, bore an expression mingling shock and bewilderment. It wasn't that he couldn't accept defeat, but he simply couldn't comprehend how he had lost. The deafening slam of the heavy door finally shattered the deathly silence. As if startled by the sound, Senju-chun loosened his grip, and the small wooden sword clattered to the ground. He looked at his empty hands, then at Mike Kai, who stood frozen, his face displaying a perfectly measured childlike surprise and helplessness. Kai, are you okay? I didn't mean to. He rubbed his eyes. I don't know what happened, I just saw you charging and my body moved on its own. This explanation was absurd yet perfectly suited his identity as a genius. Mike Kai's stiff body finally relaxed. He looked at Senju-chun's innocent, guileless face, and the nerve called passion in his mind reconnected. Chun, you are truly incredible. Mike Kai clenched his fist, tears of emotion even welling in his eyes. This is talent. This is the youth of a genius that even the body cannot suppress. Far from being discouraged, he seemed to have found a new goal, pointing at Senju-chun with fighting spirit, then at the tightly closed door. Chun, I, Mike Kai, will never be defeated by your talent. From today, I will double my training. This is my declaration of youth to catch up to you. With that he turned and dashed out of the Hitachi compound like a whirlwind, leaving behind only echoes of youth and effort. Senju-chun watched his receding figure, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was the future Kai with that indomitable, never-give-you-up spirit. Night fell. In an unknown underground root stronghold of Kanehagakure, there were no windows, only cold stone walls and dim light, the air thick with the strange odor of disinfectant and earth. Orochimaru leaned against a corner like a viper lurking in the shadows. When Senju-chun's figure emerged from the dark passage, a flicker of excitement lit up his golden serpentine eyes. This drama was exceptionally brilliant. Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed in the empty underground space with a faint hissing like a snake's tongue. Hitachi Tsukumo has committed suicide in the village as agreed. He stepped out of the shadows, the dim light outlined his pale face and those vertical slit golden serpent eyes. I have done what I promised. Now our agreement. Senju-chun ignored the latter half of his sentence and walked from the ninja tool pouch at his waist. He produced a brand new kunai with a blade gleaming coldly. Without a glance, he gently drew it across his own fair forearm. The motion was swift and resolute without a hint of hesitation. A gash split open instantly. The blood that welled up was not the ordinary dark red, but a vivid, almost eerie bright red, as if brimming with vibrant life. An intense life force filled the air, causing Orochimaru's eyelids to twitch. His breath caught, and he fixed his gaze on the blood flowing from Senju-chun's arm. He extended his long tongue, quickly licking his dry lips, the barely suppressed fervor and greed in his golden serpent eyes nearly materializing. The true bloodline and cells of the first Hokage, he murmured, as if admiring a peerless work of art. He hastily produced a palm-sized special container, formed a single hand seal, and intricate sealing formulas appeared on the container's surface. Carefully he aligned the formulas with the wound on Senju-chun's arm, and the gushing blood was drawn by an invisible force absorbed into the container without a single drop lost. After completing this, Orochimaru let out a long breath, his expression one of unprecedented satisfaction. I have arranged everything for Hitachi Tsukumo. Orochimaru put away the container, his excitement still lingering. He is now a bounty hunter wandering outside the 5 great nations, codenamed Fang. No one will connect him to the deceased Konoha's white fang. Good. Senju-chun nodded, placing his palm over the wound. A flash of emerald light, and the gash healed at a visible rate, leaving not even a scar. But a ninja without a goal will only be lost. Senju-chun raised his eyes, his dark pupils in the dimness appearing exceptionally deep. We need to give him something to do. Oh, what do you want him to do? Orochimaru's interest grew even stronger. Senju-chun uttered 3 words lightly. The land of rain. Orochimaru's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. That accursed place where it rains year-round. You want him to take on Hanzo of the Salamander. That's not a wise idea. Even at the peak of his power, Tsukumo Hataki's odds against a demigod are. No need to deal with that demigod. Senju Chen interrupted, his gaze turning deep and unfathomable. Just keep an eye on him. The land of rain lies at the heart of the great nations, a strategic battleground. Though the second ninja war has just ended, I believe peace won't last long. He paused, then said each word deliberately. The attitude of the land of rain will likely determine the course of the next war. Tsukumo Hataki is the best candidate. His loyalty to the leaf is dead, but he remains an excellent ninja, and Kakashi is still in the village. For the sake of the next generation's peace, he will see this through. Of course, I can continue to provide you with my blood in the future, but you must share all your research data with me. Orochimaru fell silent. For a long time, only his hoarse laughter echoed in the underground chamber. Hey, Senju Chen, you truly never cease to amaze me. If you ever wish to become Hokage, I could pass the title to you. He looked at Senju Chen, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Very well. He'll relay this to Fong. As a token of our cooperation, I can open some of my research data to you. Pleasure doing business. Senju Chen turned and vanished without hesitation into the dark corridor. Orochimaru gazed at the direction of his departure, extended his tongue, and licked the scrolls sealed with blood. In his golden pupils flickered a complex light, greed, excitement, and a deep, wary awe. Inside the Senju mansion in his own bedroom, Senju Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, replaying the meeting with Orochimaru in his mind. At this time, Orochimaru was still relatively young, not yet at the point of frivolously toying with life. The position of Hokage was still a goal in his heart. The fact that he offered to pass the Hokage title to Senju Chen proved that Orochimaru already regarded the Hokage seat as his own possession. Of course, that's not to say Orochimaru was delusional. At this time, his sister Tsunade, devastated by the deaths of Nawaki and Dan, had developed hemophobia and grown disillusioned with the leaf, losing interest in the Hokage position. Jiraiya was traveling aimlessly, his personality seeming unreliable. The white fang of the leaf had taken his own life, and Orochimaru himself was a direct disciple of the third Hokage, coupled with his alliance with Danzo. In his mind, there was indeed no better candidate for the next Hokage among the younger generation. That is, if Minato Namikaze hadn't emerged during the Third Shinobi World War. Senju Chen even suspected that it was because Orochimaru saw the younger and stronger Minato Namikaze become Hokage that he suffered a massive psychological blow, then began pursuing powerful bloodline limits and forbidden techniques, ultimately descending into darkness. But for now, let Uncle Snake bask in his Hokage dream. That benefits me. With my Senju surname, Orochimaru will never harm me. On the contrary, he will do everything to court my favor. When Uncle Snake abandons the Hokage dream and defects from the leaf, only then will he be truly unshackled. At that point, I might even become one of his targets. Of course, by then I believe I will have grown strong enough to communicate with him on equal terms. Then Senju Chen sank his consciousness into the depths of his mind. A pale blue virtual panel visible only to him slowly materialized. Divine Theft System currently stolen abilities 1. Hidden Bloodline of the first Hokages would release 2. Advanced Chakra Refining Technique 3. Uzumaki Clan Bloodline Preliminary Awakening 4. Empty 5. Empty. He had already mastered the basic wood release techniques, wood cuttings, wood damming wall, wood clone, and wood dragon. As for Deep Forest Emergence, Thousand-Armed Cannon, and the wood golem, he had tried them, but what he conjured were miniature versions, merely amusing without any combat power. The 4-symbol seal and the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains were also proficiently applied, but his limited chakra prevented these skills from reaching their maximum potential. The death of Tsukumo Hataki marked the first fate he had altered since arriving in this world, and now it had concluded perfectly. Not only had he acquired the powerful combat ability of the Hataki-style bladesmanship, but more importantly, he now possessed a piece that moved outside the board, yet could change the game's direction at any time. The agent codenamed Fong Tsukumo Hataki. Sending him to watch Hanzo of the Salamander served two purposes: to confirm the demigod's time of death, and to plant his eyes early in the Akatsuki's formation. This was the deepest hidden move he had laid for the coming decades. Next, he began to take stock of his current network of relationships. His sister Tsunade and his Senju surname were his strongest backing. As long as he remained in the Leaf Village, he was unquestionably the little young master of the Leaf. No one would dare openly oppose him. And his sister's monstrous strength, that iron fist, was the bane of all conspiracies. Jiraiya, a righteous elder who dedicated his life to the Leaf. As long as I do nothing to harm the village, he will be my close elder. Orochimaru, a dangerous partner. From him, I can obtain cutting-edge biotechnology and intelligence, but I must also guard against the possibility of his eventual betrayal. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the future fourth Hokage, and his wife. I am now Kushina's last disciple, so I can also be considered the elder brother of our protagonist Naruto. Finally, there are Kakashi and Might Guy. They will be my best friends and most capable allies among the same generation in the Leaf. grandson of the first and second Hokage, nephew of the fourth, brother of the fifth, best friend of the sixth, older brother of the seventh. When he tallied it up, Senju Chen himself was stunned. Good heavens, with connections like these in the ultimate nepotism in the Hokage world. The corner of Senju Chen's mouth curled into an exaggerated grin. A child's nature shows at 5. In this Hokage world, I can just coast through life worry-free and well-fed. But then he shook his head, suppressing that stray thought. Now is not the time to consider retirement. Senju Chen slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the brilliant moon outside the window. The 2 empty skill slots seemed to silently urge him on. This world still holds countless powers waiting for him to steal. The Sharingan, the Rinnegan, various bloodline limits, powerful secret techniques. Not enough, far from enough. He murmured softly, and deep within those clear eyes lay an abyss of calm and longing. The atmosphere at the Ninja Academy had grown subtly tense following Tsukumo Hataki's death. The confrontation that had taken place on the training ground was like a pebble dropped into a pond. The ripples it stirred still unsettled to this day. Senju Chen. This name was no longer merely that of Lady Tsunade's little brother. He himself had become a small epicenter of turmoil. Especially for the young girls whose hearts were just beginning to blossom, that slender figure who had dared to stand before everyone and shout the word hero in a childish voice seemed almost to radiate light. Shinkuin, good morning. A girl with a high ponytail, her eyes wild and spirited, bounded over like a little leopardess, proudly holding up a freshly purchased stick of 3-colored dango dripping with sweet sauce. Here, have this. Mitarashi Anko. Senju Chen looked at her face, still youthful, but already hinting at the fierce beauty to come, and at her unreserved enthusiasm, and offered a perfectly timed, somewhat shy smile. Thank you, Anko. Inwardly, however, he calculated Orochimaru's future personal disciple was already this. Bold. Shinkuin. Another soft voice sounded nearby. A girl with long black hair and peculiar crimson eyes stood hesitantly to the side, clutching the hem of her clothes, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Yuhi Kurenai. Unlike Anko, she did not dare be so forward, as she simply placed a small bundle of candies wrapped in a handkerchief gently on Senju Chen's desk, then like a startled deer hurried back to her seat. Senju Chen observed all this, his face feigning flustered gratitude, while inside he thought. This was the future master of Genjutsu, a jonin of Konoha, the wife of Asuma Sarutobi. But for now just a shy, blushing little girl. How amusing. He basked in this feeling of being the center of attention, enjoyed the convenience of his child prodigy persona, which allowed him to approach these future powerhouses with ease and weave invisible threads around them one by one. Yet in this world where there is admiration, there must also be envy. In the corner, Uchiha Inaho's gaze, like a poison-tipped nail, was fixed relentlessly on Senju Chen. What he despised most were those who gained attention through family background and a pretty face. That bastard Hatake Kakashi was bad enough, but this orphan of the Senju clan was even worse. On what grounds? Just because his surname was Senju. Because his sister was Tsunade. A fire of envy and resentment blazed in his chest. The bell for class rang. A stern-looking Chunin teacher with glasses entered the classroom and began lecturing on Ninja Code Article 9. Under any circumstances, the priority of a mission must be placed above personal emotions. The teacher droned on, reading from the textbook, while most of the children were half asleep. Just then, Uchiha Inaho suddenly stood up, his voice cutting through the silence of the classroom. Teacher, I have a question. All eyes instantly focused on him. The Chunin teacher adjusted his glasses, displeased at the interruption from this Uchiha brat. Speak. Uchiha Inaho's gaze swept provocatively over Senju Chen, then he asked loudly, Teacher, I want to know. As a ninja, is the village's mission more important, or a comrade's life? The question exploded like a bomb in the classroom. All drowsiness vanished. The children stared wide-eyed at the teacher on the podium, then at the challenging Uchiha Inaho, and finally, almost as one, their gazes fell upon the quietly seated Senju Chen. Everyone knew exactly who that question was aimed at. Cold sweat broke out on the Chunin teacher's forehead. He was just an ordinary instructor. How could he dare to meddle in such a dangerous topic? The affair of Tsukumo Hatake had caused a huge uproar in the village, and the higher-ups had yet to give a clear verdict. If he said the mission was more important, he would be slapping Lady Tsunade in the face and denying those who spoke up for Tsukumo Hatake. If he said comrades were more important, wouldn't that be a direct denial of the village's long-standing principle and an indirect accusation against the higher-ups who believed Tsukumo Hatake was at fault? This was a death trap. He opened his mouth, his throat dry, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Finally, he adjusted his glasses and said in a tone that feigned profundity but reeked of guilt, This is a question that every ninja must contemplate and face on their own path. There is no standard answer in the textbooks. The true answer you must seek through your own future experiences. With that, as if all his strength had drained away, he announced the end of class and fled the room. Uchiha Inaho looked at Senju Chen, a smug sneer on his face. See, even the teacher dared not answer. What you said before was nothing but childish nonsense. Senju Chun didn't even deign to glance at him. Seek answers. He sneered inwardly. Only the weak need to seek answers, for they can only passively accept choices. But the strong are always the ones who set the rules and provide the answers. After school, Senju Chun did not go to the Hokage residence as usual. Carrying the gift Tsunade had specially prepared for him, he walked familiar roads to the other side of the village and knocked on a door. Coming. The door slid open with a clatter, revealing a shock of fiery red hair and a vibrant, smiling, "Little Chun, come in." Uzumaki Kushina pulled him inside, pinched his cheeks, without ceremony, her warmth like a blazing fire. The room was filled with the aroma of food. A young man with equally brilliant golden hair and a gentle smile, like the winter sun, was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. Namikaze Minato. Minatanius and Senju Chun greeted politely. "Little Chun is here." Minato turned around, his blue eyes brimming with laughter. "Kushina has been talking about you for days. I just got back from a mission today, so we can have dinner together." At the table, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Kushina kept piling food on his Senju Chun's plate, while scolding Minato for dirtying her favorite clothes on his latest mission. Minato simply smiled helplessly and dotingly, occasionally wiping a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. Senju Chun ate quietly, observing with a cool, analytical mind. So these were the future fourth Hokage and his wife. One fiery as flame, the other gentle as water, a perfect match. Namikaze Minato hailed as a on-scene generation genius and the most perfect embodiment of the will of fire. How would he view that question? Thinking of this, Chinsho Chun put down his chopsticks, lifted his most deceptive, innocent, and naive little face, and asked in a tone tinged with childish curiosity, "Brother Shuman, at school today a classmate asked the teacher a question, but even the teacher couldn't answer it." "Oh, what question could stump the teachers of our Konoha?" Juxinai immediately became interested. Chinsho Chun's gaze, however, was fixed straight on Buofing Shueman. Someone asked the teacher, as a ninja, what is more important, the mission or the comrades? As his words fell, the lively atmosphere at the dinner table instantly froze. The smile on Juxinai's face also faded. She glanced at Chinsho Chun, then at Shueman, but said nothing. She was certainly aware of the matter concerning Chimu Shomao. The gentle smile on Buofing Shueman's face also diminished somewhat. He looked into Chinsho Chun's clear eyes, which seemed to reflect the very depths of one's heart, and remained silent for a moment. Unlike that Shunin instructor who had dodged the question, he pondered seriously for a long time before slowly speaking, his voice still gentle, yet carrying an unshakable firmness. "This is a very difficult question, Chun. The rules tell us that the mission is above all else. Because an important mission may concern the safety of the village and the lives of many more comrades." He first affirmed the correctness of the rules. From this perspective, sacrifice is inevitable for the sake of the mission. But he shifted his tone, and in those blue eyes a glimmer of idealism flickered. "Rules are created to better protect the people we want to protect. If we obey the rules while watching our comrades die before our eyes, then don't the rules themselves lose their meaning?" He looked at Chinsho Chun as if conducting a soul-searching interrogation of himself through the boy. "Therefore I cannot give an absolute answer. I can only say that as a ninja I will do my utmost to complete the mission. But as Buofing Shueman, I will never abandon my comrades. I will strive to become strong enough to both complete the mission and protect everyone around me. If it really comes to the point where I must choose one." He paused, a gentle, yet resolute smile appearing on his face. "Then it only means that I am not strong enough." Chinsho Chun listened quietly. What a standard and perfect answer. An answer filled with the radiance of the will of fire, the answer of an idealist. Buofing Shueman, the reason you can say such words is because you are a genius possessing the unique time-space ninjutsu, the flying thunder god technique, which grants you the confidence and capital to say, "I want it all." But in this world, the vast majority of ninjas are ordinary people who must make cruel multiple-choice questions between life and death, between mission and comrades. The tragedy of Chimu Shomao is the best proof. Your answer to them is not hope, but the most unattainable. However, that's fine too. A deep, imperceptible arc curled at the corner of Chinsho Chun's mouth. A Hokage who firmly believes in love and peace, in comrades and protection, is the most easily recognized by everyone. This is probably the reason why so many people like you in the past life. Buofing Shueman's words, like a warm breeze, dispelled the stagnant air at the dining table. But the idealistic radiance contained within made Chinsho Chun let out a soft chuckle in his heart. Truly, a watertight correct answer full of the will of fire. Well said, Shueman. Xuanhua Juxinai suddenly slapped the table, rattling the dishes. Her dazzling red hair seemed to blaze, and her azure eyes were full of agreement and admiration. What mission? What rules? If you can't even protect the people around you, what's the point of being a ninja? Those old men who made the rules, it's because they hide in safe places that they can say such callous words. She waved her little fist, indignant, and the fervent emotion from her heart was highly infectious. Chen noticed that when she said this, Shumen's eyes as he looked at her were filled with infinite tenderness and indulgence. Chen's gaze swept over Tsunade's chest, which was slightly heaving with excitement. The vibrant curves caused the adult soul deep within him to involuntarily let out a whistle. As expected of the future crown princess, this spiritedness truly has a unique charm. That's what I said. He immediately put on an expression of having found a kindred spirit, nodding his little head vigorously, echoing Tsunade. I also think comrades are the most important. I absolutely cannot abandon my comrades for the sake of a mission. Haha, as expected of my disciple. You've got guts. Tsunade was amused by his appearance and burst into laughter. She reached over and rubbed his face without any restraint. Little Chen, don't worry. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell your big sister, and I'll teach them a lesson. Ahem. Bluffing Shuemin coughed dryly, smiling helplessly. Tsunade, don't say such violent things in front of the child. As he spoke, he considerately used a napkin to wipe a bit of sauce from the corner of Tsunade's mouth, his movements natural and smooth. The meal ended in such a warm and lively atmosphere. Tsunade hummed a tuneless song as she cleared the dishes and headed to the kitchen. Before leaving, she turned back and made a funny face at Shuemin. In the living room, only Bluffing Shuemin and Chen remained. The previous liveliness faded, leaving only the faint scent of tea in the air. Chen held the hot tea that Shuemin had poured for him, sipping it slowly while his black eyes secretly observed the blond young man across from him. Bluffing Shuemin, this man was exactly as he seemed. Warm and gentle like the sun with no dark corner. His strength existed purely for protection. Could such a person, when faced with that ultimate dilemma, truly find a way to have it both ways as he claimed? Chen put down his teacup, leaned forward slightly, and asked in a whisper that only the two of them could hear with a hint of childlike cunning, Brother Shuemin, let me ask you another question, but you mustn't tell Sister Tsunade. What's so mysterious? Bluffing Shuemin was amused by his pretend mystery and lowered his voice to play along. Chen's expression became extremely serious, those clear eyes seeming to reflect the deepest recesses of the human heart. If there were a mission that conflicted with Sister Tsunade's safety, how would you choose? The smile on Bluffing Shuemin's face slowly froze. He looked at Chen, and those blue eyes that always held a smile for the first time revealed an expression of extreme seriousness and depth. This question was sharper and more personal than the previous one. It stripped away the grand concepts of the village and more comrades, pointing directly to the heart. After a long silence, Bluffing Shuemin let out a soft sigh. He did not brush it off or evade, but reached out and gently ruffled Chen's hair. As for me, his voice was very soft, but carried an unshakable determination. I will absolutely never let Tsunade be placed in a situation where she needs to be chosen. He looked towards the kitchen, his gaze softer than ever. They'll tell you a secret too, but don't tell Sister Tsunade yet. As if sharing a secret, he winked at Chen. I've been researching a new ninjutsu lately. A technique that doesn't require hand seals, capable of achieving the ultimate in chakras, shape transformation, and nature transformation. It's all to better protect her and protect everyone I cherish. Chen's heart gave a violent jolt. That's right, the spiral sphere. How could he have nearly forgotten this? It was a sealless or rank instantaneous ninjutsu, and the anime and manga of his previous life had already described the method of training the spiral sphere in painstaking detail. He could absolutely learn it on his own. So Minato Namikaze withdrew his hand, and his gaze fell back on Chen. In that gentleness, there was now an extra trace of expectation and encouragement from a senior. If you also have someone you want to protect with your life, determination alone isn't enough. Go and become stronger. Make yourself powerful enough to break the rules, powerful enough to never have to make a choice again. Chen stared at him blankly, as if deeply moved by those words. He nodded vigorously, his eyes shimmering with the light of admiration and aspiration. I understand, Brother Shuemin. I will definitely become stronger. Humph. Chen revealed a fox-like smirk deep inside. Brother Shuemin, after you spend years of hard research and finally succeed in condensing the sphere one day, and you discover that your younger brother took one look at your ninjutsu and casually formed a sphere as well. I wonder what wonderful expression will appear on that face of yours, always wearing such a gentle smile. Truly, something to look forward to. Having bid farewell to the passionate Kushina and the gentle Minato, Chen walked home alone. Moonlight stretched his shadow long. In his mind, he replayed Minato's words over and over, along with the 3 stages of spiral sphere training he had learned from the original work. The first stage, rotation. Use chakra in the palm to burst a water-filled balloon. The key is to generate chaotic multidirectional rotation inside the balloon, creating immense tearing force. The second stage, power. Burst a solid rubber ball. This requires greater chakra burst force and concentration. The third stage, stabilization. Combine rotation and power to maintain a stable high-speed rotation of chakra within a sphere or container, forming a perfect orb. Finally, detach from the external container water balloon rubber ball and completely rely on one's own ability to condense, maintain, and release a high-density chakra sphere in the palm. For Chinsho Chun, who possessed the bloodline of the first Hokage and the Uzumaki lineage with chakra reserves far surpassing ordinary people, this seemed not an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, he was the man who possessed the divine steel system. Minato had already laid out the inspiration and theory before him. All he had to do was use his cheat and his era-surpassing insight to walk a shortcut for geniuses. Returning to the Chinsho residence, he did not alert anyone. He crept softly into the storage room. Soon he found his target, a bag of colorful balloons that Sister Shizen had bought for summer use. Back in his room, he closed the doors and windows, took a pale blue balloon from the bag, went to the sink, and carefully filled it with water. The balloon was heavy, full of water's tension gleaming under the light. Chinsho Chun sat cross-legged on the floor, placed the water balloon in his left palm, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. He began to mobilize the chakra within his body. Following the sensation he remembered from Naruto's training, he attempted to infuse chakra into his palm. A thread, two threads. Blue chakra flowed like a stream into his palm, enveloping the water balloon. He tried to make the chakra spin. Clockwise. No, the balloon only wobbled slightly. Counterclockwise. Wrong again, the chakra flow was very unstable. Multidirectional chaotic rotation. Chinsho Chun recalled the vague description from the original work, sinking his mind into the world within his palm. He divided his chakra into several strands and attempted to make them compress, rotate, and collide toward the center simultaneously from different directions. This was an extremely delicate operation, demanding an absurdly high level of chakra control. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on Chinsho Chun's forehead. The water balloon in his hand began to tremble violently, as if a wild beast were imprisoned inside. The surface of the balloon was deformed continuously by the invisible chaotic chakra currents within. This was the feeling. Chinsho Chun's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing in his pupils. Spin. Now. He let out a low shout and abruptly increased the chakra output from his palm. Bang! A crisp explosion sounded. The water balloon burst, cold water splattering everywhere, drenching his face. Chinsho Chun wiped the water from his face and stared at his empty palm. First attempt, failure. Although this attempt had failed, the method was correct. Minato had spent 3 years just researching this jutsu, and he believed that with practice, successfully forming the spiral sphere would not be far off. Brother Shumen ill-graciously claimed you're a rank ninjutsu in advance. In the days that followed, Chinsho Chun's life became regular yet divided. By day at the ninja academy, he was the talented, courteous, little young master of the Chinsho clan. When the teacher asked questions, he always gave the most standard and pleasing answers. When girls offered snacks and bento boxes, he accepted them with just the right amount of shyness, drawing small satisfied gasps. After school on the training ground, he switched to another role. Shin, your punching speed has gotten faster. This is the pursuit of youth. Might Guy was drenched in sweat, every movement bursting with explosive power, but his flame-lit eyes were locked on Chinsho Chun, filled with respect and fighting spirit. On the other side, Kakashi was much more silent. He simply swung his wooden sword furiously, the blades wind fierce and far beyond his peers. Every time he sparred with Chinsho Chun, he gave his all, as if trying to completely see through this incomprehensible genius. Yet each time his attacks were effortlessly neutralized in some even more bewildering manner. This deepened the despair and resentment in Kakashi's heart, driving him to train even more frantically. Chinsho Chun reveled in this state. He used just the right amount of encouragement to sustain Might Guy's inextinguishable fighting spirit, and with his unfathomable talent, he constantly provoked Kakashi's taut nerves. He was like a masterful actor playing different roles on different stages. A good younger brother before his sister, an excellent student at school, a genius among companions. But when the night grew still and he shed all disguises, he truly became himself. In his bedroom, Chinsho Chun's left palm held a water-filled balloon. He closed his eyes, his entire mind immersed in that small world within his palm. The chakra inside his body under his will surged like a tamed beast into his palm. It was no longer the disorderly currents of the first stage, but forcibly compressed, condensed, unleashing the most terrifying power toward a single point. This was 100 times more difficult than causing internal rotation in a water balloon. The water balloon tested the technique of rotation. While bursting, it required finding the feeling of continuous chakra output rather than a single burst. Large beads of sweat rolled down Chinsho Chun's temples and dripped onto the tatami. His 5-year-old body felt tremendous strain from training such a rank ninjutsu. But the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The training of the spiral sphere even made him temporarily set aside the practice of wood release, because he knew very well that wood release's power was more evident in large-scale battlefields and formidable life force. But in the present, this sealless, immensely powerful, instantly deployable rank attack jutsu was his life-saving trump card and assassination weapon. A little more. Focus a little more. He could feel the internal structure of the water balloon being violently destroyed by his high-density, spinning chakra. Under the same night sky in the deepest darkness of Konoha, the base of Root was as cold and silent as ever, the scent of disinfectant in the air seemingly able to seep into one's very bones. Danzo sat in the main seat, half of his face hidden in shadow, revealing only that emotionless eye. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest in an unconscious rhythm, the soft tap tap tap, the only sound in that dead silence. Orochimaru stood before him wearing that signature inscrutable smile. Orochimaru, Danzo's voice rasped like grinding stones, dry and cold. You sent Kiba to the rain country. Why? Danzo had originally intended to use Hatake Tsukumo, that chess piece, for other purposes. A dead, cage-level shinobi could accomplish too many dirty deeds in the shadows. Sending him to that war-torn mud pit of a country was in Danzo's view a waste. A glint of light flickered in Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils. He had long anticipated Danzo. He let out a hoarse laugh which echoed eerily through the empty underground chamber. Heh, Lord Danzo, you only see the barren chaos of the rain country, but fail to perceive what it represents. The future direction of the entire shinobi world. He did not mention Senju-chun, but instead repackaged and dramatized the words the boy had spoken that night in his own language. The Second Great Ninja War may seem to have ended, but the accumulated conflicts between the great nations are far from resolved. Peace is merely a temporary illusion. Orochimaru paced slowly, the dim light stretching his shadow like a specter. The rain country lies precisely at the heart of the three great nations, fire, wind, and earth. Its geography determines that it must be either the fuse of the next war, or its final battleground. Sending Kiba there is not for battle, but for him to see. Orochimaru's tone grew profound. To see the attitude of the Hidden Rain's leader, the one hailed as the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, to see what restless forces still lurk in that country. By placing a chess piece in advance, we can seize the first move when the next game begins. Danzo's tapping fingers stopped. His exposed eye fixed on Orochimaru, a flicker of barely concealed shock and appreciation. As the leader of Root, Danzo's vision was largely confined to the arts, assassination, intelligence, subversion. But what Orochimaru displayed here was a grand strategic Tao that transcended conventional shinobi thinking. He had already glimpsed the shadow of the Third Great Ninja War and began laying the groundwork for it. No wonder he was the third Hokage's prized disciple. No wonder he was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. For the first time, Danzo felt a sense of kindred spirit toward Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi was too righteous, too naive. But this man before him, like himself, was deeply versed in the laws of darkness and possessed a far more penetrating gaze. This man, if I become Hokage and entrust Root to him, perhaps my will could be carried out better. The thought flashed through Danzo's mind. He suppressed his musings and shifted the topic. How is the research on the first Hokage cells progressing? That was what truly concerned him. Very smoothly, Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked his lips, a fervor flickering in his golden pupils that only he understood. The vitality of the material obtained this time far exceeds expectations. I have successfully achieved preliminary activation in the culture medium. I believe breakthrough progress will come. He would never tell Danzo that what he had obtained was Senju Chen's nearly perfect first Hokage lineage, not the lifeless remains scraped from the first Hokage's corpse with greatly diminished vitality. Excellent. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. I need results, the sooner the better. Of course. Orochimaru bowed slightly, but deep in his eyes lay a cold mockery. At the Senju residence in the bedroom, the night was deep and still, the air thick with the scent of rubber and sweat. Senju Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, his small face taut beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks. In his tiny palm, he held the last water-filled balloon of the night. Chakra gathered in his palm, spinning. One failure after another drained his already limited stamina, and mental fatigue surged like a tide, threatening to overwhelm him. Just as his consciousness began to fade, the image of Orochimaru's fervent golden snake eyes flashed in his mind, followed by Danzo's shadowed, self-assured gaze. An inexplicable force welled up from the depths of his heart. Break. For me. A sound so soft like a ripe fruit pierced by a fingertip. Though faint, it exploded like thunder in Senju Chen's ears. He snapped his eyes open, staring fixedly at his palm. The balloon that had tormented him for nights bore an irregular tear in its center. Cool water soaked his hand, extinguishing all his fatigue and frustration. Success. The first stage of the Rinnegan, broken through. A surge of immense joy and accomplishment flooded his brain. He barely restrained himself from howling to the heavens to vent his excitement. He opened his palm, carefully sensing the lingering violent and chaotic remnants of chakra, a smile uncontrollably curving on his lips. Just then, jirrrrrr. An untimely sound came from his stomach. Senju Chen's smile froze. He rubbed his hollow belly. While a 5-year-old body was still too weak. Before celebrating, he had to fill his stomach first. He jumped off the bed, crept quietly into the kitchen, fished out a pack of military ration pills from the cupboard, and like a child sneaking candy, popped 2 into his mouth, chewing with a muffled sound. Minato, your answer of "I want it all" is indeed noble and bright. But Minato's fate told him how difficult it was to realize that I want it all. He leaned against the cold wall, gazing at the moonlight outside the window. Only by becoming truly powerful enough to stand above all people and rules could one perhaps truly achieve "I want it all." So, I will not beg. Senju Chun murmured softly, swallowing the last bit of the pill. The dry taste made him frown. I will only create that "I want it all" world with my own hands. His voice was soft, but his eyes, which should have been clear, seethed with ambition and desire far beyond his years. The Rinnegan was just the beginning. The excitement from breaking through the first stage of the Rinnegan lasted only a brief moment, swiftly replaced by the irritation brought on by the bottleneck of the second stage. Everyone suddenly noticed that in the Ninja Academy classroom, the polite little young master of the Senju clan, who always provided model answers, had developed a peculiar habit. He always carried a black solid rubber ball with him. During class, he would place it under his desk, unconsciously rubbing and kneading it with his hands. After school, whether engaging in intense sparring with Meitikai or practicing swordsmanship with Kakashi, the little ball never left his hand. Classmate Shinsho, please answer, what are the 5 basic forms of chakra nature transformation? The somewhat displeased voice of teacher Zhongdao came from the podium. The surrounding classmates cast their gazes. Shiri Hong, sitting in the front row, quietly turned her head, a hint of worry in her eyes. Beside her, Yushuxi Hongdo wore an expression of amusement with a mischievous grin at the corner of her mouth. Shinsho-chan seemed to have just been startled from deep thought. He rose gracefully, quietly withdrawing his hand from under the desk, wearing that signature innocent smile, tinged with shyness. Yes, teacher Zhongdao. The nature transformations of chakra are divided into 5 basic forms: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, corresponding respectively to. He fluently recited the standard answer from the textbook, even supplementing it with his own insights in a thorough manner, leaving teacher Zhongdao, who had intended to take the opportunity to reprimand him, with no grounds to find fault. Well answered. Please sit down. However, you must concentrate in class, classmate Shinsho. Your talent should not be wasted on daydreaming. The teacher adjusted his glasses, his tone softening, but still carrying a strong note of warning. Yes, I understand. Shinsho-chun nodded obediently and sat down, drawing admiring whispers from several female classmates around him. However, only he knew that in that instant he had almost succeeded. Just 1 second before the teacher's question, within his palm, under the table inside that rubber ball, a highly condensed and wildly spinning chakra was almost about to tear it apart from within. So close. But the teacher's interruption ruined it all. Damn it. A flicker of gloom and irritation, utterly inconsistent with his outward appearance, flashed in Shinsho-chan's eyes. He realized he had severely underestimated the difficulty of the second stage of the Rinnegan. If the first stage with the water balloon tested the skill of multidirectional rotation, then the second stage with the rubber ball tested pure power and penetration. It required compressing chakra to the extreme, like an indestructible drill, instantly unleashing terrifying destructive force. For these past months, from after school until late night, apart from eating and sleeping, he had devoted almost all his time to practicing with the rubber ball. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the best result was only leaving a shallow dent in the rubber ball before the chakra dissipated due to lack of sustaining force. Worse still, this intense secret training severely affected his performance during the day. He began to frequently daydream in class, and even during sparring with Kakashi, he made mistakes that should not have happened. Clang! The wooden swords clashed, producing a dull sound. Kakashi's figure was like a ghost, his sword path tricky and vicious, completely unlike that of a 5-year-old child. However, Shinsho-chun merely sidestepped, casually blocking with an even more effortless and graceful. But just as he was about to counterattack, the image of the chakra's rotational trajectory inside the rubber ball flashed through his mind, causing his movement to slow by half a beat. It was this half-beat delay. Beneath Kakashi's silver-white hair, his eyes suddenly brightened, seizing this fleeting opening. He twisted his wrist, and the wooden sword bypassed Shinsho-chun's block at an incredible angle, the tip aiming directly at his throat. Shinsho-chun's heart tightened. He pushed off the ground, leaning his body backward to an extreme pose as the cold blade wind grazed the tip of his nose. Although he dodged, his posture appeared somewhat flustered. You were distracted. Kakashi withdrew his wooden sword, his voice as cool as ever, yet in his pitch-black eyes there was a subtle hint of confusion. Shinsho-chun had been acting very off lately. Kakashi actually defeated Shinkuin. Everyone is getting stronger. I have to keep working hard too. On the other side, Meitikai, who had just completed 1,000 handstand push-ups, looked at the sparring pair in shock. He wiped his sweat with his sleeve, his eyes blazing with renewed fiery determination, and then plunged into another round of training. Shinsho-chun paid them no heed. He merely stared at his hand, gripping the wooden sword, his brow furrowed. Kakashi was right, he had been distracted. This couldn't go on. On one hand, he had to maintain his genius persona at school and build good relations with the future high-ranking members of Konoha. On the other hand, he had to train in a rank ninjutsu to pave the way for the future. A person's energy is limited. Even for him, a transmigrator with an adult soul operating on two fronts within a 5-year-old body was beginning to feel overwhelming. He had to think of a way. A method that would allow him to devote himself wholeheartedly to training while preserving the perfect persona of the genius young master of the Senju clan. Inside the bedroom of the Senju residence, Shinsho-chun sat cross-legged on the floor, before him a pile of rubber balls deformed by his grip. The air was faintly tinged with the smell of rubber and the salty dampness of sweat. He had failed once again. Fatigue seeped from every cell of his body like a bone-attached tumor. He ran his hand through his hair in irritation and tossed the rubber ball aside. What should he do? His mind began frantically recalling the anime plots he had seen in his past life, trying to find inspiration from the ninjas who had practiced the Rinnegan. Zilai. But the story never showed how he trained or how long it took. No reference at all. Wolfing, he even spent 3 years developing the Rinnegan. Mingren. He also practiced for a long time with Zilai guiding him all the way, yet even so he only completed it with the help of shadow clones. Shadow clones. Right, how had I forgotten this divine technique before? A figure of a young boy wearing ENBU attire with 2 nasolabial folds on his face suddenly appeared in his mind. Yuziboyu. Shinsho-chun's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered. In Yu's youth, in order to have more time for his own training, he once used a jutsu to attend the ninja academy. That jutsu was shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique. Shinsho-chun blurted out almost instinctively. That's right. This brank ninjutsu was developed by the second Hokage, his second uncle Shinsho Feijin. Uchiha Itachi could release shadow clones, even in his youth. Moreover, after undergoing the bloodline transformation of the Uzumaki clan, Shinsho-chun's chakra reserves were certainly not inferior to Takasama's at that time. Thus, executing this technique posed no difficulty for him whatsoever. He could dispatch a shadow clone to school, playing the role of the perfect little young master, dealing with teachers and bonding with future potential stocks like Hondo Shirihong and Isama, weaving his social network. Meanwhile, his main body could be completely liberated, devoting itself wholeheartedly to training. Whether it was the Rinnegan, the sword techniques from Chimu Shimao, or even the development of wood release, he would have ample uninterrupted time. Moreover, everything the shadow clone experienced would upon its dissolution transform into experience and memory and return to the main body. This meant that even through the shadow clone, he could perfectly complete the school's teaching tasks and observe and understand his future companions with greater detail. A single move achieved multiple gains. It was a perfect plan. The immense excitement instantly swept away all fatigue. Shinsho-chun leaped up from the ground, his eyes gleaming with a startling light. Without a moment's hesitation, he walked straight out of the room, headed to the library of the Shinsho clan compound, and pressed a hidden latch with practiced ease. Click. The bookshelf slowly slid aside, revealing a deep, dark passage leading underground. This was the Shinsho clan's archive, storing all the ninjutsu scrolls and secrets since the Warring States period. Tsunade had once brought him here and told him that everything within would one day be his to inherit. Shinsho-chun picked up an oil lamp and descended the dusty steps. The air was cold and damp. Rows upon rows of massive scroll racks stood silently in the darkness like mute giants. Following the classification from memory, he soon stopped in the area marked Forbidden Sacred Techniques. He stood on tiptoe, straining to pull down a scroll wrapped in a special seal from the highest shelf. On the scroll, 7 large characters were written in an ancient script: multiple shadow clone technique. Found it. Shinsho-chun's heart pounded uncontrollably. He returned to his room, eagerly unsealed the scroll, and unfurled it. The multiple shadow clone technique was the signature technique of the protagonist Naruto. Of course, he wasn't about to learn the multiple shadow clone technique right now. He knew that with his current small frame, the multiple shadow clone technique might drain him completely. He only needed to master its prerequisite, the brank shadow clone technique. Given his current chakra control and comprehension, learning a brank ninjutsu was not particularly difficult. He quickly memorized the hand seal sequence and the chakra circulation method. He took a deep breath, formed the 6 hand seals: snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, in order before his chest, feeling the flow of chakra with each seal. Shadow clone technique. Poof. With a puff of white smoke, a clone identical to him, Chinsho-chun, appeared by his side. Success. Chinsho-chun looked at the clone beside him, as if looking into a mirror. However, the next second his smile froze, because he noticed that the self opposite him, deep within those clear eyes, flickered with the same calm and rationality of an adult that matched his own. Nothing like a 5-year-old child. This wouldn't do. No matter how gifted a 5-year-old child was, they shouldn't have such a look. Such eyes would fool neither the teachers, nor even the perceptive Shiri Hong and Hondo. He wasn't like Uchiha Itachi, who had a stoic persona and didn't care about expressions. It seemed that creating the shadow clone was only the first step. The real challenge was how to control it. He had to split off a part of his mind like a top-tier puppeteer to manipulate every word, every action, and every movement of his shadow clone. Make it smile with innocent guilelessness, make it speak with childish softness, make it blush appropriately when girls showed affection. He needed this shadow clone to perfectly embody the persona of Chinsho-chun. And all of this had to be done while the main body underwent intense training. This was no longer mere chakra control, it was the ultimate test of mental fortitude, willpower, and the ability to multitask. Chinsho-chun looked at the self opposite him, and suddenly let out a low laugh. In an instant, a new challenge had arrived. Looking at the self before him, identical, yet equally deep-eyed and calm, Chinsho-chun felt not daunted but rather more intrigued. It was like a game of chess against himself. He needed to extract a portion of his spirit, inject it into this chakra-formed shell, then put on a mask called innocence and paint a makeup called childhood. Over the next few days, a bizarre scene unfolded in Chinsho-chun's bedroom. Two identical 5-year-old boys sat face to face. The main body of Chinsho-chun, eyes tightly shut, immersed his entire mind into the clone opposite. Meanwhile, that clone was practicing various expressions. A shy smile. No, the upward curve of the lips was too deliberate. The joy in the eyes wasn't pure enough. It looked like a fake smiling salesman. A confused scratch of the head. No, the movement was too stiff. A trace of impatience flashed in the eyes. This was not the reaction a 5-year-old should have. A look of surprise mixed with a hint of embarrassment when receiving a gift. No, the surprise was overdone, appearing exaggerated. The embarrassment was too faint, seeming perfunctory. Poof. The clone dissipated into a puff of white smoke. Chinsho-chun opened his eyes, rubbing his throbbing temples. What the clone brought back upon dissolution was not just memories, but also the mental fatigue of the failed performance. This was more mentally exhausting than training the Rinnegan. But the inherent stubbornness in Chinsho-chun's bones was fully ignited. He formed the hand seals again. Shadow clone technique. Poof. A new actor took the stage, and a new rehearsal began again. Finally, after consuming hundreds of shadow clones, Chinsho-chun found the feeling. It was similar to the immersion of fully embodying a character from a high-freedom role-playing game in his past. He was no longer simply controlling, he was amplifying the part of his personality that was the sunny little brother, then pouring it into the clone. One morning, when Tsunade walked out of her room yawning, she happened to see Chinsho-chun holding a cup of warm milk standing at her door. "Good morning, Tsunade sister." Little Chun tilted his face up, revealing a bright, slightly ingratiating smile. Those clear eyes were brimming with dependence and adoration for his sister, like a puppy waiting for its owner's praise. Tsunade's heart melted instantly. She bent down, scooped Chinsho-chun into her arms, and rubbed her cheek against his soft skin, making a satisfied purr. "Oh my, our little Chun is getting more considerate by the day. I love you to bits." The Chinsho-chun in her arms let out a childish, innocent laugh, and his small arms naturally wrapped around Tsunade's neck. Not far away, Shizune watched this heartwarming scene and revealed a gentle maternal smile. No one noticed that the smile of this Chinsho-chun had a perfect arc, pure eyes, and every subtle movement precisely tugged at the tenderest string in Tsunade's heart. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, the main body of Chinsho-chun, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Through the clone's perspective, he had seen and felt Tsunade's unreserved doting, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Yes, success. He now let the shadow clone happily go to school. The third training ground, located on the outskirts of Kanahegakure, was surrounded by dense forests and rarely visited by anyone. This was the private training field that Senju-chun had chosen for himself, a place where his true self could finally break free from the tedium of school and stand beneath the vast sky. He took a deep breath, the air mingling with the fragrance of earth and the moist scent of grass, easing his tense mind. With no need for pretense, the childishness on his face faded, instantly replaced by a coldness and focus far beyond his age. He pulled a solid black rubber ball from his pouch and held it in his palm. "Let's continue." He closed his eyes, and the chakra within him surged like a flood breaking through a dam, pouring violently into his right hand. This time he no longer needed to hold back. He could devote all his concentration to this tiny rubber ball. Chakra was compressed and condensed, twisted by his will into a high-speed rotating drill that viciously pierced the core of the rubber ball. A low hum filled the air as the rubber ball trembled violently in his palm, its surface visibly sinking inward. Progress. Delight surged in Senju Chen's heart, and his chakra output grew even fiercer. Yet just as the indentation deepened by less than half a centimeter, the highly condensed chakra seemed to lose its momentum and abruptly dissipated. The rubber ball's vibration ceased, and the dent quickly returned to its original shape. TCH. Senju Chen clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. The power was sufficient, but the sustainability was still too poor. It was like drilling into a wall with a power drill that cut off the moment it bit into the surface, unable to cause penetrating damage. He did not lose heart. Shaking his slightly numb hand, he began to gather chakra again. Once, twice, 10 times. The entire morning echoed with the monotonous, urgent hum of the rubber ball. Sweat soaked his clothes, and excessive chakra consumption left his face pale. Though his chakra reserves far exceeded others, his 5-year-old body still had its limits. He stopped, put away the rubber ball, and drew a wooden sword from his waist. Training required balance. Stubborn persistence only reduced efficiency. He closed his eyes, and in his mind appeared the figure of a white-haired man swinging a blade under the moonlight. Hatake Tsukumo's sword techniques had been etched into his soul by the divine thieving system. The next moment he moved. His young body wielded the sword with a fierceness and sharpness utterly disproportionate to his frame. It lacked Kakashi's textbook precision or Might Guy's overwhelming power. His blade was more like an instinct. At times it struck like a venomous snake from its lair, crafty, vicious, aimed at vital points. At others it flowed like moonlight, elegant and effortless, deflecting countless attacks within inches. Every move exuded a purity and efficiency born for slaughter. The sharp wind of the blade cut through the forest, slicing falling leaves in midair with edges as smooth as a mirror. This was a realm beyond mere technique, closer to the embodiment of the way. Just as Senju Chen was fully immersed in this mystical state of unity between man and sword, his senses caught a faint, fleeting sound of an object cutting through the air. Fast. Senju Chen's heart tightened. His grip on the sword hardened, and his body snapped out of the ethereal state into a defensive stance. Almost at the same instant, shush! A figure appeared without warning on a nearby branch, as if materializing out of thin air, without disturbing so much as a leaf. The newcomer appeared to be about 7 or 8 years old, wearing the high-collared training uniform of the Uchiha clan. His short, slightly wavy black hair framed a gentle, cheerful face, and his black eyes were as clear as mountain springs. Uchiha Shursui. Senju Chen's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Why wasn't he at school? Could he be here for the same reason? In his mind, everything about this man flashed. A prodigy unseen in the Uchiha clan for 100 years, the renowned Shursui of the body flicker, the ultimate Jinjutsu Kodoamatsukami, and the tragic end where he sacrificed himself to protect the village and his comrades. What a dazzling man, yet one so pitiable. Shursui had clearly seen Senju Chen as well. He leaped lightly from the branch, landing silently on the ground. "Hello, Senju Chen-kun," he said, his voice as sunny as his smile. "I remember you. You helped Kakashi out of a tight spot at school last time." Shizui's gaze fell upon Senju Chen, carrying curiosity and genuine admiration. A person a year or two younger than himself training alone in this remote field with such intensity. From the fleeting glimpse of his swordsmanship to the vigilance and calm he displayed when faced with a sudden visitor, all pointed to his extraordinary nature. Konoha had produced another incredible genius. Meanwhile, Senju Chen's mind raced. Uchiha Shursui. Why was he here? Was it a coincidence? Or... No, it didn't matter. What mattered was that he had come. What mattered was that he had come. A Uchiha prodigy possessing the ultimate Jinjutsu and devoted to Konoha. A key figure who could greatly influence the future of the Uchiha clan and even the entire village, was here alive and real, standing before him. Senju Chen slowly lowered his wooden sword, letting the coldness on his face fade, quickly replaced by the harmless, slightly shy and nervous expression of a child. He lowered his head a little, like a boy bewildered by a stranger's approach, and said softly, "Shisuken." "Hello. Hi. I'm just practicing a bit here." Watching Senju Chen instantly switch from little wolf cub to little puppy, the smile in Shizui's eyes deepened. What an interesting person. And deep within Senju Chen's lowered eyes a completely different storm raged. "Shursui, your will of fire to protect Konoha is indeed noble. But willpower and sacrifice alone cannot change the tragic fate of the Uchiha. Your eyes can deceive everyone, but they cannot deceive a destiny already written. Then, let me give you a hand." Gazing at Uchiha Shursui, a bold and mad plan began to sprout in the depths of Senju Chen's heart. "Let it begin from today, from this encounter. Let me personally guide your future path. Your Kodoamatsukami, rather than protecting that rotten Konoha leadership, would be better used as the sharpest sword in my hand." The voice of Uchiha Shursui was gentle like the sunshine of March, carrying a warmth that could easily disarm one's defenses. He looked at the boy in front of him, who was significantly shorter than himself, sweat trickling down his youthful cheeks and sticking a few strands of black hair to his forehead. Yet in those black eyes burned a stubbornness that belied his age. This was a true genius, Shursui concluded in his heart. Whether it was the stunning glimpse of swordsmanship just witnessed, or the pure desire for strength emanating from him, now it reminded him of a certain elder in the clan, and himself. Because of this, he felt it necessary to offer a reminder. Senju Chizuin, I see your efforts and talent. They are truly remarkable. Shursui took a few steps closer, still wearing that friendly smile, but his tone took on a seriousness. However, cultivation must be gradual. The courses at the ninja school, though basic, are the accumulated experiences of countless predecessors and serve as the foundation for your future developments. Practicing high-intensity techniques alone can easily lead one astray or even cause self-harm. This heartfelt advice came from deep within. To Shursui, Senju Chizuin was like an uncut piece of jade, dazzling, but in need of the right guidance to shine the brightest. As a senior, it was his responsibility to help this classmate who might stray off course. Kind, upright, responsible, and adorably naive. His words were golden advice for any 5-year-old, but for Senju Chizuin, who possessed the soul of an adult, it was an excellent opportunity to establish a bond. Opportunities are fleeting. But Shisuikin, didn't you also skip school? Shursui thought, I can't just say that my elders asked me to keep an eye on you. Senju Chizuin didn't wait for Uchiha Shizui's response. He suddenly raised his head, his small face covered in sweat and dirt. His clear eyes fixed on Shursui, devoid of the earlier shyness and tension, replaced instead by a stubborn childlike competitiveness that refused to concede. Brother Shursui. He deliberately made the address more intimate, his tone rising a notch. Theory is all abstract. Strength is what matters. I've already mastered everything taught in school. Sitting in the classroom won't make me stronger. This little adult demeanor successfully surprised Shursui, who couldn't help but smile brightly. Oh, you've learned it all. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Of course. Senju Chizuin puffed out his small chest, gripping the wooden sword tightly, as if it were the highest honor. Therefore, I don't think my way of cultivation is wrong. Shursui was completely amused by his demeanor, thinking of Senju Chizuin as a cub trying hard to prove he was not a kitten, but a fierce tiger, cute and entertaining. Seeing the teasing glint in Shizui's eyes, Senju Chizuin knew he had bitten the bait. He took a deep breath and threw out the bait he had prepared. I dare you to compete with me, he shouted with all his might, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Shisuikin, let's compete in taijutsu. You don't need to use ninjutsu, and neither do I. If I win, you have to admit that my way of cultivation. His voice echoed in the empty training ground, carrying the unique clarity of a child and a hint of undeniable determination. Shizui's smile slightly faded as he looked into Senju Chizuin's blazing eyes, feeling a ripple in his heart. This was no longer mere playful banter. It was a serious challenge from one genius to another, tender, yet utterly sincere. He sensed that refusing would likely leave a thorn in this child's heart. Very well, let this be a vivid practical lesson for this exceptionally gifted classmate. Let him understand that even among geniuses there exists a significant chasm. All right, I accept your challenge. Shursui nodded with a smile, looking relaxed and at ease, as if agreeing to a game. I will only use taijutsu. If you can touch me, then you win. He leaped back, creating about a 10-meter distance, casually waving his hand at Senju Chizuin. Come on, let me see the results of your correct training. Senju Chizuin's lips curled into a triumphant arc that went unnoticed by anyone. In the next second, that arc vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He moved. Without any hesitation, Senju Chizuin's figure shot forward like a cannonball, exploding into action. His small body glued to the ground, he charged at Shursui in a wildly uncoordinated manner. The wooden sword in his hand had no extravagant starting moves, transforming instead into a pitch-black straight line aimed directly at Shizui's chest. This strike was fast, precise, and fierce. It was the essence of the Konoha Shuriken techniques born for slaughter. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Shizui's eyes. What incredible speed! What a sharp blade! The ease on his face faded slightly, replaced by a hint of admiration. With a slight tilt of his body, he narrowly avoided that lethal strike. The gust created by the wooden sword even ruffled his bangs. Having missed, Senju Chizuin's wrist twisted, transforming the thrust into a horizontal slash, carving a tricky arc along Shizui's side. Swish! Shizui's figure, like a phantom scattered by the wind, floated back several meters, effortlessly dodging the attack. His movements were fluid and graceful, as if he weren't dodging but strolling through the forest. Good speed, and your strength far exceeds that of your peers. Shizui's voice came from a head still calm. However, your attacks are too direct. Senju Chizuin paid no heed to his critique, his gaze growing more focused. Charge, slash, cut, lift. The youthful figure transformed into an unyielding whirlwind in the forest, the wooden sword creating overlapping afterimages. Every move, every technique was simplified to the utmost, completely discarding unnecessary actions solely to pursue the fastest attack speed and the most devious angles. Yet no matter how frenzied or unexpected his onslaught was, Shursui could always neutralize it with the smallest movements at the most opportune moments with elegant ease. He was like a leaf floating in a storm, allowing the wind and rain to batter him while maintaining his grace and composure untouched by a single drop of rain. Bang! Senju Chisen's forceful downward strike was gently redirected by Shizui's wrist, instantly reducing the force by more than half. The impact caused him to stumble forward several steps due to inertia. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his clothes, and he gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. His arms ached from continuous exertion, and his palms felt slightly numb. To outsiders, it was a one-sided crushing. An ignorant little brat was being taught by a true genius, demonstrating the insurmountable gap in strength. Shursui looked at the panting Senju Chizuin, his admiration deepening. This child's endurance and willpower were equally impressive. He was about to speak, suggesting a break. But at that moment, the relentlessly attacking Senju Chizuin revealed a calmness in his eyes that was starkly opposed to his current disheveled appearance. Data was nearly collected. Since the start of the competition, his brain had been operating at high speed. Shizui's movement habits, the shifts in his center of gravity while evading the force exerted by his preferred foot, and even the rhythm of his breathing. Every detail had been precisely captured, analyzed, and modeled by his adult soul. He had known from the beginning that with sheer strength, he wouldn't even have a chance to touch Shursui. What he sought was not victory, but simply to fulfill the condition of touching him. Thus all his previous fierce attacks, all his struggles, all his refusal to concede were merely, Senju Chizuin leaned on his wooden sword, half kneeling on the ground, as if completely He raised his head, his face soaked in sweat, but his eyes remained fixed on Shursui, filled with unwillingness. Shursui sighed inwardly, about to approach. Now's the time. Senju Chisen's half-kneeling body suddenly exerted force. But he did not charge at Shursui. Instead, he shot towards a large tree behind him. Shursui was momentarily stunned, not understanding what he was doing. He saw Senju Chizuin step on the tree trunk, using the force to rebound at an incredible angle, lunging at Shursui from the side. This sudden change was as swift as lightning. However, it was still within Shizui's expectations. Shursui didn't even turn around, his body arching backward like a boneless figure in a standard bridge posture. Senju Chisen's figure soared right over him. It's over, Shursui thought. In midair, Senju Chizuin had nowhere to gain leverage and had already lost. Yet he failed to notice the triumphant smirk on Senju Chisen's face as he passed overhead. At the moment Senju Chizuin lunged, he had already predicted Shizui's bridge move. This was a technique he had analyzed from dozens of previous attacks, the one Shursui favored during close-range evasions. And this action had a brief moment of rigidity. In midair, Senju Chizuin forcefully hurled the wooden sword away from Shursui. Shursui was a bit surprised. Oh, was he giving up? No. Using the reaction force from throwing the wooden sword, Senju Chisen's body dropped slightly in midair. It was this slight distance. His left hand during the fall lightly and accurately tapped Shizui's abdomen, as if a dragonfly had touched the water. Flap. A soft sound. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Shizui's black eyes revealed complete and unmasked astonishment for the first time. He was touched. Senju Chizuin rolled on the ground, dissipating the force, then collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, yet grinning widely, revealing an incredibly radiant, victorious smile. Time slipped away quietly amid the day-to-day cultivation. Since that wager, Uchiha Shursui, a genius who should never have had much interaction with Senju-chun, had become a regular visitor here. He would always appear like a ghost, either in the early morning or the afternoon, with a gentle smile and a clumsy excuse, just passing by. Thought ID, check if you're slacking off. At first he still carried a hint of senior guiding junior, effortlessly pointing out flaws in Senju, but gradually the smile on Shizui's face grew more strained. After half a month his expression had turned into nothing but solemnity. A month later, fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead during their sparring sessions. Because he realized that every strike from this 5-year-old child carried a chilling edge like that of a seasoned, and his rate of growth was astonishing. Clang! The wooden sword collided with a kunai, producing a crisp ring. Shizui's figure retreated rapidly, his toes carving 2 deep gouges in the ground before he managed to steady himself. He shook his slightly numb wrist, looked at Senju-chun, who had also retreated a few steps but remained calm in his breathing, and the shock in his eyes could no longer be concealed. This kid's progress could no longer be described as lightning speed. He was simply a little monster. Senju-chun's taijutsu had no trace of elegance. It lacked the graceful fluidity of the Uchiha style, nor did it possess the balance of hardness and softness of the Hyuga style. Every move of his seemed extracted from the most brutal meat grinder of a battlefield, discarding all superfluous actions, leaving only the purest, most efficient. Killing techniques. Throat slice, eye stab, neck cut, tendon sever. Each strike aimed at the boat's most vulnerable spots with tricky angles and ruthless timing, as if honed by countless battles into instinct. Several times Shursui felt that the cold blade wasn't a wooden sword, but a real blade almost grazing. He could even sense that Senju Chun was deliberately suppressing something. A pure spine-chilling killing intent. This was something a 5-year-old should never possess. Brother Shursui, you're distracted. Shizui's voice pulled him back from his shock. He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. A naive and innocent smile, yet deep in his eyes flickered a beastly excited light. Before his words faded, his figure vanished again. Alarm bells rang in Shizui's mind. He knew he could no longer hold back. This classmate before him had already earned the right to make him go all out. A faint tremor resonated in the air, and Shizui's gentle black eyes were instantly dyed with a sinister crimson, a single black tomo, slowly rotating within. Sharingan activate. The moment the Sharingan awakened, the entire world appeared different in Shizui's eyes. Senju Chen's lightning-fast movements were broken down into countless slow-motion frames. Every muscle contraction, every flow of chakra, even his next attacking intent, was laid bare under the Sharingan's perception, leaving nothing hidden. Body flicker technique. Shizui's body turned into a blur, no longer passively dodging, but actively charging forward. The two figures engaged in a dizzying exchange in the forest clearing. Clang, 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 clang. The dense clash of weapons rang out like a rainstorm, sparks flying in the air. With his Sharingan activated, Shursui was a completely different person. His movements were graceful, yet lethal. Every dodge, block, and counterattack was executed with exquisite precision, as if calculated by the most meticulous algorithm, always achieving the best result with minimal effort. Yet astonishingly, even under the Sharingan's scrutiny, Senju Chen's attacks still exerted tremendous. This kid seemed to be able to predict my predictions. After Uchiha Shursui activated his Sharingan, Senju Chen also felt immense pressure, but a look of unprecedented clarity and excitement appeared in his eyes. This was the true power of Shursui of the body flicker. The Sharingan's insight was indeed terrifying, but what he possessed was the lifetime of sword-fighting combat awareness from Hitaki Sakomo, as well as the innate terrifying perception of chakra flow within his bloodline. To the Sharingan, his movements might be full of flaws, but in his own perception, Shizui's every intent to counterattack the direction of chakra condensation was as clear as fireflies in the night. He didn't need to see the future. He only needed to capture that momentum a split second before Shursui acted, and then respond in advance. This was a battle that transcended vision, an ultimate duel between insight and perception. Senju Chen's figure suddenly leaped high, a powerful overhead slash, carrying the roar of tearing air descending upon Shursui. This move was grand and open, seemingly full of flaws. Shizui's Sharingan instantly captured at least 3 lethal openings for a counterattack. He chose the optimal solution, without hesitation, sidestepping slightly, his kunai darting out like a venomous snake aimed at Senju Chen's right wrist, holding the sword. This was a feint to relieve the besieged. If he could disable Senju Chen's right hand, the match would end. Yet just as the kunai was about to touch Senju Chen's wrist, Shizui's pupils contracted to pinpricks. No, it's a trap. Senju Chun Madara revealed a cold smile of calculated triumph, utterly incongruous with his age. That seemingly full-force overhead slash was merely a decoy. The real killing move was the kunai hidden in his other hand. Leveraging the downward momentum of the slash, he twisted his body in midair, his other hand snaking out from under his armpit, like a phantom, the kunai tracing a cold arc, aimed precisely at Shizui's exposed right arm, the one holding the weapon. Too fast. This change of moves defied all logic of human biomechanics, completely beyond the Sharingan's prediction. Shursui tried to withdraw and defend, but he was already half a beat too slow. Rip! A faint sound of tearing flesh echoed. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The two figures crossed paths and landed several meters apart. Senju Chun knelt on one knee, his chest heaving violently, sweat dripping from his hair tips into the dust. But he lifted his head, grinning like a child who had won the whole world. Shursui, on the other hand, stood rigidly in place. He slowly raised his right arm. On the deep blue training uniform, a neat slit was cut open, and bright red blood slowly oozed from a shallow wound, starkly conspicuous against the dark fabric. Wounded. I, with my Sharingan activated, was cut by a younger classmate in Taijutsu. Shizui's mind went blank. He stared blankly at the bloodstain on his arm, then at the boy in the distance, panting, but with eyes blazing with intensity. Something called common sense was shattering in his world. He suddenly recalled something he had heard a few days ago. That Hitaki kid has completely changed ever since he fought Senju-chan like a string-pulled taut. I heard he was defeated by a 5-year-old, and his pride took a huge blow. At the time he thought it was just an exaggeration, but now he understood. He fully understood Kakashi's feelings. It wasn't just a shock. It was a revolution. A complete overthrow of all the knowledge and pride that a genius had built up since childhood. The person before him could no longer be described merely as a genius. Senju Chun watched Shizui's dazed expression and chuckled inwardly. Good, the second step was also complete. To truly influence someone, especially a genius like Shisui, mere words and kindness were far from enough. You must first earn his absolute recognition through strength. You must make him understand that you are not a junior needing his protection, but a peer who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, or even surpass him. This bloodstain today was the first brand of Senju Chin etched into his heart. Brother Shisui. Senju Chin panted, speaking with a tone that was both boastful and exhausted this time. I should count it as my win, right? On the training ground, only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the slightly labored breaths of the two youths remained. Uchiha Shisui stood rigidly in place, his gaze locked onto the training suit on his right arm. The cut made by the kunai was not deep, and the seeping blood had quickly coagulated, yet it burned into Shizui's nerves like a brand. He had lost. With his Sharingan activated, pushing his dynamic vision and insight to their limits, he had been breached by a 5-year-old child using the purest taijutsu and strategy. That final earth-shattering change of moves, the killing stroke hidden within a killing stroke, the mid-air twist that defied all logic. Everything surpassed his understanding of combat. It was not technique, but an instinct, a terrifying instinct honed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood solely for victory. He slowly raised his head to look at the figure in the distance, kneeling on one knee, chest heaving violently. Senju Chun was supporting himself with a wooden sword, sweat plastering his bangs to his forehead, his small face pale from exhaustion. Yet his black eyes shone like stars tempered in fire, brimming with the joy of victory and undisguised pride. It was the purest, brightest expression of a child triumphing in a game. But Shisui could no longer associate him with the word child. Brother Shisui. Senju Chin's voice came in fragments, hoarse with fatigue this time. I win, right? Shisui was silent for a moment. He withdrew his gaze from his arm, the crimson in his eyes slowly fading, the three tomo disappearing, reverting to his gentle, clear black irises. But everyone could see that something in those eyes had changed forever. The ease, the senior's composure, the appreciation for a junior. All had transformed into pure gravity and respect. I lost. Shizui's voice was soft, but exceptionally clear. He bowed his head, which had always been held high, towards Senju Chun with solemnity and slightness. Senju Chun, from the very beginning, I underestimated you. I apologize for my earlier contempt. This was no longer a senior instructing a junior, but an equal, a genius acknowledging another genius. Senju Chun watched this, a faint smile in his heart. He struggled to his feet, a somewhat embarrassed smile on his face, scratching his head, and said in a slightly cajoling tone, Brother Shisui, don't be like that. I was just lucky. And you're really strong. This instantly dispelled the tense atmosphere. Shisui looked at him and finally let out a wry smile. They'll keep your skipping classes a secret, Shisui said, stepping forward, his tone regaining some warmth, but the equality and respect never changed. From now on, don't call me brother. Senju Chun was taken aback. Shisui reached out, ruffled his sweat-drenched hair, his eyes more serious than ever. We are comrades and rivals. From now on, let's train here together. Time flowed like a forest stream, and amidst the daily clashing of weapons, 2 months passed quietly. The third training ground had almost become the exclusive domain of Senju Chun and Uchiha Shisui. Shisui had completely shed all condescension, treating Senju Chun as an equal opponent. He no longer offered so-called guidance, but instead threw himself unreservedly into every sparring. The elusive footwork of the body flicker technique, the exquisite moves of Uchiha-style taijutsu, and even the extreme application of his Sharingan's insight in battle. And Senju Chun, like a sponge that could never be filled, frantically absorbed all the pressure Shisui brought him, transforming it into nourishment for his own growth. The swordsmanship insights of Hatake Sakumo deep within his soul constantly collided, fused, and sublimated with Uchiha Shizui's fighting style. His blade became increasingly ruthless and unpredictable. Both of their progress was astonishing. And beyond that, Senju Chin's own training never ceased. Senju Chin sat cross-legged, the black solid rubber ball resting in the palm of his right hand. His eyes were closed, all his mind immersed in the space between his palm. The chakra within his body was no longer as violent as before. It had transformed into hundreds of obedient streams precisely injected into the rubber ball under his will. Then, rotation. Sustain. A dull high-frequency hum sounded, and the static rubber ball seemed to come alive, spinning violently in his palm. Faster and faster, so fast that it left afterimages in the air. Yet the surface of the rubber ball remained smooth with no signs of damage. Success. Senju Chin's eyes snapped open, a glint flashing within. Rinnegan's second stage, training in power and maintenance, complete. He slowly dispersed the chakra, and the violently spinning rubber ball came to a halt, lying quietly in his palm, warm and calm. Hard work paid off. After months of effort, he had finally completed the second stage of the Rinnegan training. Now came the third stage. Third stage, to shape formless chakra in the palm, without any external container, and maintain that earth-shattering high-speed rotation. He took a deep breath and set the rubber ball aside. He extended his right hand palm open, recalling the feeling of gathering chakra inside the water balloon and rubber ball. Come on, he muttered, and chakra surged from within, converging into his palm. In his perception, a blue energy began to appear. He struggled to control this energy, trying to shape it into a sphere and set it spinning as before. Yet between ideal and reality lay a chasm. The chakra had barely gathered before. Without his command to rotate, it scattered like grains of sand through his fingers, vanishing without a trace. Again, Senju Chen refused to accept defeat, mobilizing chakra once more. This time he first tried to make the chakra spin. A small chakra cyclone formed in his palm, even stirring a faint breeze. Progress. Elated, he immediately tried to compress and condense this cyclone into a sphere. But the moment he applied the will to condense, the hard-won rotation balance was instantly shattered. With a soft puff, the chakra cyclone in his palm collapsed, dissolving into specks of blue light that faded into the air. Failure. Again. Failure. Again. 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 The entire afternoon passed in the same scene. Chakra gathered time and again, only to disperse time and again. His palms sometimes glowed with an unstable blue halo, sometimes stirred up a chaotic whirlwind, but never formed that perfect, stable sphere. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his face grew pale from the repeated chakra depletion. TCH. Senju Chen stopped in frustration, shaking his numb right hand. He finally understood the difficulty of this step. It was a paradox. To maintain form required a stable, inwardly contracting force. To generate high-speed rotation required a violent, outwardly releasing force. These two opposing natures had to act simultaneously on a mass of formless chakra, achieving perfect. This was no longer mere chakra control, it required a divided mind, even a multitasking mental power. He recalled Naruto's solution from the original story. Shadow clones. One shadow clone responsible for shape transformation, one for nature transformation, and the original for output. That was a clever, unique method belonging only to Naruto Uzumaki. That evening at home, Senju Chen closed his eyes and created a shadow clone in his room. He had the clone hold his right hand, attempting to assist. He'll handle rotation, you handle condensation. The original Senju Chen instructed the clone. Okay. They both began to exert force. Yet the result was even worse than when he was alone. Two different wills acting on the same chakra, instead of combining, caused a more violent conflict. With a bang, a chaotic burst of chakra exploded in his palm, staggering both him and the clone backward. No. Senju Chen dismissed the clone, rubbing his throbbing temples. The memory and fatigue brought back by the clone made him realize this path was unworkable. Naruto succeeded because of his absurdly huge chakra reserves and coordination, which was almost instinctive. That was Naruto's talent as the protagonist. He couldn't replicate his method. And the Rasengan, a perfect jutsu developed by the fourth Hokage, should not have a flaw requiring external assistance. He wanted to master the most original, purest Rasengan. He could succeed by repeated trial and error, but that would take too long. To quickly master the third stage, he needed to understand the essence of chakras, shape transformation, and nature transformation at the root. He needed deeper theoretical knowledge about chakra. And in all of Konoha, even the entire ninja world, who could surpass that person in researching jutsu development and the nature of chakra? In Senju Chen's mind, a pale face slowly emerged with a hint of sinister smile and those golden snake-like vertical pupils. The forest clearing had long since lost its appearance from 2 months ago. The ground was crisscrossed with countless scars, and the trunks of several stout trees bore deep, uneven gashes, as if carved by blades and axes. This place had become an unspoken arena between two prodigies. Clang! The crisp clash of metal rang out once more, sparks flying in all directions. Shinsho Chun and Yuzhibo Zishui's figures touched and separated in an instant, each flipping backward to land steadily on branches a dozen meters apart, facing each other from a distance. Zishui's breathing was slightly ragged. His eyes, now activated with the Sharingan, fixed firmly on the small figure opposite, their gaze stripped of any trace of contempt, replaced only by the solemn gravity of a worthy opponent. 2 months of sparring had given him an entirely new, even subversive understanding of the word genius. The Shinsho Chun before him was like a bottomless abyss. Every time he thought he had glimpsed the other's limit, the next encounter would bring forth an even more cunning, more ruthless, more unimaginable technique in response. That battle instinct, pure and born for slaughter, seemed etched into the soul itself, defying all rational. Shinsho Chen exhaled a long breath, his chest rising and falling slightly. He shook his slightly numbed wooden sword, a joyful grin spreading across his face. The exhilaration of meeting a worthy match. Jishui was his finest whetstone. The Sharingan's insight forced him to fully digest and absorb Hitachi Sakomo's swordsmanship insights, transforming them from mere memory and imitation into something truly his own. Let's take a break. Jishui leapt down from the branch, deactivating his Sharingan. The crimson faded from his eyes, restoring their usual gentleness. Chinsho-chan also jumped down, plopping onto the ground and gulping down several mouthfuls of water from his canteen. A brief silence fell over the woods, broken only by the rustle of wind through the leaves. Jishui, Chinsho-chan suddenly spoke, having already complied with Yuzhibo Zishui's request not to call him Big Brother any longer. Jishui turned his head to look at him. Why do we have to fight? Chinsho-chan tilted his head back, looking at him with that clear, slightly bewildered gaze unique to a child. Or rather, why do ninja have to fight? The question, like a pebble tossed into a calm lake, stirred ripples in Zishui's heart. He was stunned. He opened his mouth, thinking of the answers he had heard since childhood. To protect the village, for the will of fire, to safeguard precious people. Because there are things worth protecting. After a long moment, Jishui finally answered. To protect this home of Konoha, we need power. Home. Chinsho-chan tilted his head, his confusion deepening. But weren't the Yuzhibo clan and our Chinsho clan enemies before? How can we now be part of the same home? That's because the first Hokage and our ancestor Uchiha Madara shared a common dream, thus establishing Konoha and ending the chaos of the Warring States period. Jishui answered instinctively, his tone filled with reverence for the predecessors. Is that so? Chinsho-chan lowered his head and muttered softly, as if talking to himself. But I heard from the elders in the clan that Yuzhibo people are very proud and look down on others. The classmates at school also seem reluctant to play with Yuzhibo kids. Zishui's lips stiffened almost imperceptibly. Chinsho-chan, seemingly oblivious, continued in that childlike, innocent tone. Jishui, you're the first Yuzhibo I've ever known. I think you're a great person, not arrogant at all. Why does everyone have that impression? Is it because we used to be? This barrage of questions, like precise scalpels, sliced open the veneer of peace that Jishui had always deliberately avoided, exposing the turbulent reality beneath. The rift between the clan and the village, the villagers' awe-filled, yet distant gazes, the sense of isolation that the clan members spoke of. He was not unaware of these things. He simply chose to believe in the will of fire, to believe that as long as he worked hard enough and became strong enough, one day he could become the bridge between the clan and the village. But now these brutal realities were laid bare before him by a 5-year-old child in the most innocent, yet bloody manner. No, that's not it. Zishui's voice was a little hoarse. He ruffled Chinsho-chan's hair and forced a stiff smile. Those are all misunderstandings. Someday, everyone will understand. We are all ninja of Konoha, all inheritors of the will of fire. The will of fire. Chinsho-chan looked up, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. What is that exactly? Is it like fire burning all enemies? No. Jishui retorted immediately, his tone unprecedentedly serious. The will of fire is protection. It's sacrifice. It is the spirit of believing in comrades and protecting the village with love. Watching the unshakable conviction in Zishui's eyes, Chinsho-chan let out a soft chuckle inwardly. Naive Jishui, you have no idea what fate awaits you and the Yuzhibo clan. The very thing you believe in now will one day drive you to helplessly take your own life. Jishui, do you know Uncle Sakomo? He also protected the village and his comrades, but everyone didn't acknowledge him. In the end, Uncle Sakomo committed suicide. Did he do wrong? Jishui was struck dumb by Chinsho-chan's question. He knew of Hitachi Sakomo's story and also remembered that day on the playground when Chinsho-chan had stood up for Hitachi Sakomo. That was the reason he felt fondness for Chinsho-chan. Although he agreed with the clan's and the village's idea of prioritizing missions, he didn't deny that Hitachi Sakomo was a hero. His view differed from others who debated the two matters of saving comrades and abandoning the mission. But in his eyes, Sakomo had saved his comrades, shouldered all the blame alone, and traded his own life for others. Even if others didn't recognize it, he was a hero in his own heart. He thought that if he were in Hitachi Sakomo's position, perhaps he would have done the same. I think Hitachi Sakomo is a hero. He sacrificed himself alone to save his comrades' lives. Isn't that the will of fire? Yuzhibo Jishui said firmly. An answer so like Jishui. In the original story, you committed suicide. Were you influenced by Hitachi Sakomo? Chinsho-chan pursed his lips and continued. But even after Uncle Sakomo died, people's views on him and the matter hardly changed. Those who cursed him continued to curse him. Even the comrade he saved didn't understand him. And Kakashi lost his father. Was what he did really right? If he had lived, couldn't he have saved more people? Why did he have to die? Jishui was left speechless, at a loss for how to answer Chinsho-chan. This, I don't know either. Poor Yuzhibo Jishui was only a year or two older than Chinsho-chan. Bombarded with these soul-searching questions, he was left dumbfounded, sinking into a state of bewilderment. But the seed had been planted. The seed of doubt, the seed of thought. He didn't need an answer now, he only needed these questions to take root and sprout in Yuzhibo Zishui's heart. One day, when the cruelty of reality clashes violently with the radiance of ideals, that seed will grow into a towering tree strong enough to shake his entire world. Watching the bewildered Yuzhibo Zishui Qinsho-chun was secretly overjoyed. Indeed, one must shape ideology from childhood. From now on, whenever he had the chance, he would instill in Zishui the idea that only the living can change the world, the dead change nothing. Perhaps he could alter this one's tragic end. After parting with Uchiha Shisui Senju, Chen did not return home immediately. The setting sun elongated his shadow, casting it upon the stone path leading to the village center. He lowered his head, his small hands grasping and releasing repeatedly. In his mind, he still lingered on the bewildered and self-doubting face of Shisui. Uchiha Shisui was a fine piece of raw jade, kind, pure, and steadfast. Yet precisely because of this, once the world he believed in showed cracks, the resultant impact would be catastrophic. Everything he had done today was merely a gentle scratch etched upon this raw jade, barely visible. This scratch seemed insignificant now, but in the future, when the tide of fate for the Uchiha clan surged forth, it might play a crucial role. Senju-chun let out a gentle breath, temporarily burying these far-reaching schemes deep in his heart. At present, there were more pressing matters to address. Rinnegan. Senju-chun spread his right hand, a tingling sensation coursing through his palm, the lingering pain from the chaotic dispersal of chakra in the afternoon, still not fully faded. He attempted to gather chakra once more, a sphere of blue energy swirling in his palm, but it lasted less than 2 seconds before it burst with a soft pop, exploding like a punctured water balloon, violently blowing up his sleeve. Failed again. The path of the shadow clone was wrong from the very beginning. It was merely a clever trick employed by Naruto Uzumaki, a chakra monster relying on the infinite blue chakra of the Nine Tails, overwhelming with sheer numbers. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, hailed as an once-in-a-lifetime genius. How could he possibly develop a technique that required clones to assist in its regular use? The only explanation was that Minato himself possessed a terrifying mental acuity and chakra control, allowing him to simultaneously execute both form and rotation. To compress chakra to its utmost, maintaining a spherical form, while at the same time allowing the internal chakra to spin in disarray at optimal speed. These two tasks were akin to asking a person to draw a circle with their left hand, while drawing a square with their right, ensuring both were flawless. Senju-chun considered his chakra control to be among the best for his age, yet each attempt to merge these two transformations left his mental strength feeling like it was torn in half, resulting in chakra going out of control and injuring himself. To achieve this, he could not remain at the imitative stage of merely knowing how. He had to reach a level of understanding of why it works. He needed theory, he needed knowledge, he needed a teacher who could clear this layer of fog for him. Relying on slow exploration by himself. Too slow. In this era, where war could break out at any moment, being slow equated to death. Jiraiya, that legendary Sannin who knows where he is sourcing material, in some country's pleasure district, finding him is harder than climbing to the heavens. Minato Namikaze. He was even preparing a big surprise for him, and currently Minato was still in the conceptual stage regarding Rinnegan. His progress couldn't even match his own. After much thought in today's Konoha, the only person who had the ability and was willing to enlighten him was one. When it came to the depth of research on forbidden techniques and the essence of chakra, no one could surpass him. Orochimaru. It seems it's time to pay a visit to our dear strategic partner. Senju-chun murmured softly to himself as he turned into a secluded alley. The setting sun gently enveloped the entire Konoha. Warm yellow lights streamed from every household's windows. The aroma of cooked food wafted through the air, and the distant sounds of children's laughter painted a picture of peace and tranquility. Senju-chun weaved through the gaps of light and shadow. He did not take the wide main road, but chose narrow, obscure alleys known to few. The stone path had been smoothed by time, and the tall surrounding walls cast deep shadows, completely engulfing his small figure. The village's clamor and warmth seemed to be isolated in another world by this shadow. Here there was only the faint sound of his footsteps on the stones, and the weeping echoes of the wind passing through the alley. He stopped at an inconspicuous, long-abandoned storage yard behind a wall. Weeds grew thickly here, and rotting wood was piled in the corners, emitting a damp, moldy odor. He skillfully parted a bush taller than himself, revealing an iron door nearly integrated with the wall covered in vines. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. Behind the door was a dark staircase that descended into the abyss. A cold, damp air rushed in, carrying the unique scent of a mixture of earth and disinfectant that belonged to the underground. This was one of the entrances to the root base, and it was the most secret point of contact agreed upon with Orochimaru. With each step downward, the sounds of the outside world grew fainter. When he stepped onto the final stair, the heavy iron door slowly closed behind him, leaving the entire world in dead silence. The dim oil lamp cast flickering shadows on the stone wall, stretching the passage ahead like the throat of a giant beast. Senju Chen walked calmly down the passage, his footsteps amplifying in the empty environment, sounding particularly clear. He knew he was being watched. That omnipresent gaze, like the cold scales of a snake brushing against his skin, had been glued to him since the moment he stepped in here. Finally, he arrived at the underground cavern where he had last met. Orochimaru stood in the shadows as if he had been waiting for a long time, or as if he had never left. Instead of leaning against the wall like last time, he stood beside a half-dissected specimen, holding a bloodied scalpel, examining something with keen interest. The dim light illuminated his pale profile, and his golden-slit eyes slightly constricted with excitement. "I thought you would at least wait a few more months before coming to find me." Orochimaru did not turn around. His hoarse voice echoed in the cavern, carrying a metallic rasp. "During this time, the information from Inuzuka hasn't come back. I did not come to find you regarding Inuzuka. I want to access some of your research reports." Senju Chin's voice rang clear, breaking the chill and silence of the place. Orochimaru finally set down what he was holding and slowly turned around. He extended his long tongue to lick the blood at the corner of his mouth, his golden snake eyes shimmering with unabashed curiosity and interest. "Oh, what does our dear little Senju want this time? Your blood is quite a valuable consumable." He implied something, his gaze lingering on Senju Chin's fair arms. "I won't give you blood this time." Senju Chin shook his head, meeting that oppressive gaze without an ounce of the fear a child should possess. "I want to exchange for something else." "What will you use for the exchange?" Orochimaru smiled, his grin making his already pale face appear even more sinister. "What else is there in your body besides blood and cells that might interest me?" Senju Chun was not angered by his words. Instead, he calmly raised his eyes, the black pupils shining astonishingly in the dim light. "Knowledge for knowledge." These 4 words instantly froze the smile on Orochimaru's face. His golden slit-like pupils widened slightly. "A 5-year-old brat like you dares to talk to me about exchanging knowledge? Do you even know all the characters for knowledge? If your sister Tsunade came to say this to me, it would be somewhat acceptable. What knowledge could possibly be in that little head of yours? If it weren't for your Senju surname, I'd slap you flying away, believe it or not." Orochimaru took a few deep breaths, comforting himself that the boy's blood still had great use. He should just placate him for now. What if he pushed too hard and the boy refused to give more in the future? After all, his sister was Tsunade, so he couldn't just snatch it openly. He forcefully suppressed the urge to spank the kid who came to mock him. After a long while, he squeezed out these 2 words from his throat, his voice even hoarser than before. "Let's hear it. What kind of knowledge could be comparable to my research findings? I need all of your research insights on chakra nature transformation and shape transformation, the more detailed the better, especially on how to perfectly combine the 2. Senju Chin stated his purpose directly. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, the interest in his eyes growing deeper. "Then what knowledge will you use in exchange?" "Lord Orochimaru, I've been sparring with someone from the Uchiha clan recently." He said this seemingly out of nowhere. Orochimaru said nothing, merely watching him quietly, waiting for him to continue. "Their eyes are special. They can see through my movements. And our Senju bodies are also special, with abundant chakra and strong life force." Senju Chun tilted his head, his black eyes clear and bottomless, as if he were merely recounting a child. "What do you think? If we put the Uchiha's eyes together with our Senju's body, what would happen? Would we become as powerful as Grandpa, first Hokage?" The moment his words fell, the air in the entire underground cavern seemed to be drained. "That's right. Would release and Sharingan. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha." He had also heard about the scene after the battle between the first Hokage and the rogue ninja Madara Uchiha. It was nothing short of world-shattering. If these 2 Kekkai Genkai could be fused together. Previously, he had only been secretly researching the wood-release Kekkai Genkai with Danzo. But now, with the blood provided by Senju Chin, the research on the wood-release Kekkai Genkai had advanced by leaps and bounds. If he could add the Uchiha's Sharingan. Orochimaru fell into the scene depicted by Senju Chin, becoming somewhat frenzied. "Is this knowledge?" Senju Chin raised his face, interrupting Orochimaru's fantasy. Orochimaru came back to his senses and gave Senju Chin a deep look, as if trying to see through his very soul. "The Uchiha clan are not enemy ninja. They are a prestigious family of Konoha, the village's police force. Kid, your thinking is dangerous." He deliberately emphasized the words prestigious family and police force, as if reminding or warning. "Lord Orochimaru, I'm just providing an idea, like how I provided you with blood. I didn't say to kill them," Senju Chin said innocently to Orochimaru. "Holy shit." He directly cursed in his heart. "Good heavens, just good heavens. And you say you said nothing?" The word kill jumped right out of your mouth. "The beads of your abacus are practically flying into my face. From the moment you had Tsukumo Hatake fake his death and sent him to the land of rain, I knew you weren't simple. What act are you putting on for me now? Your words already mentioned kill. You might as well have said it outright." Orochimaru thought to himself, I know that you Senju faction are very wary of the Uchiha. No, I should say our faction has never really liked the Uchiha. But how old are you? Isn't your political awareness a bit too advanced? Orochimaru looked at the brat before him, who was putting on an innocent and naive face. Who is instilling these things into this Senju kid? That big-chested but brainless woman Tsunade certainly wouldn't. Could it be those half-dead elders of the Senju faction in the village? Orochimaru's mind raced, and he even began to consider whether he should mention it to Tsunade. This kid's ideas are even more dangerous than mine. When I do research, at most I secretly capture a few enemy ninja and carry it out stealthily. This kid, on the other hand, directly sets his sights on the top clan in the same village. If he grows up, won't he turn Konoha upside down? After all, he planned to become Orochimaru in the future. The Uchiha clan was also an indispensable top fighting force for the village. If the two major factions in the village became too antagonistic, it would be hard for him to handle later. With this thought, Orochimaru restrained his released aura and put on a tone of earnest elder. Senju-chin, I know there are some old grievances between your Senju and the Uchiha, but we are all companions of the same village. Konoha's enemies are the other 4 great ninja villages and those petty scum lurking in the shadows. Once war comes, the Uchiha are also indispensable top combat power for the village. We must unite against external threats. He paused, looking at Senju-chin's unchanged expression, and continued. If you want to become Hokage, you must not be bound by clan prejudice, and even less be influenced by the outdated thoughts of those old fossils in the village. The Uchiha are not something you need to consider right now. After saying this solemnly, he turned and walked to a bookshelf in the corner of his lab, took down a thick scroll wrapped tightly in oil paper, and tossed it to Senju-chin. Senju-chin caught the scroll. Actually, he was stunned by Orochimaru's righteous and passionate speech just now. Damn, is this the same Orochimaru who will later assassinate the 3rd Hokage? Is this the same Orochimaru who casually takes over others' bodies and experiments on them? Uncle Snake, if you've been possessed, blink your eyes. I was just thinking that since I will definitely steal the Sharingan in the future, I wanted you to do it first, and see if there are any rejection reactions or things to pay attention to. How did you start giving me a political lesson? Senju-chin looked at the Orochimaru before him with countless complaints in his heart, not knowing how to express. Inside this scroll are all my research results to date. From the basic theory of chakra to conjectures on nature and shape transformation, and even some ideas for developing forbidden jutsu. Orochimaru's voice reached his ears. Senju-chin looked at the scroll in his hand. It felt heavy. He put it into his ninja tool pouch and nodded slightly to Orochimaru. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Without lingering, he turned and walked toward the dark passage he had come from. Orochimaru did not stop him. He just stood there watching that small figure disappear into the darkness. For months passed by quietly like the stream flowing through the forest. The open ground, once the arena for the battles between Shinsho-chun and Uchiha Shisui, is now a scene of devastation. At this moment, Shinsho-chun stood alone in the center of the clearing. With his eyes closed and a focused expression, his right hand was spread palm up in front of his chest. A ball of blue chakra gathered in his palm, initially just a faint point of light. It quickly expanded and spun, emitting a buzzing sound. He had been listening to this sound for a full 4 months. Orochimaru's scroll was a key to the Hall of Ninjutsu Truth. It did not directly provide the method for cultivating the Rinnegan, but it thoroughly analyzed the essence of chakra's form and nature changes. The content of the scroll was obscure and profound, filled with mad speculations, but for Shinsho-chun, who possessed the soul of an adult and the memory of the entire Naruto storyline, it was nothing less than the highest-level textbook. Form is to compress the chakra into an extremely stable shell. Spin is to make the chakra inside flow wildly and chaotically at high speed. Multitasking. During these 4 months apart from daily training with Kakashi and Might Guy and occasionally psychologically manipulating Shisui, he spent the rest of his time immersed in mastering chakra control. From controlling the water flow to form a whirlpool in his palm, to maintaining the stability of the chakra sphere, and then to merging the two changes. He failed countless times with his palm often stinging and numbing from the backlash of uncontrolled chakra. Buzz. The sound of the chakra sphere in his palm suddenly dropped, changing from a buzzing to a dull hum. The blue energy was no longer a mere illusion, but had solidified as a true glass-like sphere. The turbulent chakra flows inside were clearly visible, as if imprisoning a miniature hurricane. It worked. Shinsho-chun suddenly opened his eyes, the perfect blue storm reflected in his pitch-black pupils. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted force with his feet, his figure turning into a blur as he dashed towards a large tree ahead. Rinnegan. Accompanied by a low shout, he pressed the ball of terrifying destructive power firmly against the rough tree trunk. There was no earth-shattering explosion, just a nauseating zzz sound. The moment the Rinnegan touched the tree trunk, the violent spinning force tore and ground it, making the sturdy wooden structure feel as fragile as tofu. Amidst the flying wood chips, a bottomless spiral-shaped void was forcibly drilled out. Qinsho-chun withdrew his hand and looked at his masterpiece, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. His palm still bore the scorching sensation from the high-speed rotation of the chakra, yet in his heart there was a cold calm. He had finally mastered the rank ninjutsu. This was the first ninjutsu he had learned from scratch since his reincarnation. One could even say this was a ninjutsu he could use for a lifetime. Finally learned it. Brother Minato, get ready to be shocked by a genius. Come, let's try again. Raise the Konoha Ninja Academy training ground. The afternoon sun was lazily shining, yet the children's noisy laughter showed no signs of fading. This afternoon was the shuriken throwing class, which was far more interesting for these energetic kids than sitting in a classroom listening to theory. Watch me. This time I will definitely hit the target. A boy with messy black hair and goggles was excitedly boasting to the brown-haired girl beside him. He was Uchiha Obito, the bottom of the barrel of the Uchiha clan. Obito, be careful not to throw it into the teacher's flower pot again, the girl gently reminded. She was Nora Rin. Don't worry, Rin. I'm the man who will become Hokage. Obito patted his chest full of confidence. Not far away, a silver-haired boy wearing a mask expressionlessly threw all the shuriken in his hand, each one precisely hitting the target, causing a wave of gasps. That was Hatake Kakashi. Meanwhile, in the corner of the training ground, Qinsho-chen's shadow clone was lazily leaning against a tree. Maintaining this shadow clone consumed almost no energy for him. While the main body was training frantically, the shadow clone was responsible for playing the role of a quiet child with decent talent at school, maintaining his identity as a student while avoiding wasting precious training time. This clone had been attending school for several months on his behalf. In another month, they would be promoted to the 2nd grade. Uchiha Obito, it's your turn, the Chunin teacher called out. Coming. Obito excitedly responded, picking up 3 shurikens and striking a pose he thought was incredibly cool, his gaze sneaking towards Rin. He took a deep breath and suddenly threw the shuriken. However, perhaps due to nervousness or excessive force, one of the shurikens veered off course at the moment of release. Instead of flying towards the target, it traced a crooked arc through the air, spinning wildly, and unexpectedly headed straight towards Qinsho-chun, who was leaning against the tree in the corner. Oh, be careful, Rin exclaimed. Shinkuin, watch out. Yuhi Karini shouted anxiously. Shinkuin quickly dodged. Yamanaka Ino's face turned pale with fright. All eyes were drawn to this sudden situation. Obito's face turned pale as he watched the shuriken fly towards the usually quiet Qinsho classmate. The shadow clone leaned against the tree, simulating the release of the Rinnegan with its palm, thinking that this technique was almost perfected. If he practiced a bit more, he could pass the experience back to the main body. He completely failed to notice the shuriken flying straight towards him. Thus, under everyone's terrified gazes, the shuriken thunked and accurately pierced the shadow clone's shoulder. Obito was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. The Chunin teacher's expression changed drastically, and he moved to rush over to provide aid. The classmates, especially the girls who had crushes on Qinsho-chun, were terrified, their faces paling as screams filled the air. However, the expected scene of blood splattering did not occur. Just as everyone was preparing to rush to help, the Qinsho-chun, hit by the shuriken, suddenly staggered, and then, boom! A light sound like the popping of a balloon. The entire body of Qinsho-chun transformed into a wisp of white smoke, dissipating in front of everyone's eyes. The offending shuriken lost its anchor point, falling with a clatter onto the grass. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. The wind rustled the leaves, making a crisp sound that seemed especially clear at that moment. Everyone was frozen. Obito's mouth hung open, his eyes wide under the goggles. Rin covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Even the usually cold Kakashi showed a rare expression of astonishment. Where did he go? A living person. How did he just turn to smoke? I'm done for, I blew up Qinsho-chun. Obito collapsed onto the ground, watching the disappearing Qinsho-chun completely falling apart. This is... The Chunin teacher's Adam's apple bobbed, staring intently at the wisp of white smoke that had yet to fully dissipate, and uttered a term in a dazed, shocked tone: shadow. Shadow clone technique. That word exploded in the hearts of all the children like thunder. Shadow clone. Isn't that a high-level ninjutsu that only upperclassmen or even graduated ninja seniors can master? Qinsho-chun, the same Qinsho-chun who attended classes, had meals, and trained with them every day, was actually just a shadow clone. Shadow clone. So I didn't kill anyone. Obito felt a sense of relief, as if he had just survived a disaster, laughing. I didn't kill anyone. But where is his real body? Someone suddenly raised this question. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The impact of this realization was far greater than seeing Qinsho-chun get hurt. While this group of children was still struggling with practicing the body flicker technique, their classmate Shinsho Chun had already skillfully used the Brank shadow clone technique to replace himself at school. Is this the difference between a genius and oneself? After a brief silence, the training ground erupted in cheers. Oh my, it's the shadow clone. I always thought Shinsho was amazing, but I didn't expect him to be this amazing. No wonder he always seems so quiet alone, or it turns out he was using a clone. Awed, admired, envious. Various emotions intertwined. The earlier worry for Shinsho Chun's injury was instantly replaced by shock at his immense power. The Chunin teacher held his forehead, feeling his worldview had been severely shaken. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. This matter had completely exceeded what an ordinary teacher could handle. He walked up to the petrified Uchiha Obito and patted his shoulder, then spoke to the entire class with an unprecedented seriousness. What happened today must not be leaked. Now everyone is dismissed. The school is over. After saying this, he left without looking back towards the office. Due to Shinsho Chun's identity, he had to report this matter immediately, and also notify Shinsho Chun's guardian immediately. Deep in the dense forest, the air still retained the scorching heat left by the violent rotation of chakra. Senju Chun was about to gather another Rasengan when suddenly a loud buzz echoed in his mind, and a torrent of chaotic and immense memories flooded in without warning. The noise of children, the sharp whistle of shuriken cutting through the air, Obito's pale face, and finally the image of a shadow clone vanishing into white smoke with a puff. Damn it, I overdid it. Senju Chun's expression changed drastically, and the chakra orb he had just gathered in his palm instantly dissipated. He looked up sharply toward Konoha, his brows tightly furrowed. The exposure of his shadow clone was a matter that could be either trivial or serious. On a small scale, it was just a student's trick of skipping class. On a larger scale, a 5-year-old child who had mastered a Brank jutsu and used it to deceive the school for months was enough to alarm the Hokage. More importantly, there was Tsunade's sister. Just thinking about Tsunade's explosive temper made Senju Chun's scalp tingle. He had to come up with a perfect excuse before Tsunade exploded. Konoha, Tanigaka Street. This place was a gambler's paradise. He had to come up with a perfect excuse before Tsunade exploded. Konoha, Tanigaka Street. This place was a gambler's paradise, a den of gold that normal people avoided. Inside the largest casino, smoke spiraled upward. The clamor of voices swelled, the crisp clatter of dice against the cup, the dull thud of dominoes hitting tables, and the excited or frustrated shouts of gamblers interwove into a chaotic and mad symphony. Open, 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 big, big, big. A figure with blonde hair was leaning over the gambling table, eyes bloodshot, staring intensely at the dealer's dice cup as if trying to burn it with her gaze. It was none other than one of the Sannin, the legendary Big Sheep, Tsunade Senju. The chips before her were nearly all gone. Smack! The dice cup opened, revealing 3 glaring ones. Triple. Collect all bets. The dealer called out expressionlessly, skillfully sweeping away the last of Tsunade's chips. You bastard. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, leaving a shallow dent in the hard wood. One more round. He'll win it all back this time. The surrounding gamblers were used to it. Some even snickered secretly. Everyone knew that this Tsunade, who always lost, was the most welcome guest in the casino. Just as Tsunade was about to bet everything, she had a dark figure appeared behind her without warning. Tsunade-sama. An AMBU wearing an animal mask knelt on one knee, his voice low and urgent. The casino's clamor seemed to be cut off by the cold aura emanating from him. What is it? Can't you see? Tsunade snapped. The ANBU ignored her attitude, leaned in, and swiftly whispered a few words in a voice only she could hear. Tsunade's movements froze instantly. The drunkenness and gambler's frenzy on her face vanished within a second, replaced by a suddenly pale countenance, an uncontrollable terror. What did you say, little Chinhi? She abruptly stood up, knocking over the chair behind her with the force of the movement. Everyone in the casino was startled and turned to look. The ENBU said in a low voice, "The specifics are unclear, but it seems he disappeared." The word disappeared struck Tsunade's heart like a heavy hammer. In an instant, images flashed through her mind, the cold corpse of Nawaki Dawn's bloodstained face. The fear buried deep in her heart, nearly consuming her, surged back. Little Chun. Tsunade no longer cared about anything else. Her entire body became a blur, crashing through the casino wall and rushing madly toward the ninja academy. The streets she passed were thrown into chaos. When Tsunade stormed into the school like a hurricane and learned from the shaken Chunin teacher that Senju Chun's shadow clone had been exposed, but his real body was safe, her heart, which had nearly leaped out of her chest, finally returned to its place. Immediately after, a towering rage that could have turned the entire school upside down surged into her head. You little brat. How dare you use shadow clone to go to school? Tsunade gritted her teeth, turned, and rushed home like the wind. Boom. The door was kicked open, splintered wood scattering everywhere. Senju Chun was sitting properly in the living room, holding a book titled basic theory of chakra. Hearing the commotion, he looked up with a well-behaved and slightly bewildered expression. Sister, you're back? How did the door? Before he could finish, a large hand precisely grabbed his ear. It hurts. Tsunade lifted Senju Chun by his ear, her beautiful face twisted with anger, her chest heaving, reflecting her extremely agitated state. Son, Ju, Chun, she said through gritted teeth, each word forced out. You've gotten quite capable, haven't you? Shadow clone technique. And you used it to go to school for you. Do you know I almost thought something had happened to you again. By the end, her voice carried an uncontrollable tremor and lingering fear. Senju Chun thought to himself, here it comes, but immediately put on an Oscar-worthy expression of grievance and innocence. His eyes slightly reddened, and in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, he mumbled, Sister, I was wrong. Wrong about what? Tsunade roared. I shouldn't have used Shadow Clone to go to school. Senju Chun hung his head, his little fingers twisting nervously. But what they teach at school is really too simple. Simple, eh? Tsunade laughed angrily. You've only been in school for a short time, and you dare say it's simple, really? Senju Chun looked up, his clear black eyes brimming with sincere tears. He looked at Tsunade cautiously and whispered, I wanted to save some time to train. I want to become strong enough to protect you, sister. The words protect you, sister struck the softest part of Tsunade's heart like a precise spell. The grip on her brother's ear unconsciously loosened. Before her, the small figure vowing to protect her slowly overlapped with the faces of those she had lost. The rage in Tsunade's chest was doused like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing most of it instantly. But she still kept a straight face and asked skeptically, You say you've already mastered what they teach at school? I really have. Senju Chun nodded quickly, afraid she wouldn't believe him. Tsunade let go, gave him a suspicious glance, then turned to pull out his textbooks on ninjutsu theory and history from his bag. All right, it'll test you today. If you can't answer, you'll see what it'll do. She flipped open a page at random, pointed to a diagram on chakra extraction, and asked, Tell me, what are the 3 key elements of chakra extraction? The ratio of mental energy to physical energy, stable control of energy flow, and concentration of will. Senju Chun answered fluently, without a moment's hesitation. Tsunade was taken aback. This answer was even more concise and accurate than the standard answer in the textbook. Unconvinced, she flipped to the back and pointed to a hand seal related to the 3 basic jutsu. For the clone technique, what is the flow and change of chakra during the ram seal? This was an advanced question, usually only explained by Jonin instructors. Senju Chun simply tilted his head in thought, and then answered clearly. The ram seal is key to guiding chakra to distribute evenly throughout the body. Chakra must be divided into several streams from the dantian, flowing simultaneously along the meridian system to all limbs and trunk, forming an extremely thin chakra membrane on the skin surface, preparing for subsequent shape formation. This process requires extremely strong control, otherwise the clone will be blurry or even fail entirely. Not only did he answer, but he even extrapolated and pointed out the difficulties. Tsunade was completely stunned. She stared blankly at her brother, then down at the textbook in her hands. Her anger had long vanished, replaced by overwhelming shock and an indescribable ecstasy. This was something a 5-year-old child could understand. A genius, her little brother was an undeniable genius. She tossed the book aside and pulled Senju Chun tightly into her arms, rubbing her cheek against his hair with such force as if trying to meld him into her body. As expected of my Senju, Tsunade's little brother. My brother is a genius. The #1 genius in Konoha. Pride, satisfaction, joy. All emotions interwove, making Tsunade laugh until tears almost came. Senju Chun, nearly suffocated in his sister's embrace, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The first hurdle was finally over. However, before he could fully relax, a steady and forceful knock came at the door. Knock, knock. Both siblings were startled and looked toward the door. A stranger's voice came from outside, respectful but firm. Tsunade, by order of the Hokage, you and Senju Chun are to report to the Hokage's office immediately. It was a member of the Hokage's guard. The smile on Tsunade's face froze instantly. She exchanged a glance with Senju Chun in her arms, and both saw solemnity in each other's eyes. The real trouble was only just beginning. In the top-floor office of the Hokage building, the afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm golden hue over everything inside, yet failing to dispel the heavy atmosphere that hung in the air. The scent of ancient scrolls mixed with premium tobacco lingered in the air, a unique aroma belonging to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Portraits of past Hokages hung on the walls, the gazes of the 1st and 2nd seemingly piercing through time and space, silently observing the people in the room. Tsunade stood in the center of the office, holding Senju Chiharu's hand in silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his hat and placed it on the table, revealing a face marked by the passage of time, yet still vibrant. He did not look at Tsunade, his gentle gaze settling on Senju Chiharu, lightly tapping his pipe against the ashtray. Chiharu, can you tell me why you did this? His voice was calm, devoid of reproach, resembling more of an elder asking a younger one who had made a mistake, filled with curiosity and inquiry. The Chunin teacher standing beside them was so nervous that sweat trickled from his palms. In the presence of the village's highest authority, he had to breathe much more lightly. The second test is here. Senju Chiharu felt a clear mind. He understood that the elderly man before him, known as the strongest Hokage, was far from as amiable as he appeared. Every question he posed could be a trap. He leaned out slightly from behind Tsunade, looking up with his clear eyes fixed firmly on the third Hokage, his face displaying a child's unique stubbornness and seriousness, as he repeated what he had told Tsunade before. Grandpa Hokage, because what they teach at school is really too simple for me. Upon saying this, the Chunin teacher's expression immediately turned sour. Sarutobi Hiruzen, instead of getting angry, raised an eyebrow with great interest. Oh, too simple. Yes. Senju Chiharu nodded heavily, his tone incredibly affirmative. I want to spend my time on more meaningful training. Tsunade timely puffed out her chest, supporting. Old man Chiharu is right. I have asked him. He has already mastered the foundational theories taught in school. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of white smoke. As the smoke swirled, his gaze grew deep. Tsunade, while talent is indeed important, rules cannot be shaken. A 5-year-old child openly deceiving the school with shadow clone for months, if this were to spread, it would be a blow to the school's prestige and the village's system. Especially since he bears the Senju surname. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not voice this thought, but he believed Tsunade understood. Senju Chiharu's heart sank slightly. The old fox was indeed not so easily fooled. He was laying the groundwork, placing the seriousness of the matter on the table. Tsunade began to retort, but was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen's raised hand. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted his tone, his gaze once again returning to Senju Chiharu. The village has never overlooked any genius. You claim you have mastered the knowledge from school, but words alone hold no weight. He turned to the Chunin teacher, who had been standing frozen for a while, and ordered, go to the academic office and fetch a theoretical final exam paper from the graduating class. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Chunin teacher felt as if he had received a pardon, turning around quickly to leave. Silence fell once more in the office. Tsunade glanced at Senju Chiharu with some worry, only to find her younger brother still maintaining a calm demeanor, seemingly confident about the upcoming test. Soon the Chunin teacher returned, breathless, holding a sealed exam paper. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally broke the seal and laid the paper on a low table in front of Senju Chiharu, along with a pen. You have 1 hour to complete this. Understood. Senju Chiharu, showing no signs of hesitation, knelt in front of the low table and picked up the pen. The only sound in the office was the soft scratching of the pen on paper. Tsunade clenched her fists nervously, while Sarutobi Hiruzen methodically filled his pipe with new tobacco, his gaze, however, fixed on that small figure through the swirling smoke. He witnessed an extreme level of focus. Senju Chiharu hardly paused, smoothly writing answers from the first question onwards. His posture did not appear as if he were answering questions, but rather like he was transcribing an article he had long since mastered. History, tactics, principles of ninjutsu, hand seal analysis. The difficulty of the graduating class exam was far beyond that of the first grade. Among the questions were many tricky ones that required students to possess strong logical analysis abilities and knowledge reserves. However, in front of Senju Chiharu, these were like nothing. In less than a quarter of an hour, Senju Chiharu put down his pen. Grandpa Hokage, I'm finished. He stood up and respectfully handed over the exam paper. The Chunin teacher rushed forward to take it, and the moment his gaze fell upon the paper, he stood there as if struck by lightning. The handwriting was neat and the logic clear. All the questions were answered correctly, and many answers were even more detailed and profound than the standard ones, getting to the core of the questions. This, the Chunin teacher muttered, trembling hands pointing to an additional question at the end of the paper. Hokage-sama, look. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the exam paper and focused on the additional question. It was a trap question about the nature change of chakra, logically possessing a tiny flaw to test the student's critical thinking ability. And in Senju Chiharu's answer area, he not only perfectly evaded the trap, but also gave the correct answer, clearly labeling it below with a line of small text. The premise condition of this question contains a paradox. The extreme cutting property of wind attribute chakra cannot coexist with the requirement of maintaining the integrity of the target in the question. Clatter. The pipe at Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth slipped slightly. In the office, one could hear a pin drop. The Chunin teacher's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then an uncontrollable joy and pride erupted from her chest, like a volcanic explosion. How about that, old man? Tsunade raised her chin, triumphantly smiling like a peacock spreading its feathers. I told you my brother is a genius. the #1 genius in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Tsunade's bragging, picked up his pipe, lit it again, and took a deep puff. Behind the smoke, his murky old eyes were swirling with waves of shock. Such insight and analytical ability even surpassed that of most elite chunin in the village. He fell silent for a long while, and the atmosphere in the office became extremely oppressive. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice a bit hoarse. I admit Chiharu's learning ability far exceeds my expectations. He looked at Senju Chiharu, his gaze becoming incredibly complex. The decision to let this child enter school early was meant to help him integrate into the village as soon as possible, to interact more with peers, and to grow in a collective environment, also to help him quickly alleviate the pain of losing his parents. At the same time, this was also a form of protection for the child. What release was too important for Konoha. The village needed his strength, but mere strength was not enough. He also needed a sense of belonging to this village. One must understand that the school not only teaches children basic knowledge, but also the inheritance and cultivation of the will of fire is constantly intertwined within. After some thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided it would be better for the child to continue immersing in school for a few more years. He stood up, walked to the window facing away from the two, gazing down at the Konoha village below, which resembled a chessboard. Rules are rules. No matter how outstanding theoretical knowledge is, it is merely talk without action. Everything about a ninja ultimately must rely on strength. Since you believe you have the strength to graduate, then prove it to me through a graduation assessment. Tsunade frowned and said, graduation assessment? Is it the body flicker technique? That would be. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted her slowly, turning around, his gaze sharp, carrying an air of authority and decisiveness belonging to the Hokage. I will arrange a special strength assessment battle for you. He enunciated each word, his voice echoing in the spacious office. Your opponent will be an experienced active jonin. Tsunade's face turned pale. Old man, have you gone mad? He's only 5 years old. If you can withstand that jonin's attacks for 10 minutes without being defeated or in any way earn the jonin's acknowledgement, then I will not only overlook your previous truancy, but I will also promote you on the spot, granting you the title of genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Tsunade's protests and focused intently on Senju Chiharu. If you do not pass, you must publicly admit your truancy in front of all your classmates and complete your studies at school. Senju Chiharu, do you agree? No way, old man, you're asking a 5-year-old to battle a jonin. Are you out of your mind? This is something I absolutely cannot agree to. Tsunade's chest heaved violently, her whole body trembling with rage. At this moment, Senju Chiharu bypassed the furious Tsunade and stood again in front of the desk. His small body stood straight, facing the immense pressure that belonged to the Hokage directly. He looked up, his clear gaze locking onto the weathered eyes. Grandpa Hokage, I agree. Chiharu, you. Tsunade turned back abruptly, her eyes filled with utter astonishment and confusion. She could not understand why he would agree to such an absurd condition. Senju Chiharu did not look at the Hokage but turned his head, offering a reassuring smile to his anxious sister. The smile was clean and pure, carrying a maturity and confidence that belied his age. Sister, trust me, I can do this. The training ground of Konoha Ninja Academy was unusually charged with tension today. Almost all of Konoha's top officials had gathered. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood at the highest point, flanked by his two advisors Hashirama Kado and Kohor Udatane, their expressions as stoic and severe as ever. Further away, Danzo Shimura lurked in the shadows, revealing only one utterly impassive eye, and no one could fathom what was going through his mind. Fugaku Uchiha stood with arms crossed in the most conspicuous spot, his chin slightly raised, his stern face betraying no emotion. Behind him stood several elite Uchiha, each exuding a composed aura, their police force uniforms emblazoned with the clan's fan crest, an unspoken deterrent in themselves. Not far away, Hayashi Hyuga stood equally expressionless in a white kimono, his clan leader's authority innate. He simply stood still, yet his pale eyes seemed to have already discerned every detail on the field. Shikaku Nara yawned, looking half asleep, hands in his pockets as he lounged against a tree. Two guys with sharp eyes come along, and the air gets cold. Beside him, Chozo Akimichi was tearing open a bag of chips. At the remark, he crunched a piece and mumbled indistinctly, Shikaku, do you think there'll be good food in the cafeteria today? After the test, let's go. You too. Inoichi Yamanaka raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice to warn, mind the occasion. The Hokage is watching from above. Shikaku Nara glanced at the Hokage on the platform, then swept his gaze over the Uchiha and Hyuga not far away and curled his lips. That's precisely why we need to put on a show, Inoichi. Otherwise, do you really think they've come just to watch a bunch of kids playing house? Almost the entire student body and faculty of the academy were positioned at the outermost perimeter. The children chattered excitedly, a mix of thrill and confusion. Is it really Senju-chan? He's going to fight a jonin. No way. He's only 5. Enko Mitarashi was so nervous her palms were sweating. Beside her, Kurenai Yuhi wore a similarly only Kakashi Hitaki stood with hands in his pockets, his silver hair stirring slightly in the wind. Because they often trained together, he knew Senju Chun was strong, but exactly how strong remained to be seen in today's test. The most anxious of all was Tsunade, standing at the edge of the field. She clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white. In her beautiful brown eyes was written raw tension and unease, as if she herself were about to step into the arena. Under the gaze of the crowd, Senju Chun stood quietly at the center of the training ground. He wore a simple black training uniform and carried a wooden sword on his back. His small frame appeared particularly fragile in the vast open space. His opponent then entered the field. It was a lean, sinewy man with no exaggerated muscles, but his limbs were long, each step steady and powerful, exuding an aura of seasoned battlefield bloodshed. "It's Lord Yashinosuke of the Sarutobi clan," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Sarutobi Yashinosuke was a Konoha elite jonin renowned for his masterful taijutsu. He was a recognized symbol of integrity and tenacity within the Sarutobi clan, having executed countless high-difficulty missions and stained his hands with the blood of enemies. Having such a pure taijutsu expert fight a 5-year-old child, many furrowed their brows, deeming the third Hokage's decision frivolous, even cruel. Yashinosuke Sarutobi walked to the center of the field, bowed toward the Hokage, then turned to Senju Chun. There was no trace of contempt in his eyes. Instead, they held a soldier's distinct seriousness and focus. "Senju Chun, I am your opponent today, Yashinosuke Sarutobi," he said solemnly. "The Hokage's order is to render you unable to stand within 10 minutes. I will give my all as a mark of respect to you and to the identity of a ninja. Please guide me, Lord Yashinosuke." Senju Chun bowed slightly, his face still wearing that obedient begin. As the referee gave the command, the air seemed to freeze for an instant. The next second, Yashinosuke Sarutobi's figure vanished from the spot. No hand seals, no violent chakra fluctuation. Just pure physical strength exploding into extreme speed. Tsunade's heart leaped into her throat. Boom. A dull thud sounded as Yashinosuke Sarutobi reappeared at the spot where Senju Chun had just been standing. A fierce whip kick carrying a powerful gust of wind slammed into empty air, carving a shallow trench into the ground. And Senju Chun, with an extremely clumsy rolling dodge, narrowly escaped the blow. However, this was Yashinosuke Sarutobi's attacks came like a raging storm, relentless and unceasing. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. Every part of his body became a deadly weapon. He used no ninjutsu, relying solely on his consummate taijutsu to weave an impenetrable web of across the entire training ground. One could only see Yashinosuke Sarutobi's agile figure darting about, and the tiny silhouette continuously rolling, stumbling, and evading in the intervals between attacks. He was like a lone boat in a tempest, on the verge of being swallowed by the surging waves at any moment. Indeed, he's still just a child. This isn't a fight, it's one-sided bullying. What is the third Hokage thinking? The murmurs from outside grew louder, and some students from the academy even closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. My guy was drenched in a cold sweat. Damn it. This is too unfair. Shin has no chance to fight back. But the Konoha higher-ups furrowed their brows. They could see clearly. Senju Chun's dodges, though seemingly clumsy and perilous, had left him without any substantial injury. Moreover, each of his evasions used the smallest movement to avoid the most lethal point. The timing and distance control were so precise that it seemed less like a child and more like a battle-hardened veteran conserving energy. Was he adapting to his opponent's rhythm? The thought had barely surfaced when it startled even them. At this moment, Senju Chun, outwardly flustered, was inwardly in a state of icy calm. So fast. The taijutsu speed of a jonin far exceeded his previous expectations. The wind pressure from each attack stung his skin. His bodous reactions couldn't keep up with his eyes. This was the pressure of life and death. Yet he felt no fear, only a perverse thrill. This was the feeling. Only under such extreme pressure could this young body maximize its potential. He was using Yashinosuke Sarutobi's attacks to forcibly condition his neural reflexes and muscle memory to adapt to this level of combat. He was betting that his body could complete this transformation before exhaustion set in. Yashinosuke Sarutobi's attack rhythm remained unchanged. Straight punch, whip, kick, elbow, strike, knee, blow. A combo of 9 moves followed by a brief 0.1 breathing pause. Now, after dodging yet another fierce downward chop, Yashinosuke Sarutobi's attack showed an imperceptible pause. Senju Chun did not retreat. Instead, using the momentum of his roll, he lunged forward. This unexpected move caught Yashinosuke Sarutobi off guard. In that momentary confusion, Senju Chun successfully broke free from his storm-like assault range, creating a gap of fully 10 meters. The whole crowd erupted in astonishment. He had actively disengaged. Senju Chun steadied himself, his chest heaving heavily, fine beads of sweat covering his forehead. He slowly raised his hand and drew the wooden sword from his back. Seeing that wooden sword, many let out a derisive laugh. Fighting a taijutsu jonin with an unsharpened wooden sword. Was this a game? They thought Senju-chun carrying a wooden sword was just a child showing off. However, the moment Senju-chun held the sword horizontally before him, all laughter from the field ceased abruptly. An indescribable aura erupted from the 5-year-old body. If the Senju-chun of earlier was a pebble swaying in the storm, then at this moment, he was a peerless, deadly blade slowly being drawn from its sheath. Those clear, innocent black eyes had without warning become sharp as an eagle's, cold and utterly devoid of emotion. His grip on the sword was standard steady, as if he had become one with the wooden blade. His entire demeanor had undergone a radical transformation. He was no longer an innocent child, but a true warrior. Yashinosuke Sarutobi halted his pursuit, and the seriousness on his face shifted for the first time into gravity. A faint sense of danger rose from the depths of his heart. From the child before him, he caught a whiff of a kindred spirit. That was something only those who had truly been to war, killed and crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood could possess. Those who had previously regarded the scene with a hint of contempt and amusement now wore expressions of solemnity on their faces. The wind seemed to have stilled at this moment. The cold, condensed, almost tangible aura of slaughter that rose from the 5-year-old child was no illusion. Like an invisible net, it enveloped the entire training ground, making the air thick and oppressive. This is... On the high platform, the drowsy, lackadaisical demeanor of Narai Lugio vanished without a trace. His half-closed eyes snapped open, his pupils filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Beside him, Chodao Dingswa stopped chewing his potato chips, letting crumbs fall from the corner of his mouth. What a terrifying aura! How did you see it? Shanzhong Hai's face was graver than ever before. He stared fixedly at the small figure in the arena, his voice hoarse. It is the momentum of swordsmanship. And a killing momentum honed over many years. This should never appear on a child. Yuzhibo Fuyu's arms crossed over his chest, unconsciously tightened a few degrees. His deep Sharingan had already activated the Crimson Tomo, slowly rotating, as if seeking to pierce through every detail of Chinsho-chun. From the standard sword-holding stance and the fierce aura, he perceived an extreme threat. Only Chimu Kakusai, whose half-flitted dead fish eyes were now wide open, recognized the bone-deep familiarity. Others might only sense the aura, but he knew that familiar feeling ingrained in his marrow. That was the opening stance of the Chimu-style swordsmanship. Lord Liang Zizu, be careful. Chinsho-chin's voice rang out, still soft and childlike, but the tone was flat and devoid of emotion. The moment the words fell, he moved. There was no earth-shattering speed like Yuanfei Liang Zizhis. His steps were light, but exceptionally swift. The small body left an afterimage. The wooden sword in his hand, without making a sound, silently thrust toward Yuanfei Liang Zizhis' throat at an extremely tricky angle. Fast, precise, ruthless. Yuanfei Liang Zizhis' pupils contracted sharply, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Relying entirely on his battle-hardened instincts, he leaned back and narrowly avoided the strike with a bridge pose. The tip of the wooden sword grazed his Adam's apple, the resulting gust of wind raising goosebumps on his skin. Close call. The thought had just flashed through his mind when Chinsho-chun twisted his wrist, turning the thrust into a horizontal slash that swept along his body toward his ribs. The entire motion was as smooth as flowing water, without any hesitation, as if practiced 1,000 times. Yuanfei Liang Zizu dared not hold back any longer. With a sudden burst of power from his waist and abdomen, he twisted his body midair, pushed off the ground, and retreated several meters, finally creating distance. He steadied himself, a fine layer of cold sweat already seeping from his temples. He looked at the child standing opposite with the wooden sword, his gaze no longer holding the appraisal of a junior. Instead, it was the solemnity and wariness reserved for a peer opponent. The swordsmanship of the Chimu clan. Yuanfei Liang Zizu asked in a low voice. Chinsho-chun did not reply, merely holding the wooden sword horizontally before his chest, his black eyes fixed on him calmly, like a hunter observing its prey. This boda's strength and speed were far too poor. Chinsho-chun assessed calmly in his mind. Those two moves just now, though seemingly dangerous, he knew well could not possibly injure an elite jonin. What he could rely on was only the system's gift of Chimu Shuomo's combat experience and precise grasp of human vital points. What he needed to do was not to defeat the opponent, but to display sufficient value within these 10 minutes. Yuanfei Liang Zizu no longer remained on the defensive. He stomped heavily on the ground, his body shooting forward like a cannonball, actively charging at Chinsho-chun. This time his fists and feet were coated with a layer of pale green chakra. Ninja body art. Faced with an opponent whose speed and power had surged, Chinsho-chun advanced instead of retreating. His small body swayed like a willow in the wind, the wooden sword in his hand transforming into 1,000 illusory shadows, weaving an impenetrable net of blades. Clang, clang, thud, thud. The sounds of fists colliding with the wooden sword were as dense as raindrops hitting banana leaves. Everyone was stunned. On the training ground, two figures, one large, one small, moved so fast they were almost indistinguishable. Yuanfei Liangziz's attacks were grand and forceful, each fist and kick carrying the howl of tearing air, immensely powerful. Chincho Chun was like a lone boat in a stormy sea, seemingly on the verge of capsizing at any moment, yet at the most critical times he used the wooden sword to precisely block and deflect, neutralizing attacks that could shatter rocks. Each of his blocks struck the nodes of the opponent's force, using the smallest effort to cause maximum disruption. This was no longer mere technique. It was art, an art of slaughter. The more Yuanfei Liangzizu fought, the more alarmed he became. The opponent's swordsmanship was not only exquisite, but also terrifyingly calm. No matter how ferocious his assault, the child's eyes remained as still as an ancient well, like a cold, emotionless machine, constantly calculating, analyzing, and then making the perfect response. He even had the illusion that he was not fighting a 5-year-old child, but a swordsmanship grandmaster who had immersed himself in the art for years, wearing the skin of a child. No, he could not drag this out any longer. If word spread that an elite jonin was forced to this extent by a 5-year-old wielding a wooden sword, his reputation would be ruined. Yuanfei Liangzizu let out a sudden roar, unleashing his chakra without reservation. His speed and power surged to a new level. With a single punch, the air even produced a sharp sonic boom. This punch exceeded Chincho Chen's capacity to handle. Crack! A sharp sound, the wooden sword in Chincho Chen's hand snapped. The violent wind of the punch continued unabated, hurtling toward his small chest. Xiaochen! Gangzhou screamed, her face instantly turning ashen. It was over. That thought emerged in everyone's mind, just as the fatal fist was about to strike Chincho. Yet in that fleeting moment, instead of any panic, a strange, triumphant smile appeared on Chincho Chen's face. He had been waiting for this moment. The instant the fist was about to touch his body, he released the broken hilt, and with hands moving too fast for the eye to see, formed hand seals like lightning. These were not the basic seals taught in the Ninja Academy, but far more complex and ancient ones. Would release Great Forest Gate. With a low shout that was both childish yet filled with infinite authority, a sudden change occurred. The broken wooden sword that had been knocked away along with the scattered wood chips seemed to be infused with boundless vitality, proliferating, twisting, and growing wildly in an instant. Boom! Several thick trees larger than an adult's thigh shot up like awakened ancient pythons. They wrapped around the nearby Yuanfei Liangzizu from all directions in a domineering manner. This sudden turn of events made Yuanfei Liangziz's soul leap in terror. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The thick trees instantly coiled around his limbs, waist, and torso, binding him tightly. The terrifying power contained within left his proud taijutsu no room to resist. Even more terrifying was that he could clearly feel the chakra in his body being crazily absorbed and suppressed by these trees. In the blink of an eye, a renowned elite jonin was completely bound in midair, unable to move. This was the real reason Chincho Chun had chosen to bring a wooden sword instead of a ninja blade. Would release was his true trump card. The entire world seemed to have been pressed into silence. Inside and outside the training ground, thousands of eyes stared fixedly at the unbelievable scene before them, their minds blank. The wind began to flow again, stirring the black hair over Chincho Chen's forehead and his simple black training uniform. On the high platform, patter, a soft sound. The pipe that Yuanfei risen never parted from slipped from his slightly parted lips and fell to the ground, but he was completely oblivious. He stood up abruptly from his seat, his wrinkled face filled with unprecedented shock and loss of composure. This was not a bloodline outburst. The child had truly mastered and freely released the wood-release ninjutsu. In the shadows, Jitsuin Tuanzang's single eye instantly blazed with a greed and fervor so intense it seemed to devour everything. His bandaged arm, hidden under the wide sleeve, trembled violently from extreme excitement. Yuzhibo Fuyu's coldness completely crumbled. It really was wood-release. The news was not false. This child had truly inherited the first Hokage's wood-release bloodline. Rishiang Rises Byakugan had long been activated, veins bulging around his eyes. He saw it clearly. The vast and pure life energy, the power that belonged solely to that man. At this moment, the bloodline of the Chincho clan and the first Hokage's wood-release ninjutsu were once again displayed before everyone's eyes, reminding all the Konoha higher-ups of the man known as the God of Shinobi. At the edge of the field, Gangzhou stared blankly at the scene. The bound jonin suspended high above and her brother standing tiny beneath the colossal trees. First came bewilderment, then an indescribable surge of ecstasy and pride mixed with memories of the bloodline burst through all her reason like a breached dam. Tears streamed down her face without warning. It's the first Hokage's wood-release. Someone with a voice trembling into a distorted tone let out a earth-shattering roar. That roar, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly ignited the entire crowd. Would release. Heavens, it really is would release. The Chinsho clan. The Chinsho clan has produced a would release ninja again. The clamor, exclamations, and discussions swept through the entire Konoha Ninja Academy like a mountain avalanche. In the center of this pandemonium, Chinsho-chun seemed not to hear. He stood in the arena, his small figure appearing mysterious and powerful under the shadow of the giant trees. He glanced at Yuanfei Liangzizu, who was bound in midair and completely powerless, then slowly and calmly turned his head. His clear, unchanged eyes fixed on the completely discomposed third Hokage on the rostrum. That gaze seemed to ask silently, "Lord Hokage, now am I qualified to graduate?" Silence. An eerie, deathly silence fell over the entire training ground, even the whole of Konoha Ninja Academy. The rustling of leaves in the wind was now distinctly audible, as if right beside one's ears. Thousands of gazes converged into an invisible torrent, locking onto the astonishing sight in the middle. A jonin renowned for his taijutsu was firmly bound in midair by several thick trees, suspended like an object carelessly hung up, stripped of all ability to resist. And the one responsible for this was a 5-year-old child standing in the shadow of a giant tree, his figure appearing particularly minuscule. On the elevated platform, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared blankly at his fallen pipe, his wrinkled old face twitching uncontrollably. Shock, horror, ecstasy, anxiety. Countless conflicting emotions surged within his murky old eyes, ultimately coalescing into an unfathomable vortex. He had never imagined Senju-chan would lose. He had even supposed the boy might use some unexpected clever ninjutsu, or rely on the peculiar Haddock-style swordsmanship to survive 10 minutes. But he had never envisioned it ending this way, in such a brutal, irrational, overwhelmingly visually impactful manner that concluded the lopsided duel. This was not a mere awakening of a bloodline limit. It was a fully mature would-release ninjutsu wielded at will. The unique power of the man who once pacified the warring states, founded the village, and was hailed as the god of shinobi. Slowly, Hiruzen Sarutobi straightened his stooped back vertebra by vertebra. He did not retrieve his pipe, but instead walked down from the platform step by step. His pace was slow yet profoundly steady, each footfall seeming to land on the heartbeat of everyone present. He passed through the crowd, entered the field, and finally stopped before Senju-chan. He looked down at the child who only reached his waist. Those clear eyes gazed back at him, calmly devoid of the joy of victory or the display of a child, only a serenity beyond his years, as if awaiting an inevitable outcome. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent for a long while. Then he raised his head and swept his gaze across the entire area. His voice was no longer aged, instead it was filled with the authority and power befitting a Kage, clearly reaching every corner of the training ground. "I declare the strength assessment match winner Senju-chan." After a brief pause, his voice rose again with indisputable finality. "As of this moment, Senju-chan passes the graduation exam and is hereby granted the title of Konoha Genin." Boom. These words ignited the whole venue like a spark dropped into boiling oil. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted like a mountain roar and tsunami. Heavens! A 5-year-old Genin. Our village, the youngest Genin ever born. More than just a Genin. Didn't you see? That's would release. The first Hokages would release. The Senju clan has an heir. Murmurs, exclamations, and gasps merged into a deafening wave that nearly lifted the roof off the academy. At the outermost edge of the crowd, the academy students had already exploded into chaos. "A monster! That guy is simply a monster." Obito Uchiha mumbled with his mouth wide open. For the first time, he felt that his proud perseverance of a dead last was laughably pale in the face of such absolute talent. Rin Noera beside him covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes shimmering with countless wonders. Only Kakashi Hitaki, with his always half-lidded deadfish eyes, now had them wide open. He stared fixedly at the small figure in the field. His hands stuffed in his pockets, dug his nails deep into his palms. Jealousy. An unfamiliar sharp emotion like a viper gnawing at his heart sprouted clearly within him for the first time. He had trained alongside Senju-chan daily and knew how strong Senju-chan was, but he still believed himself to be the most dazzling genius among his peers. But today all his pride was shattered by this classmate in a way he could not comprehend at all. It was not merely a gap in strength, it was a dimensionality reduction strike from an entirely different plane. As for a group of young girls like Anko Mitarashi and Kurenai Yuhi, they had already turned into starry-eyed fans. So cool. Shinkoin, amazing. Their cheeks flushed with red as they looked at Senju-chan, their gazes filled with purest admiration and adoration. Minato, look. Little Chin won. Truly my disciple. Kushina Uzumaki tugged at the arm of Minato Namikaze beside her, equally excited. Senju-chan naturally noticed these gazes. He even flashed a harmless, obedient smile toward Kurenai Yuhi, only making her blush deeper. He withdrew the wood release that bound Ryanosuke Sarutobi who collapsed to the ground exhausted and was helped away by the medical ninjas already waiting. Just as he bound Ryanosuke Sarutobi, the system notification had appeared, but Senju Chen only glanced at it and paid no further attention. His extraction slots were limited, he must use them wisely. Unless something was truly beneficial to him, he would not select it casually. A teacher came before him and handed him a brand new forehead protector engraved with the Konoha insignia. Senju Chen took it was cool to the touch. To him this item did not represent a sense of belonging to the village, but a key. A key that would allow him to legitimately leave the academy, freely enter and exit the village, access records, and accept missions. This forehead protector was his tool to steal the power of this world more quickly. His gaze passed through the crowd and landed on the figure at the edge of the field, already crying profusely. Back at the main house of the Senju compound. I knew it. I knew my little brother is the best in the world. Tsunade lifted Senju Chen up in one swift motion, joyfully tossing him into the air and catching him steadily. Her strength was so great that Senju Chen felt his internal organs nearly shift. She laughed until tears streamed down her face. That genuine ecstasy and pride made her 100 times happier than winning money at the gambling dens. She hugged Senju Chen and rubbed her cheek vigorously against his small face, completely devoid of the dignity befitting one of the legendary Sannin. Little Chen, tell me, what gift do you want? Anything your big sister can get, I'll buy it for you. Tsunade declared boldly. Big sister. Senju Chen shook his head, obediently reached out his little hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. As long as you're happy, that's enough. These words instantly struck the softest part of Tsunade's heart. She tightened her arms around her little brother, and the wild joy in her eyes slowly settled into a tenderness that could melt steel. She looked at this face so similar to Nawaki's, yet more refined and handsome, and felt that huge void left by the loss of her loved one seemingly filled completely at this moment. Silly. Tsunade sniffled then, as if recalling something, leaned mysteriously close to his ear and whispered, but your big sister has already prepared a special gift for you. I guarantee you'll love it. In a few days you'll know. Senju Chen sat cross-legged in his room. Moonlight streamed through the window, draping a layer of silver frost over him. He spread his palm and looked at the brand new Konoha forehead protector. The docility and innocence of daytime were gone from his face, replaced by a calmness and profundity utterly incongruent with his age. He began to review. The shadow clone skipping class was exposed. The Hokage called in his parents, the theoretical exam, and then the spar with the Jonin. Finally, he ended the splendid bout with wood release. Although it started as an accident, the outcome was perfect. In Konoha, the surname Senju was both a glory, and wood release was the only key to break those shackles and transform them into the strongest protective charm. As long as he demonstrated the potential to perfectly master wood release, he would possess enormous political capital. For the village's stability and future deterrence, the third Hokage would not suppress him, but would instead pour resources into protecting and nurturing him. Men like Danzo Shimura, no matter how greedy, would not dare to act against him openly. This was the umbrella he had forged for himself. As for the Rasengan, he had not used it. That was a trump card reserved for the future. Wood release could be explained as bloodline talent and politics. But the Rasengan was pure personal ability, the pinnacle of technique. If he had used the Rasengan today, it could not be explained away by mere genius. It was absolutely not something a 5 or 6-year-old child could invent. Not even a genius could. Besides, he had already found a teacher long ago, just waiting for that teacher to invent it. Becoming a genin was his first. Next came a crucial step, choosing a suitable jonin instructor. The village would certainly assign the best teacher, but best could mean many things. What Senju Chen needed was not a nanny who would teach him ninjutsu Hansen, but a guide who could provide him with maximum convenience and resources without interfering too much in his personal actions. After all, with the surname Senju, he could freely choose his preferred instructor, and it had to be at least jonin level or above. Any instructor below that would not be accepted, not by him or by the village elders close to the Senju clan. Aside from the Hokage, anyone else in the village, if he wished, he could simply bring a gift and go directly to their door. The other party would most likely not refuse. Finally, Senju Chen decided to discuss this matter thoroughly with his sister before making a final decision. At the age of 5, Senju Chen became a genin, and the news of him showcasing the legendary wood release technique of the first Hokage spread like wildfire throughout the village, sweeping through every corner of Konoha within just a few hours after the test. Have you heard? Someone publicly used the wood release ninjutsu. That can't be true. Wood release is the signature technique of the first Hokage, Lord Hashirama. No one has been able to use it since his passing. It is true, the word has spread. It was that child brought back by Princess Tsunade at the time. That little lord from the Senju clan. That is possible. They all share the Senju surname, which indicates a bloodline inheritance. But it's wood release. Once our little lord grows up, he'll be the next god of ninjas. No one will dare to have ill intentions against our Konoha village in the future. Let me tell you, I was there at the scene. When the little lord waved his hand, the trees blocked out the sky. It was spectacular. In the tavern, drunken ninjas boasted about how close they were to the event. On the streets, housewives whispered to each other, marveling at the mythical surname, and those truly in the center of the power vortex sensed something different in the storm. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Fugaku sat at the head of the table, his expression cold, as he watched the elders below arguing endlessly. Senju would release. Fit truly lingers on. An elder with graying hair and deep wrinkles spoke in a hoarse voice filled with unabashed hostility. The Hokage's lineage has always been wary of us Uchihas, and now there's an added concern with a Senju brat possessing would release. In time he will surely become a significant threat to our clan. Elder 8's words are too harsh. No one expected the previous rumors to be true, that Senju outsider really can use would release. Another elder looking shrewder and more calculating stroked his small mustache, and calmly countered, however, calamity often leads to fortune. A 5-year-old child, no matter how talented, is still just a child. Instead of viewing him as a future enemy, why not turn him into our friend, or even one of us? His words sparked interest in many attendees. Exactly. That child is only a genin now. If we Uchihas can lend a helping hand during his growth, perhaps even become his mentor, and let him feel the kindness of our clan, then in the future. Foolish. The divide between Senju and Uchiha cannot be bridged by small favors. Don't forget Lord Madara. The debate between threat theory and reconciliation theory echoed within the shrine, as two completely different voices clashed fiercely. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, quietly listening. His gaze passed over the arguing crowd and landed on a quiet young boy in the corner. The boy had slightly curly black hair and always wore a gentle smile, as if the oppressive meeting had nothing to do with him. Shursui. Fugaku finally spoke, his voice low, yet instantly silencing the noise. Here, clan leader. Uchiha Shursui stood up, bowing in response. You and that Senju-chun are classmates. I previously asked you to keep an eye on him. What do you think of Senju-chun? Fugaku's tone gave nothing away. Senju-chun is a genius. I've practiced with him for a while, and his growth is rapid. He shows sympathy for Hitaki Kakashi, and I believe he is essentially a kind person. Kindness. Fugaku murmured, contemplating for a moment. Make sure to interact with him more in the future to deepen your friendship. I need to understand this child's temperament, character, and what kind of attitude he holds towards us Uchihas. Shursui did not hesitate at all, and readily accepted the order. At the same time, deep beneath Konoha in the root base that had not seen the sun for years, the air was cold and damp, filled with a bizarre mix of disinfectant and soil. Shimura Danzo sat alone on a cold stone seat, reflecting on the sudden appearance of wood release that day on the school playground. The scene from that moment still left him unable to calm his emotions. In that exposed single eye, the restraint and concealment of the day had long since disappeared, replaced by nearly frenzied greed and fervor. Wood release. The true wood release ninjutsu. Moreover, it is not the uncontrollable bloodline burst, but a mature technique that can be controlled precisely. The glory of the first Hokage will be resurrected in my hands, he murmured softly, his voice trembling slightly with extreme excitement. His bandaged right arm twitched uncontrollably beneath his wide sleeves, as if the thing on that arm craved the immense life energy. Sarutobi, you are too weak. You only see him as the village's mascot to nurture. You dare not utilize this power. Only I Shimura Danzo understand how to maximize the value of this power. For Konoha, even the darkest means are necessary. Come here. A masked figure appeared behind him like a ghost, kneeling on one knee. Initiate the seedling plan. I want all information on Senju-chun, including what he eats daily, whom he meets, and what he says. Additionally, look for an appropriate time. I want to meet him in person. Yes. In the distant land of soup, at an outdoor hot spring inn. Quack. A small scroll frog appeared out of nowhere, spitting out an encrypted message. Jiraiya, who was soaking in the hot spring and gathering materials, lazily reached out to take it. As he unrolled the scroll and scanned its contents, the nonchalant smile on his face slowly solidified. Senju orphan. 5 years old. Would release reappears. Defeats elite Jonin Sarutobi Yoshinobu with one move. Jiraiya sprang up from the hot spring, water droplets rolling down his muscular chest. He recalled the vague prophecy from the great toad sage of Mayaboku Mountain. A child of prophecy guiding change, he will bring peace to the entire ninja world. Before encountering Senju-chun, he had always thought this prophecy referred to Nagato, whom he had taught, or his promising disciple Minato. But now a child bearing the bloodline and power of the first Hokage emerged, making this prophecy suddenly become elusive. Even if Senju-chun is not the child of prophecy, this talent, this power, must not go astray. It seems it's time to return. Jiraiya murmured to himself, his expression becoming unprecedentedly serious as he recalled the moment he and Tsunade found the child and all the little interactions he had with the child at Tsunade's home. I can't let such a disciple be given to someone else. The winds of the outside world were turbulent, yet Senju Chun was not oblivious. The deep waters of Konoha had already rippled with layers of waves from the stone he cast. From this day forth he would no longer be the burden requiring Tsunade's desperate protection, but rather a pawn with the power to protect himself and even influence the decisions of Konoha's upper echelons. Though this pawn was still quite weak, its significance was already undeniable. "Xiaochen, are you awake?" The door creaked open, and a voice, lazy yet concerned, floated in. Tsunade entered holding a cup of hot milk. She had changed out of her tight combat attire and was now dressed in a loose casual kimono. Her golden hair casually draped over her shoulders, losing some of its usual commanding presence and gaining a touch of feminine allure. She seemed somewhat fatigued, with a faint bluish hue under her eyes. The contemplative look deep in Senju Chen's eyes vanished, instantly replaced by the expression of someone just waking up as he called out, "Sister. Good morning. Are you still excited about yesterday's events?" Tsunade smiled as she handed him the warm cup of milk, sitting down on the edge of the bed and habitually ruffling his soft black hair. Senju Chen nodded, sipping from the cup in small gulps, the warm milk sliding down his throat, banishing the last remnants of the morning chill. "Today the old man called for me." Tsunade's smile faded, her expression turning serious. "Regarding your mentor, he provided a list." As she spoke, she pulled out a thick stack of documents from her ninja tool pouch and placed it with a thud on the bedside table, the thickness causing Senju Chen's eyelids to twitch. "I just reviewed it, and there are some individuals I need to discuss with you, as well as hear your thoughts." Senju Chen reached for the stack of documents. It felt heavy in his hands. Flipping through it roughly, he sensed there were at least 20 to 30 individual profiles. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "So many people want to be my teacher. Am I being treated like some sort of prize?" Tsunade observed his astonished expression and scoffed, her tone laced with mockery, surprised. "You are quite the catch now. A descendant of the Senju, having awakened the wood release of the first Hokage, many wish to be your mentor, and this list has already been filtered by the old man." She pointed casually at the documents. "Take a look. This is Hinata Tenmizu from the Hyuga clan, an elite, and this is Sarutobi Tsukishiro from the Sarutobi clan, a veteran elite jonin of Konoha." Tsunade pulled out a profile and disdainfully tossed it aside. "The Shimura clan's candidate is likely an informant sent by that old coot Danzo." Her tone was nonchalant, but Senju Chun detected a hint of coldness. "The Shimura clan's candidate is likely an informant sent by that old coot Danzo." Her tone was nonchalant. Tsunade leaned back, slightly resting against the headboard with her arms crossed, her demeanor returning to that of one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Thus, choosing a mentor is not merely about finding someone to teach you ninjutsu. It is also about selecting a faction and determining your future path. Senju Chen silently flipped through the documents, saying nothing. He recognized several familiar names, such as Sarutobi Shinichiro, Asuma's older brother known for his steadiness as a jonin. He also saw many unfamiliar names, each with increasingly impressive resumes. He realized that Tsunade was right. This list resembled a proposal from various factions within Konoha. In the quiet room, only the sound of paper rustling remained. After a while, Senju Chun looked up, still wearing that innocent expression, closing the documents in his hands and seriously gazing at Tsunade. "Sister, do you see anyone on this list you want me to choose? Your choice of mentor will greatly impact your future growth. It must not be neglected. Here, take a look at the information on these two seniors." She pointed at the two profiles Senju Chun was examining. "These two are esteemed elite jonin, Sarutobi Yamakuma and Inuzuka Hashiru. They excel in various elemental ninjutsu, and being from the Senju clan, they should have no problem guiding you. Also, Jiraiya has sent me a message expressing his desire to be your mentor. There is also an elder from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sakazuki, who applied to be your instructor, but was rejected by the council. By the way, you see this. Your brother Minato was also recommended by the council to be your mentor. So Xiaochen, who do you wish to choose as your mentor?" Senju Chen looked at the stack of personnel information, suddenly feeling reminiscent of a company boss recruiting employees. Senju Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the pile of resumes. This was a treasure. Even if he did not choose these individuals, he still needed to build good relationships with them. The people in his hands were undoubtedly the elite among the elites in Konoha, with capabilities, connections, and statuses that were top-notch. Observing Senju Chen flipping through the documents, Tsunade's tone carried a hint of hesitation and complexity. "Personally, I still suggest you choose Jiraiya. Though that guy often acts carefree and irresponsible, his strength is undeniable, and he has a broad perspective. Furthermore, he is my companion, and he will surely treat you sincerely. While Jiraiya may seem unreliable at times, his strength is unquestionable. Given his connection to me, Jiraiya would absolutely ensure nothing happens to his little brother." Having such a brother, she did not wish for the events involving Shinshu to repeat, as she could not accept the outcome. Moreover, there was another reason she did not voice. Jiraiya was also a disciple of the third Hokage. Choosing him would mean that if Senju Chun aspired to become Hokage in the future, the labels of Senju clan and Hokage heir would become his greatest assets. Though she was somewhat disappointed in Konoha now, it was after all the village founded by her grandfather, and Senju Chun was the only male descendant of the Senju clan, prompting her to unconsciously consider her brother's future. Senju Chun quietly listened to Tsunade's words, finishing the last sip of milk and placing the cup on the bedside table. He lifted his head and set down the thick personnel documents. He looked at Tsunade and slowly shook his head. Sister, I do not wish to choose any of these individuals. Moi. Tsunade paused for a moment, surprised. Then who do you want to choose? The mentors above the elite Jonin level in the village are all options you can propose. Senju Chin's gaze drifted past the window, looking toward the direction of Hokage Rock at the village center, where hidden in some corner lay a cold laboratory. He turned back and spoke a name that left Tsunade utterly taken aback. Sister, I want to choose Lord Orochimaru as my mentor. The air froze the moment Senju Chun uttered that name. Tsunade's lazy smile stiffened her hand, holding the cup of milk, paused midair, even doubting if her ears were playing tricks on her due to a hangover. Who? She instinctively asked back, her beautiful amber eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Lord Orochimaru. Senju Chun repeated, his voice still soft and sweet, his gaze clear as if he were speaking of something entirely. Tsunade slowly set down her cup, the bottom of the cup clinking against the table. She leaned in closer, scrutinizing her innocent little brother's face, as if trying to find some trace of evidence. Orochimaru. This name swirled in Tsunade's mind. She could not comprehend why Xiao Chun would propose such an option. In her impression, her brother rarely ventured beyond the ninja academy. It was inconceivable that he could have had any interaction with that companion who stayed in the lab or executed high-risk missions. As for Jiraiya, that was a different matter. He often came over to eat and drink, becoming familiar with Xiao Chen's fate. Minato was also a disciple of Jiraiya who occasionally visited, and his gentle nature made it no surprise that children liked him. But Orochimaru. Tsunade furrowed her brows. That guy, despite being one of the three legendary ninjas alongside herself and Jiraiya, was undoubtedly powerful. But his personality was too cold, like a snake, chilling and reclusive, exuding an aura that screamed, keep your distance. Not only children, but even most adult ninja in the village kept their distance from him. How could Xiao Chen even think of choosing him? No, not at all. Shinshu Chun shook his head, a hint of natural yearning spreading across his face. But I've heard about him from the teachers at the academy. He tilted his head, his dark eyes shimmering with the light of curiosity, his tone innocent and brimming with admiration. The teachers all say that Lord Dashuin is a genius rarely seen in for decades the finest in the village at developing and researching ninjutsu. He has created countless powerful techniques. Moreover, Lord Dashuin is a formidable ninja renowned alongside you, sister, as one of the three ninja. Shinshu Chun raised his small hand palm upward, and a tiny cluster of emerald sprouts slowly emerged from his palm, exuding an aura of life. Sister, you see, though my wood release is formidable, I don't really understand its principles myself. He looked at Gangs Ho with utmost sincerity. I want to be like Lord Dashuin, to study it, to understand it, and then create even more powerful wood release techniques. I feel that Lord Dashuin's thirst for knowledge resonates deeply with me. Gangs Ho gazed at the vivid green in her little brother's palm, and then at his eyes, which were filled with thirst for knowledge and admiration. Most of her doubts dissolved in an instant. So that's it. Was it a mutual admiration between geniuses? She recalled that Dashuin did indeed research all sorts of bizarre ninjutsu and bloodline limits. And little Chun, having awakened the unique wood release, would naturally be curious about his own bloodline. It seemed only reasonable. One yearned to explore the mysteries of his own power, the other to study all truths in the world. From this perspective, they were indeed kindred spirits. Moreover, Dashuin was her comrade bound by life, and though eccentric, he was a genius in his own right. Having grown up together, Gangs Ho still trusted his character, and having him guide little Chun would indeed be far better than the ordinary jonin who only taught by rote. Yet, a vague, inexplicable unease lingered in Gangs Ho's heart. Watching the shifting expressions on Gangs Ho's face, Shinshu Chun remained perfectly composed. Of course, he wouldn't reveal his true thoughts to her. Choosing our snake uncle was the most crucial move he had meticulously planned for himself. First, and most importantly, freedom. Zilai. That guy, though knowledgeable, was definitely the type to personally teach by hand. And his obsession with the child of prophecy, who knew how much trouble it would cause later. He didn't want to be constantly watched and indoctrinated with talk of love and peace. Brother Shuiman. He was too righteous, too fiery will. Under his tutelage, many things would be inconvenient. But Dashuin was completely different. Our snake uncle's core pursuits were only knowledge and immortality. Busy with his secret experiments and collecting materials on missions, he had no time to babysit him like a nanny every day. All he needed was a nominal disciple, a long-term stable source of Senju cells, and would release data. For that reason alone, Shinsho-chun was certain Dashyuan wouldn't refuse. And it played right into Shinsho-chun's hands. Give him a little blood, and they each go their own way. What he needed was this maximum degree of freedom. Second, resources. As a transmigrator from the 21st century, deeply influenced by the ideology that technology is the primary productive force, Shinsho-chun understood better than anyone the importance of technical data. And Dashyuan's laboratory was the most cutting-edge institute of biotechnology in the ninja world. From cell cloning and genetic fusion to forbidden technique development, Snake Uncle's research led the entire era. If he became his disciple, wouldn't that be like having a VIP pass to the institute? Even, the corner of Shinsho-chun's mouth involuntarily curled upward. At this stage, Snake Uncle hadn't defected after being discovered studying forbidden techniques. His thoughts weren't yet extreme or paranoid. Perhaps under the influence of his disciple, who possessed insights beyond the age, he might be led toward a brighter scientific path. When that day comes, clone armies and genetic modifications would all serve himself. Ahem, serve my. The first Dashawan Nobel Prize in the ninja world. How thrilling that would be. Third strategy. The line with Chimu Shumao still required Dashyuan to act as an intermediary. Once he became his disciple, giving certain orders through him to the dead White Fang would become perfectly justified and less likely to arouse suspicion. This crucial piece must be firmly held in his hand. Besides, at this time Dashyuan was still dreaming of becoming Hokage and had even expressed the idea of letting him succeed him. So at this stage Dashyuan would absolutely not do him any harm. In summary, Dashyuan was the most perfect mentor for this stage, no exceptions. And even if Dashyuan really defected later with the surname Shinsho and would release, could those my higher-ups, sister, is it not allowed? Shinsho-chun tugged gently at her sleeve, when Gangsho remained silent, a hint of worry and disappointment on his small face. If it's too difficult for you, then forget it. I'll follow your arrangements. This cautious, deliberately well-behaved demeanor instantly struck the softest part of Gangsho's heart. Who said it's difficult? Gangsho snapped back to reality, pulling him into her arms and rubbing her cheek against his hair. Boldly she declared, it's just Dashyuan. If he dares refuse, I'll dismantle his lab. Our little Chun can choose whoever he wants. Leave this to you. All her earlier unease was instantly cast aside at the sight of her brother's disappointed eyes. Protecting him and fulfilling his every wish were what mattered most. And she secretly resolved to keep an eye on Dashyuan's teaching progress, never allowing him to lead her adorable little brother astray. In the end, thanks to Gangsho's strong recommendation and Shinsho-chun's own insistence, this unexpected mentor application reached the third Hokage's desk. Yuanfei Risen took another drag on his pipe, gazing at the name on the scroll, as swirling smoke veiled his inscrutable face. Dashyuan, Shinsho-chun, the two people in the village he most anticipated. Were they going to be together? He had high hopes for his disciple Dashyuan, and always held great expectations for him. That Shinsho-chun shows him was something he also approved of. This must be Gangsho's suggestion to the boy. She understood Dashyuan's abilities, and they were both his disciples' comrades who had fought side by side. Trust was not an issue. After the deaths of Shangshu and Kato, Dan Gangsho had gradually distanced herself from the village. This matter involving Shinsho-chun also allowed the my higher-ups to see her stance and allegiance. Because this way Shinsho-chun would become his grand disciple. Now both members of the Senju clan were his people, one his disciple, one his grand disciple, which would considerably reduce the restraints on him within the village. Yuanfei Risen mentally approved the mentor application in an instant. Beside him, Tuanzang and the two elder advisors fell into silence. A barely perceptible shadow flickered in Tuanzang's single eye. He had intended to bring Shinsho-chun into the root training system, only to be beaten to the punch by Dashyuan. After a long pause, Yuanfei Risen tapped his pipe against the ashtray. So be it. He spoke slowly. Dashyuan's mastery in ninjutsu research is unrivaled in the village. Having him guide Shinsho-chun in unlocking the potential of wood release is the optimal choice. This decision served two purposes: maximize the value of wood release, and using Shinsho-chun's identity as a direct descendant of the Senju consolidate his own authority. The order was swiftly issued. Inside the dark, humid underground laboratory, strange bubbles rose from the liquids in various glass vessels. Lord Dashawan, this is from the Hokage. An ANBU ninja emerged silently from the shadows, handing a scroll of appointment to Dashyuan. Dashyuan put down his scalpel and unrolled the scroll with pale, elegant fingers. When he read the contents, his golden slit-like pupils narrowed slightly. After a moment, a hoarse, low laughter echoed through the empty laboratory, chillingly eerie. Ha ha ha. An extremely bizarre smile spread across Dashyuan's pale face. He extended his long, snake-like tongue and slowly licked his lips. Oh, That interesting little brat actually requested me as his mentor. His eyes gleamed with excitement and curiosity, as if the perfect experimental subject had come to him willingly. Kid, being my disciple isn't as easy as you think. In the village of Mai, within a clandestine underground laboratory, the air was permeated with a peculiar odor mingling formaldehyde and soil, clammy, damp, and deeply unsettling. Under the dim yellow light, towering glass jars stood in the darkness, their contents ranging from grotesque biological tissues to organs faintly recognizable as human. This was Orochimaru's secret laboratory, a forbidden realm no ordinary ninja could ever tread. And at this moment Shinsho-chan stood here, gazing around with curiosity. He displayed no fear or discomfort. Instead, his large jet-black eyes shimmered with a light called inquiry and excitement, like a child who had stumbled into a candy store. Haha, little brat, why choose me? Weren't the other elite jonin good enough? I heard many were vying to be your mentor. A hoarse, deep voice emerged from the depths of the lab. Orochimaru, clad in a white research coat, slowly stepped out from behind rows of experiment apparatus. His golden slit-like pupils glinted eerily in the dim light, locking unwaveringly onto Shinsho. Because you have ventured further than they ever could in the exploration of jutsu and life, Shinsho-chan replied, tilting his head up with an innocent smile. Teacher Orochimaru, you once said I could take your place. Isn't it only fitting for an apprentice to succeed his master? The term teacher twisted Orochimaru's lips into a bizarre arc, and the notion of an apprentice succeeding his master struck a chord deep within him. After all, he himself was the third Hokage's disciple. By Shinsho-chan's reasoning, wouldn't it be equally fitting for him to succeed the third as the fourth? To him, that statement seemed utterly flawless, for those very thoughts dwelt in his own mind. He approached Shinsho-chan slowly, meeting his gaze. You're right. Satisfied with the boy, Orochimaru shifted the topic, lightly tapping the glass jar behind him. Xiao-chan, what do you think is the meaning of life? From brat to Xiao-chan already. Shinsho-chan muttered inwardly while his face wore a puzzled expression befitting his age. He tilted his head, pondered earnestly, then replied in a voice both childish and profoundly serious. I don't know big truths. But I think the meaning of life is to keep growing stronger, strong enough to protect those you cherish, strong enough to explore every unknown. This answer sparked an unusual glint in Orochimaru's golden pupils. Protecting those you cherish. Too naive. But exploring every unknown. That was exactly what he himself pursued. This little brat was indeed cut from the same cloth as him. An excellent answer. Orochimaru straightened up, the smile on his face losing some of its eeriness, replaced by genuine interest. From today you are my disciple. But don't expect me to teach you the 3 basic techniques step by step like a school instructor. He turned and walked toward a massive experiment table cluttered with precision surgical instruments and draft papers covered in complex formulas. All my knowledge is here. He tapped his head, decidedly different from ordinary ones. To learn you must observe, think, and practice on your own. I will provide you with the best environment and resources, but how far you go depends entirely on you. Yes, teacher. Shinsho-chan nodded emphatically, acting like a little fan who had just won his idol's approval. But inwardly he was ecstatic. Yes. Exactly like this snake uncle. Never mind me. Free range is the best teaching. You busy yourself with immortality, I'll pursue my grand theft. No interference, perfectly flawed, as a gift for your apprenticeship. Orochimaru picked up a scroll from the experiment table and tossed it to Shinsho-chan. These are some of my early research notes on how to utilize chakra more efficiently and some interesting summoning contracts. Perhaps they'll help you understand your wood release. Shinsho-chan caught the scroll, what felt slightly heavy in his hands. He knew its value rivaled that of any ranked jutsu. Thank you, teacher. And this? Orochimaru handed him a strangely shaped key. This is the key to training ground No. 7. From now on it's your personal training area. No one may enter without my permission. You can test your ninjutsu there freely without worrying about being disturbed. Shinsho-chan's heart leaped with joy. A pillow delivered just when he felt sleepy. With a private training ground, studying the Rinnegan would release, and such would be far more convenient. Alright, that Orochimaru seemed to grow impatient. He waved his hand as if shooing a fly. Follow me. As my disciple, your first lesson is to understand how a ninja creates value for the village and earns a living. Orochimaru led Shinsho-chan through the dim passage and back to the surface. The long mist sunlight made Shinsho-chan squint in comfort. Walking one after another along bustling streets of Konoha, one tall, dignified and cold, the other small, obedient, and cute. The odd pair drew many stares from passers-by. Soon they arrived before a building bearing the sign Mission Center. The place was thronged with people alive within. The walls were plastered with mission request forms, from finding lost pets to escorting caravans to assassinating enemy officials. Everything imaginable. The air buzzed with ninjas' voices, arguments over mission handovers steeped in the breath of everyday life. Orochimaru clearly disliked such clamor. Frowning, he strode directly to a counter. Well, if it isn't Lord Orochimaru. What brings you here? The middle-aged ninja behind the counter in charge of mission assignment plastered a fawning smile on his face. Register him, my disciple Chinsho-chun. Orochimaru said curtly. Oh my. So this is the legendary young master of the Chinsho clan. The middle-aged ninja's gaze toward Chinsho-chun instantly turned awestruck and fervent. I've long heard of your fame. At the age of 5 you defeated Jonin Ryonosuke, truly a prodigy. Chinsho-chun offered him a polite smile, but said nothing. The middle-aged ninja briskly completed Chinsho-chun's genin registration, then asked deferentially, Lord Orochimaru, would you like to take on any missions today? Rank. Or a rank. We have a few newly posted ones with very generous rewards. He assumed that given Orochimaru's strength and Chinsho-chun's status, a rank mission was only natural. But Orochimaru merely shot him a cold glance. Xiao-chun observed carefully. He pointed to the area on the wall. Here are the mission ranks. From highest to lowest S, A, B, C, D. As a freshly graduated genin, no matter how talented, you must start with the simplest rank missions by protocol. He paused, then continued in his raspy voice. A ninja is not all about combat. Completing these seemingly tedious tasks, gaining experience, understanding the village's operations, all are part of training. When you have finished 10 rank missions, come find me. With that, without giving Chinsho-chun a moment to react, and without another word to the counter ninja, his figure flickered and vanished in an afterimage, leaving only Chinsho-chun standing dumbfounded. The entire mission center seemed to relax after Orochimaru's departure. Lord Chun. The middle-aged ninja cautiously eyed Chinsho-chun. Well, would you like to see the drank missions over here? Chinsho-chun's lips twitched. Good grief. I'm speechless. Snake uncle, aren't you a little too practiced at being an absentee master? You led me here, delivered a few grand lines, and then just disappeared. Where was the promised first lesson? Is this your first lesson? Though it suits me perfectly, isn't this a little too? Chinsho-chun took a deep breath, suppressing the countless complaints in his mind, and turned his gaze toward the colorful array of drank mission slips on the wall. Lord Chen, are you sure? You want to take this mission? The middle-aged man behind the counter at the mission center looked at the commission order pointed out by Senju-chun, his expression a bit peculiar, even spectacular. Yes, this one. Senju-chun nodded, still wearing that harmless and obedient look. The middle-aged man lowered his voice further, leaning in a bit with a hint of flattery and genuine concern, kindly reminding him, although this mission is only drank, its difficulty is quite extraordinary. The cat named Little Tiger has a fiery temperament, and several previous lower-ranked ninja teams have already failed, each returning with injuries. You alone, why not choose something easier? Perhaps help the Nara family with some weeding. He really didn't want to see this young master of the Senju clan, the future god of ninjas, in Konoha, getting scratched up by a cat on his first mission. If this gets out, he would lose face as the mission distributor, and he might even incur Lord Tsunade's wrath. Just thinking about her punch sends shivers down one's spine. It's fine, I enjoy challenges. Senju-chun said with a smile, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Just kidding, this is exactly what I was waiting for. Senju-chun was already overjoyed inside. This was the legendary creature, the fierce cat Little Tiger, which had instilled fear in countless lower-ranked ninja teams throughout the early days of the Hokage, with an appearance rate comparable to that of the main characters. For a Konoha lower-ranked ninja, not having caught Little Tiger makes their ninja career incomplete. This is no longer a simple drank mission. It is a rite of passage, a ceremony, the most down-to-earth step to integrate into this world. This is his first mission. If he is to do it, he would do the most representative one. Seeing Senju-chun's insistence, the middle-aged man could say no more, and could only grimace as he processed the mission acceptance paperwork, his face creasing into a flower-like shape. Here is the client's address and a photo of Little Tiger. Lord Chen, please. Be careful. Thank you. Senju-chun took the materials and turned to leave the mission center. The warm afternoon sun bathed him, dispelling the chill that had clung to him from Orochimaru's laboratory. He stretched his bones, cracking softly, looking at the photo in his hand. In the photo, a plump orange and white cat was proudly raising its head, its gaze exceptionally sharp, wearing a pink bow around its neck, creating a striking contrast with its fierce expression. Little Tiger, I'm coming. A barely noticeable arc formed at the corners of Senju-chun's mouth. Let me meet this ninja world deity that has given Team 7 such headaches. Following the address, Senju-chun quickly found the client's home. It was a rather impressive mansion, even by Konoha's standards, with 2 guards at the entrance. When they saw the mission scroll presented by Senju-chun, the guards' expressions mirrored that of the middle-aged ninja at the mission center. Please enter, the lady has been waiting for a long time. Senju-chun walked into the lavishly decorated living room, where a plump middle-aged woman dressed in an elegant kimono immediately came forward. She held a handkerchief, her eyes stained with tears, looking extremely anxious. This must be the one referred to as Aunt Fatty by Naruto Shijan. Oh, are you the ninja sent by the village? Upon seeing Senju Shijime was momentarily stunned, then her eyebrows shot up, her voice rising by 8 degrees. Why did they send such a small child over? My little tiger is no ordinary cat. It's very fierce. Can you handle it? If anything happens to my little tiger, can Konoha take responsibility? This barrage of questions made the maid beside her feel a bit awkward. Senju-chun, however, took it in stride. He raised his small face, displaying an incredibly radiant and innocent smile, his voice soft, yet filled with confidence. Please don't worry, madam. Although I'm young, I am very powerful. Moreover, I am best at dealing with animals. As he spoke, he subtly manipulated a trace of chakra palm, facing up a small pink flower radiating a gentle aura of life, quietly bloomed. That warm and friendly natural energy eased the somewhat tense atmosphere in the living room. Madame Shijime looked at the flower that appeared out of nowhere, then at Senju-chen's clear, pure eyes, and her aura instantly weakened. Would release. You are that little genius from the Senju clan. Her doubts turned into surprise and curiosity. Oh, all right, I believe you. You must find my poor little tiger and bring it back. While wiping non-existent tears with the handkerchief, she began to lament, that little rascal, it's bad enough it rules the roost at home, but it always likes to run outside. Every time it makes me worry so much that I can't eat or sleep. This time it has been out for over half a day. I don't know if it has suffered outside, or if it has been bullied by other wild cats. Senju-chin listened quietly, but inside, he was frantically mocking. Sister, with little tiger's physique and combat power, it's lucky if it doesn't bully other cats. Madam, can you tell me, where does little tiger usually like to go? Senju-chin timely interrupted her ramblings. It likes to climb high and low on roofs and trees. It goes wherever it finds a secluded spot. Madame Shijime thought for a moment, and added, oh, it loves going to the fish market on the east side of the village. The fishmongers have been robbed of fish by it several times. I understand. Senju-chin nodded, already forming a plan in his mind. Wandering around like headless flies with Team 7 is not his style. Besides the mansion, he closed his eyes and utilized the affinity of his wood release, spreading his chakra perception to the surrounding flora. As a Senju with a vast chakra reserve and sage body, his perception ability naturally exceeds that of ordinary people. Although he couldn't yet perceive the entire battlefield with his eyes closed like the second Hokage, finding a specific faint chakra source in a fixed area was still achievable. Countless mixed chakra signals surged into his mind. Signals from pedestrians, ninja shop guards. He patiently filtered out these strong signals, focusing on those weak ones belonging to animals. Soon a faint but vibrant life signal filled with restlessness and vitality emerged from a nearby street. He had found one. His figure transformed into a blur, disappearing over the rooftops in a few leaps. In the eastern district of Konoha, on the roof of a residence, the plump orange cat Little Tiger was lazily basking in the sun, a half-eaten sanma fish from the fish market dangling from its mouth. It yawned, revealing sharp teeth, its disdainful gaze sweeping over the two-legged beasts below, exuding an air of royalty. At this moment, a small flower quietly bloomed beside the roof. Meow. Little Tiger suddenly lifted its head, twitching its nose, looking toward the source of the delightful aroma. Not far away on another roof, a little black-haired boy was grinning at it. At the boy's feet, a green vine stretched across to the opposite roof. That peculiar fragrance was emanating from that small white flower. Meow. Mine. Little Tiger's eyes instantly sparkled with greed. It dropped the fish from its mouth, pushed off with its hind legs, and its agile form darted towards the little flower like a streak of orange lightning. However, just as it was about to pounce on the flower, an unexpected turn occurred. Several slender yet resilient vines, as if alive, accurately wrapped around its limbs and body, instantly weaving into a sturdy cage that firmly trapped it in place. Would release illusionary cage technique mini version. Meow. Let me go. Little Tiger struggled violently, its sharp claws scratching the vines, leaving white marks, but unable to inflict any harm. These vines, formed from chakra, were incredibly resilient. The more it struggled, the tighter they became. Senju-chin slowly approached, squatting down, watching the legendary creature baring its teeth in the cage. Little one, you have quite the temper. He extended his finger, gently poking Little Tiger's nose through the gaps in the vine. Stop making a fuss, let's go home. His voice seemed to carry a peculiar soothing power, causing the originally agitated Little Tiger to gradually calm down, although it still emitted a threatening purring sound, its cat eyes warily staring at him. Senju-chin smiled, released the vines, and scooped the plump cat into his arms. It weighed quite a bit, at least 15 pounds. Let's go, I'll take you to see your anxious owner. Holding the cat, he leaped several times, retracing his steps. The entire process from locking onto the target to successful capture took no more than an hour. When Senju-chun reappeared in the living room holding Little Tiger completely unharmed, Madame Shijime was utterly astonished. Little Tiger. My poor Little Tiger. She dashed forward, snatching the cat from Senju-chin's arms, followed by a suffocating flurry of rubbing and kissing. Meow. Provoked little tiger could no longer endure, finally erupting its sharp claws, leaving several clear red marks on Madame Shijime's face. Oh no, you little rascal. The living room instantly erupted into chaos. Senju Chen stood to the side, watching this familiar scene, the smile on his face deepening. Mission accomplished. 1 drank mission completed. Still 9 to go. He took the small bag of jingling shiny coins handed to him by the maid, feeling delighted as he exited the mansion. Next, which interesting one should I choose? The Senju clan grounds in the evening, having shed the clamor of the day, appeared serene and cozy. Senju Chen pushed open the door of his home, and a familiar scent, mingling the fragrance of wood with a hint of medicinal herbs, rushed toward him instantly, dispelling the fatigue of a day's toil outside. On the low table in the living room, the dishes and cups were in disarray, with several empty sake bottles lying askew. Tsunade was slumped over the table, her golden hair spread messily, her cheek resting on her arm. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if even in sleep she was troubled by something. Back so soon. Looks like today's gambling battle was quite brutal. Senju Chen chuckled, inwardly tiptoeing. He could easily imagine how his sister, who always lost at gambling, had furiously lost her last coin, then dejectedly returned home to drown her sorrows in drink. Sister, I'm home. He reached out his small hand and gently pushed Tsunade's shoulder. Don't bother me. 1 more round. I'm sure to win back this time. Tsunade mumbled, indistinctly waving her hand across the table as if grabbing non-existent cards. Senju Chen shook his head helplessly, increasing the pressure. Sister, it's me. Chen. Tsunade jolted awake, instantly sitting upright. The fog of drunkenness cleared from her eyes the moment she saw Senju Chen. She pulled Senju Chen in front of her, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her hands checking his body to make sure he hadn't lost any limbs. So, did you see Orochimaru? Tsunade's voice carried a hint of tension. That guy's so creepy. He didn't do anything strange to you, did he? Did he draw your blood? Or give you some weird potion? Looking at her fiercely protective demeanor, a warm current surged in Senju Chen's heart, yet his face remained innocent and naive. He obediently shook his head. No, not at all. Master Orochimaru is very kind. Knowing I just graduated, he took me to the mission center and taught me to start with the simplest tasks to accumulate experience and understand how the village operates. He vividly recounted the process of capturing Little Tiger, of course omitting the part where he easily overwhelmed it with his sensory abilities and would style, claiming he relied on patience and a bit of luck. At least he knows his place. Hearing that Orochimaru hadn't done anything out of line, Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief, but still couldn't help uttering threats. If he dares to treat you like one of his experiments, he'll smash all his bottles and jars along with his lab to pieces. Of course, ability-wise, Orochimaru is quite formidable. Learning from him won't do you any harm. Senju Chen just smiled and didn't respond. He knew Tsunade was all talk. If it came to actually smashing a comrade's lab, she wouldn't be able to do it. Tsunade, as if remembering something important, had her gloom swept away, replaced by pride and excitement. She brought out from the inner room a long, heavy cloth-wrapped object, as if offering a treasure. Our Chun is now a genin capable of standing on his own. Tsunade placed the object on the table and patted it proudly. Your sister has long prepared a graduation gift for you. Senju Chen's gaze fell upon the wrapped object. It was long, about 1.2 meters, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. The faint sharpness, even through the cloth, could prick one's skin. Tsunade carefully unwrapped the layers of cloth. As the last layer fell away, a strangely shaped sword lay quietly on the table. Its blade was not metal, but composed of some extremely condensed energy, displaying a brilliant golden hue. Countless fine arcs of electricity seemed to flow and leap along the edge, emitting a faint crackling sound. The hilt was ancient, engraved with intricate runes. Holding it, one could almost feel the pulse of thunder. Senju Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. This is Grandpa Second's personal sword, the Thunder God Sword. Tsunade's voice was filled with pride. She caressed the blade, her eyes nostalgic. This sword's blade is pure lightning, unstoppable, and allows you to freely manipulate lightning style. Originally, I planned to wait until you were older and stronger. She paused, looking at Senju Chen with extreme seriousness. But now you've graduated from the Ninja Academy, and you're a true ninja. Since you love swordsmanship, I've brought you this Thunder God Sword. Thunder God Sword. Senju Chen's heart pounded wildly in his chest. This was the divine weapon of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. A legendary weapon that accompanied that master of forbidden techniques across battlefields. He never dreamed that Tsunade would give him such a precious heirloom as a graduation gift. This was not just valuable, it was like placing a great karmic burden and responsibility directly into his hands. He reached out his fingertips, lightly touching the blade. The violent lightning energy did not harm him. Instead, it sent a familiar tingling sensation, as if welcoming a descendant of the Senju bloodline. Sister, this is too precious. Senju Chen looked up, his voice trembling slightly. At this moment, he was not the calculating reincarnator, but a younger brother overwhelmed by his sister's deep affection. Silly boy, why be so formal with your sister? Tsunade ruffled his hair, smiling brightly. Should the Senju family's treasures be left to mold, instead of being passed to you? Take it. If anyone dares to bully you, use it to show them that the Senju clan is not to be trifled with. She thrust the Thunder God's sword along with its scabbard into Senju Chen's arms. The heavy weight settled. He clutched the legendary divine weapon, a myriad of emotions surging within. He knew that from this moment the label of Senju on him had grown even heavier. This sword was both a talisman and a death warrant. It would bring him immense power, but also inevitably attract more covetous and scrutinizing gazes. But so what? Power only when held in one's own hands is true power. Thank you, sister. Senju Chen raised his head, his dark eyes shining with unprecedented light. I will definitely use it well, protect myself and protect you, sister. Meanwhile, in a sunless underground within Konoha, the headquarters of Root, the air was as cold. A masked Root ninja knelt on one knee, reporting all the intelligence gathered that day to the figure in the After Senju Chen formally became Orochimaru's disciple, he went to the mission center alone and accepted and completed a drank mission, capture a pet cat. According to observation, he used with style to locate the target in an extremely short time and successfully captured it. The method was efficient, the mind meticulous, nothing like a 5-year-old child. In the shadows, Shimura Danzo listened quietly, his right eye wrapped in bandages, his jaw as hard as carved stone. Orochimaru. Although they were in a cooperative relationship, the other was still the third Hokage's disciple. Given Orochimaru's connection with Tsunade, he would never recommend Senju Chen to Root. A murky light flickered in Danzo's solitary eye. A Senju descendant possessing with style, his value was immeasurable. Sarutobi handed him to Orochimaru simply to use this method to win over the old fossils of the Senju faction and, incidentally, to incorporate Senju Chen into his system of the Will of Fire. Naive. A weapon like Senju Chen could only realize its maximum value through relentless tempering in darkness, discarding all unnecessary emotions. Giving him to the sentimental Tsunade or to Orochimaru was a waste. Only he could make this child the most formidable weapon of Konoha. Efficient, meticulous. Displaying such traits even in a drank mission showed that this child's temperament far surpassed ordinary people. He was not a raw gem, but a blade already sharp and needing only a little guidance to taste blood. Such a blade must be held in his own hand to cut down all threats to Konoha. After a long silence, Danzo's hoarse voice like sandpaper scraping echoed in the empty room. Make the arrangements. He spoke slowly, his tone devoid of any emotion. I want to see him in person. The dying rays of the setting sun cast a warm orange hue over the streets of my village, elongating shadows that interwove upon the ground like a flowing tapestry. Shinsho Chun had just completed his second drank mission of the day, bathing a litter of ninja dog pups from the Chuanjia family. Even now a faint scent lingered on him, a blend of dog shampoo and the milky aroma of the pups, creating a curious contrast with the ancient razor-sharp aura of the divine artifact strapped to his back. 7 more to go. He calculated silently in his mind. At this pace, within 3 or 4 days, he would complete the rookie quota set by Dashawan, and then he could legitimately sequester himself in the training ground to begin his research project. Just as he was feeling quite relaxed, pondering whether his next task should be harvesting vegetables for the Chodao family or collecting parasitic insects for the Yunu family, his footsteps suddenly halted. A faint, icy, deathly aura like a clinging, bone-eroding worm silently materialized within his perception range. He did not turn around. Instead, like an ordinary child, he continued walking forward, intending to reach the bustling main road. Yet his mind was already on high alert. O chakra flowed silently within his body, ready to respond to any sudden event. A figure appeared beside him without warning. The individual wore a standard Umbu uniform, a pure white mask devoid of any pattern covering his face, and he emerged from the shadows like a ghost utterly devoid of vitality. Shinsho Chun. The voice from beneath the mask sounded like 2 frigid stones grinding together, devoid of emotion. Lord Jitsuin Tawanzang wishes to see you. Shinsho Chun slowly turned his head, his jet-black eyes perfectly conveying a hint of puzzlement and bewilderment. He tilted his head and asked, "Who are you?" "I don't think I know you." But inwardly he sneered. It seemed this old fox lurking in the shadows of my had finally lost his patience. "You don't need to know me," the masked ninja said, his voice still icy. "Just come with me, and you'll find out." He reached out a hand, as if to grab Shinsho Chun by the shoulder. The innocence on Shinsho Chen's face instantly vanished, replaced by a wariness beyond his years. His small frame nimbly slid backward like a loach, perfectly dodging the outstretched hand. "I'm sorry," he said, politely shaking his head, but his tone had grown firm. "My elder sister is waiting for me at home for dinner. I cannot go with you." With that he turned to leave. He wanted to see just how far Tuanzang's invitation would go. As expected, the root ninja shifted his form and reappeared before him like a wraith. This time his aura carried an unmistakable pressure of authority. This is not a request. Chun understood. It seemed the other party was determined to invite him today. In that case, Chun let out a soft sigh, his little adult demeanor oddly endearing, but his next words froze the atmosphere. Then I have no choice but to offend you. Before his words faded, a dazzling golden bolt of lightning erupted abruptly in the dusky street. Clang! A clear, resonant sword cry echoed through the long avenue. Chun had already drawn the Thunder God sword from his back. The golden lightning blade traced a brilliant arc through the air, arcs of electricity dancing along its edge with a soft crackle, and the violent, pure power of thunder made the surrounding air sear. The root ninja's pupils contracted sharply behind his mask. The Thunder God sword. The second Hwoarang's personal blade. Why was it in the hands of this brat? He had no time to think. Instinctively, he drew his own ninja sword and held it crosswise in front of him. Ding! The golden lightning blade clashed with the cold steel, sparking a blinding burst of fire. A violent numbness shot through the sword and instantly spread throughout the root ninja's body, stiffening his sword arm. Such speed, such strength. The root ninja was horrified. Though he had held back to avoid drawing attention, his opponent was merely a 5-year-old child. Such swordsmanship and reaction speed were far beyond what a newly graduated Xiaoran could possess. Even more alarming was that throughout the encounter, he had not sensed any chakra fluctuation of the wood release from Chun. In other words, the boy had matched him blow for blow using only taijutsu and swordsmanship. This place was not far from the village's main road, bustling with passers-by. If the commotion escalated and attracted the attention of the police department, or even the Hwoarang, things would become troublesome. Just as the root ninja was caught in a dilemma, an aged and somber figure appeared between them, as if by teleportation silently. Using only 2 fingers, he effortlessly clamped down on the golden lightning blade, and despite the arcs of electricity jumping around, they could not harm him in the slightest. That's enough. Chen's eyes narrowed. He smoothly withdrew the Thunder God sword, staring warily at this uninvited guest. The newcomer was none other than Jitsuin Tuanzang. His right eye was wrapped in bandages, his left eye exposed, and his face etched with wrinkles like dead tree bark exuded a bone-chilling sinister aura. Lord Tuanzang. The root ninja immediately knelt on one knee, bowing his head in deference. Tuanzang paid no heed to his incompetent subordinate. His single eye swept with interest over Chun and the Thunder God sword, and then he forced a smile that he thought was kindly. A smile more hideous than a grimace. What an impressive junior. The bloodline of the Chinchou clan truly lives up to its reputation. He said, his voice hoarse like a rusted gear grinding. Child, do not be afraid. I mean no harm. Chun shuddered inwardly, but his face remained wary and aloof. You are Lord Jitsuin Tuanzang. You once came to my home. I have seen you. Is there something you need from me? Mai is a great tree with lush branches and leaves. It needs sunlight and rain, but it also needs roots that delve deep into the earth to absorb nutrients and eradicate the pests in the darkness. Tuanzang began, his tone filled with a seductive allure. The root that I command is the root of Mai. We dwell in darkness, bear infamy, and perform all the unspeakable work, all to protect the prosperity of the great tree. Your talent should not be buried in the sunlight. Only under the tempering of the root can you become the sharpest blade. He stepped forward, his gaze burning as he fixed it on Chun. Your elder sister Gang's house father was once one of the leaders of the root. Child, joining the root means inheriting the will of your ancestors. When you grow up, I will entrust the future of the root to your hands. These words were delivered with emotion, brimming with the grand righteousness of sacrifice for the village and the temptation of passing on power. If it were a real 5-year-old child, he might indeed have been swayed by this speech. But in Chen's heart, there was only one word: nonsense. Inherit the will of your ancestors. Easier said than done. And he wanted to give me the root. He was probably planning to turn me into a second emotionless killing tool, and after he died of old age, use me as the new vessel for the root. Chen's inner complaints were endless, but his face showed a complex expression of conflict and yearning. Tuanzang had actually appeared in person. It seemed this matter would not be easy to brush off. I do not quite understand what Lord Danzo means. He lowered his head, his voice tinged with a child's confusion. But I can feel that you and your subordinates are fighting for the village true ninjas. I really admire. He first acknowledged the other's greatness, satisfying Danzo's vanity. Then he shifted the topic, revealing a troubled expression. But my sister does not want me to join any organization. She says I am still too young. Moreover, I am already a disciple of Oro Kimura Sensei, and I can be considered a grand disciple of the third Hokage. Such a significant matter, I cannot make the decision. He cleverly brought up Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, 3 towering figures. Seeing Danzo's darkening face, Senju knew it was about time. He suddenly raised his head, and in his dark eyes an incredibly innocent light burst forth, as if he had thought of some brilliant idea. However, Lord Danzo, since the last time you came to my house I have felt that your aura is extraordinary. His voice rose a few notches. If you could become the Hokage, everything would be different. Danzo's single eye flashed with a hint of astonishment. Senju Chun continued in an innocent and natural tone, the Hokage is the greatest person in the village. The Hokage's orders are absolute. At that time we would all be one family serving the Hokage. I believe my sister and Oro Kimura Sensei would certainly not refuse the Hokage's orders. After saying this he looked at Danzo with hopeful eyes as if to say, Lord Danzo, please go become Hokage, so I can be with you. In an instant the air on the entire street seemed to freeze. For the first time a crack appeared on Danzo's eternally stoic iceberg face. He stared intently at the child before him, trying to discern any hint of disguise or calculation in those clear bottomless eyes. But there was none. In those eyes there was only admiration for the strong, a pure yearning for the position of Hokage, and the most straightforward logic of a child solving a problem. Is this little brat using the desire to become Hokage as bait to counter me? Or is he simply a genius child with an extraordinary, innocent way of thinking? However, becoming Hokage has always been my goal, and it won't be long. He felt that after the third retired, the next Hokage should naturally be himself. After all, this little brat's surname is Senju, and his reputation among the higher-ups is not low. He cannot boldly take him away. However, once he becomes Hokage, Senju Chin will still be as sharp as sword. There is no need to rush. This child before me must think he should become Hokage. His perception is quite good. It seems that even the aura of Hokage cannot be concealed, as even such a small child can see it. Based on this insight, I will respect you today and not make it difficult for you. After a long while, Danzo's hoarse voice slowly echoed, carrying a hint of inquiry and a trace of barely perceptible admiration. You are quite impressive. He deeply looked at Senju Chun, saying no more, his figure swaying, and he disappeared into the increasingly thick night with the root ninja. Until that cold aura completely dissipated, Senju Chun finally let out a slow breath. He looked down at the Raijin sword in his hand, still shimmering with faint electric light, and then a disdainful smile crept onto his lips. Old fool, do you still think you can become Hokage? You think you can recruit me? After a lifetime of effort, you are merely an interim 5th Hokage, not really acknowledged by other villages. Just because of your previous attempt to capture me, this matter is far from over. You think I will associate with you? Let's wait and see. As long as I am here, you will never have anything to do with Hokage. Senju Chin muttered to himself as he looked at the spot where Danzo had disappeared. In the following months, Senju Chin's life became exceptionally regular and fulfilling. During the day, he was like a diligent little bee, eagerly taking on various drank missions at the mission center. He helped the Akimichi family test new chip flavors, helped the Yamanaka family water their flower shop, helped the Nara family trim the trees in their yard, and even helped the Yamanaka family look after some bugs for a while. The residents of Konoha quickly became familiar with this always smiling, diligent, and reliable little genius from the Senju family. Those who once kept their distance from him gradually became enchanted by his well-behaved and considerate demeanor, and his title changed from Young Master and Lord Chun to the more affectionate Little Chun. No one knew that this Little Chun, who appeared harmless in their eyes, was secretly cultivating in an unimaginable way while completing these tasks. While helping the Akimichi family taste chips, he was secretly stimulating his taste buds with chakra, training his fine control over his body. While helping the Yamanaka family with watering, he used wood release to cultivate tiny invisible roots to sense the soil's moisture and nutrients, practicing the microscopic application of wood release. Helping the Nara family trim trees became the best place for him to practice his swordsmanship and transformation techniques. At night, he would plunge into his own room or head to the exclusive training ground Orochimaru had prepared for him. On one hand, he was tirelessly studying Orochimaru's ninjutsu materials. It must be said that, as expected of Uncle Snake, the knowledge recorded in those scrolls is far more profound than what is taught in Konoha or even by Sister Tsunade. From the basics of human anatomy and cellular activation to advanced sage techniques and creation of regeneration, even some taboo speculations about the soul and spiritual energy. For Senju Chun, who possesses the soul of an adult and the embryonic form of modern medical knowledge, this was like finding a treasure. He was like a dry sponge, crazily absorbing this knowledge. Given that he has a system, situations involving multiple bloodlines will definitely arise in the future. Therefore, learning this now can lay a solid foundation for future growth, such as bloodline integration and conflicts. Moreover, even if his physical abnormalities are discovered later, he can push it all onto Uncle Snake. It was all caused by his teacher Orochimaru. He didn't want it this way. If there are any issues, you should go find Orochimaru, right? He perfect. So even if it may not be used in the future, it's good to have more knowledge. On the other hand, he did not neglect his training of the Rinnegan. With the dual support of the notes Orochimaru provided and his memories of the Hokage's storyline, his understanding of the Rinnegan had far exceeded the scope of mere transformation of form. He began to attempt to introduce nature transformation into the Rinnegan. In the original work, Naruto introduced wind nature developing and shrank ninjutsu wind release Raisen Shuriken. But this was an extremely dangerous attempt. Virum. In Training Ground No. 7, a blue chakra sphere was spinning rapidly on Senju Chen's right hand. He took a deep breath and carefully injected a trace of wind nature chakra into it. Sizzle. The Rinnegan instantly lost its stability, and the violent chakra exploded in his palm, leaving several tiny wounds on his hand. Hiss. Senju Chen gasped in pain. He did not feel discouraged, instead excitement sparkled in his eyes. He immediately crossed his legs and formed hand seals, a green light emanating from his palm. Sage art. The wounds healed at a visible speed, leaving not a single scar. So that's how it is. The cutting property of wind disrupts the originally stable spherical structure of the Rinnegan. He analyzed the reasons for his failure while treating himself. What if I change the way I inject the chakra? Instead of direct injection, how about weaving the wind nature chakra into the Rinnegan's chakra flow strand by strand like knitting a sweater? A bold idea formed in his mind. Let's go again. Once his injuries healed, he dove back into his frenzied training. Self-harm, healing, analyzing self-harm again, healing again. This seemingly mad training method from the perspective of outsiders was the most efficient growth path for Senju Chen, who simultaneously possessed the powerful vitality of wood release and the physique of the Uzumaki clan. While Senju Chen was immersed in his frenzied self-abuse training, another corner of Konoha at the Uchiha clan's territory, the atmosphere was particularly oppressive. Family Meeting Hall. This is the highest level meeting place of the Uchiha clan, where only the clan leader and elders are qualified to enter. Uchiha Fugaku sat at the head position, his face as cold as water. Below him, several Uchiha elders sat on either side, each wearing a grim expression. Fugaku, what are you really thinking? It's been over a month, and our people report that little brat from the Senju clan spends his days either playing with cats and dogs, or helping villagers with weeding, showing no signs of a genius at all. An irritable elder Uchiha Hachiman slammed the table, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Are we Uchiha supposed to watch a brat from the Senju clan, who possesses wood release, gain a so-called popular reputation in the village? This is clearly the open scheme of the Hokage faction. They are paving the way for that brat's future political career. Elder Hachiman, you shouldn't say that. Another elder who appeared more rational stroked his beard and countered, according to Shizui's observations, that Senju Chen has a gentle personality, is friendly to others, and bears no ill will towards us Uchiha. Perhaps he is merely a somewhat precocious and sensible child. Foolish. You are too naive. Uchiha Hachiman scoffed coldly. The grudge between the Senju and Uchiha clans is etched in our bones. Gentle and friendly. That's just his disguise. Don't forget the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, looked like a good person back in the day. What happened next? How did he treat us Uchiha? Enough. Uchiha Fugaku finally spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority that instantly quelled all arguments. His sharp gaze swept across each person present. What you all say, whether it be a threat or an attempt to win him over, is merely speculation. But one thing is certain. The child is quickly integrating into Konoha in a way we cannot comprehend, gaining unanimous recognition from both the Hokage and the common villagers. His fingers lightly tapped on the cold stone table, producing a tap-tap sound that resonated in every. We can no longer wait. Whether he is genuinely gentle or merely pretending, we must seize the initiative and take control. Fugaku's gaze became resolute. I have decided to launch the New Star plan. What? The elders present all changed their expressions dramatically. Fugaku, are you insane? Uchiha Hachiman exclaimed excitedly. The New Star plan is reserved for our clan's once-in-a-century genius, requiring a massive amount of resources and connections. And now you want to launch it for an outsider. It is not for an outsider. Fugaku coldly looked at him. It is for the future of our Uchiha. He turned his gaze to a corner of the secret room where a boy had remained silent throughout. Shursui. Yes, clan leader. Uchiha Shursui stepped out from the shadows, bowing in acknowledgement. Are you willing to take on this responsibility for the clan? Fugaku's tone was unusually solemn. Uchiha Shursui raised his head, his clear eyes filled with unwavering determination. I am willing. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. Good. From today onward, the clan will utilize resources to apply for your early graduation. I will personally arrange your graduation assessment. He stood up, walked in front of Shursui, and patted his shoulder. After graduation, I will request the Hokage to assign you under Orochimaru to become Senju Chen's teammate. This decision was like a bombshell, leaving all the elders dumbfounded. Become teammates with Senju Chen. Fugaku, this is too risky. Shursui is an outstanding descendant of our clan, How can you tie him to that dangerous brat from the Senju? Exactly. What if Shui is influenced by him, or even? Everyone shut up. Fugaku suddenly shouted as Sharingan instantly activated the three tomo, slowly rotating, exuding a terrifying pressure. The entire secret room fell into a profound silence. Do you think I am sending Shui to monitor him, or to oppose him? Fugaku's voice was icy and piercing. Is your vision really that narrow? He scanned the elders who were now silent in fear, and spoke slowly. My only purpose in sending Shui is to become Senju Chen's best friend, most trusted partner, and closest comrade. Using our Uchiha sincerity to influence him, to enlighten him. Let him understand that the Uchiha are not his enemies but comrades he can rely on. If a Senju with would release can become a friend of our Uchiha, have you thought about what this means for our clan? If Itachi had not been too young, only 2 years old, he would have wished it was his son who became a comrade and close friend of Senju-chun. Fugaku's words plunged the elders into deep contemplation. Indeed, if Senju-chun could really stand with the Uchiha. That scene was too beautiful to imagine. The Senju and Uchiha, the first Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. The combination of these two powers once created Konoha and nearly destroyed it. If in this generation these two powers are no longer enemies, but friends. I understand. Uchiha Hachiman slowly sat down, the excitement and anger on his face replaced by a deeper shock. The clan leader is far-sighted, and I admire him. The remaining elders sincerely sighed. Fugaku retracted his Sharingan and returned to his position. He looked at Shui before him, his expression softening slightly. Shui, this task may be very arduous for you, and may even make you feel wronged. But for the future of the clan, I ask you to bear this responsibility. He deeply bowed to Shui. This bow shook Shizui's heart. He hurriedly stepped forward to support Fugaku. Clan leader, you are being too humble. I will definitely complete the task. His heart bore no resentment about being treated as a political tool, because he genuinely wanted to be friends with Senju-chun. In his view, the boy who was always quiet in school, but would stand up to speak for Hatake Kakashi at critical moments, and the one who displayed astonishing talent during practice, yet held back, was someone worth getting to know. Perhaps he could truly become the bridge connecting the Senju and Uchiha. A blazing flame ignited in the young man's heart. The Uchiha clan's influence is immense. Under Fugaku's direct operation and the joint efforts of several elders, a report about Uchiha genius boy Uchiha Shui applying for early graduation was soon delivered to the third Hokage's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this report along with the accompanying recommendation letter personally written by Uchiha Fugaku, falling into a long silence. He puffed on his pipe, and amid the swirling smoke no one could see his expression. The Uchiha. Have they finally lost patience? To make Uchiha Shui a teammate of Senju-chun. They play their cards well. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. He naturally understood the Uchiha's intentions. They simply wanted to use Uchiha Shui to win over Senju-chun. Should he refuse? From the Hokage's perspective, he should refuse. Allowing the two strongest forces, the Senju and Uchiha, to unite poses a potential threat to the Hokage's authority. But he recalled that day at the training ground, the unstoppable wood release of Senju-chun. He also remembered that recently the boy diligently performing drank missions and accumulating a good reputation among the villagers. A child possessing the first Hokage's power, yet understanding how to connect with the people. A boy with Uchiha blood, yet yearning for peace. If they could really become friends, perhaps this wouldn't be a bad thing for the village. It could even completely resolve the decades-long rift between the two clans. This is a gamble. If they win, Konoha will usher in unprecedented unity and strength. If they lose, the consequences would be unimaginable. Emergency assembly. Training ground No. 7. A black summoning serpent materialized like a phantom before Chinsho-chun's window, spat out a tiny slip of paper, and vanished in a puff of smoke. Chinsho-chun set down the experimental data on neuronal chakra conduction efficiency and glanced at the note. The handwriting reminded him of -1, flamboyant yet tinged with a distinctive chill. Emergency assembly. Chinsho-chun raised an eyebrow. This was the first time -1 had summoned him so over the past 2 months, apart from initially dumping him at the mission center and handing him a key to the experimental base after he completed 10 tasks. -1 had vanished like smoke, leaving Chinsho-chun to fend for himself within the base. Chinsho-chun actually relished the freedom. If not for his recent feeling that drank missions could no longer satisfy his training needs, prompting him to seek out his mentor -1 might have forgotten him until the end of time. What prompted this sudden change of heart? Could he have finally had a pang of conscience and decided to assign me a crank mission? Chinsho-chun mused, though his movements were swift. He quickly changed his clothes, donned his forehead protector and ninja tool pouch, and rushed toward training ground No. 7. This training ground among all of Mui's many facilities was the most remote and dilapidated. However, ever since -1 designated it for Shinsho-Chun, barriers had been erected preventing ordinary people from approaching. When Shinsho-Chun arrived, -1 was already waiting there. He wore his timeless white research coat, arms crossed, leaning against a large tree, his golden slit pupils shimmering with an enigmatic glint in the sunlight. "Sensei." Shinsho-Chun stepped forward and bowed. "You're here." -1 nodded, his voice hoarse. "I summoned you today to introduce a new comrade." "A new comrade?" Shinsho-Chun blinked, following -1's gaze. On the other side of the training ground, a boy about his age stood quietly. The boy had slightly wavy black hair, wore the high-collared training uniform emblematic of the Uchiha clan, and bore a small round fan emblem on his back. What drew the eye most were his eyes, dark bright like two pieces of obsidian. A gentle smile graced his face. "Uchiha Jishue." Shinsho-Chun's pupils contracted imperceptibly. "Why is he here?" And he noticed the brand new my forehead protector on Zishui's forehead gleaming in the sunlight. Had this guy also graduated early? "From today onward, Uchiha Jishue will be your teammate." -1's voice carried a hint of mischievous amusement. "You two will form a new squad under my tutelage." A torrent of thoughts surged through Shinsho-Chun's mind. The Uchiha clan moved fast. In just 2 months, they not only allowed Jishue to graduate early, but also neatly inserted him into my team. This was an open conspiracy, placing Jishue by my side, ostensibly as a teammate, but in truth for surveillance and enticement. That old fox Fuyue had calculated cleverly. However, a faint, almost imperceptible curve tugged at the corner of Shinsho-Chun's mouth. This might not be a bad thing for me either. A Uchiha prodigy I can approach openly, a future possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is a theft target delivered right to my doorstep. "Hello, Chinkuen." Uchiha Jishue noticed Shinsho-Chun looking his way and walked over with a sincere smile, extending his hand. "We meet again. I never thought we'd become teammates. I look forward to your guidance." His demeanor was entirely unforced, without any sign of the family's agenda, as if he was genuinely delighted to be comrades with a friend. "Hello, Zishuiken." Shinsho-Chun also put on a surprised expression, extending his small hand to shake. "I'm delighted to be your teammate as well. Please take care of me. Don't worry, Chinkuen. We're comrades. It's only natural to look out for each other." Jishue thumped his chest in earnest promise. -1 watched the two children's friendly interaction. From the side, his golden slit eyes full of curiosity. One possessed the first Hokage's would release bloodline, a Shinsho brat. The other was a Uchiha prodigy. As he gazed at them, he inexplicably recalled what Shinsho-Chun had once said: if the first Hokage's would release bloodline were combined with the Uchiha's Sharingan. Heh, how intriguing. -1 clapped his hands, interrupting them. "Enough with the introductions. Since you formed a squad, I happen to have a mission. Here it comes." Shinsho-Chun thought sick of drank missions lately. -1 drew a mission scroll from his robe and slowly unfurled it. "Your first squad mission is..." He deliberately dragged out his words, savoring the tense anticipation on the two children's faces. "A drank mission assists the my police force with a week of night patrols." The air froze instantly. The expectation on Shinsho-Chun's face stiffened. Zishui's smile also froze. "Patrol. Still drank. After all this build-up, new teammate emergency assembly, and it's still a drank mission." A cascade of complaints flooded Shinsho-Chun's mind. "What's more, assisting the police force? Isn't the police force run by your own Uchiha clan? Is this some kind of make work for the young master?" -1 chuckled hoarsely at their expressions. "What? Not satisfied?" He glanced at Shinsho-Chun. "Didn't you love drank missions? You've nearly exhausted the mission center's drank tasks over these 2 months. This mission will give you deeper insight into the village's security situation, quite meaningful." Shinsho-Chun found himself utterly speechless. "As for you, Zishuiken." -1 turned to Jishue. "The police force is your clan's pride. Getting familiar with the work environment early will be very beneficial for your future." Jishue opened his mouth, but finally nodded. "Yes, -1 sensei. Excellent." -1 rolled up the scroll with satisfaction. "The mission starts tonight. You two report to police headquarters first. Remember, you're a team now. Learn to cooperate. Don't let me down." With that, he gave his signature cold smile, sank slowly into the ground, and vanished. Only Shinsho-Chun and Uchiha Jishue remained on the training ground, staring at each other. After a long pause, Jishue broke the silence with an awkward scratch of his head. Chinkuen, shall we go report to the police headquarters first?" Shinsho-Chun took a deep breath, a compliant smile returning to his face. "Sure, Zishuiken. Let's go." Inwardly, he screamed, "I hate drank missions." The Muyi Village Police Force headquarters, situated at the edge of the Uchiha clan territory, was a building of oppressive solemnity. Moving about were Uchiha clan members clad in police uniforms, their countenances cold and stern. When they caught sight of Jishue, they would pause and greet him with a smile, calling out, "Jishue, you're here." Yet when their gaze fell upon Shinsho-Chun at his side, their expressions turned intricate. Curiosity and scrutiny mingled, but above all a deep-seated wariness and estrangement prevailed. Chinsho. That surname had always been an insurmountable barrier for the Yuzhibo. Chinsho Chun remained utterly indifferent like a schoolboy on an excursion trailing behind Jishe, glancing left and right, a curious smile adorning his face. Tisk, this police force is run like a Yakuza den, with everyone wearing a scowl, as if someone owes them millions of ryo. No wonder they'll be annihilated later. They lack the people's support. Jishui also sensed the hostile stares his clansmen directed at Chinsho Chun. Embarrassed, he quickened his pace and led Chinsho Chun to the mission handover point. The officer receiving them was a middle-aged Yuzhibo jonin named Yuzhibo Tiawa, a squad leader in the police force. Upon seeing Jishui, his face broke into a warm smile. Jishui, you're here. The clan leader has already informed us. Then he noticed Chinsho Chun, his smile fading by 3 degrees, and said in a businesslike tone, so you must be Chinsho Chinkuen. Welcome to assist our police force. Your task is simple. From tonight onward, every night during the high hour to the Mao hour, you will patrol the 3rd district. Here is your patrol route map and signal flares for communication. He handed over a map and 2 signal flares, his tone flat, clearly not taking these 2 5- or 6-year-old children seriously. During the patrol, if you encounter any suspicious activity, do not act on your own. Immediately launch a signal flare, and we will send someone to handle it. Understood. Understood. Jishui and Chinsho Chun nodded simultaneously. Alright, you can go back now. Gather at the entrance of the 3rd district on time tonight. Yuzhibo Tiahua waved his hand and dismissed them. Exiting the police headquarters, Zishui's face bore an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Chinkuen. My clansmen. They didn't mean it, it's fine. Chinsho Chun interrupted him with an understanding smile. I know. After all, the Chinsho and Yuzhibo have had many unpleasant incidents in the past. His magnanimity filled Jishui with even more respect and admiration. Chinkuen is such a gentle person. See you tonight, Zishuikin. Yeah, see you tonight. That night at the high hour, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Most of the Muyi village residents had already drifted into slumber. The streets lay empty with only the occasional patrol ninja passing by. The 3rd district was one of Muyi's commercial streets, bustling by day, but eerily silent at night. Chinsho Chun and Jishui met punctually at the street entrance. Let's begin. Jishui suggested, well, keep a distance of 10 meters, one ahead and one behind to maximize our detection range and support each other in emergencies. Alright. Chinsho Chun had no objection. The two walked in silence along the predetermined route, threading through the quiet streets. Zishui's movements were impeccably professional. Like a nimble civet cat, he leaped silently across the rooftops, his sharp eyes scouring every corner, leaving no suspicious sign unnoticed. Chinsho Chun, by contrast, appeared far more amateurish. He lagged behind leisurely, occasionally stepping on a loose tile, producing a faint scrape that made Jishui turn back with a helpless glance. Jishui sighed inwardly. It seemed Chinkuen, despite his remarkable talent, had never received systematic ninja training and was still a novice in stealth and reconnaissance. No matter, he would teach him more in the future. He had no idea that the teammate he deemed amateurish was actually multitasking. Chinsho Chun, while maintaining a facade of clumsiness, extended his perception like liquid mercury, silently enveloping the entire 3rd district. No rustle of grass or whisper of wind escaped his awareness. He could even hear the snoring of the owner in a certain izakaya, the mice stealing grain in a certain warehouse, and, Chinsho Chun's steps faltered slightly. In his perception, in a small alley at the street corner, there were several unusual chakra reactions. The chakra levels were very weak, like those of ordinary people, but their emotions were unusually agitated, mixed with greed and malice. What's wrong, Chinkuen? Jishui immediately noticed his paws flashed back to his side and asked in a low voice. Over there. Chinsho Chun pointed to the dark alley, a hint of uncertainty on his face. I think I heard something. Sound. Jishui concentrated, but heard nothing. Yet he did not doubt Chinsho Chun. He knew that the Chinsho clan had a special constitution and enhanced perception was normal. Let's go check it out. Jishui decided immediately, gesturing, follow me, stay alert. The two softened their footsteps like 2 black cats, silently approaching the alley entrance. Deep in the alley, under the faint moonlight, 3 scruffy men were gathered around a locked warehouse back door, wielding crowbars and pliers, apparently preparing to break in. Hurry up. Sama, can you do it? Why isn't this lock open yet? Don't rush. This is Gaokyo's silk shop, they use special locks. Give me more time. Damn it, after this job, we can live it up in the Tang Jigua for months. The stuff inside is top quality goods meant for the daimyo. Thieves. Jishui frowned, a cold glint in his eyes. He was about to rush out and capture them when a small hand gently pressed on his shoulder. It was Chinsho Chun. Chinkuen. Jishui looked at him, puzzled. Chinsho Chun shook his head, then pointed to his own head, and then to the 3 thieves, mouthing the words, leave it to me. Jishui hesitated, a bit reluctant. In his view, dealing with these three ordinary people by charging in with taijutsu was the fastest and most effective method. What did Qin intend to do? Qin Chun did not explain. He simply gave Zhishui a reassuring smile, took a deep breath, and stepped out from the shadows. As he walked, he sang a nursery rhyme in an ethereal, drifting voice. The red shoes taken away, taken by. In the dead of night, sung from the mouth of a child, the effect was utterly haunting. The three thieves, engrossed in picking the lock, were jolted by the sudden, eerie song, their bodies quivering as they whipped around. They saw a young boy clad in black training attire advancing, with an uncanny stride, step by step from the mouth of the alley toward them. The boy's face was obscured in shadow, but his eyes glimmered with a faint spectral green light in the darkness. A ghost! A ghost! One of the thieves, terrified out of his wits, let out a shriek, dropped his crowbar, and scrambled frantically toward the other end of the alley. The other two snapped out of their shock, as while fleeing in sheer panic, tripping over themselves. Yet after just a few steps, their feet suddenly tightened. Looking down, they saw countless emerald green vines emerging from the cracks in the ground, like venomous serpents coiling tightly around their ankles. What is this? Help! A ghost! A ghost! I'm caught by a ghost! The three screamed in terror, struggling desperately, but the vines only constricted tighter. Qin Chun halted, standing before them, still using that ethereal voice to ask, "Three big brothers, so late at night, what are you doing here?" We didn't do anything. We were just passing by. Spare us." Yes, we want." The three were reduced to a mess of tears and snot, kowtowing frantically. Qin Chun tilted his head, an innocent smile spreading across his face. "Is that so? But I feel like you were trying to steal something." "Stealing is wrong, you know." As he spoke, he extended his. The vines entangling the three actually began to bloom bright red flowers that resembled man-eating flora, their stamens lined with rows of fine tooth-like spines. This bizarre and horrifying spectacle utterly shattered the trio's psychological defenses. "They'll talk. We'll tell you everything. We were planning to steal the offerings from old man Takahashi. We were wrong. Please have mercy." In the shadows of the alleyway, Uchiha Shisui stood stunned, his mouth agape. He had never imagined Qin Chun would resolve the situation in such a manner. Without lifting a finger, without any physical confrontation, he had driven three thieves to psychological collapse and voluntary confession. What kind of combat method was this? Psychological warfare. And those eerie vines. Was that what release? To control it with such precision, even morphing it into floral forms. Shisui felt his understanding of Qin Chun was being reshaped once again. It turned out he wasn't ignorant of combat. His approach was simply entirely different from that of ordinary shinobi. "Now what shall we do? How about handing you over to the big brothers of the security forces?" Qin Chun asked with a beaming smile. Yes, we'll turn ourselves in." The three, as if pardoned, nodded frantically. Qin Chun nodded in satisfaction and retracted the vines. He turned and waved toward the shadowy corner of the alley. "Shisuikan, it's done. Let's take them to the security." Shisui snapped out of his stupor, stepped out of the shadows, and looked at the three thieves, now weak-kneed and slumped on the ground. Then back at Qin Chun's innocent expression, his feelings deeply conflicted. For the first time, he realized that his new teammate seemed far more enigmatic and formidable than he had imagined. The next few days of patrol duty passed without incident. With the perfect collaboration behind them, Shisui's attitude toward Qin Chun shifted from mere protecting the rookie to treating him as an equal comrade in arms. He no longer dictated Qin Chun's actions. Instead, when encountering situations, he would instinctively glance at Qin Chun, first eager to hear his opinion. Qin Chun, for his part, welcomed the ease. He discovered that although Shisui was somewhat idealistic, he was indeed a reliable partner. Honest, kind, proactive, and no fool. Often Qin Chun only needed a glance or an ambiguous hint, and Shisui would catch on immediately and execute flawlessly. One operated in the open, the other in the shadows. One specialized in frontal assault, the other in psychological manipulation and battlefield control. Their coordination grew increasingly seamless. The week-long patrol mission soon concluded in this harmonious atmosphere. They had apprehended 7 or 8 groups of thieves, mediated 3 or 4 late-night brawls, and even rescued a litter of newborn kittens from a burning alley. When they went to the security forces to hand over the mission, the previously indifferent Uchiha Teka underwent a complete 180 in attitude. "Shisui, Qin, great work. Hey, race your evaluation report. I gave you the highest rating, excellent." He beamed, even personally pouring tea for the two. "You two are true young heroes. This week the crime rate in our 3rd district has plummeted by 50%. All thanks to you." Qin Chun and Shisui exchanged glances, a trace of amusement flickering in each other's eyes. Leaving the security forces, Shisui was visibly delighted. "Qin, we did it. They recognize us now." The joy of youth was written all over his face. "Yes." Qin Chun nodded, but inwardly thought, this counts as recognition. "Your Uchiha standards are rather low." Shinkuin, to celebrate our first perfect mission, let me treat you to 3-colored dumplings. I know a shop with especially good ones. Shui invited warmly. Sure, Chun didn't refuse. Building good relations with the future Shunshin Shui could only benefit him. They walked side by side along the evening street, the sunset stretching their shadows long. By the way, Shinkuin, Shui recalled the technique you used that day. Was it wood release? Amazing, it could even bloom flowers. It's a minor application of wood release, Chun replied casually. I figured it out on my own, still not very proficient. It's already incredible. Shui praised sincerely. Your combat style is so unique. You always solve problems with minimal cost. I've learned a lot from you. You're amazing too, Shisuikan. Chun reciprocated the politeness. Your speed is incredible and your taijutsu is excellent. We complement each other. Haha, is that so? Shui rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Chatting all the way, they soon arrived at the dumpling shop. After finishing the dumplings, the sky had grown completely dark. Let me walk you home, Shinkuin. No need, I can manage on my own. You head back, Shisuikan. See you tomorrow. Alright. See you tomorrow. Bidding Shui farewell, Chun walked home alone. He turned into a secluded path, a shortcut back to the Senju estate. The night breeze was cool, rustling the leaves along the way. Chun's footsteps came to a sudden halt. He looked up at the empty alley ahead, his gaze gradually turned. Come out. You've been following me all along. Aren't you tired? He spoke calmly, his voice cutting through the silence of the alley with striking clarity. The air in the alley seemed to freeze. Chun's voice was not loud, yet it fell like a pebble into a stagnant pond, stirring ripples that spread outward. Shuff! Shuff! After a faint scraping sound, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows at the end of the alley. It was not a ferocious enemy, but an elderly man of considerable age. He was not tall, even somewhat stooped, clad in a faded, worn-out ninja uniform. His face was etched with the ravines of time, yet his eyes were gentle, even carrying a hint of bashfulness. What drew the most attention was the enormous black cauldron strapped to his back, gleaming dully under the moonlight. It made him resemble a traveler preparing for a camping trip rather than a ninja. At the sight of this man, especially the large black cauldron, he carried Chin's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Little one, sorry did I startle you? The man scratched his graying hair, revealing a simple, harmless smile. I saw you walking alone so late on the street, and felt a bit uneasy, so I thought I'd follow behind and keep an eye out. No other meaning. His voice was hoarse, yet warm, brimming with the care of an elder. The ice on Chen's face instantly melted, replaced by the expression of a child who had been frightened, but then relieved. He patted his chest. So that's it, old grandpa. I thought I'd run into a bad guy. You scare me to death. His innocent, guileless demeanor completely put Maraboshi Kosuke at ease, and his smile grew more genuine. Haha, it was my fault for being abrupt. But you little one have such sharp awareness. I thought I had concealed my presence to the utmost, yet you still detect. He marveled inwardly. Although he was only a genin, he was a veteran who had survived the first great ninja war. His stealth and tracking skills were not inferior to those of an average jonin. This child before him, to be so acutely perceptive, was truly extraordinary. My name is Maraboshi Kosuke, a ninja of the village. And you, little one, where do you live? Let me escort you home. Kosuke asked kindly. Chen's inner monologue. Oh, indeed, it's Maraboshi Kosuke, the living fossil of Konoha, the legendary eternal genin. Carrying a large black cauldron, he served as a genin for 50 years, stubbornly refusing to be promoted to chunin or jonin. His swordsmanship in Konoha-style willow was unparalleled, and word had it he cooked exceptionally well. He was like a military chef from our dragon country's battlefield, able to wield a blade to kill and a pot to cook, the perfect companion for any journey. In Chen's mind, all the intelligence about this old man flashed instantly. A tragic ninja who, due to a command error in his youth, caused the annihilation of his comrades and had since lived in atonement and self-reproach. He threw himself into missions without regard for his life, always charging to the front only to die for the village like his comrades had. My name is Chun. Chun looked up, announcing his name with clear, innocent eyes. My home is the Chinsho mansion just ahead. Chinsho. The smile on Maraboshi Kosuke's face froze instantly at the sound of this surname. His dim, yet gentle eyes suddenly widened, staring fixedly at Chun, his lips trembling slightly, as if he had heard something incredible. His entire aura shifted from that of a kindly old grandfather to a solemn, devout soldier. You are a member of the Chinsho clan. His voice carried a faint, barely perceptible tremor and excitement. Chun blinked, feigning confusion, and nodded. Yes. What's wrong, Grandpa Kosuke? Maraboshi Kosuke did not answer. He quickly walked up to Chun, scrutinizing his face carefully. The gaze was not one of examination, but a reverent stare filled with complex emotions, excitement, nostalgia, guilt, and a deep awe. Indeed, these brows and eyes. They bear a slight resemblance to Lord Tobirama when he was young. He murmured to himself, his eyes even reddening. The next moment he made a move that even surprised Shinsho-chun. This old man, carrying a large black cauldron, actually knelt slowly and solemnly on one knee before this child of 5 or 6, lowering his graying head. Your humble retainer Maraboshi Kosuka pays homage to Lord Chun. Shinsho-chun. Holy crap, this is over the top. Bowing to me like that right off the bat. Is the second Hokage's personal charisma really that strong? How many years has he been dead, and there are still diehard fans like this? Grandpa Kosuka, what are you doing? Get up, please. Shinsho-chun hurriedly feigned panic, reaching out to help him up. But Maraboshi Kosuka stubbornly shook his head, his voice choked with emotion. No, Lord Chin, you are the direct descendant of the Chinsho clan, the successor of the second Hokage. You are worthy of this bow from your old retainer. My life and my skills were all bestowed by the second Hokage. He raised his head, tears glistening in his cloudy eyes, sinking into distant memories. Back then, I was a greenhorn, and it was Lord Tobirama who personally saved me from the battlefield. Seeing that I had some talent, he personally taught me the water-style water formation wall and water dragon bullet technique. Lord Tobirama gave me a second life, but I failed his expectations and lived a life of mediocrity. By the end, this veteran who had shed blood but not tears on the battlefield spoke with a heavy sob filled with endless regret and self-reproach. Shinsho-chun watched him, understanding in his heart. Maraboshi Kosuka's feelings for Chinsho Tobirama had transcended mere superior subordinate bonds. It was more like a faith. He saw himself as a retainer of the Chinsho clan and Tobirama's expectations as the shackles of his entire life. So that was it. He not only felt guilty toward his fallen comrades, but also believed he had failed Tobirama's nurturing. This level of loyalty, it was a gift from heaven. A powerful, devoted bodyguard and cook who also carried his own provisions a pot. Where could one find such a person? Shinsho-chun's mental abacus clicked rapidly, but his expression grew even more sincere and moved. Grandpa Kosuka, please get up. He pulled Maraboshi Kosuka up with force, speaking in a tone beyond his years. If second grandpa were watching from the afterlife, he would be sad to see you like this. Fighting for the village and the will of fire all this time is the best repayment you can give him. His words, like a warm current, instantly struck the softest part of Maraboshi Kosuka's heart. Lord Chun. Kosuka looked at the child before him, momentarily speechless. He had heard the rumors in the village that the Chinsho clan had produced a peerless genius who awakened the wood style, at age 5 hailed as the second god of shinobi. At the time he thought it was an exaggeration. How formidable could a 5-year-old be? But now it seemed that Lord Chun was not only gifted but also possessed a temperament and magnanimity far beyond the ordinary. These words, this breadth of mind, they were exactly like Lord Tobirama's. The Chinsho clan had a worthy successor. Your old retainer has lost his composure. Maraboshi Kosuka wiped his eyes, straightened himself, but his attitude was now 100 times more respectful. It is late. Allow me to escort Lord Chin home. That would be troubling you, Grandpa Kosuka. Shinsho-chun nodded obediently. The two walked home, one ahead. Maraboshi Kosuka stayed half a step behind, his back ramrod straight, like a most loyal guard scanning the surroundings vigilantly. By the way, Grandpa Kosuka, Shinsho-chun asked with feigned curiosity, have you been in the village recently? I don't recall seeing you much. In reply to Lord Chun, I returned from a mission in the grass country only 2 days. Kosuka's voice brimmed with shared pride. Everyone in the village says you are the future hope of the Chinsho clan, a genius on par with the first Hokage. It's just idle talk. Shinsho-chun smiled bashfully, then pointed at the cauldron on Kosuka's back. Grandpa Kosuka, why do you always carry a pot? At this, Maraboshi Kosuka's stern face softened. Yes. When on a mission, eating well gives you strength to fight. And being able to cook a hot meal for my comrades is a joyful thing. His words carried warmth and a faint, barely perceptible sadness. Shinsho-chun did not press further. Soon the Chinsho mansion came into view. Grandpa Kosuka, I'm home. Would you like to come in for a while? No, Lord Chin, I will see you here. Maraboshi Kosuka stopped speaking respectfully. Thank you, Grandpa Kosuka. I'm glad to have met you. Please don't keep calling me Lord Chun. Just call me Xiao Chun like my sister does. Shinsho-chun gave him a bright smile. It is my honor to serve Lord Chun. Maraboshi Kosuka did not respond to Shinsho-chun's words. He bowed deeply, then turned and walked away, his hunched figure slowly disappearing into the night. Shinsho-chun stood at the gate, watching the direction Maraboshi Kosuka had gone, recalling the old man's life story. A bold idea gradually took shape in his mind. The night was as dark as ink. The Senju mansion stood silently under the moonlight, its grand silhouette exuding a desolate air of sparse inhabitants. Senju-chun crossed the empty courtyard. His wooden clogs striking the stone slabs produced crisp, rhythmic clicks that were amplified endlessly in the stillness. He pushed open his door without lighting a lamp, simply sitting down in the moonlight that streamed through the window. In his mind, the image of an old man with a hunched back, a black pot strapped to him, and eyes full of unwavering resolve lingered stubbornly. Kosuke Marahoshi. This was a treasure dropped from heaven. Senju Chin's fingertips drummed unconsciously on his knees, his thoughts racing at lightning speed. A living fossil of Konoha, a ninja who had existed since the first great ninja war with unfathomable strength and a sword technique called Konohari Willow that was nothing short of divine. What was even rarer was his loyalty to the Senju clan, especially to the second Hokage. It was etched into his very bones. Yet this man, haunted by past psychological trauma, willingly remained a genin for life. He was the perfect teammate template. His own squad with Shursui was already an exception, only 2 people on the roster. Compared to the traditional 3-person team, it naturally lacked one slot. And Kosuke Marahoshi, a genin, could rightfully fill that vacancy. His vast mission experience, especially in wilderness survival and years of field work, was invaluable for someone about to undertake crank missions and beyond. He was not just a bodyguard. He was a living mission encyclopedia, a mentor who could save one countless. Having such a veteran by his side would skyrocket his safety margin on future missions. Moreover, it was said that even the 3rd Hokage praised his culinary skills. Slurp. Senju Chin absolutely refused to admit that he wanted to recruit the man just for good food. But honestly, who could refuse a battlefield cook who could both wield a blade and whip up a meal? However, how could he maneuver Konoha into allowing a 50-something meritorious genin to join a team of 2, 5, and 6-year-olds? This required careful planning. Then his consciousness sank into his mind, gazing at the system panel that only he could see. Divine Thieving System. Currently stolen abilities. 1. Hidden Bloodline of the first Hokage would release. 2. Advanced Chakra Refinement Technique. 3. Uzumaki Clan Bloodline Preliminary Awakening. 4. Empty. 5. Empty. Beneath the 3 illuminated skills, 2 dark vacant slots remained. He had deliberately left them empty. The previous abilities were for laying a foundation, enhancing his physique and developmental potential. But now, as he began to undertake missions, combat would inevitably become part of life. These 2 skill slots must be reserved for top-tier combat or survival capabilities. In his heart, he had long held 2 coveted goals. The first, Flying Thunder God Technique. Space-time ninjutsu in any world was among the top-tier rule-based abilities. Offense Escape Teleportation Ambush. It was the ultimate skill for travel and combat. The owner of this technique, Minato Namikaze, was also someone he frequently came into contact with. Only, that man, hailed as the Yellow Flash, possessed a composure that was simply unshakable. No matter how much he probed with childish subtlety, or even made startling moves, Minato always wore that gentle, sunny smile, his emotional fluctuations so minuscule they could never trigger the system's theft prompt. Senju Chin even suspected that if he pinned Minato's wife Kushina down and kissed her in front of him, the man would just laugh and say, "Little Chin, you're so energetic." But he wasn't entirely unprepared. To deliver a surprise gift for their future 4th Hokage, the Rinnegan he had been working on was already itching for action. He wanted to see whether, when a 5-year-old child casually spun a sphere identical to the technique Minato was still developing, that gentle smile could hold its composure. The thought of that moment filled Senju Chin with eager anticipation. From nearly a year of experimenting with the system, he had learned that as long as he didn't execute a theft, he could repeatedly trigger prompts from the same person. Each prompt could change the list of stealable abilities. After all, no one only had 3 abilities in a lifetime. What he needed to do was to stimulate the target precisely over and over until Flying Thunder God Technique appeared. His second goal was even more straightforward, Sharingan. Senju Chin curled his lip. This world could well be renamed the Legend of Eyes. From one Tomo to Mangekyo, then to Rinnegan, the Byakugan could upgrade to the Tenseigan. Even the protagonist Naruto's eyes became cross-shaped in the final battle. In this world, without a pair of powerful eyes, one would barely dare to greet others outside. Since he had stolen the Uzumaki bloodline, granting him immense chakra and vitality if he could pair it with a pair of Uchiha eyes. The image was simply too beautiful. And the best theft target was none other than his future teammate, the upright and kind-hearted Shursui Uchiha, with whom he would spend days and nights. The dynamic vision of the Sharingan was a perfect match for the high-speed movement of Flying Thunder God, an ideal combination. When the Sharingan eventually evolved into the Rinnegan, he would fly across the battlefield with Chibaku Tensei, dropping a planetary devastation or meteor on anyone who displeased him, then zip away. Wouldn't that be terrifying? He had even thought of his future nickname, Senju Chin, the nuclear bomb of Konoha. The scene alone made his heart race with excitement. The next morning, Senju Chin arrived early at Tsunade's study door. "Little Chin, up already? How have the recent missions been?" Tsunade sat at her desk, frowning over a hospital report. When she heard the knock and saw Senju Chin, the fatigue on her face melted away, replaced by a gentle smile. "Big sister, the clients all said I did an excellent job." Senju Chun trotted over on his short legs mimicking Shizune as he skillfully took out tea leaves from the nearby cabinet and brewed a calming herbal infusion for Tsunade with fluid movements. Tsunade accepted the teacup and took a sip. The warm tea soothed her tense nerves. She affectionately ruffled Senju Chen's hair. So after these patrol missions, how do you feel? No danger, I hope. Very smooth, Senju Chen replied obediently. Shui is amazing, we coordinated well. Captain Tetsuka of the police force even gave us an excellent rating. Oh, Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise, putting down her cup and looking at him with interest. It seems my little Chun is already a qualified ninja. Any reward you want? No reward needed. Senju Chen shook his head, then casually mentioned, but big sister, isn't our team of 2 a bit odd? I see all other teams have 3 people. Usually ninja teams are formed after graduation from the academy with uniform assignments. You and that Uchiha boy graduated early, exceptions. So you'll have to wait for a suitable candidate to fill the slot. It won't be too long, Tsunade explained. But wouldn't an extra member make it safer? Senju Chen looked up with clear eyes. And we're only doing drank missions now, which are rather trivial. Shui said that later we'll take on higher-level missions outside the village. I'm a bit worried. We're both too young and inexperienced. His pretended maturity, mixed with childish concern, successfully amused Tsunade. Little rascal thinking so far ahead, she said, pinching his cheek. But for new genin like you, missions outside are usually led by a jonin instructor. When you go out, Orochimaru will lead you, so don't worry. But Orochimaru Sensei is often busy. I used to do missions alone, only recently did Shui. What? That Orochimaru is so irresponsible to leave you to fend for yourself. Just wait till go smash his lab. Tsunade's anger flared at the thought of Orochimaru being a complete absentee teacher, letting her younger brother grow wildly on his own. She stood up to confront him. Big sister, please don't be angry. Orochimaru Sensei is just very busy. He hasn't completely neglected me. His guidance has helped me immensely, and I've been completing village missions very well. Senju Chen quickly stepped forward to soothe Tsunade, who was already heading for the door. He had only used this as an excuse. If Tsunade really made a big fuss and the higher-ups reassigned him a new teacher, he would be the one crying. By the way, big sister, yesterday, I met a very kind old man on my way back. He's also a ninja of the village. Senju Chen hastily changed the subject to calm Tsunade's fury. His name is Kosuke Marahoshi. He was very nice and even escorted me home. He told me he's a genin too. Kosuke Marahoshi. At the name, Tsunade's anger paused briefly and a complex emotion flickered in her amber eyes. A mix of respect, pity, and nostalgia. Yes, Senju Chen keenly caught the change in her expression and pressed on confidently. Grandpa Kosuke seems very experienced. I thought if he could join our team and guide us during missions, wouldn't that be better? And he said he's a genin too, so it shouldn't violate the rules, right? Tsunade fell silent. Of course, she knew Kosuke Marahoshi. He was of the same generation as Hiruzen Sensei and Danzo, a hero who had survived the wars. But because of a command error that led to the annihilation of his comrades, he had lived under a shadow of guilt ever since, refusing all promotions and silently guarding Konoha as a genin. Having such a legendary figure serve as a nanny for her little brother, the idea sounded almost like a waste of time. Yet on second thought, Tsunade realized it might be a brilliant move. Kosuke's loyalty to the Senju clan was beyond doubt, and his strength surpassed even many jonin. With Orochimaru's unreliability, having such an experienced ninja by Little Chen's side might prevent a tragedy like Nawaki's. Leave this to me. Tsunade looked at Senju Chen's expectant eyes and finally nodded, her heart softening. He'll discuss it with the old man. But whether it works depends on Kosuke-san's own wishes. Thank you, big sister. Senju Chen's face immediately blossomed into a brilliant smile, as if a massive weight had been lifted from his heart. It was settled. The twilight in my village always carried a unique tranquility. The afterglow of the setting sun, like a layer of melted honey, smeared across the rooftops in a jumbled array, stretching the shadows of pedestrians into long drawn-out shapes. After finishing today's drank mission, Senju Chun and Uchiha Shui were sitting side by side on a bench by the street, each holding a skewer of tricolor dumplings, savoring this rare moment of leisure. The glutinous rice dumplings were soft and sweet with a fine and dense red bean paste filling, the best comfort after labor. Today's mission was also completed perfectly. Shui bit into a green dumpling, his face showing the pure boyish satisfaction. That cat, named Little Jade, sure can run. Senju Chen licked the syrup off his dumpling in small bites, letting out a vague grunt in response. His gaze, however, casually swept over a few villagers who, upon seeing the Uchiha fan emblem on them, instinctively took a detour, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Indeed, no matter the era, the public relations of the My Police force were always rather tense. As if sensing Senju Chen's gaze, Shizui's ease faded a little. He was silent for a moment, as if making a decision, then turned to look at Senju Chen with a serious expression. Chen, these past few days, how do you feel about the police force? What do you think of our Uchiha clan? He slowly swallowed the dumpling in his mouth, tilted his head in thought, and spoke in a childlike, almost bluntly offensive tone. Shikin, I think your Uchiha clan is not very friendly to outsiders. It's a bit too exclusive. Uchiha Shizui's expression froze instantly. He had imagined many kinds of answers, perhaps very impressive, perhaps very powerful, or even some polite compliments. But he never expected Senju-chun to give such a direct, such a sharp assessment. He almost instinctively began to defend himself, his tone hurried. Chun, listen to me. It's not like that. They just aren't good at dealing with outsiders. Besides, you know, the police force's duty has always been to catch and punish criminals, so that's why they seem a bit cold. But they're actually very nice people, believe me. Watching Shizui's handsome face filled with anxiety, Senju-chun chuckled inwardly. Such a naive idealist, valuing his clan's honor above all else. He extended his small syrup-stained hand and waved it in front of Shisui, successfully interrupting the other's defense. Shisuikan, you and the Uchiha are the Uchiha. Senju-chun's tone suddenly became unusually serious, his clear eyes meeting Shizui's. I won't mix you together. No matter what the Uchiha clan is like, you and I will always be the best of friends, right? This sudden declaration of friendship rushed through Shizui's heart like a warm current, instantly dispelling his anxiety and unease. He looked into Senju-chun's pure, flawless eyes, and all his defenses stuck in his throat. Yes, Chin was just saying his most direct feelings. Why had he gotten so worked up over a truth? He nodded heavily, a smile returning to his face. Right? Well, always be the best of friends. The atmosphere relaxed again. Shisui, as if relieved of a burden, or perhaps feeling no need to hide anything in front of his best friend, sighed, his expression troubled. Chin, actually, most of our clan also wants to get along well with everyone in the village. But everyone seems to have deep prejudice against us. As soon as they see our police force people, they unconsciously keep their distance. Senju-chun, of course, knew the root of all this. The village's high-ranking officials were wary and deliberately ostracizing them. The Uchiha clan's blood-lineated strength and pride, plus the clan leader's defection back then. All these factors intertwined, and later the Nine Tails incident finally pushed this once glorious clan into an abyss of no return. And Shisui before him was precisely the tragic hero who in the future would try single-handedly to build a bridge of communication in this vast whirlpool. Senju-chun looked at him, and a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. He decided to give his best friend, still in a period of confusion, a little ideological shock from the new era. He cleared his throat and spoke in a tone as serious as if discussing an academic issue. Shisuikan, I've been reading Second Grandpa's notes recently. They mentioned some ideas about how to govern the village, and I think they might be very useful to your police force too. Lord Tobarama's notes. Shisui immediately showed respect. In his heart, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama was a great man who established the village's institutions, and his thoughts were absolutely priceless. Senju-chun nodded with great seriousness, beginning his preaching. Second Grandpa said that the source of strength does not come from powerful ninjutsu or bloodline limits, but from the support of the people. Therefore, as the village's enforcers, the police force's first task is not to make people fear you, but to make them love you and trust you. You should serve the people. Serve the people. Shisui was stunned. This term was novel and unfamiliar to him. The police force's duty was to maintain order and punish evil. How could it be service? Ding. Detected that target. Uchiha Shisui has experienced intense emotional fluctuation and strong ideological impact. The list of stealable abilities has been refreshed. A clone technique, B fire release fireball technique, C chakra control skill intermediate. Senju Chin's heart stirred, but his face remained expressionless. Good, it's working. But this isn't enough. He decided to provoke him further. Yes, serve the people. Senju-chun emphasized, his small face glowing with sacred light. Your power was not given by the clan leader or the Hokage, but by every person in the village. So you must come from the people, go to the people. Take the initiative to understand what everyone needs, help them solve their difficulties instead of standing aloof waiting for incidents to happen. Come from the people, go to the people. Shisui murmured, repeating the phrase. His eyes were a little confused, but that didn't stop the inner shock he felt toward the boy before him. The other's words seemed like a door to a new world slowly opening before him. He had never thought about the police force's position from this angle. Ding. Detected that target. Uchiha Shisui has experienced significant emotional fluctuation. The list of stealable abilities has been refreshed. A fire release great fireball technique. B Uchiha sword style mastery. C Sharingan. I power development insights related to the Sharingan. Senju-chun's heart skipped a beat. Close. Just a little more. He suppressed his excitement and decided to continue bombarding the other with later-era thoughts. He looked at Shisui, his expression becoming extremely serious. Moreover, to gain everyone's trust, there must be an iron discipline. I think the Uchiha clan can establish some rules. For example, don't take a single needle or thread from the masses. Even if you help an old lady carry things, you can't accept a rice ball from her. Even if you catch a thief and recover the stolen goods, you can't take a single bit for yourself. Let all the villagers know that the Uchiha police force is incorruptible, fair, and the protector they can fully trust. Don't take a single needle or thread from the masses. This sentence like a thunderbolt exploded in Shizui's mind. He recalled the arrogant attitude of some of his clan colleagues during law enforcement and the small matters when they occasionally took fruits from vendors. In their eyes, these were privileges that the strong deserved the reward for maintaining the village's peace. But in Senju Chin's description, this was a cancer that shook the very foundation of the police force. So this was the problem. Shui felt as if he had been awakened from a dream. His blood burned with the unprecedented ideological impact. He looked at the child who was only 5 or 6 years old, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. Could these thoughts really come from a child? No, this must be the wisdom of Lord Tobarama, the supreme secret manual for governing the village passed down through the Senju clan. Ding. Detected that target Uchiha Shui has experienced intense emotional fluctuation. The list of stealable abilities has been refreshed. A shuriken throwing technique, B illusion technique, training insights, C Uchiha bloodline, single tomo Sharingan. Got it. It's only been a day and he already drew it. Senju Chun had actually just tried it with a casual attitude, thinking he had plenty of time ahead. He never expected to get it so soon. Senju Chin's pupils upon seeing option C instantly shrank to pinpricks. His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, then began to pound wildly, almost jumping out of his chest. This is it. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. He used all his strength to keep himself from laughing out loud on the spot. His face instantly broke into a brilliant childlike smile of excitement, as if he was genuinely happy that his suggestion had been recognized by his best friend. He excitedly lunged and threw his arm around the still-stunned Shizui's shoulder. Shui, as long as we work together we can make the Uchiha and the village better. Chun, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Shui then showed a moved smile. His heart was also filled with unprecedented ambition for the future. Yeah, let's work together, the future will definitely be better. But from the angle Shui couldn't see, the corner of Senju Chin's mouth was wildly rising, his eyes flashing with the ultimate ecstasy of success. His consciousness roared in the system space with all its might. C. I choose C. Steal it from me now. Ding. Theft successful. Congratulations host, you have gained the ability Uchiha Bloodline 1 Tomo Sharingan. The cold notification from the system echoed in Senju Chin's mind, akin to the most exquisite celestial music in the world. He tightened his embrace around Shizui's shoulders, his face adorned with a brilliant smile that was all the more innocent, the light in his eyes shining with an astonishing brightness, as if he were gazing upon the most beautiful future. At that moment, an inexplicable force surged from his limbs, ultimately converging in his eyes, bringing a faint sensation of heat that was barely perceptible. Oh, it's so late. My sister must be worried. I have to hurry home, Shui. He said to Shui, his tone revealing just the right amount of urgency. We'll talk more tomorrow. He was unsure if his eyes had changed and dared not let Shui see it. Senju Chin turned his head to the side, quickly finding an excuse to say goodbye to Uchiha Shui. All right, you should head back, be careful on the way. Shui smiled at him, clearly still immersed in the recent philosophical cleansing and his beautiful visions of the future. See you tomorrow. Senju Chun waved his hand without looking back and squinted his eyes as he turned, and his little legs moved with an unprecedented frequency, stirring up a small whirlwind on the street, as if some fierce beast were chasing him from behind. He couldn't afford to linger outside for even a second, fearing that someone might notice the change in his eyes. He needed to get home. He needed to look in the mirror. He wanted to see with his own eyes what it would look like to have those eyes which only existed in his memory, representing taboo and power, appear in his own eye sockets. On the way home, he couldn't help but hum a little tune in excitement. The white dragon horse's hooves headed west, carrying Tang Sung with his 3 disciples. Running with the wind, freedom is the direction, chasing the power of thunder and lightning. Finally waiting for you, I'm glad I didn't give up. He felt that the way home had never seemed so long. Senju Chin felt the chakra within him bubbling with excitement and fervor. The power originating from the Uchiha bloodline was resonating with the vast yang release chakra that originally belonged to the Senju and Uzumaki, creating a peculiar, distinct, yet mutually attractive resonance. His eyes were increasingly stinging, causing him to avoid greeting Tsunade. Bang! He almost burst through his door, and then quickly turned back to secure the latch, the actions flowing seamlessly. After doing all this, he gasped for breath, his back pressed tightly against the cold door, his heart still pounding wildly. The setting sun's rays filtered through the window, casting a golden glow on the floor. Senju Chin stepped forward, walking towards the full-length mirror in the corner of the room. In the mirror, the reflection showed a small boy in a black training outfit with black hair, and a pair of pitch-black eyes that appeared particularly deep in the dim light. Senju-chun let out a sigh of relief. Black was good. He then took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing emotions, and slowly closed his eyes. Focus. Guide that newly born chakra with a hint of coldness towards his eyes. This is the feeling. A wave of warm heat instantly enveloped his eyeballs, as if countless tiny needles were gently probing, tingling, yet not painful. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. In the mirror, the pupils that were originally as black as ink had been completely replaced by a bizarre blood color. On that vibrant red backdrop, a jet-black comma-like tomo was revolving around the pupils, spinning slowly, accompanied by a mysterious rhythm. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world had been put in slow motion. He could clearly see the tiny dust particles in the air, which were usually imperceptible to the naked eye, floating leisurely along an extremely slow trajectory. Outside the window, every subtle tremor of the leaves in the night breeze, and on the table, the almost motionless thread-like blue smoke rising from the candle's tip. Even the feeling of his accelerated blood coursing through his veins, due to excitement, became unprecedentedly clear. This is the Sharingan. The powerful eye that runs throughout the Naruto series, the proud bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Senju-chun stared intently at his reflection in the mirror. Those bewitching red eyes exuded an aura of charm and power that seemed mismatched with his age. He had a thought, and tried to cut off the chakra flowing to his eyes. The warmth in his eyes instantly faded, the bizarre blood red, and the spinning tomo like a tide receded, and his eyes returned to their original deep black, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. It really can be done. Senju-chun clenched his fist tightly. He was right. What the system had stolen was not merely a single part like Kakashi in the original story, but rather it had fundamentally stolen the complete Uchiha bloodline. This meant that these Sharingan were genuine for him. He could freely activate and deactivate them like any member of the Uchiha clan, without any adverse reactions, and unlike Kakashi, he wouldn't have to constantly expend chakra, because he couldn't turn them off. This is simply amazing. After the intense joy, Senju-chun's adult-like calm and rational mind began to operate swiftly. He slowly sat on the edge of the bed, forcing himself to calm down from the excitement of gaining power. The Sharingan is a powerful force, a stepping stone to a higher level. However, once discovered, it could also become a bomb that could blow him apart. A Senju clansman awakening the Sharingan. What kind of turmoil would arise if this were to be exposed? Senju-chun could easily imagine. How would the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, react? Would he be delighted at another genius in the village, or would he be wary of this unprecedented outlier that breaks the boundaries of bloodlines? What would Shimura Danzo, hiding in the roots with his mind full of everything for the sake of Konoha, do? And his teacher Orochimaru would definitely see him as the perfect experimental subject, going to great lengths to get him on his operating table to study the secret of the fusion of Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. Even if he later betrays Konoha and leaves, he would be his first choice for a substitute. The Uchiha clan. What would they think? Would they think their bloodline limit had been stolen and view him as a deadly enemy? Or would they feel sullied and humiliated because he carried the bloodline of their mortal enemy Senju? Regardless of which, the outcome would not be good. Before he grew strong enough to crush all schemes and plots, the Sharingan must become his deepest trump card, and he absolutely cannot expose it in the village or in front of anyone. Who? Senju-chun let out a long breath, expelling the last bit of restlessness from his heart. However, the would-release bloodline of the Senju clan, the Sharingan bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Adding them together, doesn't that mean he now roughly possesses a low version of the Sage of Six Paths bloodline? The corners of Senju-chun's mouth couldn't help but curl up again. Although it was just a single tomo, it was a long way from the Rinnegan, but this was a ticket. A ticket to the peak of power in the ninja world had already been firmly grasped in his hands. Next, it was time for the upgrade plan. He leaned against the headboard, his fingers unconsciously drawing circles on the sheets. The evolution of the Sharingan requires intense emotional stimulation. From 1 tomo to 2 and then to 3, it necessitates continuous battles and skill. This isn't difficult. He would soon be engaging in crank missions, and the opportunities for battle would be but after reaching 3 tomo, the Mangekyo Sharingan. That requires the extreme mental stimulation brought about by witnessing the death of a loved one or killing one's closest friend. Killing Shursui. No, that would be too foolish. A living comrade who shares his ideals and possesses the strongest Jinjutsu Koten is worth far more than a pair of Mangekyo. As for witnessing the death of a loved one, the image of Tsunade's sometimes domineering, sometimes gentle face suddenly floated into his mind. No, the moment that thought appeared, he immediately extinguished it. Tsunade was the only warmth and vulnerability he had after arriving in this world. She was someone he had to protect at all costs. To sacrifice her for power, he absolutely could not do that. It seems that the activation of the Mangekyo can only be explored through other means. But that is a matter for the future. For now, what he needs to do is to quickly familiarize himself with these eyes. The morning sunlight filtering through the gaps in the window lattice cast several golden ribbons across the tatami mat. Chincho Chun sat cross-legged in the center of the room, eyes tightly shut, breathing steady and long. He was diligently familiarizing himself with the newly awakened chakra bloodline of the Uchiha. Within it flowed like a cold, narrow stream distinctly separate from the warm, vast ocean of chakra that originally belonged to the Senju and Uzumaki within him, yet under some mysterious law maintained a bizarre equilibrium. He slowly guided that wisp of chakra toward his eyes. There was no scorching heat like yesterday, only a cool sensation bathing his eyeballs. He opened his eyes. The room was dark, yet he could see everything within it. The dust motes floating in the air, the minute movements of an ant dragging a breadcrumb by the table leg, all presented themselves in his perception with an extraordinary clarity. This was the inside of the Sharingan, and it was still only a single tomo. Xiao Chun, get up and eat breakfast. A shout from Jingyin outside the door interrupted his training. Chincho Chun quickly cut off the chakra flow, the coolness in his eyes fading. Those pupils returned to their usual jet-black purity. Coming, Jinji and Gigi. He responded with the clearest childish voice, a well-behaved smile on his face as he slid open the door. At the dining table, Gangsho absent-mindedly sipped her miso soup, her pretty brows knitted tightly, obviously still angry about the perfunctory attitude Chincho Chun had mentioned yesterday, the way Ashimaru treated his own younger brother. She looked at Chincho Chun, who was nibbling at his onigiri, and the more she watched, the more uneasy she felt. Xiao Chen's talent was so great, yet Ashimaru, that research fanatic, had no real intention of teaching him properly. No, this was wasting Xiao Chen's talent. The tragedy of Shangshu must never be repeated on Xiao Chun. Bang! Gangsho slammed her soup bowl onto the table, splashing broth everywhere. She stood up, radiating an irrefutable, domineering aura. Xiao Chun, don't go on missions after eating. Cultivate at home by yourself. Jie is going out. Before her words had faded, she had already stormed out of the house, leaving Chincho Chun with a murderous back silhouette. Chincho Chun and Jingyin stared in disbelief at Gang's house disappearing figure. Jie was indeed still that Jie. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was puffing on his pipe, dealing with a mountain of documents, exhaustion written all over his face. The office door was kicked open with a deafening crash. Old man. Gangsho burst in, carrying a blaze of fury. Her beautiful brown eyes burned with raging flames. She slammed her palm onto the Hokage's desk, made of precious wood, and the solid surface instantly cracked like a spiderweb. I demand a change of my younger brother's team leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so startled by the sudden upheaval that his pipe nearly fell. He looked at the furious Gangsho, then at his pitiful desk, and helplessly rubbed his brow. Gangsho, calm down. Is there a problem with Ashimaru? He was your teammate, his abilities are clear. Guiding your younger brother should be more than sufficient. More than sufficient. Gangsho sneered as if hearing some huge joke. Old man, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to? That bastard left Xiao Chun and the Uchiha kid in the training ground a few days ago, said get familiar with each other, and ran off, then just sent them out on missions. His mind is entirely in his lab. Did I entrust Xiao Chun to him, so he can be sent to die on the battlefield later? At the word die, Gang's house eyes instantly reddened, and her voice trembled. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. He knew Gangsho was thinking of Shangshu again. You personally submitted the request for Ashimaru to be Chincho Chen's instructor. It's only been a few days. Changing an instructor is no trivial matter. I cannot agree to this. He softened his tone. Then I demand that one person be added to Xiao Chen's team. Their squad currently has only 2 members. Adding a third is reasonable. Gangsho argued forcefully. Who do you want to add? Mariboshi Kosuka. Gangsho stated decisively. I want him to join Xiao Chen. Xiao Chun needs an experienced veteran who knows how to survive on the battlefield to protect him, not a research maniac whose head is full of experiments. Surprise flickered across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Mariboshi Kosuka, because of an incident years ago, had refused promotion to Chunin and remained a genin active on the front lines all these years. Mariboshi Kosuka should be considered a personal guard of the second Hokage. Even I appreciated him back then and taught him ninjutsu. Yet for so many years he has been unable to move past his inner demons. In terms of strength, he may not have reached the level of elite jonin, but in terms of experience and loyalty, few in the entire Leaf Village are more reliable. Having such a person guide and protect Chincho Chun was indeed an excellent choice. But this matter could not be decided by him alone. This matter requires consultation with the Elder Council. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the Hokage conference room was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Shimura Danzo's single eye glowed with a cold light. Leaning on his cane, he spoke in his eternally gloomy tone. I object. Chincho Chun is the village's only inheritor of would release the continuation of the first Hokage's power. His safety is paramount. Allowing him to be exposed to crank or even higher-level missions so early is too risky. I suggest he remain in the village receiving top-tier instruction and the most rigorous protection from Root. I agree with Danzo. Udatane Koharu adjusted her glasses. Although she was of the Senju faction, this time, she sided with Danzo. Shinsho-chen's value is immeasurable. We cannot take any risks. A greenhouse flower may be fragile, but at least it can be guaranteed not to be broken by wind and rain. House arrest. Gang's house lips curled into an extremely dangerous cold smile. Do you want to keep my younger brother cooped up in the village like Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina until he loses all his edges and becomes what you want? Gongsho, watch your words. We are doing this for Xiao Chen's good and for the village's future. Mitokado Hamura barked sternly. For the village, Gang's Ho slowly stood up, an aura of terrifying murderous intent radiating from her, as if the temperature in the entire room had dropped several degrees. Her gaze swept coldly over Danzo and the two advisors. When Shengshu died, you said it was for the village. When Duan died, you said it was for the village. Now you want to use that excuse again to control my only younger brother. They'll make this clear today. Boom. Gang's Ho punched out, and the brand new conference table that Sarutobi Hiruzen had just replaced was in an instant blasted into flying splinters by her monstrous strength. She pointed at Danzo, whose face was ashen, and growled word by word. Any one of you who dares to keep scheming about my younger brother, they'll beat you into a pulp. Try me if you don't believe. Domineering, resolute, leaving no room. Danzo's face was dark enough to drip water, but facing Gang's House bloodthirsty aura, he ultimately remained silent. He knew very well that this madwoman was truly capable of anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh and waved away the dust before him. He looked at his disciple, guilt flickering in his eyes along with a trace of relief. Gang's Ho was after all still the Gang's Ho who would give everything for her family. He also understood that Shengshu's death was an eternal pain in her heart and a failure on his part as a teacher. Moreover, he knew well that a greenhouse could never grow a towering tree. The first Hokage did not become the god of shinobi under protection. Let it be as Gang's Ho says. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried an indisputable finality. I will personally order Mariboshi Kosuka transferred to Shinsho-chen's team. This matter is settled. The order quickly reached a quiet corner of the village. Mariboshi Kosuka, trimming a bonsai in his yard, paused slightly in his hand, holding the shears upon receiving the Umbu's message. He raised his head, his weathered face showed little expression, but deep in his murky eyes a glimmer lit up. Protecting the descendant of the Senju clan, the blood relative of the second Hokage. It must be that child from the other night. He held an excellent impression of Shinsho-chun, sharp, intelligent, and very polite. Without any hesitation, he put down the shears and nodded solemnly to the Umbu who had delivered the order. I accept the mission. He himself was still a genin and had been active on the front lines all along. It was only natural to pass on his lifetime of experience to the young master of the Senju family. Once the boy grew strong, he could go back to fighting on the battlefield. Mariboshi Kosuka looked up at the glaring sun, and by then he would have no regrets. The third training ground. The morning mist had not yet completely dispersed, carrying a damp chill. Shinsho-chun and Yuzhibo Jishue had arrived early and were waiting here. Beside them stood a middle-aged shinobi of modest height, yet his posture was as straight and firm as a pine tree. He wore the standard green vest of Konoha, his forehead protector tied around his arm. His weathered face was etched with fine wrinkles, but his eyes were not clouded. Instead, they radiated a calm and depth that came from seeing through the vicissitudes of life. He was none other than Wanshin Gujia. Mr. Gujia, I truly appreciate you going out of your way for this. Shinsho-chun broke the silence, first bowing deeply to Wanshin Gujia, his tone filled with genuine apology. It was my suggestion to my sister that you join our team. I hope we haven't disturbed your life. His gesture softened the usually impassive expression on Wanshin Guji's face. The old shinobi stepped forward and gently raised Shinsho-chun. Lord Shin, you flatter me. His voice was a bit hoarse, but steady. It is my honor to protect the descendant of the Shinsho clan. Moreover, I am merely a genin. To pass on my humble experience to talents like you. That is my true— Please don't say that. Yuzhibo Jishue waved his hands hastily. Having heard from Shinsho-chun about this legendary genin's deeds, he was filled with respect. You are our senior. We look forward to learning from you. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Shinsho-chun felt reassured. He looked up and said, Mr. Gujia, from now on just call me Chun. Calling me Lord Chun is too formal. Yes, Mr. Gujia, call me Jishue. Jishue nodded vigorously in agreement. Wanshin Gujia gazed at the two young vibrant boys who showed no arrogance. Deep in his clouded eyes a glimmer of light grew brighter. He nodded. All right, Chun Jishue. Just then the temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees. A cold, familiar presence slithered silently behind the three of them like a venomous snake. It seems you three are getting along well. Dashwan's distinctive voice raspy and magnetic rang out. He was already standing on a tree branch, his golden serpentine eyes scanning the trio from above. His gaze lingered for a moment on Wanshin Gujia, a faint, unreadable curiosity flickering across it before finally settling on Qinsho-chun with an intensity that seemed to dissect him from the inside out. A chill ran through Qinsho-chun's heart, but outwardly, he bowed respectfully along with the others. Lord Dashwan. Dashwan showed no inclination to descend. He produced a scroll from his sleeve and tossed it down casually. The scroll arced through the air, landing securely in Wanshin Guji's hands. This is the team's first crank mission. His voice was utterly flat, as if discussing something trivial. My experiments have reached a critical stage. Read the details yourselves. With that, without giving them a chance to ask questions, he vanished in a blur, leaving only an afterimage. The three were left standing in the training ground, exchanging bewildered glances. Jishui opened his mouth, his face full of astonishment. That was it. He left. Qinsho-chun sighed inwardly. Snake-sama was indeed true to himself. Nothing but his research could spark even a sliver of interest in him. But that was fine. A hands-off instructor actually granted him more freedom. Let's look at the mission first. Wanshin Gujia remained calm as he slowly unrolled the scroll. Mission rank C. Mission details: escort the silk merchant Mr. Tokugawa and his caravan safely to the border town of the Grass Country. Assembly time dawn day after tomorrow at Konoha's main gate. Great. We finally get to leave the village. Upon reading the mission content, Zishui's resentment toward Dash-1 evaporated entirely, and he cried out in excitement. Qinsho-chun's eyes also sparkled with anticipation. He was already sick of the drank missions of chasing cats, trimming hedges, and the like. A crank mission meant the possibility of combat, and also a chance to truly witness the vastness of this world. Since we set out the day after tomorrow, let's go prepare on our own. Wanshin Gujia suggested. All right. Qinsho-chun and Jishui answered in unison. Having settled their plans, they parted ways. On his way back, Qinsho-chun overheard two classmates from the Ninja Academy talking about them with envy. Have you heard? Qinsho-chun of the Qinsho clan and Yuzhibo Jishui of the Uchiha clan have graduated and formed a team. Of course I've heard. Because they both graduated early, their team is now called the Genius First Squad. The Genius First Squad. That name sounded like it belonged to a gifted class from his past life. Qinsho-chun inwardly reveled in the praise as he listened to the discussions about him. His expectations for this world and his own future grew ever stronger. On the preparation day before the mission, Qinsho-chun made a point to find Kakashi and Maite Kai, who were sparring. Kakashi Kai. Qinsho-chun greeted them with a smile. Ah-chun. Maite Kai immediately stopped and gave him a thumbs up, flashing a bright white grin. This is the encounter of youth. Kakashi only glanced at him coolly, hands in his pockets, and said flatly, something on your mind? Nothing major. Just came to say goodbye. Qinsho-chun shrugged nonchalantly. I'm leaving the village on my first crank mission the day after tomorrow. I might be gone for a while. See. Crank mission. Maite Kai's eyes bulged like copper bells. Kakashi, whose face was mostly hidden by his mask, had the only visible part. His eyes contracted sharply. An intangible pressure radiated from the silver-haired prodigy. He stared intently at Qinsho-chun, his gaze no longer carrying its usual aloofness, but blazing with an intense competitive fire. Falling behind again. Kakashi said nothing, only clenched his fists silently. He had made up his mind. He would graduate as soon as possible. He absolutely would not let Qinsho-chun leave him in the dust. Seeing Kakashi so provoked, Qinsho-chun chuckled inwardly. You two keep training. I need to go home and prepare for the mission. Having stirred both Kakashi and Maite Kai, he waved his hand and turned away, casually leaving behind two youths who, spurred on by his retreating figure, immediately resumed their training with even greater fervor. Back home, because of advance notice, Gangs Ho and Jingyin had started packing supplies for his trip early in the morning. When Qinsho-chun walked into the living room, he was stunned speechless by the sight before him. The living room floor was piled with a small mountain. Brand new kunai shuriken bundles of explosive tags, various types of soldier pills, and even several spare combat uniforms and changes of clothes. Sister, did you empty out the ninja tool shop? Qinsho-chun asked, his mouth twitching. Better safe than sorry. He'll find a cart and haul it all along for you. Gangs Ho planted her hands on her hips, wearing a "this is all for your own good" expression. From the mountain, she pulled out several money cases and shoved them into Qinsho-chun's arms. This is money. Don't be stingy with yourself outside. Buy whatever you want to eat. If it's not enough, go borrow from the nearby casinos. As long as the amount isn't too big, they won't refuse. Trust me, your sister has that clout. Gangs Ho declared with great pride. Exactly how much money had she donated to those casinos? It seemed her sister alone had met the KPIs of many gambling houses. Looking at Gansho, who acted as if merely dropping her name would work anywhere, Qinsho-chun didn't even know how to evaluate his sister. He hefted the weight of the cases. The total amount of money inside probably exceeded the value of the silk the merchant was transporting. Who exactly was escorting whom? He shook his head, both amused and touched. Despite the overwhelming pile of supplies, a wave of warmth surged in his heart. This was what it felt like to be unconditionally cherished. In the end, after much pleading, he selected only a small portion of the cash and essential ninja tools to bring on this trip. Even this small portion was an enormous sum by ordinary standards. One could only say that this was the foundation of the foremost clan in Konoha. And of course it was only with such a solid foundation that his sister could afford to do charity at the casinos whenever she pleased. 2 days later at dawn, the horizon just beginning to lighten. At Konoha's main gate, Shinsho-chun, Yuzhibo Jishue, and Wanshin Gujia assembled punctually. They all carried backpacks, their expressions tinged with excitement and nervousness about the unknown journey ahead. However, as time ticked by, the sun fully rose above the horizon, yet the Jounin instructor who was supposed to lead them was still nowhere to be seen. Lord Dashwan. Couldn't he have forgotten? Jishue scratched his head uncertainly. Just then, hiss, a small snake suddenly darted out from the grass beside them and stopped in front of the three, holding a scroll in its mouth. Wanshin Gujia stepped forward cautiously, took the scroll, and unrolled it. The scroll bore a few lines of flamboyantly sinister handwriting. The content was infuriatingly simple. This is your team's first test. Complete the mission independently. Dashwan. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Zishui's excitement instantly solidified into bewilderment and helplessness. Wanshin Guji's brow furrowed deeply. Shinsho-chun was also stunned by the message. Damn it all, Dashwan. Knowing you were unreliable, but I never imagined you could be this unreliable. Your students go on their first mission outside the village, and you just skip it with a test. I'm only 6 years old, wielding would release, the future god of shinobi, and you're comfortable just letting me go like this. With such an irresponsible attitude, you still want to become Hokage? Huh. If anything happens to me out there, believe me, deserting the village would be your only option. Shameless, you big snake, idiot. A torrent of curses against Dashwan's irresponsibility flooded Shinsho-chun's mind. Without a guiding instructor, even Shinsho-chun stood there blankly at a loss. We've been abandoned by the teacher. Shursui muttered, his tone filled with disbelief. A genin squad without a jonin leader independently executing their first crank mission outside the village. Such a precedent could barely be found in the history of Mai. Just as Shursui was at a loss and Shinsho-chun's mind was racing, Wanshin Guji's face, like an ancient well untouched by ripples, showed not a trace of fluctuation. He calmly folded the scroll inscribed with the word trial, carefully tucked it into his bosom. Turning around, his murky, yet steady gaze swept over the two youths. A mission is a mission. His voice was hoarse, yet carried a strange power that steadied the heart. Whether there is an instructor or not, it must be completed. Let's go. Our employer must be impatient by now. These simplest of words, like a boulder dropped into Shizui's turbulent heart, instantly smoothed all the ripples. Indeed, they were ninja. The sacred duty of a ninja was to complete the mission. Seeing Mr. Guji's composure in the face of crisis, Shursui took a deep breath and nodded firmly. The confusion in his eyes was replaced by determination. Hearing Wanshin Guji's steady and calm voice, Chen's mind gradually calmed down. At that moment, he felt especially fortunate to have recruited Wanshin Gujia into the team. Mr. Gujia is right. Let's set off. The trio led by Wanshin Gujia walked toward the merchant caravan waiting by the village gate. The caravan leader was a slightly stout, middle-aged man dressed in expensive silk, pacing anxiously back and forth, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. Seeing the three approach, his face immediately broke into an almost sycophantic smile. Ah, the three esteemed ninja-sama, finally you are here. As he spoke, he wiped sweat with his sleeve, but his gaze involuntarily fell on Wanshin Gujia. You must be the team leader, my lord. This question caused a flicker of awkwardness to cross Shizui's face, who had just composed himself. Wanshin Gujia stepped forward and replied with neither deference nor arrogance, that esteemed lord is occupied with other duties. This mission will be fully handled by the three of us. Mr. Dachwan, please rest assured. We are fully capable of protecting your safety and cargo. His tone was plain, yet carried the confidence of a seasoned veteran. The merchant called Dachwan was stunned for a moment. A flicker of disappointment and deeper anxiety passed swiftly through his eyes, but it was immediately covered by an even warmer smile. I see. I was overthinking. Then, shall we depart now? Depart. Wanshin Gujia was succinct. The team officially set foot on the road, leaving Mai. The moment they stepped out of the village into the vast forest, Shursui was like a bird released from its cage, full of curiosity about everything around him. And Wanshin Gujia began to display his astonishing textbook-like wealth of wilderness survival knowledge. Shursui, look here. He pointed to an inconspicuous patch of disturbed earth. This is a wild boar's hoof print. From the moisture level of the tracks it passed by here less than half an hour ago. It's large. We'll take a detour. Xiaochen, watch your step. Those red berries are highly poisonous. Do not touch them under any circumstance. When walking, land on the balls of your feet, keep your body light. This minimizes noise and tracks. He did not offer lengthy lectures. Instead, along the journey he imparted bit by bit the experiences etched into his bones over decades to the two youths. These were precious knowledge that could never be learned in the Ninja Academy classroom. Shursui listened with eyes shining, nodding, repeatedly asking questions like an inquisitive child. Qinsho-chun played the part of a perfect student, listening attentively, occasionally asking a question or two at the right moments, while his admiration for this legendary genin deepened further in his heart. This was a true ninja, not one relying on powerful bloodline limits or flashy jutsu, but a warrior who survived in a cruel world through the most basic and practical experience. Night fell. The team camped on an open space backed by a cliff face with a water source nearby. Wanqing Gujie directed the two skillfully, setting up a few simple warning traps around the camp and arranging the order of night watches. After all this, he took out his iconic large black pot from his pack. The caravan guards gnawed on hard dry soldier pills, their eyes carrying a hint of sympathy as they looked at the three Mai genin who had been abandoned by their teacher. However, soon their expressions shifted from sympathy to shock and finally transformed into naked envy. Wanqing Gujie set up the pot, poured in clear water, and then took from his pack pre-prepared dried meat, wild vegetables, and some secret seasoning packets. In no time, a rich, mouth-watering aroma of meat soup wafted through the camp. Gulp. Shursui couldn't help but swallow, his eyes fixed intently on the bubbling food in the pot. All right, eat it while it's hot. Replenish your strength. Wanqing Gujie ladled out a large bowl for each. Shursui took a sip eagerly, and in an instant he felt his entire soul was being sublimated. The delicious taste dispelled the day's fatigue and warmed his entire body. So delicious. He praised indistinctly, his movements becoming faster. Mr. Gujie, your cooking is even better than the best chef in my household. Qinsho-chan also took a sip, his eyes lighting up. The flavor was simple, pure, yet perfectly balanced. The most primal deliciousness of food. He looked at the old man before him who was sipping soup with a faint, satisfied smile on his face and felt a multitude of emotions. A living Shursui who shared his ideals was worth far more than a pair of mangekyo. And a veteran who was experienced, knew how to survive on the battlefield, and could even cook splendidly. His value was equally immeasurable. Just as the camp atmosphere was peaceful, the merchant Dachuan, holding his own water cup, approached with a genial smile. The three lords have truly worked hard. He first exchanged pleasantries, then his gaze fell on Qinsho-chun and Shursui. With a hint of curiosity he asked, judging by the demeanor of the two young lords, you must come from the great clans of my right. Achieving such strength at such a young age, truly remarkable. Shursui, straightforward by nature, was about to say something, but Qinsho-chun spoke first. Mr. Dachuan flatters us. Qinsho-chun wore a childlike, innocent smile, but his tone was neither servile nor arrogant. We are merely ordinary genin of my, responsible for completing our mission. As for our clans, they are not worth mentioning. As he spoke, he keenly observed Dachuan. He noticed that when the merchant mentioned the words great clans, a peculiar light flickered deep in his eyes. Moreover, the fingers of the hand holding the cup were slightly white from strain, and his smile seemed somewhat stiff. This was not normal. An ordinary silk merchant, an escort mission would be at most rank top. He would normally only worry about encountering bandits or thieves on the road. For the strength of the guards, the stronger, the more reassured he should be. Yet this Dachuan, his disappointment and anxiety upon learning there was no Jonin leader were understandable, but his excessive eagerness and nervousness when inquiring about the identities of himself and Shursui were not normal. His tension did not seem like fear of the enemy, but rather fear, or perhaps fear that the other party would discover something. A subtle alarm bell rang in Qinsho-chan's heart. This mission, it seemed, was not as simple as written on the scroll. Nighttime came, and it was Qinsho-chan's turn for the first watch. He sat by the campfire quietly, adding firewood, the flames casting flickering shadows on his young face. He closed his eyes and slowly channeled a thread of chakra into his eyes. When he opened them again, deep within his pitch-black pupils an eerie blood-red hue quietly emerged, and a pitch-black tomo slowly rotated within. The entire world instantly became different. He could clearly see a night bird in the distant forest preening its feathers, hear the soft snores of the caravan guards asleep, and even see Dachuan tossing and turning in his tent, not asleep at all. Dashuan, you bastard, could it be that you knew this mission was fishy and that's why you threw us out as probes? Or was it just a coincidence? Either way, this journey was going to be interesting. Half a month after leaving, the team had already ventured deep into the heartland of the whole country. The lush forest gradually gave way to jagged rocks and low shrubs, and the path beneath their feet grew increasingly rugged. According to the map's directions, they were about to enter a narrow stretch known to the locals as the Wind-Weeping Gorge. Stay alert, everyone. Wanching Guji's voice rang out from the front of the column. He halted, his sharp gaze sweeping over the canyon entrance that loomed before them like the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Terrain like this is perfect for ambushes. His words instantly jolted the merchant guards who had grown somewhat lax in detention. They tightened their grips on their weapons. Ji Shui also shed his look of curiosity, his expression turning focused. His hand instinctively rested on the short sword at his waist. Chen meanwhile discreetly observed the Tokugawa merchant. Sure enough, upon hearing Wanching Guji's warning, Tokugawa's face showed no sign of the expected nervousness. Instead, a fleeting peculiar glint passed through the depths of his eyes, one that only Chen caught. What was he anticipating? Or what was he afraid of? Thoughts raced through Chen's mind, yet his face remained the picture of innocent harmlessness. He walked over to Tokugawa's carriage, looked up, and asked in the clear, crisp voice of a child, "Mr. Tokugawa, you seem very nervous. Rest assured, with Mr. Uchiha and us here, nothing will happen." "Ah, yes. Tokugawa started at the sudden question, then hastily forced a smile that was uglier than a grimace. "With 3 ninja lords present, I am naturally at ease." He at ease. As he spoke, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, his movements stiff and awkward. The column slowly entered the canyon. Towering cliffs on both sides compressed the sky into a narrow ribbon of blue. The howling mountain wind echoed through the gorge, producing a mournful wail like the cries of ghosts. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped everyone. Just as the column reached the narrowest part of the canyon, a sudden change occurred. Charge! With a rough shout, dozens of figures burst out from the cliffs on both sides, and from behind the piles of rubble. These men were ragged, their weapons a motley assortment. Rusty cleavers, sharpened wooden staves, and even farming hoes. They looked like a standard rabble. Enemy attack. The merchant guards instantly fell into chaos, fumbling for their weapons and panic too intimidated by the enemy's momentum to maintain any formation. "Everyone, don't panic." Wanching Guji's roar struck like a hammer on the hearts of the men. He paid no heed to the terrified guards and issued concise instructions to the 2 youths beside him. Ji Shui, charge straight ahead and disrupt their formation, but don't be reckless. Xiao Chun, use your technique to control the flanks and keep them away from the caravan. "Yes." Ji Shu's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, his figure turned into a blur like a drawn blade, plunging straight into the enemy ranks. Fire, release Phoenix fire technique. Several fireballs shot from his mouth, striking precisely where the bandits were densest. The explosion and flames momentarily halted the bandits' charge. At the same time, Chun rapidly formed hand seals. Wood release, thorn strangle. From the ground, dozens of tough vines burst forth like living snakes, racing at incredible speed to entangle the bandits attempting to flank them. The thorns on the vines easily tore through their skin. The sudden restraint and pain drew screams from them, and their formation completely collapsed. One charged heat and the other controlled the field. 2 6-year-old youths in the blink of an eye turned what seemed like a dangerous ambush into a one-sided suppression. Although attacked by bandits, the merchant showed no trace of panic. He stood at the forefront of the guards. His gaze fixed straight on Chun and Ji Shui. When he saw Chun unleash would release, the merchant's eyes lit up. Only then did he feign panic and hide among the guards, not emerging again. But the true slaughter had only just begun. Wanching Guji's figure vanished like a phantom. He used no flashy ninjutsu, relying solely on pure taijutsu and an extraordinary grasp of the battlefield, weaving through the chaotic bandits. Each dodge was accompanied by a muffled grunt. His movements were too fast to follow. One only saw a gray shadow flash by, and a bandit would silently fall. His attacks were extremely precise, striking the sleep point on the back of the neck or hitting the wrist with the hilt of a kunai to disarm the opponent. Not a single move was wasted, not a single blow was lethal. He was like the most efficient reaping machine, taking down most of the bandits in less than a minute, leaving only the burly scar-faced leader, who was now pinned by Ji Shu's short sword at his throat. The battle ended so quickly that the merchant guards were still rooted to the spot, unable to react. They stared at the bandits groaning and rolling on the ground, then at the 3 Konoha ninjas who were completely enscathed, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Mr. Guji, all dealt with. Ji Shui was still a bit unsatisfied. He looked at the bandit leader he had subdued and asked excitedly. Wanching Guji nodded, walked up to the leader, his eyes as calm as a still lake. "Speak. Who sent you?" The bandit leader spat a mouthful of bloody saliva onto the ground, his face full of ferocity. "Bah. I just took a dislike to you fat sheep and wanted to rob you. Kill me or cut me up, do as you please. Is that so?" Wanching Guji's tone did not change. He reached out and gently squeezed the leader's arm. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed sharply in the silent canyon. "Ah!" The excruciating pain made the leader let out a pig-like scream, cold sweat instantly soaked his forehead. He'll ask once more. Who sent you? Guji's voice was still flat, as if he had crushed not a human bone, but a dry twig. The leader trembled all over from the pain, but the fierceness in his eyes was replaced by a deeper fear. He gritted his teeth, and just as he seemed about to relent, a look of determination flashed across his eyes. He twisted his neck and bit down hard. Not good. Qinshu Qin's internal alarm blared. He sensed something wrong the moment the leader's expression changed. But it was too late. A stream of black blood seeped from the corner of the bandit leader's mouth. His body stiffened, the light faded from his eyes, and he collapsed limply, completely lifeless. The air froze instantly. Ji Shui stared dumbly at the corpse at his feet. The excitement and triumph on his face vanished, replaced by bewilderment and confusion. He killed himself. Wanqing Gujia slowly crouched down. Pride opened the corpse's mouth and looked at the shattered poison tooth. For the first time, his weathered face showed an expression of extreme gravity. Mr. Gujia. Qinshu Qin's voice broke the silence. He walked over to Gujia and looked at the corpse. This man is suspicious. Ordinary bandits seek wealth, not death. If caught, they would at most confess and beg for mercy, or at worst buy their freedom with money. They would never have such a resolve to die, let alone have a poisoned sac hidden in their teeth beforehand. Then who is this man? Ji Shui was stunned by Qinshu Qin's analysis. I suspect he was a ninja disguised as a bandit, and taking poison was to avoid revealing information. Wanqing Gujia stood up and nodded heavily. In a hoarse voice, he said, Xiao Chun is right. The actions of this group seemed chaotic, but there was an underlying order in their advances and retreats. They were trained. Hearing their analysis, Ji Shui drew a sharp breath. He finally understood the gravity of the situation. It seems we need to have a serious talk with Mr. Tokugawa. The three returned to the caravan and found their employer Tokugawa. As soon as they met, the merchant showered them with praise. Konoha ninjas are truly formidable, finishing off those bandits in no time. Those ruffians really had no eyes. Are they all dead? We can't let any escape. Rest assured, Mr. Tokugawa, all the bandits are dead. The leader committed suicide, not a single survivor. Mr. Tokugawa, does anyone else know about your journey to the Chao country? Besides silk, what other goods are you transporting this time? Wanqing Gujia asked the merchant cautiously. You mean? Those bandits were after me personally. I set out on a whim, and am just a merchant. I'm only taking silk to sell in the Chao country. There's nothing else besides the silk. While Wanqing Gujia was questioning Tokugawa, Qinshu Qin's peripheral vision keenly caught a detail. When the merchant Tokugawa heard that the bandit leader had killed himself, his perpetually tense shoulders gave an almost imperceptible relaxation. He also let go of the hem of his clothes, which he had been clutching. The expression of extreme anxiety on his face, although quickly masked by panic, the moment of relief was unmistakable to Qinshu Qin. This Tokugawa was definitely hiding something. The atmosphere among the entire caravan had grown heavy with tension since the ambush in the ravine. The escorts, once relatively relaxed, now wore taut expressions, their hands never releasing their weapons, eyeing everyone as if they might be assassins hiding poison between their teeth. The Tokugawa merchant continued to play his role as the traumatized employer, yet his overly frequent wiping of sweat and the glances he cast towards Senju Shin and his companions, laced with both wariness and a secret anticipation, did not escape Senju Shin's notice. As they journeyed onward, Maraboshi Kosuke gradually fell into silence, yet his teachings to the two youths grew ever more meticulous. Look at that stone. He pointed to a rock half buried on the roadside. There are fresh marks of movement at its base. The moisture of the soil differs from the surroundings. Someone has rested here no more than a day ago and was observing the passing road. And that branch over there, he pointed to a nearby shrub. The snap at the tip is a clean diagonal cut, made by a blade, not an animal's claw. It indicates the passer was armed and habitually cleared obstacles from the path. He no longer taught merely how to identify animal tracks, but began imparting deeper techniques of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. How to discern from the most insignificant details whether someone was tailing them, the number of pursuers, their habits, and even their approximate height. This knowledge was trivial and tedious, yet it was the iron law of survival gleaned from living on the edge. Shui listened with a grave expression, striving to commit these lessons to memory. He began to understand that the true battle started long before the enemy appeared. Senju Shin, while absorbing these lessons, earnestly cross-referenced the techniques with the modern reconnaissance knowledge in his mind, deepening his respect for the old man. He sensed that Kosuke was using his own methods to fill the void left by Orochimaru's absence, striving to forge them into shinobi who could truly stand on their own. That evening, the party set up camp in a sparse woodland near a stream. As the campfire blazed, Tokugawa and his guards gathered together, keeping a distance from the three Konoha shinobi, creating an atmosphere of subtle division. Maraboshi Kosuke once again used his large black pot to stew a richly fragrant meat soup. Senju Shin sipped the flavorful broth, watching Mr. Kosuke, who was meticulously wiping his short blade nearby. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Mr. Kosuke, he set down his bowl, his tone carrying the curiosity and respect typical of youth. I heard from my sister that your sword technique is called Kanahariu Willow. Is that a very formidable swordsmanship? Shisui, upon hearing this, also turned a curious gaze toward them. Kanahariu Willow. The name itself evoked a sense of grace and ancient tradition. Maraboshi Kosuke paused in his blade-cleaning motion, lifted his murky eyes to look at Senju Shin, and did not answer directly. He rose, walked to the stream, and casually snapped off a supple, yet resilient willow twig. Shin, come here. Senju Shin obeyed and approached. Use your kunai to stab at me, Mr. Kosuke said calmly. Senju Shin paused for a moment, but seeing the old man's steady gaze, he nodded. He drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, assumed a standard thrust stance, took a deep breath, and lunged forward with speed and precision. His movement was swift and precise, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. However, Maraboshi Kosuke did not dodge or evade. Just as the kunai was about to touch his chest, the willow twig in his hand moved. That soft willow twig, as if weightless, gently draped itself over Senju Shin's wrist. Senju Shin felt a peculiar soft yet irresistible force transmit through, and his unstoppable thrust involuntarily veered to one side. The twig guided his momentum with a sweep and a pull, causing him to stagger forward 2 steps, nearly losing his grip on the kunai. He turned back in astonishment to see Maraboshi Kosuke still standing in place, the willow twig gently swaying, as if it had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Willow is not merely a swordsmanship, but a principle. Mr. Kosuke's voice carried in the evening breeze, imbued with a unique resonance. Look at this willow twig. It does not contend with the wind. When the wind is strong, it bends along with it. It does not resist the boulder. When the stone falls, it curves and yields. All it does is yield, bearing every force exerted upon it, and then, at the most opportune moment, it guides and neutralizes that force, ultimately dealing a fatal blow to the enemy with minimal effort. As he spoke, he traced gentle arcs in the air with the twig. The movement resembled not a martial form, but an old farmer's idle swing in the field, natural and utterly devoid of ostentation. Senju Shin stood transfixed, as if lightning flashed through his mind. Yielding, bearing, guiding, neutralizing. Wasn't this the essence of Taijiquan? Softness overcoming hardness, borrowing force to counter. Only here it was enhanced with illusory techniques, making it even harder for the enemy to defend. He had always believed this world's power system was about greater speed, stronger force, and more spectacular ninjutsu. Yet Maraboshi Kosuke before him was revealing a completely different path. One that returned to simplicity, blending technique and philosophy into the blade. This understanding of strength had transcended mere arts to reach a realm of the way. Senju Shin looked at the old man, who was not particularly tall and wore an ordinary vest, feeling an indescribable awe for the first time. This was like a ninja world's Zhang Sanfeng. Just as Senju Shin was immersed in this, a piercing howl of wolves tore through the tranquil night sky. Oh whoa! The sound approached from far to near, echoing back and forth as if enemies surrounded them on all. From the shadows at the edge of the woodland, pairs of eerie green eyes flickered to life, like ghost fires gleaming with bloodthirsty greed, slowly closing in on the camp. A wolf pack, and a massive one at that. The merchants' guards panicked instantly, their faces pale, as they huddled by the campfire, their weapons trembling like sieves. Wolves. Starving wolves from the forest. Tokugawa's voice was tearful, nearly collapsing to the ground. Stay calm, Shisui shouted, stepping before the group. He moved his hands through a rapid sequence of seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball roared forth, crashing into the densest part of the wolf pack, with a wave of blistering heat instantly engulfing several wolves and scorching a patch of blackened earth. The pack let out a terrified howl and retreated a few steps. But hunger soon overcame their fear. At the alpha's sharp, high-pitched howl, the pack did not disperse, but grew even more frenzied, circling back fearlessly from both flanks. Senju Shin slammed his hands onto the ground, and several thick wooden pillars erupted, rapidly interlocking to form a solid wooden barrier, temporarily shielding the merchant group within. Then he formed seals with his hands, and countless vines burst from the earth, attempting to hinder the wolves' advance. Yet the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. They frenziedly tore at the vines, clawing at the wooden posts with their razor-sharp claws, producing grating sounds. At that moment, Maraboshi Kosuke moved. He did not weave any seals or make any redundant gestures. He merely drew the unpretentious short blade at his side. Without even glancing at the wolves blocked by the wood release, he stepped out as leisurely as if on a stroll beyond the wooden enclosure, standing alone before the dozens of gleaming green eyes outside. An instant later, Senju Shin and Shisui seemed to see countless willow branches. Maraboshi Kosuke's form, like a falling leaf, silently melted into the wolf pack. There was no earth-shattering chakra fluctuation, no dazzling ninjutsu effects. Only the willow. A large, burly wolf lunged at him from the side, its gaping maw reeking of blood. Maraboshi Kosuke didn't even turn his head, his body merely shifted a fraction, dodging the wolf's bite by a hair's breadth. His short blade, like a serpent's tongue, casually flicked upward. The wolf arced through the air and crashed heavily to the ground, a barely visible bloodline across its throat. It twitched twice and fell silent. Another wolf attacked from behind. He reversed his grip on the blade and precisely slammed his elbow backward into the wolf's jaw, halting its momentum. Then the short blade traced an eerie arc in his hand, silently slicing across the wolf's neck. He seemed not to be fighting, but dancing a dance of death. Every dodge, every strike was simplified to the extreme, yet devastatingly effective. His steps were unhurried, weaving through the attack of dozens of wolves without a single touch clinging to him. He was like the willow in the wind, bearing assaults from all directions while guiding every ounce of force toward the deadliest gaps. While everyone's attention was on the wolves, Senju Shin secretly activated his Sharingan to observe and learn from Maraboshi Kosuke's movements. He could see every motion clearly, yet he could not comprehend them. The mastery of timing, distance, and angle had transcended technique, becoming an almost instinctive art. An art of killing. Shursui was utterly stunned, his mouth agape, his hands forgetting to form seals. He had never imagined that taijutsu, or the purest killing technique, could reach such terrifying heights. Before their awestruck eyes, the wolf pack diminished visibly. Finally, only the massive alpha wolf. It let out an enraged roar, and with suicidal resolve transformed into a gray lightning bolt, charging straight at Maraboshi Kosuke. Facing this thunderous strike, Maraboshi Kosuke stood perfectly still. Just as the alpha was about to pounce on him, he moved. His body drifted backward like willow catkins, and simultaneously his short blade traced a graceful upward arc that rode the wind. Man and wolf crossed paths. Maraboshi Kosuke sheathed his short blade, slowly producing a saw. Behind him, the massive alpha wolf froze midair, then split from head to tail down a clean bloodline, falling in two halves to the ground with a heavy thud. The remaining wolves let out a mournful howl, tucked their tails, and fled into the dark forest without looking back. The entire camp fell into deathly silence. Only the crackling of the campfire and the nauseatingly thick scent of blood remained. Senju Shin and Shursui stood dazed, staring at the old man who had his back to them, slowly wiping his short blade clean before resheathing it. In that moment, Senju Shin truly grasped the profound power of the man hailed as the Eternal Genin. The wolf carcasses were swiftly cleared away, the thick stench of blood rising in the heat of the campfire before being dispersed by the evening breeze. The merchant convoy's guards looked at Maraboshi Kosuke with eyes that had shifted from initial awe to a reverence bordering on terror. They finally understood that this aged man, who appeared to be on the brink of death, was the most fearsome presence in the entire group. The Tokugawa merchant, trembling, poked his head out from behind the wagon, his face even paler than the dead wolves. He stared at the wolf corpses scattered across the ground, and the old man wiping his short blade with snow, unable to utter a single coherent word. Senju Shin and Shursui stood silently, their minds overwhelmed by a shock that refused to subside. Shursui was awed by the sheer raw and extreme killing technique. His once prized speed and fire release felt so crude and immature compared to the artistry of Master Kosuke's taijutsu. For the first time, he realized that power was not limited to chakra alone. As for Senju Shin, in the unadorned, profound willow swordsmanship, he glimpsed an entirely new path. It was more than just technique. It was a philosophy, a deep understanding of the essence of power. That night, no one slept. The wolf attack was like a bloody period drawing to a close all the eerie events that had come before. The next stretch of the journey was unexpectedly calm. No bandits, no assassins, and even the traces of wild beasts grew fewer. A full week of tranquility allowed the merchant convoy's guards to loosen their taut nerves slightly. The most noticeable change came from the Tokugawa merchant. He no longer fidgeted restlessly as before. Instead, he became quite talkative. He would willingly sidle up to the campfire, regaling Senju Shin and Shursui with amusing tales from the markets of the grass country. He'd bring out his treasured tea leaves, deferentially brew a cup for Maraboshi Kosuke, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. Beyond that grove, half a day's travel will bring us to the border town of the grass country. At dusk that day, Tokugawa pointed to a dense forest shrouded in twilight, and said in a light tone, "When we get there, I'll treat you three lords to a fine drink at the best tavern in town. This time, thanks to you, I'd have lost my old life and this cart of goods long ago." He spoke with great animation, as if all previous dangers had vanished into thin air. Shursui, infected by his optimism, relaxed a little and responded with a few laughs. Only Senju Shin felt the string inside him tighten even more. He looked at Tokugawa's greasy, shining face, at the barely concealed excitement of someone about to get what he wanted lurking deep in his eyes. Senju Shin felt that this man was like a gambler on the execution ground awaiting the fall of the guillotine. not fear, but eager anticipation of the outcome. Maraboshi Kosuke remained taciturn. He merely lifted his head to glance at the increasingly dark forest, his dim eyes showing no ripple. He reached out lightly, patted the short blade at his waist, then touched the large black pot on his back. The convoy entered the thickly forested mist. Night had fully fallen, and the fog was even heavier than expected. Damp white mist filled the woods, blurring the outlines of trees. Visibility was less than 10 meters. An eerie silence reigned all around, broken only by the rustling of horse hooves on rotting leaves and the drip-drip of dew from the leaves. The air was cold and damp, carrying the stench of earth and decay into the lungs. The entire world seemed swallowed by the thick fog, leaving only this solitary team. This doesn't feel right. Shirsue's voice was barely a whisper. His hand had already gripped his sword handle. His Sharingan silently activated, the scarlet pupils struggling to pierce the mist, but finding nothing. Senju said nothing, pushing his perception to its limit. He could sense an extremely faint trace of chakra mingled within the fog. This was not natural mist. It was a technique. At that moment, Maraboshi Kosuke abruptly reined in his horse, and the entire convoy came to a halt. "They're coming." He uttered 2 words, not loud, yet they reached every ear clearly. The moment the words fell, killing intent burst forth. Swish, 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 swish. Sharp whistling sounds came from all directions simultaneously. Dozens of kunai trailing burning explosive tags tore through the dense fog like a swarm of death shooting out from the shadows among the trees. Their target covered the entire convoy. "Get down!" Maraboshi Kosuke roared. But everything was too fast. In that split second of extreme peril, Senju slammed both hands onto the ground. Would release wooden pillar wall. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Countless thick wooden logs shot up from beneath the earth at an imperceptible speed, bending and intertwining to instantly form a massive semicircular wooden dome, covering the entire caravan securely underneath. Boom, boom, boom. Almost as the wooden pillar wall took shape, dozens of explosive tags detonated in a thunderous roar. The explosions merged into a continuous blast of firelight, dyeing the thick fog a blinding orange-red. A terrifying shockwave and countless shattered fragments slammed against the wooden dome with ear-splitting force. The whole earth quaked with chips and mud flying everywhere. Inside the dome, the guards, terrified by this sudden apocalypse, fled in panic screams and cries blending into chaos. Before the explosion's aftermath had fully dissipated, several agile figures emerged from the mist, landing steadily around the dome and encircling them completely. They wore forehead protectors engraved with 3 grass leaf symbols. Their eyes were cold, their killing intent palpable. Ninja from the hidden grass village. 2 leading figures wore the green vests of Jonin, their auras steady and powerful. Behind them were 7 or 8 Chunin with sharp, determined looks. Then came the scene that made Shirsue's eyes burn with rage. The Tokugawa merchant, who should have been inside the protective circle, had somehow appeared outside the encirclement. He scrambled on all fours to the 2 grass Jonin, his face stripped of all pretense, replaced only by the wild joy and fawning of someone who had narrowly escaped death. With trembling fingers, he pointed fiercely toward the dome, toward the boy who had just saved everyone's lives, and screamed with all his might, "That kid who uses would release is in this convoy." The map was unrolled, the dagger revealed. Everything came to light at this moment. The so-called bandits, the so-called escort mission. From beginning to end, it was an elaborately laid trap. A trap set to confirm Senju would release bloodline and lure him here. A perfect killing ground. Shirsue was frozen, staring at Tokugawa's ugly face. A surge of fury rushed to his head, nearly incinerating his reason. "You bastard." Senju stood his ground, no anger on his face. Now that it had come to this, all the mysteries were unraveled. All the clues converged into a single thread within his mind. Tokugawa's strange behavior in the canyon, the bandit leader's suicide by poison, the subsequent eerie calm along the road, and Tokugawa's increasingly exaggerated performance. All of it was meant to lull them into complacency, to deliver him, this descendant of the Senju clan, to this carefully prepared graveyard. The Grass Shadow Village, what did they intend to do? Replicate the power of the first Hokage, or merely snuff out a potential threat? Or perhaps they were just pawns. Were there other great nations pulling the strings behind them? These thoughts flashed through his mind, then were swiftly suppressed. Now was not the time for such ruminations. He could sense that at least 3 icy professional gazes had already locked onto him with deadly precision. "Hey, you've worked hard, Tokugawa," one of the Grass Shadow Jonin sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. "The reward will be delivered to your family." Before the words had faded, the Jonin beside him flicked his wrist, a cold gleam of steel, and a kunai silently slithered across Tokugawa's throat. The smile on Tokugawa's face froze instantly. He clutched his throat in disbelief, blood gushing through his fingers. He let out 2 gurgling sounds, then collapsed limply, his eyes wide open with endless regret and unwillingness. "Shirsue Shaochun." The voice of Maraboshi Kosuke pulled the two youths back to their senses. He slowly stepped forward, took off the large black pot that never left his back, and slammed it onto the ground with a deafening clang, raising a cloud of dust. He lifted his head. His usually clouded eyes had turned sharp as an eagle's, as if they could pierce through the thick mist and see into men's hearts. His stature, not particularly imposing now, seemed like an insurmountable mountain. You two try to hold off the Chunin and Jinin as long as possible. Prioritize self-preservation. His hoarse voice carried an unyielding authority and resolve. These two, leave them to these old bones. The two grass shadow Jonin exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of disdain in the other's eyes. A decrepit leaf Jinin on the verge of death. How dare he spew such arrogant words? But Maraboshi Kosuke's next words froze their contempt. He grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and his voice, though not loud, carried immense weight, echoing through the dead silent forest. If you want to harm our leaf's people, you'll have to step over these old bones first. The moment the words fell, his aged body suddenly dropped low, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and he shot forward like a cannonball, charging straight at the two Jonin. You're asking for death. The grass shadow Jonin roared. In an instant the battle erupted. Xiaochen, watch out. Shui shouted, blurring into motion as he engaged four Chunin in a tangled melee. Flames and blade flashes flickered and clashed within the mist. The remaining three Chunin formed a triangular formation, trapping Senju-chun in the center. They did not attack immediately, but advanced steadily, tightening the encirclement with measured steps. Their eyes, stances, and even the rhythm of their breathing remained eerily synchronized. They were like three starved wolves working in perfect harmony, searching for the most fatal flaw in their prey. Senju-chun took a deep breath. The cold air sharpened his mind. He looked at the three enemies before him, feeling no fear. Instead, a surging battle fervor rose within him. Since you have set this trap for me, then you'd better be prepared for me to overturn the chessboard. The thick mist, like a cold, damp burial shroud, wrapped the entire forest in an impenetrable blanket. The three grass shadow Chunin positioned themselves with cunning and veteran skill, forming a perfect equilateral triangle that locked Senju-chun firmly at its center. They did not rush to attack. Instead, like three seasoned wolves, they moved with nearly soundless steps, slowly tightening the ring. Their breathing, heartbeats, and even the killing intent radiating from their bodies had been adjusted to a startling degree of synchronicity, sending waves of invisible pressure from all directions. Senju-chun's face perfectly displayed the tension and fear befitting a 6-year-old child. His lips were pressed tightly together, the small hand clutching his kunai trembling slightly, and his large eyes scanned the mist anxiously, like a young beast cornered into a dead end. These three were true shinobi, not like the bandits and brigands before. Their target from the very beginning had never been the caravan supplies. It was him. That explosive tag trap was merely to split the battlefield and use the noise of the blast to cover their real, separating the three of them, keeping him away from Master Gyuk and Shui, then encircling and killing him with overwhelming numbers, a textbook elimination tactic. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong opponent. Now, one of the Chunin barked, and all three moved at once. The ninja on his left wove hand signs, conjuring a water bullet that howled toward him. The one on the right dropped low, slithering like a snake along the ground, a short blade aimed at his lower body. The ninja in front leaped high, raining down three shuriken in a triangle formation that blocked all his escape routes. Attacks from above, mid-level, and below. A seamless collaboration. Oh! Senju-chun let out a panicked shriek, rolling awkwardly backward, narrowly dodging the water bullet and the aerial shuriken. But the ninja, striking low, was already upon him, the cold gleam of his short blade inches away. As if utterly terrified, Senju-chun scrambled backward on hands and feet, his movements chaotic and undisciplined. A flicker of contempt passed through the Chunin's eyes. He pushed off the ground, accelerating the tip of his blade, aiming straight for Senju-chun's throat. In that split second, Senju-chun's retreating foot suddenly faltered, his body stumbled sideways. This seemingly panicked misstep caused the fatal blade to graze past the tip of his nose. Huh! The Chunin blinked, surprised that the brat had been so lucky. Riding the momentum of his fall, Senju-chun pushed off the damp earth, rolled away, and while doing so flung a few shuriken wildly without any aim. Panting heavily, he scrambled deeper into the forest, stumbling and crawling, as if completely overwhelmed, fleeing mindlessly. After him. Don't let him escape. The three Chunin gave chase without hesitation. In their eyes, this brat was nothing but a rookie. Hardly any combat experience, a brittle spirit, and a lamb ready for slaughter if pressed just a little. Senju-chun fled frantically through the woods, but his every step, every turn was meticulously calculated in his mind. He lured the three deeper and deeper away from the main battlefield, where explosions and clashing metals still echoed. Almost there, right here. Behind an ancient tree that would take several people to encircle his fleeing figure, paused slightly. An imperceptible wisp of chakra separated from his body, merging into the shadow behind him. A wood clone identical to him silently slipped into the boundary between thick mist and tree shadows without stirring a single breath of wind. Having done this, Senju Chen staggered once more as if exhausted and crashed heavily to the ground. The three Kusagakure Chunin instantly surrounded him again, this time with a cruel Catan mouse glint in their eyes. Run. Why don't you run anymore? The leading Chunin stepped forward, looking down at him. A brat from the Senju clan. Where's your wood style? Senju Chen lay on the ground, his body trembling violently. He slowly raised his head. On his mud-smeared childish face an expression of sheer terror seemed frozen by despair. At that very moment a fierce crimson light flared in his pitch-black pupils, and a single jet-black tomo slowly spun within. Sharingan. The air seemed to freeze for an instant. The mocking expressions on the three Chunin's faces stiffened, replaced by an incredulous shock. Sharingan. How is that possible? Isn't he from the Senju clan? Did they deliberately swap clothes? The one who uses wood style is the other brat wearing Uchiha attire. One of the quicker-witted Chunin instantly had a flash of insight. Their target was the Senju descendant bearing the first Hokage's bloodline. The other accompanying youth, according to intelligence, was a boy from the Uchiha clan. Could the traitor have slipped up? The brat currently locked in combat with his four comrades must be the true Senju descendant. And this one before them, who had awakened the Sharingan, was the other Uchiha boy mentioned in the intelligence. The three Chunin exchanged glances, completing their information exchange in an instant. Mizushi, you stay and finish off this Uchiha brat. The leading Chunin made a swift decision, issuing a new order. We too will go reinforce the others. We must capture the real target as quickly as possible. Got it, boss. They'll take care of this brat and join you right away. The Chunin called Mizushi replied with a grin. The other two hesitated no longer and turned to dash toward the main battlefield. In their eyes, a 6-year-old Uchiha, even if his eyes had awakened, was more than enough for an experienced Chunin. The priority was to concentrate their strength on the real target, who could use wood style. However, just as they turned around, Senju Chen slowly rose from the ground and brushed the dirt off his clothes. The terrified, helpless look on his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a cold, sardonic expression utterly incongruous with his age. He watched the retreating backs of the two Kusagakure ninja, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I lured you here just to deal with you without any interruptions in this isolated spot. Who would have thought I'd be dismissed as mere afterthought? Did I say you could leave? The icy voice, like a wind from the deepest abyss, pierced clearly into the ears of all three. The two Chunin about to leave halted mid-step and whipped around, their eyes filled with shock and suspicion. At that instant a sudden change occurred. Wood style Quan no Jutsu. The hidden wood clone struck ferociously. Boom. The earth trembled violently. Dozens of giant vines thicker than a grown man's thigh burst forth like awakened pythons from the ground, the wood clone and the surrounding tree trunks. Covered in an eerie wood-grain texture, they shot out at a speed and angle that defied all logic, instantly coiling around the two turning Chunin. What a wood style? It's wood style. They only had time to let out a horrified scream before the raging vines bound them tightly, the immense pressure causing their bones to groan with a sickening crack. The chakra inside them surged wildly in an attempt to break free, but the vines rapidly absorbed it. These vines were incredibly tough, almost alive, constricting and twisting continuously, hoisting them into the air, completely immobilized. The Chunin, named Mizushi, was utterly terrified by the sight before him. Wood style? It really was wood style? But he clearly had the Sharingan. The intelligence was wrong. This was a monster possessing both the bloodline limits of Senju and Uchiha. He stiffly turned his head to look at the instigator. Senju Chen paid no heed to the storm raging in his heart. His right hand had already grasped the hilt of the short sword wrapped in bandages on his back. Shing! A crisp sword cry rang out as the Thunder God's sword was drawn. Through the Sharingan's vision, every subtle change in Mizushi's facial expression, every muscle twitch, every flow of chakra was as clear as a slow-motion film. Senju Chen ignored the man's shock. His figure vanished from its spot in an instant, reappearing in the next moment before the Chunin named Mizushi. Mizushi, a veteran Chunin, suppressed his terror and instinctively raised his blade to block. Yet Senju Chen's sword traced a bizarre arc that he simply could not comprehend. Haddock-style swordsmanship. It was not mere speed, but a supreme cut that integrated timing, angle, and a prediction of the enemy's psychology. Mizushi only saw a flash of cold light. His blocking short sword seemed to strike empty air, and an overwhelming force transmitted through the blade, splitting his tiger's mouth open. Then a freezing sharpness sliced across his neck. He stood frozen, eyes wide, a gurgling sound escaping his throat as if he wanted to speak, but only a hot spray of blood erupted from his mouth. His vision began to blur. The last thing he saw was the pair of crimson, all-seeing Tomo Sharingan. The sound of a body hitting the ground echoed starkly through the dead, silent forest. Senju Chen twirled his blade. Not a single drop of blood stained the sword. He didn't even spare the corpse another glance. Instead, he cast his cold gaze upon the two Huzugakure ninja still dangling in the air, struggling futilely within the wood-style bindings. Monster, you're a monster. Spare us. Looking into Senju Chen's utterly emotionless eyes, their own were filled with boundless terror, and they began to babble for mercy. Prisoners. Senju Chen sneered inwardly. Leaving survivors would only expose his greatest secret. He needed no prisoners. He raised his hand, pointing at the two, and suddenly clenched his fingers. Triple. Two agonized inhuman screams rang out as the giant vines binding them tightened abruptly. Crack, crack. The horrific sounds of bones shattering followed one after another. The bodies of the two Chunin were crushed, and twisted blood spurting from the gaps between the vines, staining the ground a dark crimson. Soon the screams ceased. Senju Chen released his grip. The two mangled, unrecognizable corpses fell from midair with a dull thud. He slowly sheathed his sword, drawing a deep breath of the cold air mingled with the scent of blood and decaying earth. His chest rose and fell slightly. Taking down 3 Chunin at once was a considerable drain on his current chakra reserves. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Valid kill detected. A small amount of chakra and combat experience has been stolen. Ding. Valid kill detected. A small amount of chakra and combat experience has been stolen. Ding. Valid kill detected. A small amount of chakra and combat experience has been stolen. The 3 nearly simultaneous system notification tones cascaded into Qinshu Chen's mind, like 3 crystalline streams slowly flowing into the parched riverbed. At the same time, his mind gained some combat experience regarding squad coordination. The chakra that had been drained by nearly half from the wood-style and haddock-style swordsmanship was now recovering at a remarkable rate, and the fatigue in his body was also alleviated considerably. He did not glance at the 3 contorted corpses, but with a stoic expression, he sheathed the Raijin sword behind. The air was thick with a nauseating scent of blood mingled with the dampness of the earth, forging a unique aroma of the battlefield. He was already becoming accustomed to this odor. The ferocious vines on the ground rapidly withered, receding back into the earth along with the corpses, as if the wild dance of the tendrils had never occurred. Erasing traces was an instinct etched into the bones of a shinobi. He lifted his head, and his crimson Sharingan fixed on the direction from which he had come. The clang of metallic clashes and the roar of ninjutsu from that direction remained intense, but the chakra fluctuations belonging to Shursui had already begun to grow erratic and hurried. Without a moment's hesitation, Qinshu Chen's figure flickered like a leopard slipping into the darkness, sprinting silently toward the main battlefield. His steps were light and swift, with none of the earlier dishevelment of his escape. Each breath was adjusted to be long and steady. His Sharingan spun rapidly in the thick mist, capturing every tree and every fallen leaf, with crystal clarity, constructing a dynamic omnidirectional, 3-dimensional map. The closer he got, the louder the sounds of battle became. The scorching heat of fire style washed over him, mingled with the piercing shrieks of kunai slicing through the air. In a relatively open woodland, Qinshu Chen halted, pressing his body tightly against a thick tree trunk, his gaze piercing through the gaps in the foliage to lock onto the conflict ahead. Shizui's situation was even worse than he had imagined. 4 Kuzakure shinobi, 2 Chunin, the 2 seasoned Chunin flanked him like sharp pincers, relentlessly assaulting Shursui with a tempest of it. Their coordination was impeccable. One attacked while the other supported from the side, their blade work and taijutsu seamlessly interwoven, leaving Shursui only able to dodge and block with hardly any room to retaliate. The other 2 genin prowled the periphery, positioning themselves in tricky angles. They did not charge into direct combat, but instead hurled shuriken and kunai from various angles, sealing Shizui's escape routes and disrupting his movements, preventing him from creating any distance. After all, Shursui was only 6 years old. No matter how great his talent, his practical experience and chakra reserves remained his shortcomings. At this moment, his breath was already somewhat ragged, fine beads of sweat covering his forehead. The dark Uchiha short-sleeved shirt he wore had been slashed open in several places. Though he had not suffered severe wounds, the drain on his chakra and stamina was evident. At this rate, his defeat was only a matter of time. Qinshu Chen's eyes rapidly scanned the battlefield, finally fixating on the genin to his left rear, who was continuously throwing projectiles. That's the one. Qinshu Chen's figure slowly lowered, merging into the shadow beneath the tree like a phantom without making a sound. He traced a small arc using the mist and tree shadows as cover, silently approaching the back of that genin. That genin's full attention was fixed on the besieged Shursui, meticulously calculating the angle and timing of his next throw, completely oblivious that death had already arrived behind him. A faint, almost imperceptible sound of a blade sinking into flesh. The genin's body jerked rigidly. He stared down in disbelief at the tip of a bandaged sword protruding from his chest, not even stained with blood. He opened his mouth to cry for help, but a hand covered his mouth from behind, and all that escaped were muffled women. Chen expressionlessly withdrew the Raijin sword. As the corpse slumped to the ground, he launched himself forward with explosive force, like lightning reaching the other genin in an instant and slashing his blade across the opponent's throat. Who's there? The sudden turn of events shocked the three remaining Kyuzakure shinobi. Xiaochun. Shisui, seeing the familiar figure, felt both surprise and joy, but mostly worry. Why did you come back? Go. Focus, Shisui. Chen's voice was low but carried an unshakable calm. These guys aren't. Before his words faded, his Raijin sword clashed violently with the Kyuzakure Chunin's kunai. Sparks flew. The Chunin felt a tremendous force surging from the boy's blade, numbing his arm, and terror gripped his heart. How can this kid have such monstrous strength? At that moment, the pressure on Shisui suddenly diminished. He glanced at the corpse lying not far away, then at Chun locked in combat with another Chunin, and instantly understood. Without further hesitation, he took a deep breath, reversed his grip on his kunai, and proactively engaged the other Chunin. With Chen's intervention, the battle transformed from a foreknown siege into an even Tuntuo standoff. No, it was not even an even match. Shisui, 3 inches to your left. He's going to use the substitution jutsu. Chen's voice rang out in Shizui's ear. At that moment, the Chunin battling Shisui had just begun forming hand signs, preparing to repeat his earlier trick, escape with the substitution jutsu, and strike from a blind spot. Hearing the warning, Shisui almost instinctively sidestepped, driving his kunai, without pause, into the seemingly empty air to the Chunin's left. The Chunin's pupils shrank in shock. His intent had been completely seen through. As his substitution jutsu completed, and he had yet to stabilize, Shizui's kunai precisely pierced his shoulder blade. The searing pain made him cry out, causing a momentary freeze in his actions. In a duel between experts, an instant is enough to decide life and death. Fire-style Phoenix, Sage Fire Technique. Seizing this golden opportunity, Shisui unleashed several chakra-infused fireballs from his mouth, all striking the Chunin square in the chest. With a boom, the Chunin didn't even have time for a second scream before he was blasted backward, charred and life. On the other side, the Chunin and the remaining genin facing Chenshou-chan were utterly terrified by the horrifying prowess of these two boys. One could predict movements in advance, the other could kill in an instant. Were these really Konoha genin? The Chunin, watching his comrade fall in a flash, made a feint to force Chenshou-chan back, and then turned to flee. Thinking of leaving now, a cold curve formed at the corner of Chenshou-chan's mouth. Too late. Wood-style Thornbind. Chenshou-chan pressed one hand onto the ground. With a rustling sound, several arm-thick thorny vines burst from the earth, like sentient venomous snakes, tangling around the Chunin's legs faster than he could run, yanking him brutally to the ground. Wood-style? It really is wood-style? The Chunin let out a despairing wail. His words were cut short. A black shadow flashed before his eyes. It was Shisui. Without a trace of hesitation or mercy, his kunai cleanly slashed across them. Chenshou-chan and Shisui exchanged a glance, then both turned their gazes to the other end of the battlefield, the site of Maraboshi Kosuka's fight. That battle was the key to their survival. A thunderous crash rang out as Maraboshi Kosuka's figure flew backward like a broken kite, slamming into a large tree and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was facing two genuine Kyuzakure jonin. Even with his vast experience and masterful combat skills, fighting 1 against 2 was a stretch. Now he was drenched in blood, the large black pot scarred with blade marks and somewhat deformed. Leaning on the pot, he panted heavily, but his eyes remained as sharp as ever. Konoha shinobi truly are tenacious, sneered one of the Kyuzakure jonin as he approached slowly. But this is where it ends. To have held us off this long alone, you can be proud, old man, the other jonin added, murder blazing in his eye. Though they held an overwhelming advantage, the old man's desperate fighting style had left them somewhat ragged, and fury simmered within them. Maraboshi Kosuka coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of bloody froth, bared his yellowed teeth, and laughed. To kill this old bone, you'll have to break a few teeth yourselves. As his words fell, his hands flew through hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. With a hum, the single shuriken he threw multiplied into dozens in midair, forming a black storm of death that swept toward the two jonin. This was the third Hokage's signature technique. The two jonin's expressions changed as they hastily formed seals to defend. Earth-style earth flow wall. 2 thick earthen walls rose from the ground, blocking the deadly iron rain. Taking advantage of this moment, Maraboshi Kosuka turned and fled in the opposite direction, attempting to draw the enemy ninja away and buy time for the two children Chenshou-chan and Uchiha Shisui to escape. But when he saw the small figure rushing toward him at full speed, his heart broke. He pulled 2 scrolls from his chest and dashed toward Uchiha Shisui. The moment he saw Uchiha Shisui, he shouted hoarsely, "Shisui, go. Take the scrolls and go. Report back to the village." His desperate roar carried a resolute death wish across his aged face. He was ready to sacrifice his life to protect Konoha's future to create a chance for the two children to escape.